Meanwhile, a hand reaches out, its fingers splayed, as if grasping for something just out of reach. Finally seated, Jinian begins to eat, savoring the food with closed eyes, the steam rising from his bowl a testament to its freshness. A moment of quiet anticipation hangs in the air. Then, a voice from beyond the screen hesitantly asks, "Sir?" before a calm command follows, "Come in." As the figures enter, the guard's brow furrows, a subtle sign of his displeasure, while the elderly man beside him bows deeply, his expression unreadable. He can't help but think how incredibly rude this situation is. A faint smirk plays on Jinian's lips as he observes the bowing figure, while Gongsun Myung looks up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The elderly man, Gongsun Myung, extends a hand in a gesture of urgent address, his voice rising in a respectful, yet insistent, call, "Sir." Jinian, however, remains unimpressed, his thoughts drifting to the perplexing nature of the man's subservience, wondering why he still grovels so readily before him. A subtle shift in his expression hints at a deeper, more calculating thought, his eyes narrowing with a predatory glint. He muses internally, wondering if he should try catching this little rat. Later, seated at a low table, Jinian calmly inquires, "What is it, Physician Gongsun?" The elderly man, taken aback, responds with a surprised, "What do you mean, sir?" Gongsun Myung then explains to another elderly man that he hadn't heard from him at all and couldn't endure the loneliness, so he came. Li Jinian, observing the man before him, remarks on his changed appearance, noting that his complexion looks completely different now, making all his previous efforts feel meaningless. A subtle smirk plays on Jinian's lips, his eyes glinting with a knowing amusement. He then raises a cup, feigning innocence as he asks if the man is trying to seduce him with dragon phoenix soup. The elderly man, Gongsun Myung, recoils in shock, his face contorting in disbelief at the accusation. He quickly tries to clarify, explaining that there must be a misunderstanding, as the dragon phoenix soup is merely a nourishing tonic. Gongsun Myung gestures earnestly, trying to convey the truth of his intentions, his expression pleading for understanding. Jinian, however, simply smiles, a hint of malice in his eyes, and replies that he thought it was poison. Gongsun Myung's eyes widen in utter shock once more, unable to comprehend the young master's deliberate provocation. Desperate to establish his credibility, the physician declares that he is Gongsun Myung, Jinian's personal physician. Feeling unwelcome and disrespected, Gongsun Myung turns to leave, stating that he will take his leave if he is not welcome here. Jinian, however, calls out to him, using his title, Physician Gongsun. Gongsun Myung hesitantly responds, only for Jinian to deliver a scathing retort, questioning how he could come uninvited and then threaten to leave without being told to. Li Jinian's words cut deep, his tone dripping with disdain as he questioned, "Are you the master here, not me?" The elderly physician, Gongsun Myung, could only clench his jaw, his eyes narrowing in barely contained fury. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, Jinian chuckled, a chilling sound that offered no comfort. "Haha, I'm just joking." He settled back, observing the physician's discomfort. Changing the subject abruptly, he commanded, "I need to send a letter. Bring me the writing tools from the desk." Gongsun Myung, still reeling from the previous exchange, could only respond with a resigned, "Yes, I'll do that." As the physician prepared the materials, Jinian added, "I'll dictate, you write." With the writing tools now ready, Jinian continued his meal, seemingly unconcerned, while Gongsun Myung watched him, awaiting instructions. As he began to dictate, the words were a calculated jab. "Due to Sir Li Jinian's severe illness, I must remain in the villa for some time." Gongsun Myung diligently transcribed, his expression unreadable. But the next line was a direct provocation, a cruel twist of the knife. "Since this life of mine is so stubbornly long, please advise on what I should do next." The physician's face tightened, the insult clear. Jinian, noticing the pause, glared, "What? Why aren't you writing it down?" The physician, trying to mask his anger, forced a wide, unsettling smile, his eyes still holding a glint of defiance as he looked back at the young master. Suddenly, the physician's smile vanished, his face contorting in shock as he began to stammer, "Sir, what are you talking?" Before he could finish, Jinian's hand moved with blinding speed, launching a small projectile, a chopstick, that struck the wall beside the physician with a sharp crack, sending splinters flying. Gongsun Myung recoiled, clutching his neck where the projectile had either grazed him or narrowly missed, his eyes wide with terror as Jinian's voice cut through the silence. "Hey, old man." His piercing gaze fixed on the elderly man, Jinian's voice cut through the silence, a stark declaration. "I am not the Li Jinian of the past anymore," he stated, his words carrying an undeniable weight. The physician, visibly shaken, could only stammer, "Sir, what on earth do you mean?" Ignoring his distress, Jinian gestured to the elaborate meal before them, specifically the steaming bowl of tonic. First of all, dragon phoenix soup. He continued, his voice devoid of warmth. "To healthy people, it may be a tonic, but to someone as ill as me, it's as good as poison." The physician's internal thoughts raced, acknowledging the truth of Jinian's words, as the young master added, "You, a physician, must know that." A knowing smirk played on Jinian's lips as he leaned in, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you checking my pulse secretly when I didn't die? The physician's hand, still resting on Jinion's wrist, trembled, his face contorted in utter disbelief and shock, the realization dawning on him that his every move had been observed. Jinion pulled his hand away, his expression hardening, and most importantly, he rose from his seat, looking down at the trembling physician. I don't have any appetite. Leave the tonic at the side. Everyone has to get out. With that, he turned his back, leaving the physician to grapple with the weight of his exposed deceit, the bowl of untouched tonic still in his hands. The elderly man's face was a mask of horror, his internal thoughts screaming, "You couldn't even hide your intentions to kill me." He continues to press the physician, his voice cutting through the tense silence, asserting that Gongsun Myung is clearly not acting alone. Demanding answers, he instructs the trembling man to immediately write down the name of the one who gave him orders in that incriminating letter. But Gongsun Myung, still clinging to a facade of innocence, questions why he is being subjected to such suspicion, wondering how anyone could doubt such a kind man as himself. A heavy sigh escapes him as he covers his face, a gesture of feigned despair masking his true intentions. Yet, the young master sees through the charade, his gaze piercing as the physician's eyes glow with a sinister red light, revealing the true depths of his depravity, prompting Jinion to mockingly ask if even a scoundrel like him possesses a conscience. With a cold finality, the young master declares that Gongsun Myung has finally shown his true colors, regretting that he ever tried to let him pass with dignity, deeming it a foolish endeavor. Cornered and exposed, Gongsun Myung's composure shatters, his face twisting into a malevolent grin as he vows that there is no other way now. If he must, he will kill all the servants to silence them. Before the physician can even finish his heinous threat, Jinion moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he closes the distance, his hand reaching out with terrifying precision, while Gongsun Myung, startled and terrified, can only manage a choked, desperate plea. The young master's grip tightens around the physician's face, a stark display of his absolute power and disdain. Gongsun Myung's face contorts in a grimace of pain and terror, blood splattering from the force of the impact, a chilling testament to Jinion's swift and brutal justice. Li Jinion, still recovering from his ordeal, reminds himself not to get distracted from his immediate goals, especially while he is still speaking to Gongsun Myung. He reflects on the pain he endures, acknowledging the pitiful state of his current body, a stark contrast to his former strength. His immediate priority is clear. He needs to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Once he does, nothing will stand in his way. He vows that it won't matter if the mastermind behind this entire scheme is the entirety of the Yunha merchant group itself. Upon his return to the group, he intends to thoroughly investigate Gongsun Myung. Meanwhile, Gongsun Myung groans in agony, slumped over a table laden with food, clearly suffering from the recent assault. Suddenly, Jinion clutches his head, a sharp headache striking him, as if a memory or vision is forcing its way into his mind. A voice calls out, "Sir," and his eyes snap open, filled with a sudden realization. The vision clarifies, revealing Gongsun Myung, who is being addressed by another figure. Jinion recoils, muttering no, no, as he stares at the two figures, questioning if these are truly the people he sees. As the headache intensified, fragments of a forgotten past began to surface, revealing the memories of a life once lived. He saw himself, a younger Li Jinion, entangled with the powerful Yunha merchant group. A wave of sorrow washed over his younger self, his eyes reflecting a deep, unspoken pain. Suddenly, a realization dawned, a clarity cutting through the haze of memory, confirming the truth of what he was witnessing. The vision continued, painting a picture of a grand estate, home to Li Jinion, the first son of the wealthy Yunha merchant group. Yet, despite his birthright, he was perceived as lacking, neither as smart as his second brother, nor as strong as his third brother. He was just a lacking eldest son. His gaze held a quiet resignation, a reflection of the burden he carried. To cope with his perceived inadequacies, he tried to compensate for his shortcomings with money, but ended up indulging in a depraved life of pleasure. The memory shifted, showing a moment of clarity when he realized his mistakes and turned back. However, the damage was done. It was already too late. Having neglected his health, he was deemed unfit and sent to this villa. He considers the implications of his newly recovered memories, realizing that if they are accurate, his former clan would hold no regard for this place of exile. At first, the primary challenge had been his reincarnation into this body without its original memories, but now, with those memories restored, a new frustration settles over him. He gazes out a window, the gentle breeze rustling the leaves outside, his thoughts consumed by the previous owner of this vessel. Still, he can't help but lament the squandering of such an innately gifted body, a profound waste of talent that leaves him with a furrowed brow and a hand pressed to his temple. Yet, a spark of opportunity ignites within him, realizing that with his past life's extensive knowledge and access to a few rare elixirs, he could ascend to a high level in virtually no time at all. A sudden thought makes him pause, his hand reflexively stopping midair as he processes this new revelation. He looks around the opulent room, his gaze falling upon a shimmering pile of gold coins on a nearby table, the wealth of his current existence suddenly taking on new significance. The word elixirs echoes in his mind, and a confident smirk plays on his lips as he realizes the vast financial resources at his disposal. A sense of invincibility washes over him, convinced that there is nothing he cannot acquire with his newfound wealth. As he turns, his eyes fall upon a small, shriveled figure slumped over a table, the deceased Gong Sun Myung. A casual "oh" escapes him, followed by a pragmatic decision to bury the body. The sun shines brightly over a majestic mountain range, adorned with blooming cherry blossoms, a serene landscape contrasting with the recent discovery. Amidst the tranquil beauty of the villa's grounds, with cherry blossoms gently falling, he walks away from the building, his long hair swaying behind him, ready to embark on his new path. A tranquil scene unfolds, with cherry blossoms gently falling around a traditional estate. 1 year later, the landscape has shifted, now dominated by a lush, overgrown forest, hinting at the passage of time and perhaps a change in the estate's upkeep. A figure approaches a grand building, his footsteps echoing on the stone path, as he calls out a greeting. He stands before a guard and 2 young attendants, who look up at him with surprise, his imposing presence commanding their attention. Mak In-seop, a guard from the Yunham merchant group, inquires, asking for the whereabouts of young master Lee Jinian, as he carries an important letter. His identity as Mak In-seop, of the Yunham merchant group's guard squad, is confirmed, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. One of the attendants, recognizing the name, quickly points, indicating Jinian's location. The guard and attendants watch as Mak In-seop turns, following the direction given. Mak In-seop's eyes widen in disbelief as he spots a figure meditating in the distance, a look of profound shock crossing his face. He murmurs, almost to himself, questioning if the powerful figure before him could truly be young master Lee Jinian. The young master, now shirtless, reveals a sculpted physique, his long hair falling around him, sweat glistening on his skin as he continues his intense training. His back and shoulders ripple with muscle, evidence of the rigorous cultivation he has undertaken. A few seasons passed, and with them, much time had gone by. During that period, he focused entirely on his development. His energy core manifested, a brilliant blue aura enveloping him as he meditated. He engraved all the martial arts necessary for survival onto his very being, their essence becoming a part of him. Among them were the enlightened mobility art, allowing him swift and agile movements, and the enlightened body art, hardening his form. He also honed a rapid stride, his eyes glowing with electric blue energy as lightning crackled around him. And an art that allowed him to control lightning, the white lightning 10-phase art, had progressed significantly, with a sphere of crackling blue energy forming in his hands. To name them, he had reached the 4th phase. Everything had gone smoothly, his training yielding impressive results. But he unleashes a powerful, swirling burst of energy, the force of it rippling through the air. His body contorts and twists mid-air from the immense pressure, hair flying wildly as he pushes past his limits. A hand reaches out, enveloped in a vibrant green, swirling energy aura, glowing particles radiating outwards from his fingertips. He recoils from the sheer power, his back to the viewer, as a single leaf is caught and propelled by the residual energy. Finally collapsing to the ground, exhausted, the leaf gently settles beside him, marking the end of his intense practice. He looks down at his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face, concluding that his efforts are still not enough. A voice calls out, interrupting his contemplation, addressing him as young Master Jinian. It is Mak In-seop, a guard squad member, who greets him, noting it has been a long time. The guard then informs him that he has brought a letter from the main clan, to which Jinian simply responds with an affirmative okay. With a calm demeanor, Jinian instructs him, "Let me see it." He extends his hand, ready to receive the letter, his expression unreadable. But before Mak In-seop can react, Jinian vanishes in an instant, leaving the guard bewildered and shouting, "Where did that frail ass go?" Returning to the merchant group, Jinian finds himself immediately confronted by a guard, who laments, "My arm's about to fall off from all this work." The guard then relays the grim news, explaining that Jinian's father has collapsed and is now bedridden, leaving the group in a precarious state. A letter confirms the merchant group leader's illness and the transfer of management to Master Lee Jinian, though it offers no explanation for his sudden collapse. The young master ponders the unsettling news, his brow furrowed in deep concern. His gaze sharpens as he considers the implications of his father's sudden incapacitation. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a figure suggests the O Yang clan is most likely behind the misfortune, their influence casting a long shadow. Lee Joan, the 3rd son of the Yunham merchant group, explains the escalating demands, reminding Jinian of the protection fees they've been forced to pay. He clenches his fists, his voice tight with frustration, as he reveals those payments have snowballed into an unbearable burden. Jinian listens intently, then questions the legitimacy of the O Yang clan's demands, wondering if they've truly earned such exorbitant fees. The guard, his face contorted in anger, vehemently denies any justification, calling the O Yang clan dogs, much to Jinian's surprise. Clearing his throat, the guard continues, explaining that even when the Little Deity sect attempted to impose exorbitant trade taxes recently, the O Yang clan did nothing to intervene or protect them. The O Yang clan's response to their pleas was dismissive, stating they would only meet with the main clan of the Yunha merchant group if there was a serious issue, further highlighting their arrogance and lack of concern. The guards of the Yunha merchant group, intimidated by the O Yang clan's power, could do nothing at all to protect their interests. Han Yip explains that even their guard captain couldn't protest because they were dealing with O Yang Hu himself, a name that evokes a sigh of resignation from Jinian. He acknowledges having heard of O Yang Hu, a figure well known in the Jianghu, strong enough to warrant his attention. A cold realization dawns on him. O Yang Hu must view merchant groups like theirs as beneath him, a dismissive attitude he clearly understands. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he considers the implications, wondering if simply dealing with the O Yang clan would resolve everything. Han Yip, taken aback by the suggestion to deal with them, quickly adds that there's another crucial reason behind his father's collapse. He recounts a sword fight that broke out between the second and third young masters, a chaotic clash of blades. His father, bearing witness to the violent spectacle, collapsed shortly thereafter. The memory shows his father's furious expression, calling the young men little rascals, as Jinian questions if he collapsed from anger, a query Han Yip confirms, emphasizing the terrible timing of their fight. Han Yip shakes his head in disbelief, unable to comprehend how they could have engaged in a sword fight, no less, right in front of the merchant group leader. His father, visibly distressed at a table, had tried to reassure someone that no harm would come to them, promising that once the matter was resolved, everything would be fine. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Jinian's resolve hardens, declaring that he cannot simply sit back and watch any longer. As Ma Kin-seop hesitantly offered a letter, a soft pardon escaped him, only for Jinian to dismiss it with a quiet instruction that he may keep the letter. With a subtle shift in his posture, Jinian turned, his expression hardening with a newfound resolve. His long hair swayed with the movement, emphasizing the gravity of his decision. His gaze fixed, he declared that he would go himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the compound, Ma Kin-seop, still reeling from the encounter, muttered in disbelief that Jinian had completely changed. His hand slammed down on a surface, emphasizing his words to the other guards, as he continued, that he had become a perfect martial artist, his body amazing. One of the guards, Char unnamed guard A, scoffed loudly, his disbelief evident. He burst into uproarious laughter, the sound echoing through the room as Ma Kin-seop watched, unamused. Still chuckling, the guard questioned how the infamous young master, that good-for-nothing, could possibly be a martial artist. He continued his mockery, asking if Jinian had suddenly become some master of bedroom techniques, and if that scoundrel was a martial artist, then he himself must be a. He finished his thought with a flourish, a legendary martial master. A guard scoffs, dismissing the notion of Jinian's recovery as a joke, urging more effort if one intends to be humorous. Meanwhile, Ma Kin-seop offers a slight, knowing smile, musing that even the idea of the vice captain having a lover would be more believable than Jinian's sudden return to health. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, a shadowy, powerful image of Jinian flickers in his mind, hinting at a deeper understanding of the young master's true, formidable potential. The other guard, oblivious to Ma Kin-seop's internal musings, continues the conversation, wondering aloud if young master Jinian truly has regained his health. Suddenly, a new presence asserts itself, as Han Yip, the Yunha Merchant Group Guard Squad's vice captain, steps forward with a stern expression. Without a word, he delivers a sharp, disciplinary blow to the back of the mocking guard's head, a clear sign of his displeasure. Han Yip then reminds them that Jinian always possessed a fine physique, even as a child, a memory of a younger Jinian training diligently flashing through his mind, with an older figure proudly watching over him. Later, Ma Kin-seop asks if the other guard knows when young Master Jinian is planning to return, his expression thoughtful. The guard replies that he isn't sure of the exact timing, only that Jinian is coming himself, which, he realizes, means he has arrived now. Han Yip, overhearing, commands them to go and greet young Master Jinian, but the unnamed guard grumbles, questioning if they really have to greet that good-for-nothing. Han Yip, his patience wearing thin, sternly reminds them of their benefactor, telling them to stop whining and get moving. As the guards reluctantly prepare, the grand architecture of the Yunha Merchant Group headquarters stands tall, awaiting the arrival of its young master. He finally arrives at the grand entrance of the Yunha Merchant Group headquarters, its imposing structure adorned with banners bearing the group's insignia. The intricate patterns on his robe shimmer faintly, reflecting the subtle light of the morning. Meanwhile, from a distance, another figure observes the sheer scale of the merchant group's estate, a sprawling complex of traditional architecture and serene water features. O Yang Hu, his glowing eyes fixed on the scene, muses on the legendary Yunha Merchant Group, a power he'd only heard of in tales, now revealed in its immense reality, and the privileged background of Li Jinian, born into such wealth. Unaware of the distant observer, Jinian addresses his two female attendants, instructing them to rest while he goes to see his father immediately. One of the attendants bows respectfully, acknowledging his command with a soft, "Understood, young master." As he walks away, his footsteps echoing on the stone path, a thought crosses his mind. He glances around the seemingly empty courtyard, wondering why no one has come to greet him upon his return. His gaze falls downward, where several guards are kneeling, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. As he looks up, the kneeling guards collectively offer a formal greeting, their voices resounding with a unified, "Congratulations on your safe return, young Master Jinan." The intricate details of his robe and belt are highlighted, emphasizing his status amidst the formal display. Standing at the forefront of the kneeling formation, the vice captain of the guard squad introduces himself, his voice firm as he declares, "I am the guard squad's vice captain Han Yip." He clasps his hands together, a wry smile playing on his lips, as the vice captain remarks on how unrecognizable he has become. The vice captain expresses his relief at seeing him healthy, but Ma Siep, standing nearby, questions the vice captain's pride in such a formal display. Meanwhile, O Yang, who observes from a distance, a memory surfacing of a younger Jun being mocked and harassed by other young masters, a stark contrast to the respect he now commands. He recalls the past, thinking that the young master was always looked down upon, and that he would just be mocked again. Yet, Jian, with a confident smirk, seems to relish the unexpected welcome, his expression hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. He returns the formal gesture, his hands meeting in a respectful clasp. With a knowing smile, he acknowledges the grand reception, calling it an enthusiastic welcome for a troublemaker. Then, with a slight bow, he offers his thanks to everyone present. Vice Captain Han Yip, still kneeling, offers to guide him to his father, while Ma Siep and Li Zhao stand by, observing the scene. The other guards, witnessing this unprecedented politeness from the young master, are utterly dumbfounded, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Li Zhao, still processing the events, recalls a previous conversation, muttering that he had been told Jian had changed a lot. O Yang, who, walking away, reflects on the profound transformation, feeling as though he is now in the house of a stranger. As they continued their journey, Han Yip glanced back at Jian, a subtle shift in his expression. A faint smile touched his lips, as if a thought had settled comfortably in his mind. He didn't feel like an enemy, but an ally, Han Yip mused, as they approached a grand, brightly lit gate, its radiance hinting at the importance of their destination. With each step, Jian's shadow stretched long before him, a silent testament to his presence as they crossed the threshold. The world seemed to brighten around them, a soft, ethereal glow enveloping their path. They soon found themselves before a familiar, ornate door, leading deeper into the estate. Inside, a young woman greeted them, confirming that she had already informed his father of his visit, to which Jian simply offered his thanks. But as he looked down, a familiar voice cut through the air, uttering, "Would you look at this?" Turning, Jian and Han Yip faced a small group, among them a young man in purple robes, his expression openly hostile. Jian's gaze remained steady, unfazed by the challenge in the air. It was Li Zhao, the Yunhe merchant group's third son, who spoke next, his voice laced with contempt as he sneered, "Well, if it isn't the perverted Jian." A tense silence hangs in the air, marking the arrival of Li Zhao. Approaching Jian, Zhao remarks with a mocking tone that his expression makes him look like a completely different person. Without waiting for a response, he grabs Jian's shoulder, a gesture both familiar and unwelcome. From a distance, Ma Siep, a guard, observes the scene with concern, thinking this is bad, as it looks like Jian is about to get smacked again right after returning, lamenting that his brother is a pain in the ass. Zhao then takes Jian's hand, a wide, unsettling smile spreading across his face, proclaiming that the two brothers have finally reunited after a long time and must be thrilled to see each other again. Jian, however, looks down at the offending hand with cold fury, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing, touching his body without permission. With a sharp, decisive motion, he rips his arm free, breaking the unwanted contact. Zhao's face flushes with a mix of anger and humiliation, his feigned pleasantries quickly dissolving. His expression twisting into a sneer, he turns his aggression towards Han Yip, demanding to know if the vice captain is looking down on him, as if dealing with Jian wasn't enough. But Jian steps forward, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, asking if he should teach Zhao a lesson so he can never look him in the eyes again. Before Jian can act, Zhao lunges forward, his hand reaching out, calling out his name with a chilling familiarity. With a cruel smile, Zhao grabs Jian's face, cutting off his words with a sudden, aggressive grip. As the confrontation escalated, a swift knee strike connected with Zhao's midsection, followed immediately by a devastating punch that snapped his head back, the impact radiating outward in a blinding flash. His face contorted in pain, blood splattered from the force of the blow. Nearby, Han Yip watched the brutal exchange, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden, violent turn of events. Zhao crumpled to the ground with a dull thud, barely able to utter a confused, what the hell? But even from the floor, he wasn't finished, his hand shooting out to grab Jian's robe, a desperate, furious cry of Jian, escaping his lips. His grip tightened, his fingers digging into Jian's face as he snarled, "I was so excited on my way here." As Zhao's fury mounted, Jian's eyes began to glow with an intense, electric blue light, a silent warning emanating from his gaze. Still, Zhao held fast, his grip unyielding as Jian struggled, grunting in discomfort and frustration. He continued to press his advantage, shouting, "You fucking insane bastard," directly into Jinion's face. The insult hung in the air, Jinion's mind echoing the words, "Insane bastard?" A slow, dangerous smirk spread across his face, his glowing blue eyes promising a terrifying response to the provocation. Within the grand, traditional halls of the Yunhe merchant group, an unexpected commotion begins to stir. A group of guards and servants, including Mok In-seop and Han Yip, look on with expressions of alarm, their faces etched with surprise as the disturbance grows louder. Among them, Li Waiyan, the Yunhe merchant group's second son and overseer, recognizes the location of the commotion, realizing it originates from his father's private chambers. Turning to Mok In-seop, he demands to know the cause of such a ruckus. Han Yip, the vice captain, quickly interjects, explaining to the overseer that an argument has broken out between the first and third young masters. Meanwhile, the first young master, Li Jinian, stands with a stern expression, while the third young master, Li Joan, wears a more mischievous, almost menacing smirk. Back with the guards, Li Waiyan's concern turns to exasperation, demanding to know why they aren't intervening to stop his older brother. Just as he speaks, Li Joan bursts through the doorway with a forceful klljhh. His sudden appearance startling Li Waiyan. With a swift movement, Li Joan grabs his face, silencing him with a firm grip, and warns him to be quiet, as they are right in front of their father's room. Still holding him, Li Joan then questions, wondering if it is indeed Waiyan he has in his grasp. A look of utter bewilderment crosses Li Waiyan's face, his eyes wide behind his spectacles. Meanwhile, within a quiet chamber, the three brothers of the Yunhe merchant group are gathered, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the air as Li Jinian stands over a kneeling Li Joan, while Li Waiyan observes from his seat. Breaking the silence, Waiyan offers a polite greeting, acknowledging Jinian's return. He then remarks on his brother's apparent good health, a subtle observation as Jinian continues to hold Joan firmly by the arm. Jinian responds with a calm assurance, confirming his well-being. However, his gaze falls to a bandaged arm, and his tone hardens as he questions if the third brother was responsible for the injury. Waiyan attempts to interject, trying to downplay the situation, but his words are cut short. Before Waiyan can finish, a sharp, resounding slap echoes through the room, the impact distorting Joan's face as he reels from the blow. Jinian's hand, glowing with a faint purple aura, clamps down on Joan's face, his voice a low, dangerous warning against wielding a weapon against an elder brother. With Joan now thoroughly subdued and cowering, Jinian delivers a final, stern admonition, demanding his understanding, to which the younger brother quickly, if reluctantly, complies. A sharp, stinging pain radiated across his face, the impact still echoing in his mind. His eyes welled up with tears, a trickle of blood escaping his lip, as humiliation and disbelief warred across his bruised features. How could this be? He couldn't fathom that Li Jinian had actually beaten him. The memory of his brother's past weakness flashed through his mind, a stark contrast to the overwhelming force he had just experienced. In a distant memory, a younger Jinian had taunted him, asking if it felt good, and daring him to continue if he wished to avoid another beating. Observing the aftermath, Waiyan mused aloud, acknowledging that Jinian had truly humbled Joan. Joan, still reeling, couldn't believe the turn of events, recalling how in the past, Jinian's best effort was merely to avoid a beating from him. Later, seated across from Jinian, Waiyan inquired, wondering if something significant had occurred at the safe house, as his brother seemed like a completely different person, a keen observation Jinian acknowledged. His gaze remained calm and steady, reflecting a quiet confidence. Waiyan then gestured towards a stack of scrolls, eliciting a questioning hum from his brother. He explained that it was the list of employees he needed to take to the conference the following day. The scroll unfurled, revealing a detailed list of names, including Gongsun Myung, among others, all employees for the upcoming event. He had wanted to see who had recommended Gongsun Myung. But now, he realized, that information was no longer necessary, for the person who had recommended everyone from the vice guard squad leader down to the front gate guards was clear. It was none other than O Yang Hu. The realization settled over him like a dark cloud, the menacing presence of the man now clear in his mind. A quiet confirmation escaped his lips. It's him. Turning to his brothers, he addressed them directly. Waiyan, Joan. His gaze piercing as he laid down a stark demand. If any of you are working with the O Yang clan, tell me right now. The accusation hung heavy in the air, eliciting a shocked gasp from Waiyan and an indignant outburst from Joan. His expression remained stern as he pressed on. Do. Joan, fists clenched, vehemently denied the implication. Why, that's ridiculous. He continued his impassioned defense, declaring, I'd rather die than see some other clan member take over our business. Sir, the Yunhe merchant group is a precious business that father worked hard to grow. Sir, a subtle smirk played on Jinian's lips as he responded, I'm glad to hear that. Having just concluded his tense confrontation, Jinian muses on his next move, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Meanwhile, his brother Waiyan, still reeling from the earlier discussion, inquires about the higher-ups attending tomorrow's conference. With a decisive shift in his demeanor, Jinian declares his intention to attend the conference as well. Waiyan, taken aback, questions his sudden departure, while his younger brother, Joan, reacts with similar surprise. Without breaking stride, Jineon simply states his destination. He is going to see their father. A sharp, decisive sound echoes, marking his swift movement away. Back in the room, Waiyan expresses his frustration, wishing he had gone to Jihuan Mountain instead, while Joan vehemently insists on accompanying him. A frustrated cry erupts, underscoring Joan's desperate plea. Elsewhere, an unseen guard announces, the merchant group leader's eldest son has arrived. From within the room, a voice grants permission, allowing him to enter. Jineon approaches the ornate doors, ready to step inside. Inside, the Yunhe merchant group's leader, Li Xiangmin, lies in bed, his gaze weary, awaiting his son. As Jineon stands by his father's bedside, Li Xiangmin, weakened and confined to his bed, questions the commotion outside, only for Jineon to dismiss it as nothing significant. Settling into a chair beside him, Jineon expresses concern, having heard of his father's declining health due to stress. With a heavy sigh, Xiangmin confirms his son's fears, admitting that while he's always lived under pressure, his aging body can no longer endure it. A memory flashes through Jineon's mind, of a man with piercing, glowing eyes and dark purple hair, who once remarked, "You've changed a lot, for the better. Your face looks different." Back in the present, Xiangmin looks at his son with a questioning gaze, asking if he is truly Jineon. His hand reaching out to gently touch Jineon's, Xiangmin's expression softens, relieved to see his son doing well. Jineon acknowledges his father's words with a quiet yes, a strange feeling washing over him, as he reflects on his own upbringing, having grown up without parents and thus never truly knowing what it meant to have a father. In a poignant memory, a younger Jineon, clad in red, watches from a distance as a man and a child walk away into the rain-swept evening, their figures fading under the glow of distant lanterns. Tears well in his young eyes, reflecting the blue glow of his power, a silent testament to the profound loneliness of his childhood. Yet, in Jineon's memories, the image of his father is not the distant figure, but the man with dark purple hair and glowing eyes, a powerful presence that shaped his understanding of family. The memory shifts back to the man and child, their backs to the viewer, walking away into a bright, almost ethereal light, leaving young Jineon behind in the fading glow. His hand gently clasps the frail, bandaged wrist of the elder, a silent acknowledgement of the man who once seemed an insurmountable presence, a truly great and significant figure in his life. As their hands remain intertwined, the quiet moment speaks volumes of their shared history and the unspoken burdens between them. The contrast between his strong, unblemished hand and the elder's bandaged one is stark, a visual metaphor for the changing tides of their lives. He sits by the bedside, observing the frail form of Li Xiangmin, a quiet thought echoing in his mind. When did he get this small? Looking down, his expression softens slightly as he offers a quiet reassurance. "Father, don't worry." Then, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips as he clarifies his intent. "We just need to eliminate the cause of your stress." His hand remains firmly over Xiangmin's, a silent pledge accompanying his words. "I'll handle that, so don't worry." Xiangmin's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his aged face as he questions, Eliminate. The word hangs heavy in the air. The younger man's smile deepens, becoming more unsettling, as he dismisses the elder's concern with a casual, "It's nothing. Don't worry." Inside his mind, Xiangmin can only wonder, why is he smiling like that? The scene shifts to the next day, revealing the grand architecture of the Yunhe Merchant Group headquarters, a sprawling complex nestled amidst lush greenery. Inside, a merchant group conference is underway, with various key figures, including Li Zhong, Li Waiyan, Ma Kinseop, and Han Yip, gathered around a large table, their expressions serious and contemplative. The grand hall of the Yunhe headquarters stood ready, its polished surfaces reflecting the quiet anticipation of the merchant group conference. Among the attendees, a man with a confident, almost predatory smirk, O Yang Hu, the Yunhe merchant group's guard squad leader and the O Yang clan's martial master, made his presence known, his reputation preceding him as whispers spread through the guard squad and other attendees. One voice questioned, wondering if the calm figure at the head of the table was indeed the eldest son, as Li Jineon sat with an air of quiet authority, prompting another to ask aloud, "What is he doing here?" O Yang Hu let out a subtle sneer, his eyes fixed on Jineon, and he mused aloud, "I guess he's worried about his position in the group." Li Waiyan, presiding over the meeting, attempted to regain control, asking if anyone had a different opinion, and stating that if there wasn't, he would move on to the next agenda item. But O Yang Hu's hand shot up, interrupting with a confident declaration, "I do." He then revealed his true intention, stating, "I heard that the first young master still doesn't have a guard despite coming back. I have someone I can recommend." A challenging smirk played on O Yang Hu's lips as he pointed a finger, clearly relishing the discomfort he was causing, prompting Li Zhong to click his tongue in annoyance, while a female attendee beside him exclaimed, "Doesn't he know when to stop? Hey!" As the tension in the room escalated. A sharp retort from O Yang Hu hangs in the air, causing Li Jineon's expression to tighten with barely contained fury. His grip instinctively clenches, shattering the delicate teacup he holds into fragments. The sudden sound startles Gong Sun Myung, who drops his own cup with a gasp. O Yang who, however, merely offers a condescending smirk, feigning an apology for his slipping hand as he continues to provoke. He then challenges the room, asking if anyone dares to oppose his suggestion, as Li Joan and Li Weiyan exchange uneasy glances. With a satisfied sneer, O Yang who concludes that no one will speak, until a single, resolute voice cuts through the silence. Me. All eyes turn to Jin Yan, who slowly rises from his seat, his presence commanding attention. Stepping forward with purpose, he declares his own grievances. His gaze is unwavering, his hand raised in a gesture of authority. Moving decisively, he announces his intention to make a suggestion of his own. And that suggestion is nothing less than the immediate dismissal of guard squad leader O Yang Hu. As he finishes speaking, Jin Yan points down, revealing O Yang who now sprawled on the floor, utterly defeated. His expression remained unreadable, but the sudden, sharp intake of breath from those around him spoke volumes about the tension in the air. Gong Sun Myung, the elderly man, could only stare in wide-eyed shock, while Li Joan, the younger man with auburn hair, stammered, "Goodness, your joke is so." As Li Weiyan, the man with glasses, interjected, "Don't you know how much the guard squad leader cares about the merchant group's security?" O Yang who, however, merely threw his head back and let out a booming, arrogant laugh. Pwah! Jin Yan, calm and collected, simply raised a hand, his gaze unwavering. The guard squad leader, still smirking, leaned forward, his voice dripping with condescension. "To fire me?" His smirk widened into a sneer as he continued. "You must have forgotten because you've been bettered in for so long." Jin Yan's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint appearing as he retorted, "But that's not something you have say over. Is that so?" Before O Yang who could even process the words, a fist, crackling with brilliant blue energy, shot forward with blinding speed, delivering a devastating blow. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, O Yang whose arrogant expression instantly replaced by wide-eyed disbelief as the force of the strike enveloped him. He was violently propelled backward, a maelstrom of blue energy and shattered debris erupting around him, the sound of cracking stone echoing through the hall. When the dust settled, only a deep, fractured crater remained, a testament to the overwhelming power that had just been unleashed, with the guard squad leader lying defeated within its depths. He stands tall amidst the dust and debris, his back to the onlookers, as the full weight of his power settles over the scene. The very ground beneath him groans and cracks, unable to withstand the residual force of his strike. Meanwhile, O Yang whose face contorts in a grimace of agony and disbelief, the impact of the blow still reverberating through his very being. Looking down at his defeated opponent, Li Jinyan's expression is one of calm, unwavering confidence, as he declares that the Yunha merchant group now belongs to him. His fist clenches, a silent testament to the power behind his words, leaving no doubt about the new order. A voice from off-panel questions the decision to dismiss guard captain O Yang Hu, wondering if that is the true reason for attending the General Assembly. As Li Weiyan hurries along, his companion, Li Jinyan, observes his pace, thinking that he is walking quite fast. Weiyan then voices his concern, stating that their merchant group is simply out of their league to mess with such matters, to which Jinyan calls out his name. Turning to face him, Jinyan asks if he knows what happens when a martial artist of the Jianghu is underestimated, a question that hangs heavy in the air between them. A knowing smirk plays on Jinyan's lips as he awaits a response. Weiyan reiterates his point, but Jinyan cuts him off, asserting that anyone making such an assumption will be devoured, before Weiyan then urges him to consider the current state of the Yunha merchant group, implying their vulnerability. His concern etched on his face, Weiyan asks if Jinyan doesn't think their group is already being devoured, his words heavy with apprehension. Below them, a crowd of guards, including Han Yip and Ma Kinseop, mill about, unaware of the weighty conversation happening above. Weiyan, looking surprised, concedes that Jinyan is right, then wonders aloud when the Ouyang clan swelled to such numbers, his expression a mix of realization and alarm. Jinyan, however, reassures him not to worry, his hand resting confidently on his chest. With a final, resolute smirk, Jinyan declares that he, his older brother, will handle this, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Li Weiyan, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief, stares ahead, grappling with the unfolding situation and wondering how he is meant to handle this. Meanwhile, Jinyan, his gaze equally intense, seems to be questioning the methods of another, a silent challenge hanging in the air as he observes, "Is that how you're doing it?" The tension shatters as Ma Kinseop, with a powerful, ground-cracking impact, confronts Jinyan directly, dust erupting around their feet. A voice cries out in alarm, recognizing the familiar figure in the midst of the chaos, a desperate plea echoing, "Brother?" The situation escalates rapidly as a stern voice declares, "Fist King is firing you," followed by a collective gasp of shock from the onlookers. "Young Master Jian." Jinyan now lies on the shattered ground, surrounded by a growing number of guards, as a bewildered voice questions the unfolding chaos. What is the meaning of this madness? Han Yip and a mustachioed guard leader watch the scene unfold, their faces etched with concern, the latter muttering in disbelief. That troublemaker. What on earth is he thinking? The question hangs heavy in the air, a collective thought among those witnessing the confrontation. Has he finally gone mad? The mustachioed guard leader, his face contorted in anger, shouts a furious accusation. Insolent! How dare you draw your sword against young Master Genion? Makin Siup, standing firm, issues a direct command to the surrounded young master. Young Master Genion, please step back. The air crackles with tension as Genion finds himself completely encircled, a ring of drawn blades glinting menacingly around him. Makin Siup's gaze sharpens, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken to him. Genion, still reeling from the attack, feels the weight of the insult. The guards surrounding him echo the sentiment, questioning the audacity of drawing a weapon against their master. Genion, despite his predicament, glares back, his voice a low growl, wondering if they truly wish for death. Makin Siup, however, dismisses the severity of his actions, suggesting his attack on the guard captain was merely a form of compensation. Han Yip, the mustachioed guard, questions the sincerity of Makin Siup's words. Genion clarifies his earlier statement to Wei Yan, explaining that the compensation was for ruining the guard captain's retirement plans, leaving Wei Yan stunned. Meanwhile, in a memory or vision, Li Xiangmin recounts a betrayal, accusing someone of arranging his assassination by physician Gongsun Myung during his recuperation and of instigating conflict between his sons. Wei Yan, with a knowing expression, observes that familial discord often simplifies matters for those seeking to manipulate. The elderly Li Xiangmin, weakened and bedridden, laments that these machinations ultimately led to his collapse. From the shadows, O Yang Hu, with Li Zhong beside him, reflects on a missed opportunity, suggesting that swaying just one of the sons would have been enough. O Yang Hu's face twists into a sinister grin as he concludes that with such a simple maneuver, the Yunhe merchant group could have been seized effortlessly. The puppet master's strings tighten, a small figure dancing to an unseen will. O Yang Hu's laughter echoes, a cruel sound as he dismisses young Master Jinion's words as pure delusion. He continues, revealing a dark truth. The very Gongsun Myung, who was supposed to have killed him, died by his hand instead. With a condescending smirk, O Yang Hu mocks his opponent, suggesting he should have worked harder to devour a major merchant group, and even threatening to file claims for the damages caused. A flicker of realization crosses Jinion's eyes, the moment his fate began to irrevocably change. He confronts O Yang Hu, demanding confirmation that Gongsun Myung truly died by his hand. O Yang Hu remains unperturbed, casually stating that he sent the physician off in a single strike, urging him not to be too sad. The words leave Genion stunned, a silent fury building within him. Unable to tolerate the arrogance any longer, O Yang Hu lunges forward, his fist crackling with vibrant purple energy, shouting a furious insult. But before the blow can land, Genion's hand shoots out, intercepting the attack with a swift, precise grip on O Yang Hu's wrist. Undeterred, O Yang Hu unleashes another burst of purple power, demanding to know if his opponent truly has a death wish. The air crackles as Genion meets the assault, a powerful impact reverberating through the space as he deflects the incoming strike. He unleashes a devastating punch, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupting from his fist. The potent force collides with O Yang Hu's purple energy, shattering it into countless fragments. The impact sends O Yang Hu hurtling backward through the air, a trail of debris following his rapid descent. Han Yip cries out in pain, caught in the powerful backlash. O Yang Hu's eyes glow with a stark white light, a look of profound shock crossing his face as he recognizes the lightning energy and the martial arts Genion wields. Han Yip crashes hard onto the ground, defeated by the unexpected counter. From a distance, Makin Siup and another guard watch in disbelief, wondering if their young master truly possesses such martial prowess. Still reeling from the blow, Han Yip questions how his strike was blocked and how he was sent flying with such ease. Genion then turns to O Yang Hu, his voice sharp as he asks if it's truly acceptable to attack him, especially after he had just finished recuperating. O Yang Hu responds with a confident smirk, suggesting that it will be perfectly all right, given that this is now an official duel. Han Yip, enraged, curses O Yang Hu as an arrogant bastard, scoffing at his cockiness for someone who has only recently learned such techniques. O Yang Hu, undeterred, loudly declares the guard squad and his own clan as witnesses, solidifying the terms of their confrontation. O Yang Hu, his gaze sharp and unwavering, formally declared that with Genion's consent, they would proceed with an official duel. A smirk played on his lips as he challenged, "Is that good enough?" Genion's hands clenched into tight fists, his response a firm, single word, "No." He adopted a ready stance, his expression resolute, prepared for the inevitable clash. The stakes were clear, echoing his earlier sentiment. This was to be a life-or-death duel. Observing his opponent, Genion acknowledged, "In such a short time, your level of skill has become quite decent." However, O Yang Hu's confidence remained unshaken, as he retorted, "You fall short in terms of experience, and I'll make sure you know the difference." With a sudden burst of speed, O Yang Hu lunged forward, his sword arcing with a menacing red energy trail. The attack connected, sending jarring red impact lines across Genion's defense, but he held firm, absorbing the force. With a resounding clang, he parried the blade with his forearm, a blue energy burst marking the point of contact. O Yang, who scoffed, experience, while Jian, momentarily taken aback, could only utter, "What?" But his surprise quickly turned to fierce resolve, as Jian unleashed a lightning-infused counterattack, declaring, "You dare speak of experience to me." The sheer force of the lightning-infused strike reverberates through the air, a blinding flash of blue energy erupting from the impact point, leaving his opponent reeling. As the dust begins to settle, Jian Li's voice cuts through the chaos, a cold declaration of dominance. "You're 100 years too early for that, punk." Without a moment's hesitation, he surges forward once more, his form blurring as he closes the distance on O Yang, who struggles to regain his footing. With effortless grace, he intercepts the blade aimed at him, his hand meeting the flat of the sword with a sharp, resounding clang. O Yang, whose face contorts in a grimace of pain and disbelief, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as he struggles against the overwhelming assault. A cold, knowing smirk plays on Jian Li's lips as he continues to press his advantage, his words dripping with disdain. "Let me show you what true difference in experience looks like." With a surge of inner energy, he activates a profound technique, the enlightened mobility art manifesting as concentric rings of brilliant blue light around him. His movements become a blur, a streak of azure light across the battlefield, as he prepares to unleash a devastating follow-up attack. O Yang, whose eyes widen in utter shock, barely registering the impossible speed of his opponent's advance. Before he can react, a powerful punch connects squarely, sending a jarring impact through O Yang, whose body and eliciting a pained grunt. The force of the blow sends O Yang, who's skidding backward, his feet tearing grooves into the ground as he struggles to maintain his balance. Before he can recover, Jian Li is already upon him, unleashing a relentless flurry of lightning-fast strikes, each impact echoing with explosive power. The relentless assault continued, Jian's movements a blur as he pressed his advantage, forcing O Yang, who back with each strike. A sharp impact sent a jolt through O Yang, who realized with a grimace that something was profoundly wrong with this fight. As Jian's glowing fist prepared for another strike, O Yang, who couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't facing a novice, but a seasoned master. His form shimmered with pure, crackling blue energy, a testament to the enlightened mobility art that transformed him into a living conduit of speed. Every movement was precise, every strike imbued with overwhelming force, as he moved with an ethereal grace, surrounded by a vibrant blue aura. O Yang, who, battered and reeling, could only acknowledge the truth. He was facing a seasoned martial master, not some fledgling. Yet, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Another devastating blow landed, sending a shockwave of purple energy through him, leaving him utterly stunned and disbelieving. From a distance, the three observers watched the brutal exchange, their faces etched with shock as they realized the fight was escalating beyond their wildest expectations. O Yang, who, refusing to yield, roared his defiance, activating his three-form sword art as his blade pulsed with dark purple energy. His sword clashed with an unseen force, his anger boiling over at the thought of losing to a mere brat. His face contorted into a mask of pure, unbridled fury, his eyes burning with a desperate resolve. With a guttural cry, he unleashed a rapid, furious flurry of sword strikes, determined to overcome his opponent. With a sudden, powerful stride, Jian Li closes the distance, his movement blurring with impossible speed. His opponent, caught completely off guard, can only register a single thought. How did he get there so fast? Before O Yang, who can even react, Jian Li unleashes a devastating punch, his fist glowing with a brilliant blue aura as it streaks forward. A final, chilling declaration of farewell echoes through the air as the blow connects with brutal finality. The impact erupts in a blinding flash of blue energy, shattering the very air around them. O Yang, who is sent hurtling skyward, a mere plaything against the overwhelming force. He then plummets back down, the blue energy of the attack still clinging to his form as he falls. Below, Li Weiyan, Han Yip, and a young woman watch the spectacle unfold, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Elsewhere, Li Jiaun shares a moment with a guard, a faint smile gracing his lips. Back at the estate, Gongsun Myung stands beside Li Xiangmin, both gazing out a window at the distant, smoke-shrouded buildings. Gongsun Myung turns to his leader, a question in his voice, asking what the commotion could possibly be. Li Xiangmin, his hands clasped tightly, responds with a heavy heart, his thoughts consumed by his son. An elderly man, with a knowing smile, reflects on the unfolding events, observing that someone appears to have truly mastered martial arts. Indeed, the young master Jian moves with a blur of motion, his form a testament to his profound skill in martial arts. The force of his attack sends O Yang reeling, his body twisting violently as he falls. Jian watches with a calm, almost indifferent expression, his gaze fixed on the defeated opponent. O Yang, who lies sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, utterly vanquished. A desperate cry echoes through the air as his subordinates realize the gravity of the situation. His guards rush forward, their faces etched with alarm, crying out for their fallen captain. Han Yip cradles the injured O Yang Hu, his voice trembling with rage as he confronts Jinian, calling him a brat, but the young master simply retorts, asking if he wants to die as well. Despite his anger, Han Yip forces himself to acknowledge the truth, stating that young master Jinian's duel had no irregularities, and he would testify to that. Jinian's expression hardens, his eyes glowing faintly with a dangerous resolve. He raises a hand, his voice firm as he warns them that from now on, if the Ouyang clan continues to demand revenge through duels, the Yunhe merchant group will have no way to avoid those. The members of the Yunhe merchant group, including Li Huaiyan, Han Yip, and Ma Kinseop, listen intently, their expressions a mix of apprehension and understanding at the weight of his declaration. With a firm hand, the young master stood his ground, his resolve unwavering. Around him, the defeated Ouyang clan members could only seethe, one of them muttering, "Fine. I never hoped to be free from grudges anyway." Unfazed by their resentment, Jinian declared, "If there is kindness shown, I will repay it. If there is a grudge, I will also pay it back." His gaze sharpened. He continued, "If anyone takes issue with that, the responsibility will be mine alone, not the Yunhe merchant group's." A quiet determination settled over his features as he prepared to face any consequences. From the sidelines, Li Huaiyan watched, his brow furrowed with worry, exclaiming, "Brother, that's too dangerous." But Jinian merely looked out, his back to the world, his thoughts turning to the foundations of his resolve, the legacy he carried. He remembered his father, the very image of strength and wisdom, knowing that this responsibility was not only his own, but also, it is also my father's. His thoughts drifted further, recalling the unwavering loyalty of those who stood by him, those who welcomed him back when he was nothing. It belongs to the guard squad who welcomed back a discarded young master early in the morning. And even the simple, heartfelt joy of the stable hands. And it belongs to the stable hands who feel joy just watching me eat. All of this fueled his resolve as he faced his adversaries, declaring that the Yunhe merchant group would not be trifled with. His eyes burned with a fierce light as he delivered his final, cutting remark, "Has no intention of being toyed with by scum like you." He stares down with an unwavering gaze, his voice cutting through the tension, demanding that if they understand his resolve, they should simply disappear. Then, with a chilling finality, he declares them all dismissed. The group of guards and merchant members, including Han Yip, Ma Kinseop, Li Zhong, and Li Huaiyan, exchanged stunned glances, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief at the sudden, drastic decision. As Jinian Li turns his back and walks away, Ouyang Hu, observing from a distance, offers a sardonic farewell, wishing him luck with a hint of menace in his tone. With each step, the ground beneath Jinian Li's feet cracks and shatters, a testament to the raw power he now wields and the impact of his declaration. He stands alone on the fractured platform, a commanding figure overlooking the assembled members of the Yunhe merchant group, his presence radiating an undeniable authority. A guard, Char unnamed guard A, tries to stifle his excitement, whispering about young Master Jinian's victory, while others around him gasp in awe at the display of power. Ouyang Hu, however, remains unimpressed, chastising his own guard squad for their inaction, reminding them that there is no cause for celebration when they stood by and watched. Han Yip and the unnamed guard, still reeling from the events, can only stammer out a hesitant, but still. Their expressions a mix of fear and lingering awe. Jinian Li then addresses Li Huaiyan, the chief administrator, who promptly responds with a respectful, if slightly nervous, "Yes, sir?" With a confident gesture, Jinian Li issues his next command, instructing him to acquire an elixir. Li Huaiyan and Li Zhong look on, understanding the implication of his words, as he reminds them that since he took responsibility, he should at least receive their full support. Li Huaiyan, with a cheerful smile, assures his young master that he will personally prepare the finest quality tonic. His master, Jinian Li, then reminds him that with the task of acquiring elixirs and hiring new guards, he will be quite busy from now on. Turning his gaze, Jinian Li adds a final thought about the guard. Meanwhile, in a different location, Ouyang Hu sits across from a bald monk, stating that he already has some people in mind. The monk, looking skeptical, questions, "Are you sure?" Ouyang Hu, holding a small, golden object, then asks, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, "It was that Li Jinian?" A few days earlier, on the first day of Li Jinian's entry into the Yunhe merchant group, he walked through the grand courtyards, observing his new surroundings. His gaze was sharp, assessing every detail, a subtle intensity in his eyes. Nearby, Ma Kinseop turned to Han Yip, the vice captain, asking, "Now that I think about it, have you eaten, vice captain?" The vice captain, looking surprised, pointed to himself and replied, "You mean me? Not yet. I've been working since dawn." Ma Kinseop simply acknowledged his dedication, a quiet "oh" escaping his lips. From above, Jinian watched the exchange, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. He overheard Han Yip's next words, as the vice captain continued, "Is that so?" Han Yip's voice grew stern, his words carrying across the courtyard, lamenting that some people don't even have time to eat because of work, while others are slacking off during working hours. He concluded that such individuals must have it easy, living off others' money, and declared, "We really should root them all out." Jinion's expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on the scene below. His fist clenches, a silent acknowledgement of the task ahead, as the thought echoes in his mind. Young Master Jinion? The problem, he realizes, is far more complex than a simple replacement. He extends a hand, a gesture of invitation or perhaps a silent command, knowing that he needs someone to fill their place. A moment of quiet contemplation passes, as he turns away, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the grand structure of the Yunha Merchant Group headquarters stands illuminated under the night sky, a voice announcing, "There they are." Inside, the sounds of a bustling gambling den fill the air, laughter and shouts echoing through the room, as patrons engage in various games. One man, with auburn hair tied back, sits intently at a table covered in mahjong tiles, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he observes the game. Nearby, two other men converse, one holding a lit cigar, as a question arises. "Wait a sec, isn't that the pushover?" The auburn-haired man rises from the table, his back to the observers, as one of them urges, "Look closely. It's the Yunha Merchant Group's young master." His hands are clasped behind his back, a posture of quiet confidence, as he begins to walk away. A closer look reveals the young master's sharp features and piercing gaze, his expression hinting at a deeper, perhaps more cunning, nature. The two men continue their hushed conversation, one confirming. A voice muses on how much money will be wasted this time, as a red curtain, marked with a warning sign, hangs before a dimly lit passage. Beyond the curtain, a bulky guard, armed with a trident, stands watch before ornate double doors. His attention drawn as Li Jinian approaches with a calm, measured stride. The guard's expression shifts to one of surprise, then a sneer, as he greets the newcomer, remarking that it has been a while, young master, and questioning if he has returned to his old habits of being a sucker and making generous donations. Jinian, however, responds with a sharp warning not to touch him, or he might get pig grease on himself, leaving the guard utterly confused by the strange retort. Ignoring the guard's bewilderment, Jinian simply commands him to open the door. The guard, taken aback by the unexpected audacity, recoils slightly, sputtering a defiant, "How dare you?" Despite the guard's protest, the heavy doors slowly begin to swing open, revealing a lavish interior where two figures kneel in deference as Jinian steps inside. He looks down at them, a subtle intensity in his gaze, as one of the kneeling figures acknowledges his presence, simply stating, "You're here." The figure, revealed to be Chul Myungo, looks up with a surprised expression, noting that Jinian actually looks better, guessing his recuperation must have gone well. Chul Myungo, known as the Poisonous Fox, offers a simple welcome, adding that it has indeed been a while. Two stern-faced men, Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo, stand guard, their presence unyielding. Meanwhile, Chul Myungo addresses two seated figures, chiding them for their callousness, reminding them that his friend had only just recovered from a long illness and deserved more concern. The two men, caught off guard, offer a hasty apology, claiming ignorance as Chul Myungo bows in deference to the newly arrived Li Jinian. Li Jinian, however, reinforces Myungo's sentiment, insisting that they should indeed show more concern for his friend. A friend, indeed, as Li Jinian and Chul Myungo had been companions since childhood. Their youthful forms are reflected in the water, a stark contrast to the harsh reality of their bond. Even then, Myungo was often the victim, suffering at the hands of others while clutching a precious necklace. That so-called friendship had been nothing more than one-sided violence and financial exploitation. Li Jinian muses on the word, finding the current definition of friend among young people to be quite different from his own understanding. He continues, his voice laced with a hint of sarcasm, suggesting that now that Myungo is back after such a long time, he must be itching for action after all the time he spent recuperating. The image of a bag overflowing with coins appears, symbolizing the financial aspect of Myungo's recuperation. Li Jinian's expression hardens slightly as he thinks, admitting that he was the one itching for action, having no pushover to exploit for money himself. Li Jinian's hand clenches, a subtle gesture as he considers the words spoken, a voice declaring that to celebrate the return of the Yunha Merchant Group's young master, a grand treat awaits. Meanwhile, Chul Myungo, growing impatient with the silence, snaps, accusing him of being quiet this whole time and confessing his annoyance. Myungo leans forward, his expression one of exasperation, as Jinian calmly observes him, a bag of gold sitting between them on the low table. With a slight tilt of his head, Jinian responds that he was merely thinking, prompting Myungo to inquire about the subject of his contemplation. A cold, calculating glint enters Jinian's eyes, his expression unreadable. He was thinking, he muses internally, about whether he should kill Myungo or not. A thought that quickly shifts as he realizes what he truly needs isn't Chul Myungo, but rather the twin brothers who seem to be doing all his chores. Myungo, still oblivious to the true depth of Jinian's thoughts, looks on with a slight frown, while Jinian concludes that the twins probably live as thugs under him. One of Myungo's guards, Makin Siup, appears to be in distress, his face bruised and bleeding, as the two bald attendants stand by, observing the scene. A cruel smile plays on Jinian's lips as he considers the injured guard, thinking that they are too valuable to rot under Chul Myungo. Myungo, still trying to get his attention, asks if he's listening, to which Jinyan, with a decisive tone, declares that he has made his decision, confirming that he did indeed hear him. With a confident smile, Jinyan extends his hand, demanding the vault key. Myungo and his attendants, including the injured Mok and Siup, look on in stunned silence, as Jinyan's demand hangs heavy in the air. Shul Myungo, still reeling from the audacious demand for a vault key, questions the very notion, wondering if the young master simply desires money instead. With a sly smirk, Li Jinyan confirms he will indeed take cash for now. He then begins to meticulously list his grievances, calculating the thousands of niang he was forced to invest in a gambling den, the accrued interest, the extorted money, and even his medical bills from being beaten up by Myungo's men. As Jinyan speaks, his attendants, Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo, watch from behind Myungo, while a small bag of coins sits on the table, seemingly offered as payment. Jinyan's expression remains cool and calculating, his finger raised as if making a precise point in his financial assessment. From behind, Jinyan observes Myungo's reaction, a thought crossing his mind. Did I go too easy? Myungo's hand rises to his mouth, a stifled sound escaping him. Then, a booming, unrestrained laugh erupts from him, his face contorted in a wide, almost manic grin. Myungo continues to laugh heartily, joined by Mok and Siup, joking that Jinyan must have diligently studied arithmetic during his recovery. Slamming his hand down on the table, Myungo exclaims, "Ha! Hugh, you crazy bastard." Jinyan, holding up the small bag of money, calmly states that it only contains 100,000 niang, but also jewelry, gold, and silver. As the camera focuses on his feet, a sudden shift in posture implies a change in his demeanor, followed by a single, ominous word, "but." Shul Myungo's finger jabs accusingly toward Jinyan, his expression a mix of disdain and impatience. He offers, with a sneer, to lend money if needed, but demands to know the reason behind the sudden request for the vault key. Jinyan remains silent for a moment, his hand rising to his face in thought, before quietly asking, "And why?" Myungo's grin widens, a dangerous edge to his voice as he demands, if he's been ignored this entire time. He continues to berate Jinyan, accusing him of acting fragile as a former patient, only to now scowl, demand the vault key, and ignore him. Myungo's patience snaps, his voice booming with a furious command to get a grip. "You bastard." With a wide, unsettling grin, he asserts his identity, reminding Jinyan exactly who he is, Shul Myungo. A sudden, sharp impact sends Jinyan's head snapping back, a single tear or bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek. Myungo's voice cuts through the air again, taunting, "Hey, Li Jinyan, what's wrong with you?" He grabs Jinyan's face roughly, pulling him close, his eyes narrowed as he asks if he has a death wish. Myungo continues, his voice dripping with menace, asking if the cat got his tongue before ordering his men to pin the bastard to the ground, suggesting a beating might straighten him out. Seated, Myungo watches, his face contorted in anger, as one of his bald guards stands ready behind him, awaiting the command to act. As the bald guard moved to restrain him, Jinyan remained on the ground, his arm seized in a tight grip. The hold was firm, his wrist twisted uncomfortably. Yet, as Jinyan simply stared down, the bald guard couldn't help but question his own actions, wondering if he was truly serious about this defiance. Shul Myungo, however, had no such doubts, his smirk widening as he gripped Jinyan's face, reminding him that he had even gone to the trouble of showing kindness. With a sudden, brutal motion, Myungo slammed Jinyan's face directly into the hard ground. Standing over the fallen man, Myungo raised his hand, ready to deliver another blow or signal his guards to continue the assault. But before he could act, Jinyan moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he struck the bald guard who had initially restrained him. The force of the blow sent Jinbo reeling backward, his body flying through the air as coins scattered from his robes, leaving the other guard stunned. Now standing tall, his back to the bewildered guards, Jinyan faced the remaining threats, his sudden retaliation leaving them in shock. Jinbo, still reeling from the unexpected blow, coughed up blood, the pain a stark reminder of Jinyan's hidden strength. Without hesitation, Jinyan launched a swift kick, connecting with another guard. And with another powerful strike, he sent yet another opponent sprawling. With a swift, brutal motion, he twists the guard's arm, the bone-jarring impact echoing through the chamber. Before the man can even register the pain, a powerful kick sends him flying, his body a mere projectile. Another guard rushes in, only to be met with a blinding flash of blue energy as Jinyan's fist connects, crackling with raw power. With a final, decisive movement, he stomps down, ensuring the opponent remains incapacitated. The bald guard, Yuk Jinbo, lets out a guttural cry of agony, his face contorted in disbelief and pain. He is then sent tumbling through the air, a broken figure amidst the chaos. From a distance, Shul Myungo watches, his expression a mixture of calculation and growing concern. A thought crosses his mind. This display of power is truly surprising. On the ground, another guard's hand twitches weakly, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the assault. Shul Myungo's internal monologue continues, wondering, how could they possibly stand back up after such a beating? Yuk Jinbo, now completely defeated, slumps forward, his body a testament to the overwhelming power he faced. Indeed, the narration confirms that both of the guards had their wrists and ankles shattered, leaving them utterly broken. Despite the brutal efficiency of their opponent, the guards stood their ground, their eyes reflecting not a hint of fear. Observing their unwavering stance, he mused aloud, "There." A confident smile spreading across his face, the real deal. Yet, even as he spoke, a guard was already sent reeling, his arm twisting unnaturally from a devastating impact, a pained cry escaping his lips. He moved like a phantom, weaving through the remaining combatants, leaving a trail of bewildered and falling figures in his wake. With a swift turn, he delivered another precise strike, blue energy flaring around his fist as he declared, "Now then." The impact sent two more guards hurtling backward, their bodies crashing into the surroundings with a resounding thud. The remaining guards could only stare in disbelief, sweat beading on their brows as one of them stammered, "Where'd he go?" But he was already gone, reappearing in a flash of blue energy, his movements too swift for the eye to follow. Another guard found himself on the receiving end of a powerful kick, the blue aura of the impact radiating outward. Before the first could even fall, he had already grabbed another by the head, his grip firm and unyielding. With a final, dismissive tone, he uttered, "Expected. You two are." His power, he muses, is far too valuable to simply let rot away. And with a surge of crimson energy around his hands, he unleashes another devastating strike. The impact sends a guard reeling, his face contorting from the sheer force. As the remaining opponents hesitate, he warns them he won't repeat himself, a declaration that elicits a desperate curse from Chulmyungo. Surveying the scene of his swift victory, he observes that all that's left now is the aftermath. Indeed, several guards lie unconscious on the ground, their forms scattered across the floor. Chulmyungo, his face slick with sweat, struggles to comprehend the overwhelming power he just witnessed. Meanwhile, Li Jinian simply smiles, a picture of calm confidence amidst the chaos he created. Standing before an ornate, circular doorway, Jinian reflects on the situation, knowing that all that's left now is to deal with the consequences of his actions. Behind him, two figures lie unconscious on the polished wooden floor, their bodies sprawled in disarray. A close-up reveals the simple, brown fabric of one of their robes, a stark contrast to the elegance of the room. Mok and Siup, witnessing the scene, can only utter a stunned, "Whoa, fuck." Meanwhile, Jinian offers a calm, almost playful smile, his hands open in a gesture of innocence. As Jinian walks away, Mok and Siup, still visibly annoyed, calls out, "Arg, hey, you should have told me if you studied martial arts instead of arithmetics during your recuperation." His expression then shifts to one of intense seriousness, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Suddenly, Chulmyungo appears, a knife glinting in his hand, questioning, "Myungo, you're usually quick on the uptake, so why not this time?" As Chulmyungo takes a step back, Jinian warns him, "Hey, don't come any closer." Attempting to diffuse the tension, Chulmyungo suggests, "Let's talk this out, yeah?" But Jinian's frustration is palpable, sighing, "Sigh, fuck this, seriously." He extends a reassuring hand, his voice calm amidst the rising tension, promising that there is no need to be afraid. But before the words can fully settle, Chulmyungo explodes into action, a blur of motion as he lunges with his knife, declaring that the first strike always wins. A flicker of surprise crosses Jinian's face, a momentary pause as he registers the sudden, aggressive move. The knife strikes with a sharp clang, sending sparks flying as it meets an unseen defense. Without missing a beat, Chulmyungo follows up with a powerful kick, sending his opponent reeling backward amidst a cloud of dust and impact energy. His fist, glowing with a faint blue aura, prepares for yet another relentless strike. The punch connects with brutal force, driving Jinian further back as the blue energy ripples outward. Small fragments of the environment shatter and fly, a testament to the sheer power behind the assault. Yet, through the dust and impact, Jinian's gaze remains sharp, his voice cutting through the chaos to declare that the counterstrike wins. Chulmyungo, confident in his barrage, responds with a sneering asshole, convinced of his victory. But in an instant, the tables turn, as Jinian unleashes a torrent of crackling blue lightning, engulfing Chulmyungo in a blinding surge of power. A guttural scream tears from Chulmyungo's throat, his body racked by the overwhelming electrical discharge. From a quiet corner, a guard sighs, muttering to himself that at this rate, someone is bound to die today. Meanwhile, the defeated Chulmyungo lets out a guttural groan, his face contorted in agony as the lingering effects of the attack rack his body. Standing calmly above him, Jinian observes the scene, his expression unreadable as he surveys the outcome of their clash. The defeated man's head remains bowed, his dark hair splayed across the floor, a testament to his incapacitation. Jinian stands alone in the center of the room, a solitary figure amidst the unconscious forms of his opponents, who lie scattered across the polished floor. As the young master looks on, Chulmyungo struggles to utter a sound, a pained kook, escaping his lips, still reeling from the lightning strike. His body still twitching from the residual energy, the fallen man flinches, a subtle tremor running through him. Then, a pained, yet defiant laugh erupts from him, a chilling sound that echoes in the now silent room. Looking up with a fierce glare, Chul Myungo declares his presence and challenges his victor, demanding to know what he wants. Jin, however, is lost in thought, a flicker of O Yang whose face appearing in his mind, as he wonders what kind of training his former adversary underwent during his recuperation. He ponders if O Yang who secretly trained instead of truly recuperating, a suspicion that now seems to be confirmed by Chul Myungo's unexpected resilience. A wry smile plays on Jinion's lips as he considers the possibility, wondering if O Yang whose actions were all part of a grand scheme for revenge, despite Jinion's belief that he hadn't been that harsh. Jinion's voice cuts through the air, a sharp accusation, as he stands over the defeated Ma Siup, demanding to know if he truly harbored thoughts of revenge. Ma Siup, still reeling from the fight, looks up, his face a mix of pain and defiance, his body bruised but unbroken. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Jinion offers a surprising olive branch, asking if there's anything else he desires, urging him to simply speak his mind. He continues, acknowledging the rough treatment, but quickly pivoting to their shared history, reminding Ma Siup of their childhood friendship. Jinion asserts their closeness, declaring them to be tight, and after all, friends. Ma Siup's expression remains conflicted, a silent testament to the complex emotions swirling within him. Jinion presses on, reinforcing his point, proclaiming that this is what true friendship is about, and that this decision is the right one. He then pulls Ma Siup into a tight embrace, apologizing for upsetting him and promising an end to all future bullying and physical altercations. Ma Siup, clearly uncomfortable, tries to push him away, finding the forced affection sickening, before questioning the sincerity of their friendship. Ignoring the protest, Jinion beams, firmly declaring them to be brothers. As other members of the Yunhe merchant group, Li Waiyan, Han Yip, Gongsun Myung, Yuk Jinbo, and Yuk Myungbo, look on, Jinion instructs them to greet their new big brother with proper respect and congratulate him on his transformation. Ma Siup, still looking somewhat disgruntled, receives the congratulations, acknowledging his newfound strength as the forced camaraderie settles around him. Ma Siup's mind races, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Friends? Brothers, he thinks, remembering how Jinion had once been the one to grovel and fawn over his every word. His eyes narrow with a fierce resolve, as he vows internally to escape this predicament and immediately retrieve the twins once he is free. For him, having those two by his side means no problem is insurmountable, no challenge too great to overcome. Meanwhile, Jinion turns his attention to two bald figures, addressing them by name, Myungbo and Jinbo. He then looks back at Ma Siup, a subtle smile playing on his lips, reminding him that a sworn brotherhood is a lifelong commitment, and questioning if he truly accepts this bond. Ma Siup, still on the floor, hesitates, his discomfort palpable, while Jinbo and Myungbo kneel nearby, their expressions mirroring his uncertainty. Jinion's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know why they look at him that way, insisting they are now sworn brothers, prompting Jinbo and Myungbo to reluctantly agree to serve him as their big brother from now on. Their faces, etched with resignation, confirm their unwilling acceptance of the new hierarchy. A satisfied smile spreads across Jinion's face as he approves of their spirit, while Ma Siup stands nearby, still looking deeply uncomfortable. He declares that everything is now settled, setting the stage for his next move. With a sly, confident smirk, Jinion suggests that if they are truly brothers, they must decide who holds the position of the biggest brother. He then dismisses the two guards, instructing them to step outside, declaring that he and Ma Siup will decide the matter privately and inform them later, leaving Ma Siup with a look of stunned annoyance. A sudden realization dawns on Ma Siup, his eyes widening in alarm as he processes the implications of Jinion's words. As the two bald figures, Jinbo and Myungbo, obediently turn to leave, Jinion watches them go, his gaze lingering on their retreating forms. The soft thud of their footsteps echoes through the quiet room, leaving Jinion and Ma Siup alone. From above, the two men stand in stark contrast on the ornate leopard skin rug, the tension between them palpable. Ma Siup's mind races, a single question burning through his thoughts. What exactly is Jinion truly after? With a sly, knowing smirk, Jinion holds up a small, gleaming object, his voice calm as he declares that he will decide their fate. He then addresses Myungbo, one of the twins, with a condescending tone, commenting on how he profited from gullible guys and adding that such behavior is improper. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across his face as he assures Ma Siup that he will raise them right, implying a complete re-education for the twins under his strict guidance. Ma Siup's hand clenches into a tight fist, his frustration evident, but he can only let out a silent sigh of resignation. Jinion then extends his hand, offering a pouch of money, telling him simply to take it. Overwhelmed, Ma Siup clutches his head, the injustice of the situation weighing heavily on him, questioning how Jinion could beat him and then take his twin brothers as well. His face contorts in a silent scream of rage and despair as he realizes Jinion's actions are tantamount to a death sentence for his own future. Overwhelmed by the humiliation and despair, he could only plead, "Just kill me." A cold, detached voice responded, "Kill you?" Before he could process the words, a brutal punch connected with his face, sending a spray of blood into the air. The assault continued without mercy, a swift kick following the initial blow. His face contorted in agony, blood now trickling from his nose and mouth as his vision blurred. A cruel smirk played on the aggressor's lips as he delivered another taunt. "You've worked hard, friend." The sound of another impact echoed, the relentless beating continuing. He was sent sprawling across the floor, another powerful kick connecting with his side. Barely conscious, a single thought broke through the haze of pain. Wait. As another blow landed, he realized the true intent behind the assault. This is... His tormentor's eyes began to glow with an ominous blue light, crackling with electricity, and the terrifying realization struck him. He's actually gonna kill me. With his face battered and bruised, the final, desperate thought consumed him. I'm really going to die. Still held aloft by his neck, Mak-In-seop struggles to speak, his voice barely a choked whisper as he tries to bargain for his life. Jin-yeon, however, merely smirks down at him, feigning indifference and claiming he can't hear him well, before Mak-In-seop can even properly articulate his offer to give up the key in exchange for his life. With a cruel twist of his lips, Jin-yeon then challenges him, asking if that's truly how someone begging for their life should speak, his eyes gleaming with malicious amusement. Mak-In-seop can only curse under his breath, as Jin-yeon continues his torment, suggesting they should speak respectfully now that they are friends. The words hit harder than any blow, leaving Mak-In-seop gasping in shock and pain, his face contorted in disbelief and agony as the abuse continues. Suddenly, a blur of motion interrupts the cruel scene, as Chul Myung-go launches a powerful kick, sending a fiery impact against Jin-yeon's side and forcing him to recoil. The impact reverberates through the air, a burst of fiery energy and debris marking the force of the unexpected counterattack. Chul Myung-go stands firm, calling out to his big bro Myung-go in defiance, while Jin-yeon, though unseen in the main view, reacts with a sneer, wondering how anyone dares to laugh at him. Lying on the ground, battered and bruised, Mak-In-seop can only think to himself that the man who just attacked him must truly be out of his mind. His eyes, though still showing the marks of his ordeal, now hold a flicker of awareness as he watches the unfolding confrontation, a faint blush of emotion coloring his cheeks. Meanwhile, from a higher vantage point, two bald figures observe the scene, one of them beginning to speak, their presence adding another layer of mystery to the escalating conflict. Lying defeated, Mak-In-seop internally concedes, admitting he lost, and accepting the new hierarchy, acknowledging Jin-yeon as his big bro and vowing to serve him well. The scene unfolds from above, revealing Jin-yeon and Mak-In-seop both sprawled on the ground, while Chul Myung-go stands tall and imposing over them, his intervention having decisively ended the conflict, as two bald figures observe from a distance. Mak-In-seop, his face bruised and swollen, clenches his jaw, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation that threatens to bring him to tears. Meanwhile, one of the bald observers remarks that it's probably better for the defeated to find a better place to live, like the Yunha merchant group, rather than this trashy gambling den, as the other bald figure listens intently. Mak-In-seop, still reeling, reflects on the long-standing bond he believed he shared with his companions, who affirm their understanding, and he offers a quiet, heartfelt thanks for everything, his eyes closed in resignation. He remains on the ground, a defeated figure, as the sound of footsteps echoes nearby. A heavy boot steps into view, its silent presence speaking volumes. One of the bald observers, now clearly frustrated, curses the ungrateful bald bastards for their perceived betrayal. Meanwhile, Jin-yeon, now wearing a dark red robe, descends a staircase, muttering that the old folks were right, having warned him never to trust creatures with black hair, as his own black hair flows behind him. Another heavy boot steps forward, belonging to Chul Myung-go, prompting one of the bald observers to question if that walking corpse is indeed Chul Myung-go. The other bald figure confirms his identity, then immediately wonders aloud where the twin brothers who always accompanied him have gone. With a strategic glint in his eye, the bald observer concludes that if Chul Myung-go's companions are truly gone, they might actually stand a chance of defeating him. Chul Myung-go surveyed the scene around him, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. A soft sigh escaped him as he braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. His gaze hardened, taking in the growing number of figures emerging from the shadows, a wry comment forming on his lips about all these bastards coming out of the woodwork. With a defiant roar, he declared his identity, letting them know he was the poisonous fox, daring them to challenge him. Purple energy began to crackle around him, as he challenged them to cut the crap and come at him if they truly had the guts. His words only fueled their rage, one of the thugs scoffing that a dead man walking still dared to act so arrogantly. With a unified cry to kill him, the mob surged forward, but Chul Myung-go met their assault head-on, a blur of motion and crackling purple energy. Despite his fierce counterattack, the sheer numbers began to overwhelm him, a chain wrapping around his hand as he grimly thought this was actually going to kill him. His knuckles bruised and raw, he clenched his fist, a bitter thought crossing his mind that Jin-yeon should have taken it easy on him, calling him a bastard. Then, with a surge of renewed determination, he unleashed a devastating strike, purple energy exploding outwards, sending weapons and bodies flying. The impact was immense, a blinding flash of power that cleared a wide radius around him. His face still bruised but resolute, he reflected on the irony. These very guys couldn't even look him in the eye before, yet now they were all over him because they perceived him as weak. Chul Myungo stands firm amidst the encroaching thugs, his voice ringing out with a challenge. If you want to kill him, come at him when he's not half dead. His defiance continues, as he dismisses them with a sneer, calling them you bunch of classless bastards. One of the thugs, ignoring his words, points towards a pile of goods, instructing his companions to get everything useful over there. Myungo, watching them, lets out a frustrated sigh, muttering, ugh, asshole, acting all cool and crap. As he looks out into the desolate landscape, a profound weariness settles over him, prompting the thought, what a fucked up world. Meanwhile, the sun begins to set over a grand, traditional building, casting long shadows across its intricate rooftops and balconies. Inside, two bald men diligently carry wooden boxes, their movements observed by Jinian, who simply asks, what? One of the men, his face showing a slight injury, expresses gratitude to Jinian, saying, thank you for helping Myungo. Jinian watches the men carry their burdens, as the same man repeats his thanks, thank you for helping Myungo. He continues to observe the two men, who are now carefully placing the wooden boxes onto a table. As the men exit the building, carrying more boxes, it becomes clear that anyone who has been to this gambling den would recognize the scene of its clearing out. He had often wondered the same thing, pondering why the twin brothers had chosen to follow Chul Myungo. Some whispered they were brought there and sold as slaves, while others simply believed they were just afraid of him. Even he, observing the two bald figures in a flashback, knew they were neither sold as slaves, nor did they follow him out of fear. A thoughtful expression crosses his face. For even in his second life, understanding the true intentions of people remained a difficult task, a truth he carried as he walked through the bustling market. He glances down, a subtle sigh escaping him, as he watches the twin brothers diligently carrying out their tasks, prompting a surprised no way. From an unseen observer, his expression remains pensive. As the observer questions, that's really Jinian? As new family members officially join the Yunha merchant group, Jinian finds himself observing the imposing figures of Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo, the twin brothers, their sheer size prompting a quiet, almost awestruck thought. They're huge. From the bustling streets of the Galaxy Merchant Guild, a familiar frustration brews, as one young man sighs, muttering, ugh, seriously. His thoughts turn to the source of his irritation, realizing that ever since Jinian came back, there hasn't been a single peaceful day. Meanwhile, Jinian strides confidently through the city, his presence commanding attention, prompting Li Joan to recall how just the other day, he brought back a ton of money out of nowhere, and now he's dragging in two big guys, a development he doesn't like. His frustration boils over, exclaiming, him, period, before a sudden realization hits him, making him wonder, WH what the heck? His eyes widen in disbelief, demanding to know, what is that? Meanwhile, Ma Kin-seop guides a horse-drawn cart, its contents still a mystery. As the horse's hooves pound the ground, bringing the valuable cargo into the bustling market, where an array of goods glitters under the light. Li Waiyan, ever diligent, instructs a porter to leave the cart over there and be careful. There are important goods inside. Approaching the scene, Li Joan confronts him, exclaiming, second son. No, brother Waiyan, what's all this? Both men stare in astonishment at the sheer volume of rare elixirs, with Li Joan gasping, whoa, even the rare elixirs people line up at dawn to get their hands on. With a knowing smirk, Li Joan simply replies, I ordered them. A pair of guards look up in surprise, one exclaiming, Father? The man they address, Jinian, walks with a steady gait, flanked by his loyal guards, his presence commanding attention. Approaching him, Li Waiyan expresses concern, insisting that going outside is still too much for his health. Jinian dismisses her worries with a calm assurance, declaring that he feels much better. Meanwhile, Li Joan, holding a small elixir bottle, looks up at Gongsun Myung with wide eyes, questioning his father's intentions with such a massive quantity of elixirs. His expression shifts to a hopeful, almost greedy smile, wondering if some of the elixirs, far exceeding what Jinian requested, are meant for him too. But his hopes are dashed as the elder's words hit him like a physical blow, revealing that every single one is for his brother. Zhaon recoils in utter disbelief, his face contorted in shock at the sheer scale of the revelation. He then turns his gaze to the towering stacks of elixir crates, muttering that a single elixir wouldn't be enough to change their fate. The sheer volume of the precious goods is staggering, yet Jinian considers it a minor expense compared to what they've invested in other factions. He further explains his strategy to his guards, revealing that he's also sent letters to regional branch heads, old friends, and respected merchants. These letters inform them of the bulk purchase of high-quality elixirs to overcome their company's crisis, implying that if the company falls, they too will suffer, thus ensuring their serious cooperation. Gongsun Myung reflects on a past misjudgment, acknowledging that bringing Gu Yanghu in as captain of the escort was a mistake he now needs to rectify. Meanwhile, his guards praise Jinian Li, with one remarking, that's a wise decision. The young master is sure to become a great warrior. Another guard adds, absolutely. Big Brother was really amazing, as Lee Jong stands nearby, visibly distressed, while Gongsun Myung addresses him, saying, thank you, Vice Leader, I'll be counting on your support. The Vice Leader responds, of course, leave it to me, as Lee Jong, still looking distraught, hears Gongsun Myung's internal thought. No, but still, this is great. What a perfect opportunity. Jineon Lee, accompanied by his loyal guards, gazes out, a confident smile playing on his lips as he muses, I finally get to blow through all the money I've saved up my whole life. His white robes flow around him, adorned with intricate patterns, emphasizing his refined presence. A moment later, Lee Jong lets out a soft, confused sound, his eyes wide with disbelief as he processes the implications of Jineon Lee's words. The confusion quickly turns to raw fury, as Lee Jong lets out a guttural scream, his face contorted in utter frustration and rage. He confronts Jineon Lee and Lee Waiyan, demanding, wait. Father, what about me? What about my elixir? A smirk plays on Gongsun Myung's lips as he observes the furious young man before him, then asks, do you need one? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent taunt that only fuels the young man's simmering rage. As he lashes out, his frustration boiling over, wherever I go, it's always Jineon, Jineon, he screams, why does he get an elixir, and I don't? His hands clutch at his head, eyes wide with disbelief and fury. You bastards, are you discriminating against me? The outburst leaves him panting, a single thought echoing in his mind. Damn it. What kind of miraculous encounter did that guy have? His face contorts in a mix of confusion and irritation as he wonders aloud. What is he on about? Suddenly, a masked figure, eyes glowing red, lunges with a fist wreathed in crackling blue energy, forcing the young man to react instantly, his arm blurring as he attempts to block the powerful strike. Despite his efforts, the masked trainer's blow connects, sending him reeling back with a pained cry. Later, passing a bald man in simple robes, the young man dismisses him curtly. I'm out for a walk. Move. His walk is anything but leisurely, as he strains, dragging a massive boulder through the water. The bald man watching him with a quizzical expression, wondering, a walk? While dragging a giant boulder. He continues his relentless training, each strike a testament to his burning ambition, the sound of his movements echoing through the air. His brow furrowed in intense concentration, he pushes through the pain, his gaze fixed on an unseen goal. Meanwhile, a new figure observes his efforts, remarking, that Yun Ball guy is really putting in the work. The training continues, a blur of motion and discipline, as he pushes his body to its absolute limits. Suddenly, he is sent flying backward, landing with a heavy thud, his training sword scattered around him. The wooden sword that struck him gleams in the sunlight, held firmly by his sparring partner. It is Gu Yonghu, his expression serious, who wields the training weapon with practiced ease. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the training ground, Gu Yonghu makes a decisive lunge with his sword. He attacks with a fierce cry, his intent clear as the wooden blade slices through the air. But Lee Jong, anticipating the move, closes the distance instantly, landing a clean, powerful blow to Gu Yonghu's jaw. Later, still pushing his physical limits, Lee Jong strains against a massive wooden training dummy, his muscles burning with effort. Gu Yonghu, his form glowing with a faint aura, bids him farewell, as Lee Jong looks on, his expression resolute and determined. A powerful technique erupts, radiating a fierce purple energy that cracks the very ground beneath it. As the practitioner channels an immense burst of white light upwards, the force of the move pushing against the air with incredible intensity. The energy then dissipates, leaving a faint glow in its wake, but the lingering impression of power is undeniable. A moment later, Lee Jong lets out a sigh, his expression one of mild annoyance, before asking what the matter is. Gu Yonghu, startled by his sudden appearance, recoils with a shout, demanding to know why his brother is there and if he wasn't supposed to be out for a walk. Kneeling in frustration, Gu Yonghu declares he's finished, insisting that if Lee Jong is going to critique, he should at least do it properly, then challenges him to replicate the move with his sword. Lee Jong, holding a wooden sword, calmly remarks that Gu Yonghu copied his final move quite well. A blush creeps onto Gu Yonghu's face as he realizes his brother had been watching him the entire time once again. Undeterred by the critique, Gu Yonghu continues his practice, executing a swift, dynamic sword strike with his wooden blade. He follows through with another powerful motion, the impact of his practice strike visible in the air. The momentum of his swing carries through, culminating in a sharp, decisive finish. With a smug grin, Lee Jong comments on the previous move, declaring that Gu Yonghu's stab was quite sloppy. Gu Yonghu's face contorts in a snarl, his surprise evident as the attack begins. Before he can react, Jineon's fist connects with his cheek. A guttural cry escapes Gu Yonghu's lips. Jineon's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, moving with impossible speed. Gu Yonghu, still reeling, can only defend frantically. Overwhelmed, Gu Yonghu cries out in desperation. But Jineon offers no reprieve. Gu Yonghu lets out a desperate cry. He thrashes, attempting to free his weapon, his eyes wide with terror and defeat. The confrontation ends as abruptly as it began. Gu Yonghu's eyes dart around in disbelief, his mind racing as Jian Li vanishes from his sight, leaving him to wonder if he had truly disappeared. But before he can fully process the vanishing act, Jian Li is already in motion, a blur of speed closing the distance, his sharp gaze fixed on his opponent. He moves with a calculated ferocity, understanding that when individuals lose control and find themselves backed into a corner, they often resort to their most desperate measures. Gu Yonghu's expression twists in a desperate attempt to defend himself, his sword held ready, but his eyes betray his growing panic. As Jian Li winds up a powerful, glowing punch, he muses that they tend to pull out their best trump card in such dire situations. The sun begins to set over the traditional architecture of the training grounds, casting long, golden shadows across the courtyard. Dust motes dance in the fading light, highlighting the empty expanse of the arena where a lone weapon now lies discarded. Suddenly, Gu Yonghu's body trembles violently, his jaw clenched in pain as he reels from a devastating impact. Jian Li's fist connects squarely with Gu Yonghu's face, the force of the blow sending him flying backward with a sickening crunch. He lands hard on the ground, crying out in pain, as Jian Li stands over him, his posture radiating calm authority. Gu Yonghu's mind races, realizing he almost died in that moment, and that stabbing, despite its power, inherently has a lower hit rate than slashing. Jian Li, observing his defeated opponent, acknowledges that Gu Yonghu's threefold transformation sword was indeed a one-strike kill technique, and he had no choice but to be cautious with his thrust. He considers his recent victory, knowing that if he can move faster than that split second, the outcome of any confrontation is already decided. Yet, a part of him struggles to accept this reality, as he recalls his past life, where his former self wouldn't have even given an opponent like Gu Yonghu time to draw a sword. His current body, however, still feels like a limitation. Even as the legendary Fist King, he doesn't possess even half the strength he commanded in those days. Lying defeated before him, Gu Yonghu is a testament to his current power, but the victory brings him no satisfaction. Even his past self, the formidable Fist King, had failed to surpass some individuals. The memory of those who stood above him, even in his prime, fuels a deep-seated resolve. His fist clenches, a silent vow echoing in his mind. This current state, this lingering weakness, simply won't do. He must become stronger than ever before, a power beyond comparison. His intense focus is broken by a soft voice, informing him that a visitor has arrived. Acknowledging the message, he prepares to meet them, while the servant wonders at his sudden seriousness. A sharp impact rings out, sending a man reeling back, a cry of pain escaping his lips. Clutching his head in disbelief, Gu Yonghu recognizes the source of the unexpected blow, muttering about the audacity of the one who struck him. Meanwhile, the morning sun casts long shadows across the intricate rooftops of the city, illuminating the quiet grandeur of the traditional architecture. Back in the present, a conversation unfolds, with one voice urging another to stop their nonsense, dismissing their words as foolish chatter. The speaker continues, questioning the very idea that Jian could possess martial arts skill, insisting that he was only ever interested in women, not fighting. But Gu Wong, his eyes wide with conviction, vehemently declares that he witnessed it with his own eyes. He recounts a night of heavy drinking, stumbling past Chiol Myongo's gambling den. When he saw something that defied Jian's reputation, the memory still vivid as he savors his drink. Gu Yonghu, seemingly distracted by other matters, asks if everything is prepared, then instructs someone to head directly to the Galaxy Merchant Guild, only to be startled by a familiar voice. His expression shifts to one of flustered recognition as he realizes the identity of the speaker. Turning his head, he questions if the figure he sees is indeed Jian, a hint of surprise in his tone. Gu Wong, however, dismisses the interruption with a casual "so what?" then continues his story, explaining that after he vomited, Jian had vanished. Zhu Jiaoyang, listening intently, points out that this is precisely why no one believes his tale. As the group approaches, a figure named Sama Guk urges them forward, insisting there's no need to hesitate, as seeing the young master is precisely why they came. Indeed, their purpose is clear, to finally meet their young master. As they enter the grand hall, the sight before them elicits a quiet observation from Gu Yonghu, who notes that the young master appears to be still the same as ever. However, the reality of Li Jian's presence is far from the same, his physique now a testament to immense power, rippling with defined muscle. His long, dark hair frames a face of intense focus, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light as he stands before them, a formidable presence. The group, including the two bald Yuk brothers in the foreground, watches in stunned silence, as Li Jian's transformed figure is fully revealed. A collective gasp of disbelief hangs in the air, as the sheer magnitude of his change registers with the onlookers. The guards and servants erupt in a flurry of confused whispers, some questioning if this truly is their young master, others wondering if he's a new adoptee, while a few even ask about the bald figures beside him, though one insists with certainty that it is indeed their young master. Gu Wong, still reeling from the sight, questions his own perception, wondering if he drank too much last night and is seeing things, before realizing with a jolt that he truly did see him. A flashback or mental image shows Gu Yonghu looking at the transformed Genion, reflecting on how that was too much and how Genion had been so indifferent before this change. Gu Yonghu's mind races with questions, struggling to reconcile the figure before him with the Li Genion he knew, the one and only of the four pillars of their branch. The shock is palpable, even among the seasoned guards like Chul Myungo and Ma Siup, who can only stare in wide-eyed astonishment, a collective cry of utter disbelief escaping them. Still radiating an aura of immense power, Genion gestures towards the two bald attendants, commanding Myohyang to take the twins to the common dining hall, ensuring they receive ample portions. As the servant leads the two bald men away, the others watch them depart, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Gu Wong then turns his gaze to another servant, his expression stern, as the woman flinches, clearly intimidated by the unfolding events. Genion, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, addresses the remaining group with a powerful voice, demanding to know why they hesitate. His muscular physique is evident beneath his robes, a stark contrast to his former self, emphasizing the profound change he has undergone. The group, including Gu Wong, Gu Yonghu, Zhu Jiaoyang, Ma Siup, and Chul Myungo, stands frozen, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and fear as they stare at their transformed young master. From behind, his long, dark hair cascades down his back, as a desperate plea echoes through the hall. Someone save us. The self-proclaimed four heavenly kings of wine and women, known for indulging in both, were a notorious group. Among them was Sima Guk, a hopeful of the Murim alliance, and Zhu Jiaoyang, who suffered from irritable bowel syndrome and was a repeated exam taker. Then there was Gu Wong, the youngest heir to the West Wind escort establishment, completing the trio of these infamous figures. And finally, the infamous heir of the Yunhe merchant group, Li Jinian. These were the members of the group. They had all gathered, having heard the unbelievable rumor that their pushover friend had returned. Sama Guk leaned in, offering a morsel to Zhu Jiaoyang, who readily accepted it. Gu Wong then took his turn, feeding Zhu Jiaoyang with similar familiarity, as the latter simply absorbed the attention. Li Jinian's expression soured, thinking, not these self-proclaimed friends again. Sama Guk, oblivious to his irritation, gestured playfully, insisting, come on, we're friends, haha. Li Jinian remembered seeing these guys before, always hanging out, talking about liquor and women. They called themselves something like the four unruly drunken idiots, or perhaps the four total wrecks, as he recalled with a sigh. As the conversation continues, one of the men leans forward, his voice filled with concern, asking if he is all right after hearing of his return. Seated at the table, Li Jinian calmly eats, while Sama Guk and Zhu Jiaoyang observe him with a mix of awe and suspicion. Sama Guk noting his intense aura and remarking that he seems more than fine, even looking quite intense. Zhu Jiaoyang, still processing the sight, confesses his disbelief, struggling to accept that the powerful figure he witnessed that day was truly him. Sama Guk then reaches out, grabbing his arm with a questioning gaze, wondering if he had been secretly training non-stop to achieve such a transformation. The man's thoughts echo the sentiment that such a level of power cannot be attained through mere training alone. As the group gathers closer, Gu Wong, Zhu Jiaoyang, and Sama Guk all stare at Li Jinian, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern as one of them urges the others to simply observe him. Zhu Jiaoyang's eyes widen as he looks at the protagonist, a single word escaping his lips in stunned realization. This is... A close-up reveals Li Jinian's face, his eyes glowing with a subtle blue aura, as the realization dawns on his companions. Martial arts, they exclaim internally. The blue energy around him intensifies slightly, a silent testament to the power he now wields. As he pours a drink, the questions continue, his companions having heard the rumor of his victory over O Yang Hu, and they press him, demanding to know who taught him martial arts, convinced he couldn't have learned it on his own. He raises the cup to his lips, offering a simple, dismissive reply. I got lucky. Zhu Jiaoyang, still reeling from the revelation of Jinian's transformation, remarks on his sudden success, admitting she barely recognized him at first. Meanwhile, Gu Wong, observing the young master, utters his name in a tone of profound disbelief, the weight of the changes in Li Jinian clearly settling upon him. Sama Guk then drops a bombshell, confirming the demise of O Yang Hu, leaving his companions in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. Zhu Jiaoyang, recovering from the shock, presses him for his next move, eager to understand his intentions. Jinian, holding a cup, explains his immediate obligations, mentioning debts tied to his sect, and offers to assist the merchant group while he prepares to settle them. His eyes, now glowing with an intense blue light, betray a deeper, singular focus, a burning ambition that transcends mere repayment. For him, nothing else matters, only the relentless pursuit of greater strength. As they gather around a table laden with food, the others listen to his words, their expressions a mix of concern and bewilderment at his unwavering resolve. Zhu Jiaoyang, visibly frustrated, wonders aloud if they've stumbled into the wrong place, while Gu Wong vehemently denies any fault of his own. Sama Guk, however, remains stoic, observing the unfolding drama with a thoughtful gaze. The others express their disbelief at Jinian's decision to recuperate elsewhere, perceiving it as nothing less than an exile. From a balcony overlooking the scene, Gu Wong laments the situation, believing their father must be deeply disappointed by these developments. He listens intently as his companion, Zhu Jiaoyang, expresses his genuine approval, finding the current situation to be good, urging him to use this time to recover, study, and change. Jian, with a subtle smirk, acknowledges the suggestion, pondering the idea of change. His expression shifts to one of quiet determination, as he agrees that such a transformation would be great. Later, in a more relaxed setting, Zhu Jiaoyang stands beside Jian, who is now seated, the atmosphere still charged with the weight of their recent conversation. A quiet moment passes, before a hand pours a celebratory drink, offering a toast with a simple, heartfelt, "Congrats, Jian." Jian, holding his cup, returns the sentiment with a knowing smile, acknowledging the observation that he has really changed. Meanwhile, Li Joan, another of Jian's companions, looks on with a thoughtful expression, his gaze distant, as if contemplating the implications of this change. Elsewhere, Li Weiyan and Gu Wong are seated together, their faces reflecting a mix of concern and resignation. Zhu Jiaoyang, now joining them at a low table, raises his cup, declaring with a wry smile that it's something worth celebrating. He then leans in, a hint of frustration in his voice, muttering that he knew this would happen and reminding them, "I told you we should have kidnapped this idiot before he got sent away, didn't I?" Gu Wong, however, quickly retorts, pointing out that Zhu Jiaoyang himself was too hungover to even show up that day. He smirks, feigning offense at the suggestion that he was merely busy, then challenges the speaker, asking what they meant by that. His expression shifts slightly, a hint of amusement playing on his lips, as the thought crosses his mind that even he, Jian, had managed to cultivate genuine friendships. Meanwhile, his companions continue their own discussion, with Li Weiyan pouring a drink for Li Joan, who receives it with a bright smile, as someone muses aloud, "Who knows, man?" Jian, lost in his own thoughts, reflects on his transformation, acknowledging to himself that he has indeed changed. His voice then cuts through the air, redirecting the conversation to his friends, asking them, "What about you guys?" Gu Wong, Li Joan, and Li Weiyan exchange glances, their expressions a mix of contemplation and slight exasperation, as the weight of his question settles over them. Gu Wong, speaking for the group, responds with a rhetorical question, asking what he means by US, and then adds that if they were the type to change easily, they wouldn't be themselves. Zhu Jiaoyang, holding several bowls of drink, interjects with a light-hearted plea, suggesting they just stop talking about this as he clinks the bowls together. A hearty laugh erupts from him, filling the space with mirth. Zhu Jiaoyang, with a knowing smirk, continues his thought, revealing that we all thought something about their collective understanding. He gestures with the drink in his hand, the liquid swirling gently within the bowl. His voice carries a hint of self-deprecating humor as he concludes, "We were frogs in a well, but it turns out," implying a newfound realization about their limited perspective. Indeed, they had all been like frogs in a well, confined to a limited perspective, as three figures huddled together at the bottom of a deep, circular shaft, their world a mere reflection of the sky above. Yet, there were moments of shared joy and camaraderie, as the four companions laughed together, their faces bright with an innocent, carefree happiness. Their lives revolved around simple pleasures and concerns, as the young master appeared distressed amidst a pile of coins, while his friends looked on with concern, perhaps reflecting the limited scope of their previous ambitions. Then, a profound realization dawned. One of them had already climbed out of that metaphorical well. It was Jian, who now gazed forward with newfound clarity, having truly seen the world beyond their confined existence. Under the serene glow of the full moon, he reflected on his journey, acknowledging that he had truly enjoyed his time. From the grand, traditional architecture of the city, a voice of unwavering support echoed, promising that if they, the Rex, could ever be of assistance, he should reach out without hesitation. His companions, gathered around him, joked about him not getting into trouble, before offering their heartfelt congratulations on his transformation, Jian. With a final gesture of farewell, the young master waved goodbye, his back to the grand, studded wall, ready to embark on his new path. His friends, in turn, returned the wave, their expressions a mix of pride and a touch of sadness, as they watched him go. Under the soft glow of distant lanterns, he, along with two of his companions, walked away into the night, their figures receding as they ventured towards an unknown future. Of all of them, the biggest screw-up was the one who returned, fully grown and transformed. As he looked out into the night, a sense of youth slipping away settled over him. One of his companions, feeling a sudden pang of loneliness, suggested they go somewhere, perhaps a brothel, to lift their spirits. But another quickly interjected, reminding him to go home and study, mocking his past academic failures. He defended himself, claiming it wasn't a lack of effort but a natural inability to perform on exams, before suggesting one last drink at the Sweet Scent House, asking if his friends were in. Their destination, the Sweet Scent House, stood illuminated under the night sky. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, a group of stern-faced men sat around a low table, while Chul Myungo knelt before them, awaiting their judgment. One of them, Sama Guk, slammed his fist down, shattering a bowl in a furious outburst, demanding to know what had happened. Gu Yonghu, his face contorted in disbelief, could only utter, O Yang who is dead. The news reached the little deity sect, where their leader, Yom Jisong, listened intently. The men continued their discussion, wondering if the heir of the Yunha merchant group was truly that strong, to which another confirmed that he had crushed their captain in less than 30 exchanges, a swift and decisive defeat. The defeated captain, Chul Myungo, lay broken and bleeding on the ground, a testament to the heir's power. The aftermath of the battle unfolds as a group of guards rush towards their fallen leader, Chul Myungo, his body lying still on the ground. One of them, a first young master, cradles the defeated captain, his face etched with profound concern. Meanwhile, in a different location, a sharp eye narrows in fury, reflecting intense displeasure. Belonging to a robed figure who stares down with an air of authority and simmering anger, the news of the defeat clearly weighing heavily upon him. His hand clenches tightly, a silent testament to the anger brewing within him. A subordinate reports, acknowledging the opponent's extraordinary skills, his expression grim. The leader, Yom Jisong, listens intently, asking what weapon was used to achieve such an impressive feat. The subordinate reveals that the victor fought only with his bare hands, a detail that clearly surprises his superior. Jisong expresses his disbelief and disgust, finding it a disgrace that a swordsman could lose to a young martial artist who relied solely on his fists. Another subordinate hesitantly raises the question of revenge, his gaze uncertain. But Jisong dismisses the idea, questioning how they could seek revenge for a fair and open duel. His hands clench on the table, emphasizing his stance that they are not thugs. Yom Jisong, confronting an opponent in a lavish chamber, delivers a swift, powerful strike, his movements blurring with lethal intent. The force of the blow is palpable, as a hand clenches, perhaps in pain or a desperate attempt to defend. His face contorted in a grimace, the sect leader declares, "There's honor between us, you know." Yet, his words are followed by another brutal blow, a glowing impact that sends his opponent reeling. The man is sent flying across the room, his body a blur against the ornate backdrop, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. From the shadows, a young woman cries out in terror, her face etched with horror as she witnesses the brutal display. A bloodied hand is all that remains of the confrontation, as the sect leader dismisses the very notion of camaraderie, asking, "Who the hell befriends?" He looks down at the motionless figure, a stark realization dawning on him as he mutters, "A corpse." Turning to an attendant, he commands, "Get that out of here," the subordinate immediately responding, "Yes, sir." His attention then shifts to the young woman, Saran, who stands trembling, splattered with the gruesome evidence of the recent violence. Approaching her with a softer demeanor, he offers a surprising apology. "Oh my Saran, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there." Surveying the blood-stained floor, he sighs, "Sheesh. The drink tastes awful now. Let's go back," his subordinate again confirming, "Yes, sir." Yom Jisong considers the implications, noting that the Yunha merchant group has not only refused to pay taxes, but has also killed O Yang Hu. His expression grim, he wonders how they should respond to such a blatant challenge. A sigh escapes him, confirming his suspicions about the situation. Turning to his subordinate, he directly asks if they should retaliate with lethal force. Han Yip, however, hesitates, reminding him that they are not mere gangsters who kill indiscriminately. Jisong then challenges him, asking if he intends to simply let the Yunha merchant group go unpunished. His gaze remains sharp, reflecting the weight of his decision. Meanwhile, in another part of the chamber, Zhu Jiaoyang laments their stagnant situation, feeling hopeless even after witnessing a significant change in their dear friend. Han Yip, accepting the decision, relays that Jisong only desires a single drink from the Yunha merchant group. Gu Yonghu acknowledges this as a significant step forward, even if it's just a small concession. Jisong and Han Yip stand back to back, their thoughts unreadable, leaving the true outcome of this drink uncertain. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Jinian declares his own interest, stating his desire for the Yunha merchant group's money. He finds himself held by the collar, a stern gaze fixed upon him. Ma Kinseop questions the Yunha merchant group, musing that their old leader, Li Xiangmin, is a master negotiator, and rumors suggest he's far wealthier than anyone realizes. He continues, wondering aloud just how much the young heir of such a powerful merchant group might be worth. A subtle smirk plays on Jinian's lips, his thoughts hidden behind a knowing expression. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise, a realization dawning on him. His expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his gaze. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, Li Jiaon looks on with a questioning expression, simply uttering, "So?" Li Waiyan, with a hint of disdain, asks, "You came running back to me?" Elsewhere, Zhu Jiaoyang and Gu Yonghu stand outside a building, both panting heavily. Gu Yonghu confirming their exhaustion with a ragged huff. "Yeah." Gu Yonghu, rubbing his eye, feigns emotion, remarking, "It's so touching, especially since you came back this late," before adding, "I'm seriously tearing up." He then warns, "They seemed like they were going to attack you immediately." To which Zhu Jiaoyang retorts, "Now's not the time for jokes, idiot." Gu Yonghu, frustrated, laments, "Damn it. O Yang Hu's gone, and now your house has no proper guards." He then asks, "What now? Should we ask Guang for help?" Zhu Jiaoyang considers the suggestion, his expression thoughtful. Ma Qinxiup observes the situation, noting the presence of the little deity sect. He recalls that these were the very individuals Ma Qinxiup had warned them about, those who sought to betray them alongside O Yang Hu. Turning to Gu Yanghu, Jinian demands to know their current whereabouts, who speculates they are likely at their base. With a decisive nod, Jinian begins to walk away into the night, prompting a confused Gu Yanghu to call out, asking where he is going. He simply holds out a dark, hooded cloak, instructing Gu Yanghu to put it on. Confused, Gu Yanghu questions their location, only for Jinian to calmly inform him they are in the guard squad's warehouse. Jinian then asks if Gu Yanghu knows the way to the little deity's sex base, urging him to hurry so they can return before breakfast. Gu Yanghu's eyes widen in shock at the mention of their base, barely able to process the sudden turn of events. He frantically tries to stop Jinian, who now wears a mask, protesting that it's just the two of them against the entire little deity sect, and they don't even know what the sect is planning. But Jinian's masked face remains impassive, declaring that it doesn't matter, and that's precisely why they must move first. As Jinian retrieves a sharp knife, Gu Yanghu can only utter a hesitant, but his worry evident as he watches the determined figure. With a final glance over his shoulder, the masked Jinian addresses Gu Yanghu, calling him a Murim Alliance hopeful before setting off. With his face obscured by a dark mask, Jinian gives a silent command, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Behind him, Gu Yanghu watches with a palpable sense of unease, his brow furrowed with worry. The weight of their mission clearly heavy on his mind, he seems to be contemplating the dangers that lie ahead. Meanwhile, the serene beauty of cherry blossoms, their delicate petals painting the night sky, offers a stark contrast to the brewing tension. From above, the sprawling complex of the little deity sect's base reveals itself, nestled amidst the blooming trees, a formidable target under the moonlight. Jinian, a dark silhouette against the night sky, observes the target with unwavering focus, his plan already in motion. Inside, numerous guards patrol the courtyards, their yellow robes a stark contrast to the dark surroundings, a clear sign of the sect's vigilance. One of them stands particularly alert, his gaze sweeping the perimeter, ensuring no intruders slip past. Gu Yanghu, still hesitant, questions the wisdom of the plan, reminding Jinian of his own limited combat abilities. Jinian dismisses his concerns with a curt response, indicating his task is complete, which prompts a bewildered and frustrated query from Gu Yanghu. With a simple, almost rhetorical, what else? Jinian confirms his intention, leaving Gu Yanghu visibly frustrated and resigned to his fate. As Jinian prepares to move, Gu Yanghu voices his apprehension about the heavily guarded interior, challenging him for a genius plan to bypass the swarming guards. With his face partially obscured by a black veil, Jinian surveys the scene, a quiet determination in his eyes, thinking, for today. Without a moment's hesitation, he launches himself forward, delivering a powerful, mid-air kick that sends a guard reeling with a resounding impact. The momentum carries him through the air, as another swift kick connects, sending a second guard tumbling through the dark corridor. Amidst the flying debris and scattered petals, he pauses, his veiled face calm, but his eyes glowing with an inner power, a silent testament to his prowess. The glow in his eyes intensifies as he declares, "Let's do it like I did in my past life." Dan Wuzing had never backed down from or avoided a fight since he was a child. Not even as an orphan in his younger years, when he faced overwhelming odds alone, nor while wandering through the Jianghu, where danger lurked around every corner. Even when battered and bruised, his eyes still burned with an unyielding resolve. And not even when he rose to the throne of the Fist King through sheer strength, did that fundamental nature ever change. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched himself forward, a blue aura flaring around his leg. The powerful kick connected with devastating force, sending his opponent reeling from the impact. He strode through the doorway, his presence commanding immediate attention from the assembled figures. Wherever he was, his glowing eyes pierced through the shadows, always ready for the next challenge. Dan Wuzing was always a man who enjoyed fighting. As the commotion begins, a masked figure in dark robes moves with unsettling speed through the courtyard, his presence a sudden, violent disruption to the night's quiet. He confronts a guard, his voice cutting through the rising tension as he demands, "Where is your sect leader?" The guard, Ma Qinxiup, recoils in disbelief, unable to comprehend the audacity of the masked intruder, muttering about the crazy bastard who barges in spouting nonsense. Before Ma Qinxiup can even finish his thought, the masked figure, Dan Wuzing, unleashes a devastating punch, sending a guard reeling from the sheer force of the impact. The other guards watch in stunned silence, their formation momentarily broken by the sudden, overwhelming assault. Dan Wuzing continues his relentless advance, kicking another guard with brutal efficiency, as a voice from the remaining defenders shouts in outrage, questioning his reckless disregard for their territory. Inside the grand building, the escalating chaos outside finally draws the attention of its occupants, with Jinian Li's voice cutting through the sudden clamor, demanding to know, "What's with all the noise?" He and his companions, including Yuk Jinbo and Gu Weng, look out from a balcony, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity as they survey the unfolding scene below. Among them, Yeom Ji-song, accompanied by Saran, steps forward, his gaze fixed on the masked intruder as he calmly inquires, "Who are you, young man?" Without hesitation, Dan Woozing declares his purpose, "I'm an assassin," before turning the question back on them. "Are you the sect leader of the Little Deity sect?" Jineon Lee's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in his gaze as he retorts, "So what if I am?" He then muses aloud, finding it unprecedented for an assassin to walk through the front door, wondering, who the hell is this guy? Yeom Ji-song's gaze falls upon the intruder's hands, a flicker of recognition crossing his features as he murmurs about those distinctive hands. Meanwhile, inside, Jineon Lee, Ma Kan-seop, and Saran discuss the ongoing chaos, with Ma Kan-seop questioning what weapon the intruder could possibly be using. Jineon Lee calmly replies that he uses only his fists, before a voice from outside interrupts, asking if he is perhaps the young master of the Yunha merchant group. The masked figure, Dan Woozing, turns to face the questioner, his internal thoughts revealing a wry amusement at having hidden his face for no apparent reason, as he defiantly asks, "So what if I am?" Back inside, Yeom Ji-song, with a knowing look, expresses his surprise that someone of the young master's status would choose to visit them first in such a manner. As the situation escalates, O Yang, whose eyes begin to glow with a sinister purple light, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him as he prepares for confrontation. Outside, Dan Woozing makes his move, shattering a shimmering purple barrier with a single, explosive strike, declaring that he will take full advantage of the situation and hold nothing back. He looks up, a moment of reflection crossing his mind, wondering if this intense confrontation would be his last. A guard captain, witnessing the breach, shouts an urgent command for his men to seize the intruder. Dan Woozing, undeterred, plunges into the fray, his powerful kick sending one of the approaching guards flying amidst a cloud of dust and impact. As he continues to fight, a thought crosses his mind. It has been quite some time since he last fought multiple opponents simultaneously. He looks up into the rainy night, a memory of a past struggle surfacing as he wonders if that was truly the last time he faced such a challenge. Dan Woozing's hand, infused with crackling purple energy, grips the shimmering barrier. And with a powerful surge, he launches himself into the fray, purple energy trailing behind him as he strikes the first of his many opponents. The barrier, unable to withstand his raw force, shatters into countless fragments. As his eyes glow with an intense blue light, a thought echoing in his mind that his current physical state, though formidable, still falls short of his past life's peak. A blinding burst of purple energy erupts from him, radiating outwards with devastating force, sending several guards reeling from the sheer impact of his sweeping attack. He continues his relentless assault, a whirlwind of motion and power, knocking more guards into the air. A grunt escaping his lips, his face now marked with a streak of blood, yet his glowing eyes betraying no hint of slowing down. With a bloodied hand, he reflects on the rare enjoyment of such a challenging fight, before delivering a brutal kick that sends another guard flying, blood spraying from the impact. He moves with impossible speed, striking multiple targets simultaneously, each blow infused with potent purple energy, leaving a trail of defeated, bleeding guards scattered across the ground in his wake. The guards recoil in disbelief, their faces contorted in shock as they witness the sheer power of their opponent, fighting without even a weapon. A chilling realization dawns upon them, wondering what kind of monstrous being they are truly facing. All around, the courtyard is littered with the fallen, as Dan Woozing continues his relentless assault, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. From the shadows, Jineon Lee watches with piercing blue eyes, his gaze sharp and calculating. With a swift motion, he draws his blade, a shimmering line of blue energy manifesting along its edge. His expression remains stern, the weight of the situation clearly etched upon his features as he prepares to join the fray. Clenching his fist, he wonders if his opponent is merely trying to show off his strength. Meanwhile, Lee Joan, observing the chaos, reluctantly decides to deploy a costly weapon, making an exception for such an esteemed guest. With a confident smirk, he aims a crossbow, its mechanism gleaming in the dim light. Suddenly, Jineon Lee reacts with alarm, a defeated guard lying nearby, indicating the battle's intensity has just escalated. He quickly issues a command, urging his men to hold their ground and steady the opponent. His face etched with concern, he admits to himself that at this rate, he might not survive. Dan Woozing's gaze sharpens, a fierce challenge burning in his eyes, as he dismisses his opponent's capabilities. Meanwhile, Lee Joan, poised with his crossbow and flanked by his archers, taunts his target, confident in the impending volley. With a sharp command, he orders the attack to commence. A torrent of glowing purple projectiles rains down from the structure, streaking through the night sky towards their target. The projectiles impact the ground around the hooded figure, sending up bursts of light and dust. As the barrage continues, a hand reaches out, ready to meet the onslaught. Observing the ruthless attack, Jineon Lee recoils in disbelief, realizing the attacker is willing to sacrifice his own disciples in the crossfire, a tactic even the underworld would despise. His eyes wide with alarm, he cries out a name in desperate warning. Amidst the chaos, the hooded figure moves with impossible speed, deflecting the incoming projectiles with a blur of motion and bursts of purple energy. Having weathered the storm, Dan Wuzing stands firm, his eyes now glowing with an ethereal white light, ready to unleash his own devastating power. With a powerful surge of energy, his clenched fist prepares to strike back. Then, with a sweeping motion, he unleashes a devastating wave of purple energy, a powerful counterattack that tears through the air. His eyes burning with an ethereal glow, Dan Wuzing prepared to unleash the full force of his counterattack. A gasp of disbelief escaped Li Zhong, who could hardly comprehend that the steel spikes had been deflected with nothing more than a dagger. As Dan Wuzing stood amidst the fallen figures, Jinian Li watched, a silent question mark hanging in the air. A look of deep concern, perhaps even disgust, crossed Jinian Li's face as he witnessed the ruthless display. Meanwhile, Li Zhong, his face obscured by a mask, offered a confident thumbs up, seemingly unfazed by the turn of events. With a swift, practiced motion, Dan Wuzing spun his dagger, a faint purple aura beginning to coalesce around the blade. He lunged forward, a powerful wave of blue energy erupting from him, sweeping away multiple subordinates in a single, devastating blow. One of the guards recoiled violently, his body thrown back by the sheer force of the impact. Another cried out in agony, a blade of pure energy tearing through his defenses. A third clutched his neck, blood staining his robes, the swift, precise strike leaving him incapacitated. Extending his hand, Dan Wuzing spoke with a chilling calm, admitting that he didn't usually resort to using a sword. But with his eyes glowing fiercely, he declared that for his current opponent, he would make an exception. A merchant leader, his face contorted in a mix of anger and disbelief, could only utter a single thought, that crazy bastard. As the chaos unfolded around him, his voice then rising to a furious shout, demanding to know why his subordinates stood idle, ordering them to hurry up and shoot. You bastards. Yet, the target of their fear, Dan Wuzing, remained unfazed, the desperate command to kill him already, echoing around him as he prepared his next move. One of the merchant's men was already down, a boot pressing firmly into his back, a stark reminder of the protagonist's brutal efficiency. Then, with a swift motion, a crescent-shaped energy blade, shimmering with purple light, spun through the air. Dan Wuzing moved with incredible speed, his arm extending, leaving trails of vibrant purple energy in his wake. A clenched fist, radiating intense purple power, appeared in a flash, eliciting a gasp of shock from an unseen observer. He then declared, with unwavering confidence, I specialize in using my fists. His eyes glowed with an ethereal blue light, as power surged through him, preparing for a devastating strike. The merchant leader, now clutching a terrified young woman, could only let out a choked cry, his face a mask of pure horror as Dan Wuzing's power intensified. With a final, explosive surge, Dan Wuzing unleashed a torrent of crackling blue energy, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. The attack struck with immense force, shattering the ground and sending debris flying in a powerful blue explosion. The air still crackles with residual energy, debris scattering from the devastating impact of the recent attack. Amidst the chaos, a young woman with teal hair looks on, her expression a mix of shock and fear, barely able to comprehend the destruction unfolding before her. Li Zhong, shielding her, stares forward with wide, disbelieving eyes, the reality of the situation sinking in. One of their own, a blonde-haired man, lies injured, his back covered in blood, a testament to the brutal force unleashed. Zhong pulls the young woman closer, his voice urgent as he commands her to move back. A single, bewildered thought echoes through the minds of those present. Who? The injured blonde-haired man, his face contorted in pain and disbelief, struggles to lift his head, his eyes wide with terror. Zhong looks down at the fallen man, then back towards the imposing figure of Dan Wuzing, a chilling question escaping his lips. Who the hell is he? Dan Wuzing, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light. Here's the question, a silent thought forming in his mind. If he's the young master of the Yunhe merchant group, he should just be a young man. Yet, the sheer power and precision of his fighting style is no different from that of a seasoned veteran. Dan Wuzing strides forward through the wreckage, his form radiating a powerful blue aura, an undeniable force of nature. He fixes his piercing gaze on Zhong, his voice cutting through the silence with a chilling challenge. What are you looking at, you dumb bastard? Jinian, his expression unreadable, looks down at the man before him, a chilling question hanging in the air. The blonde-haired man, Yom Jisong, bloodied and desperate, pleads for his life, begging for a moment of reprieve, claiming to have saved a significant sum. He offers a handsome payment, if only his life could be spared. Promising not to be stingy, his words are cut short by a sudden, brutal impact. Jinian's foot connects with Yom Jisong's chest, sending him skidding across the floor amidst a shower of debris. Still reeling from the impact, the sect leader looks up, his face contorted in pain as he questions the value placed on human life. Jinian delivers another swift strike, his hand connecting with Yom Jisong's face, drawing blood. Unmoved by the pleas or the offer of wealth, Jinian coldly dismisses the money, telling him to keep it. The assault continues, with coins scattering from Yom Jisong's robes as he endures the relentless blows. The air crackles with residual energy, a testament to the force of the impacts. From a distance, Saran watches the brutal scene unfold, her eyes wide with fear and concern. Beside her, Makin Siup, his face partially obscured by a mask, can only utter a single word in stunned disbelief at the display of power. The brutal interrogation leaves its mark, a deep wound on the victim's chest gushing blood, a sight that elicits a surprised, almost impressed, wow, from an unseen observer. As the observer's face comes into view, O Yang who lets out a dismissive tsk, his expression a mixture of disdain and slight annoyance at the scene before him. Looking down at the bloodied figure of Yom Ji-song, O Yang whose gaze is filled with utter contempt, the word disgusting, escaping his lips as faint, glowing particles swirl around him. Under a brilliant sky, the traditional architecture of the city stood serene, its tiled roofs gleaming in the sunlight. Along a paved path, a young woman in flowing robes walked between two masked figures, their silent presence a stark contrast to her vibrant attire, as they made their way through the bustling streets. Their footsteps echoed softly on the stone, a rhythmic cadence accompanying their progress. Suddenly, the unmasked man turned to his companion, asking if Jinian was heading in the same direction, to which the masked figure replied that he was, and would escort her. With a nod of understanding, the unmasked man acknowledged the arrangement, leaving the masked Jinian to take charge of the young woman's safe passage. As they continued their journey, walking side by side, the young woman hesitantly called out to her escort. She then asked, with a hint of surprise, if he was Sima Guk, causing him to react with a startled exclamation. Curious, he inquired how she knew his identity, to which Sima Guk explained that she had often seen him at the Sweet Scent House, and that it was obvious he was Jinian's close friend. Bowing deeply, Sima Guk expressed her gratitude for his discretion, promising him a bottle of top-grade Dukong wine if he ever visited again. He dismissed her thanks with a wave of his hand, assuring her it was fine and he hadn't done anything significant, his expression one of mild embarrassment. He then added, almost as an afterthought, that he wasn't planning to visit the brothel anymore, a statement that left Sima Guk speechless, realizing how much he had changed. Sima Guk offers a knowing smile, acknowledging the profound shift in Makin Siup. His expression thoughtful, Makin Siup reflects on her words, the weight of his past choices evident in his gaze. Meanwhile, Jinian, observing the exchange, realizes that he too must embrace change. He looks down at Sima Guk, a small figure against the vibrant spring landscape, his resolve hardening. Sima Guk, still kneeling, reflects on the profound impact Makin Siup's transformation has had on her own perspective. A subtle, knowing smile plays on Jinian's lips, as if he understands the unspoken thoughts passing between them. The morning light now illuminates a lavish spread, a feast of expertly prepared dishes awaiting the group. Two bald, muscular men, likely guards or servants, stare wide-eyed at the abundance, their hunger palpable as they question the sheer quantity of food. Jinian and Makin Siup are seated at the table with the two men, while Sima Guk kneels nearby, serving, one of the guards confirming their readiness to partake. The guards, now fully engaged with the meal, are encouraged to eat their fill, marveling at the generosity of the merchant group and even wondering if they could eat 7 meals. He considers the question, his gaze distant, before offering a simple, sure, to the bald man beside him. His thoughts, however, drift to a recent ambush, a sudden attack that had shaken him to his core. He recalls the feeling of vulnerability, something he hadn't experienced in his previous life. Even if it was sudden, he knew he should have been better prepared. To think he was shaken to the core by such an ambush, it was a stark reminder of his current limitations. That wouldn't have happened in his previous life. He resolves that to directly guard the merchant group and prepare for demonic threats, he must become stronger, realizing that something beyond simple training is necessary. A soft knock at the door breaks his contemplation, as a servant announces a delivery has arrived for the young master. He turns, surprised, asking if it's for him. The delivery is a neatly wrapped gift, adorned with a bow and surrounded by soft, glowing particles. He wasn't expecting anything, though, as he carefully begins to unwrap the package. A cheerful voice then announces, "Hey, Jinian. It's me, Guang," revealing the sender of the unexpected gift. A memory surfaces, revealing a woman's voice, who recounts how, after parting ways with someone, she stopped by a tavern and only had one drink, asking if that wasn't a huge improvement. She then admits that she was originally there to deliver something for his father, but got distracted and left without doing so. Back in the present, Jinian's hands hover over a glowing box, his mind reeling at the mention of his father, as he wonders about the undelivered item. The memory continues, a voice promising to leave the item with him on his way home, urging him to get stronger and help protect their escort establishment someday, before bidding him goodbye. Jinian finally opens the box, revealing several glowing, gnarled roots, which he immediately recognizes as century-old tuber fleece flowers. Holding one of the precious roots, he muses that with such a gift, he might just be able to raise his white lightning 10-phase art to the 5th phase. A warm feeling spreads through him, realizing this is what it truly means to have good friends. A soft smile graces his lips, his eyes closed in contentment. He then notices a letter tucked inside the box, wondering about its contents. The letter, addressed to Li Xiangmin, expresses gratitude for immense trust and long-standing friendship, revealing it's a gift from the Taeho Merchant Group. Jineon recalls that the Taeho Merchant Group is one of the richest in the Central Plains, realizing his father must have also sought their assistance. Holding the letter in the box, he reflects on the unexpected depth of his father's concern, a sentiment he hadn't anticipated. His eyes widen in disbelief, a profound realization dawning upon him. Before him, a small vial of shimmering liquid sits on an ornate stand, its contents so precious he can only utter a single, astonished question. This is azurite essence. Indeed, the azurite essence, glowing with a golden aura, is a legendary elixir, a dreamlike substance sought after by every martial artist. Only a select few natural treasures, like the wineberry, moonflower, and 10,000-year snow ginseng, can even begin to rival its potency. These are all incredibly rare, making the azurite essence itself a truly top-grade elixir. Sniffing the vial, he confirms its authenticity, realizing that even in his past life, he only ever encountered a few drops of it, leaving him to wonder how a mere merchant group could possibly acquire something so unobtainable even for the most powerful in the Jianghu. Turning to his attendants, he addresses them directly. Myungbo, Jinbo, he begins, his voice firm. He extends his hand, offering them each a portion of the precious items. Take one each, he instructs. Seated at a table, he outlines his plan. I'm starting energy circulation, so guard my room and eat them after I come out. Jinbo, holding a small, glowing plant, nods in understanding. It's good for your body. It's precious, so don't lose it, he advises. Still processing the sheer value of these gifts, Jineon asks, is it really that valuable? Jinbo then gestures to a shimmering pile of goods, revealing that the merchant group leader has prepared a stash of similar items just for you. The table before the attendants shimmered with an almost magical glow, reflecting the bounty of the Taeho Merchant Group's wealth. A satisfied smile played on Jineon's lips as he mused on the incredible power of money. 2 hours later, the tranquil exterior of the building offered no hint of the intense cultivation taking place within. The potent energy coursed through his very being, manifesting as shimmering blue light around his feet. The container of azurite essence lay empty, its contents now fully absorbed, leaving only faint, ethereal particles drifting in the air. Despite its profound effects, the essence itself had been bitter and devoid of any fragrance, a stark contrast to its incredible power, as he held the glowing core of the energy in his hands. This raw, unrefined nature was precisely why it resonated so deeply with the principles of martial arts, demanding pure will and resilience from its user. The process was both painful and flavorless, a grueling ordeal that tested his limits, feeling his internal energy rapidly heating up. His body glowed intensely, a testament to the immense power he was now channeling, a power that would have utterly consumed his previous, weaker form. Clenching his hands around the pulsating energy, he acknowledged the wisdom of his rigorous training, which had forged a body capable of withstanding such immense pressure. A guttural cry escaped him as the final surge of energy coursed through, his eyes wide with the strain of the transformation. He endures a burning pain that consumes his entire body, the azurite essence raging within him. And trying to suppress the volatile energy only makes it more rampant, threatening to overwhelm him. Then, with a fierce resolve, he clasps his hands together, his eyes narrowed in intense concentration. I'll beat it down, he declares internally, refusing to yield to the agony. The blue energy erupts around him, swirling violently as he pushes through the cultivation. The raw power surges, crackling and expanding, filling the space with its vibrant, untamed force. The intense aura continues to radiate, a testament to his struggle. Finally, a soft exhale escapes him, a relieved phew, as the storm begins to subside. The chaotic energy coalesces into a stable, glowing blue sphere, its core pulsing steadily. He looks down at his hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his fingers. As he tests his new power, tiny arcs of lightning dance between them, a testament to his newfound control. This is it, the culmination of his struggle, the fifth phase. He had reached the fifth phase, but the journey was far from over. As he focused on his body, he couldn't help but wonder how much alcohol had this vessel consumed for its very waste to reek of booze. Yet, the true obstacle lay elsewhere, a deeper problem that demanded his full attention. He reached for a small bottle, its contents shimmering with potent energy, preparing for the next stage of his arduous cultivation. With a resolute expression, he consumed the liquid, now fully absorbing the azurite essence into his very being. The process felt akin to shaping a delicate clay cup made of wet sand, fragile and prone to collapse under pressure. Then, that fragile vessel was thrust into the scorching heat of a furnace. It was a vessel, he knew, likely to shatter under such immense strain. However, despite the overwhelming odds, the cup remained intact, a testament to his resilience. His eyes squeezed shut in concentration, a silent vow forming in his mind. If he could only endure this, he would emerge stronger. Then, his eyes snapped open, glowing with an intense blue light as raw power surged through him, manifesting as swirling red energy around his form. He stood amidst the tempest of crimson and white energy, a solitary figure at the heart of his own evolving power. The spirit energy of the azurite essence continued its relentless assault, testing his limits, forcing him to confront a lingering question. Should he have suppressed his greed for such immense power? As the azurite essence coursed through him, Jinion's hand crackled with vibrant blue lightning, a testament to the raw power he was struggling to contain. Around him, a menacing red energy began to swirl and coalesce, threatening to overwhelm the blue aura he desperately tried to maintain. He moved with a blur of speed, his form wreathed in the conflicting energies, the blue and red battling for dominance as his cultivation intensified. A confident smirk played on his lips, his eyes glowing with an electric blue light, as he pushed past the pain, knowing that overcoming this trial would forge him into something far greater. He thought, if I overcome this, I'll grow even stronger. 7 days later, the world outside remained unaware of the profound transformation taking place within. Outside the secluded chamber, an attendant stood guard, the silence of the courtyard broken only by the passage of time. A full week had now passed since Jinian began his energy circulation, and with no word from him, a growing unease settled over those waiting. Li Weiyan, the overseer, clutched her chest with a worried expression, muttering that the prolonged silence was truly starting to concern her. An attendant greeted the chief administrator, just as Li Zhong approached, asking if his brother had returned yet, noting it had been a while. Li Weiyan quickly responded that he had not, but had explicitly stated that no one should come near, prompting her to reluctantly agree to keep her distance. Suddenly, a tremendous burst of blue energy erupted from the building, shattering the air with an explosive force that sent shockwaves rippling outwards. The two attendants, Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo, recoiled in shock, their faces etched with disbelief at the sheer power unleashed. From the depths of the chamber, a figure emerges, his long, dark hair flowing behind him like a shadow. An unseen force slams into the waiting figures, sending them reeling back with a pained grunt, as one of them cries out in disbelief. Through the swirling mists, a dark silhouette becomes visible in the doorway, prompting a hushed question about Jinian's presence. His face, now etched with sharp lines, reveals eyes that burn with an unnatural, vibrant purple glow, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Debris litters the floor around the chamber's entrance, as the two bald attendants and Li Weiyan stare in shock, wondering about the profound change in him. A foul, acrid stench assaults Li Weiyan's senses, forcing him to recoil and cover his nose in disgust. He wonders if this could be the infamous energy deviation, as a powerful, unseen force continues to buffet them, causing the very ground to crack and groan. Suddenly, the overwhelming energy proves too much, and Jinian collapses, unconscious, as his companions rush to his side, calling out his name in alarm. Li Weiyan, still reeling from the shock, reaches out with a trembling hand, his voice filled with concern as he asks about his well-being. His face contorted in a mix of fear and apprehension, he struggles to comprehend the drastic change that has overcome his young master. The question hangs heavy in the air, Jinian, as the lingering energy pulses around them, a testament to the power he now wields. Even in his unconscious state, Jinian's face remains twisted in agony, his eyes still glowing with the eerie purple light, hinting at the internal struggle that continues within him. A deep, guttural sound of distress escapes Jinian, his body trembling with an unseen internal struggle. As one of his attendants, Li Weiyan, kneels nearby, asking with concern if his boss is all right. The young master remains on the floor, surrounded by his worried retinue, their faces etched with confusion and apprehension. His eyes, usually a calm dark blue, now burn with an intense, almost feverish glow, reflecting the torment within. Suddenly, he pushes himself up, his movements still stiff with discomfort, as his attendants watch, unsure how to react. Li Weiyan, still kneeling, calls out to him, his voice laced with urgency, demanding to know where he is going. Ignoring their pleas, Jinian simply states that he is too hot and needs to cool off, warning them not to follow him. With a powerful leap, he launches himself onto the nearby rooftop, disappearing from their sight. Inside, two of the bald attendants, Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo, exchange confused glances, wondering aloud how it could be so hot on such a clear day. The grand complex of traditional buildings stands silently under the clear sky, a stark contrast to the turmoil that just unfolded within its walls. His entire body burning with an uncontrollable energy, Jinian pushes off the rooftop with such immense force that the very structure beneath his foot shatters, sending debris flying. He rockets through the air, a blur of motion as he leaves the city behind in a desperate attempt to escape the surging power within him. His unripe body, unable to fully harmonize with the immense power inside, is roaring as it boils up, threatening to tear him apart from within. With his hair whipping wildly and his eyes glowing with raw energy, he struggles to maintain any semblance of control over the power that now consumes him. Looking down at the burning street below, he realizes the catastrophic consequences if this uncontrolled power were to continue within the Yunha merchant group's vicinity. No, he thinks, the entire street might be in trouble because of him, as he desperately tries to steer his volatile form away from the populated area. His desperate flight turns into a plummet, as he crashes through the canopy of a dense forest, the trees blurring past him at terrifying speed. He continues to fall, the thought echoing in his mind. He needs to get as far away as possible, no matter the cost. The landscape below transforms into a desolate, rocky mountain range, a stark contrast to the bustling city he left behind. With a deafening roar and a blinding flash of blue energy, he slams into the unforgiving rock, sending jagged shards of stone exploding outwards. The impact continues to carve a path into the earth, his body acting as a destructive force as he burrows deeper into the mountain. Finally, he comes to a jarring halt, lying at the bottom of a newly formed, jagged crater, surrounded by the shattered remnants of the mountain. The ground beneath him, already scarred from his violent impact, begins to crack and splinter under an unseen pressure. His long hair whips around him as he struggles, a guttural sound escaping his lips, the raw power threatening to tear him apart from the inside. A pained gasp rips through him as blue lightning begins to crackle around his outstretched hand, the uncontrolled energy manifesting visibly. His eyes glow with an intense, electric blue as he grits his teeth, realizing he can no longer contain the destructive force within. A fleeting memory or internal struggle flashes through his mind, a past moment of conflict, as his glowing eyes reflect the desperate thought, if I cannot embrace it. With a final, agonizing push, he extends his hand, the raw power now visibly surging and crackling around him. His body tenses, every muscle straining as the decision solidifies. He must release it, no matter the cost. A primal scream tears from his throat, his eyes burning with blue fire, as the overwhelming power erupts from him in a blinding flash of lightning. From the very ground where he stands, a colossal pillar of electric blue lightning surges skyward, tearing through the earth and illuminating the dark, stormy landscape. Miles away, two figures watch the distant, impossible phenomenon, the male of the pair muttering, "Oh, this is the first time I'm seeing lightning strike from the ground." The storm rages on, rain pouring down on the newly formed crater, where Genion lies motionless, a small, broken figure amidst the devastation. His bare feet stood on the shattered earth, rain washing over the remnants of his uncontrolled power. Blue lightning still pulsed erratically from his clenched fist, a testament to the raw energy he had just unleashed. He looked down at his hands, the electric currents dancing across his skin, a profound realization dawning upon him. "No," he murmured, the thought echoing in his mind. "If I can discharge that much energy, then I must have reached the 8th phase," he concluded, his body now fully enveloped in a vibrant, crackling blue aura. The sheer force of the energy continued to surge, a dazzling display of power. Meanwhile, in a nearby town, the rain fell steadily, creating a somber atmosphere over the traditional buildings. From a hidden vantage point, Mok In-seop observed the distant spectacle, remarking, "Quite impressive," while Sima Guk watched from another location, her expression unreadable. Back on the rain-slicked streets, a half-naked figure, his clothes tattered, walked through the startled populace, prompting whispers of, "Who's that half-naked guy?" The townsfolk recoiled in surprise, some exclaiming, "Oh my," as the powerful man strode past them. Genion, now more aware of his surroundings, thought to himself, "I should at least buy some clothes." Having shed his tattered garments, Genion now stands in a fresh, deep blue robe, its white inner layer a stark contrast against the dark fabric, his long hair neatly tied back. Approaching a merchant, he indicates his choice, asking the price, only for the man to wave him off with a grateful smile. Confused by the refusal, Genion listens as the merchant explains that ever since the O Yang clan and the little deity sex thugs were dealt with, the streets have been remarkably peaceful. The merchant, joined by his wife and child, expresses his profound gratitude, now able to bring his children to the shop without fear. As Genion's hand reaches out, the merchant insists this gesture is simply his way of repaying him. Noticing the persistent rain, the merchant's young daughter, holding a beautiful red umbrella, offers it to him as well. With a slight, knowing smile, he finally accepts their generosity. The rain continues to fall steadily, a soft patter echoing through the quiet, empty street. Now equipped with his new robe and the vibrant red umbrella, Genion walks away from the shop, the rain splashing gently around his feet as other figures move through the downpour. From an overhead perspective, he becomes one of many, his footsteps echoing softly as he navigates the bustling, rain-slicked market street, surrounded by other umbrellas. Under a sheltered awning, 3 townspeople observe the street, one remarking on how much more peaceful it feels now, another reflecting that they never used to care about the state of the streets after a fight. As Genion continues his journey, the merchant, back at his stall, watches him go, a contented smile gracing his face. He listens as the merchant expresses profound gratitude, explaining how the defeat of the O Yang clan and little deity sect thugs has brought peace to the streets, allowing families to shop without fear. A small hand reaches for his, a child's innocent smile a testament to the tranquility he has brought. As he walks through the rain-slicked streets, an umbrella shielding him from the downpour. The city around him seems to breathe a sigh of relief, its people moving freely under the gray sky. A quiet satisfaction settles within him, this kind of feeling not bad at all. Suddenly, a frantic shout pierces the calm. Out of the way. He watches as a figure is pursued through the bustling, rain-soaked market, a chaotic scene unfolding before him. Nearby, a man with sharp eyes, Chul Myungo, looks on with a surprised expression. He turns to Jinian, acknowledging the heavy rain. Hey, it's been a while, huh? It's really pouring. Standing together under the red umbrella, the two men observe the commotion. Chul Myungo remarks, "You're the same as always." The rain continues to fall around them, a backdrop to the unexpected reunion and the ongoing chaos in the street. Leaving behind the street chase, the focus shifts to a different, more formal setting, where a voice remarks on the constant demands of their world, always living a busy life. At that very moment, a serene landscape unfolds, hinting at the vastness of the world beyond the immediate concerns. A glimpse of the Moyang clan's territory, with its tranquil waters and lush greenery. Before settling on the grand hall where the emperor's assembly is convened, a gathering of powerful figures. Dako Myong, the patriarch of the Dako clan, expresses his satisfaction, remarking that it's nice for the patriarchs to finally gather after so long, and commending Moyang Bin for his great work. Moyang Bin, the patriarch of the Moyang clan, humbly dismisses the praise, stating he merely arranged the assembly. He then turns to O Yang Sing, shifting the conversation to a more serious note, inquiring about an unfortunate incident he recently heard about. The incident in question involves O Yang who challenged a member of a merchant group to a duel and tragically lost his life. O Yang Sing, the patriarch of the O Yang clan, looks visibly shaken, questioning if the news is true. Moyang Bin continues, recalling that O Yang was considered one of the more experienced martial masters of the O Yang clan, making his defeat all the more surprising. He further elaborates that O Yang caused trouble with the merchant group, made a big fuss, and was then put down hard. Dako Myong bursts into laughter, finding the situation amusing, exclaiming in disbelief that O Yang was defeated by someone from a merchant group. As the emperor's assembly continued, a booming laugh echoed through the hall, belonging to Namgung Wu, the head of the emperor's assembly and patriarch of the Namgung clan, also known as the Blade Emperor. He found the recent news utterly ridiculous, declaring it even funnier than a jester's performance, and sought agreement from those around him, while Jinian and his companion observed the unfolding drama. Across the assembly, O Yang Sing, the patriarch of the O Yang clan, spoke with a heavy tone, revealing that O Yang had practically been disowned by their clan already. Despite the public declaration, the patriarch of the O Yang clan was also contemplating a deeper strategy. Namgung Wu continued to smile, enjoying the spectacle, while Jinian and his guard remained watchful, taking in every nuance of the tense atmosphere. With a determined glint in his eye, O Yang Sing declared it was time to demonstrate the true strength of the O Yang clan to that merchant brat. A frantic command echoes through the rain-slicked streets, urging pursuit. As Jinian Li, moving with swift precision, sends an assailant flying with a powerful kick, while another figure, Chul Myungo, is also caught in the chaotic chase. Amidst the downpour, Jinian recognizes a familiar face, wondering if it's Chul Myungo, who greets him with a casual, almost amused, remark about the weather, advising him not to get involved in unnecessary trouble. The rain continues to fall heavily, as Jinian and his companion, Myungo, stand beneath a red umbrella, observing the unfolding events. A sudden sound of impact draws their attention, as the commotion in the street intensifies. Jinian reflects on his own constant involvement in such situations, musing that he is always living a busy life. Meanwhile, Chul Myungo, surrounded by his men, dismisses the ongoing skirmish, reiterating his advice to avoid unnecessary trouble. Turning to his companion, Jinian asks Myungo who these aggressive individuals are, seeking clarification on the situation. Myungo explains that they are the most notorious underworld punks, a menacing group including Dako Myong, Moyang Bin, and O Yang Sing, who are causing trouble in the district. He identifies them as the Crimson Reaper Alliance, revealing that they have recently been trying to take over the downtown district. Myungo then recounts a personal grievance, explaining that he once dabbled in the auction business, only to discover, after organizing the books, that these very individuals had stolen them from him. Clutching his injured hands, a frustrated curse escapes Myungo's lips, railing against the thieving bastards who caused his pain. Later, under the steady rain, Jinian asks if his hands are feeling any better, to which Myungo replies with a forced laugh that they are, fortunately, still usable. Just then, a group of figures in dark robes and red headbands approaches, one of them remarking that they don't look like they're from this area and offering to explain things with words. Jinian, however, simply tells them to come find them when Myungo's hands have fully recovered, dismissing them for today. The group erupts in mocking laughter, questioning the audacity of his words, wondering if he grew up sheltered to speak like that. And though they want to retort further, a sudden shift in the air makes them hesitate. One of them instinctively tightens his grip on his sword, a silent acknowledgement of the tension. As Jinian stands before them, his back to the downpour, his presence alone commands attention. An inexplicably oppressive aura emanates from him, making the thugs uneasy. His gaze, sharp and unwavering beneath the brim of his umbrella, meets theirs, a silent challenge. This causes one of the younger, masked members to lash out in anger, calling him a bastard and asking if he wants to die, only to be held back by a companion. He stands firm as the Crimson Reaper Alliance members challenge him, one of them demanding to know who he thinks he is, telling them what to do. Ignoring the warning, the red-hatted thug lunges forward, declaring his intent to attack. Before he can even land a blow, a swift counterattack connects, sending blood spraying from his face. A powerful kick follows, driving him back, and another precise strike, leaving him stunned. As the force of his aura erupts, the entire group of thugs is thrown backward, a shockwave rippling through the rain-soaked ground. One of them, wide-eyed with terror, can only stammer out a desperate plea to his comrades. The entire Crimson Reaper Alliance group recoils, their bravado shattered by the sheer power they just witnessed, leaving them visibly intimidated. Neon then points a finger at them, his voice calm but laced with menace, warning them that he is truly hungry, and if they fight, he will kill them all, before adding that they should leave now while he is being nice, and that he will meet them again another time, or he will find them in Myungo. With his final words hanging in the air, the Crimson Reaper Alliance members begin to disperse, their retreat swift and silent under the falling rain. As the last of the thugs vanish, he and Myungo turn, walking away from the confrontation as if nothing had happened. As the rain continued to fall, Neon Lee, seemingly unfazed by their recent confrontation, casually requested food from Myungo, declaring his hunger and specifying noodles would suffice. Myungo, still visibly annoyed, retorted that his near-death experience was due to Neon Lee's actions, only for the young master to nonchalantly attribute his own overwhelming display of power to mere starvation. Continuing his peculiar justification, Neon Lee explained his need for sustenance and treatment, philosophizing that food has always been paramount in the Central Plains, prompting Myungo to label his verbose reasoning as unbelievably insane. As they walked away, Myungo muttered, wondering if Neon Lee was only now realizing his own madness, while the young master, undeterred, suggested they head to Jinpyong Noodles for the best meal. Moments later, a bowl was already empty, its contents devoured with astonishing speed. With a satisfied grin, Neon Lee exclaimed that he finally felt alive. Myungo, observing him with a mix of disbelief and amusement, questioned if a branch of the beggar sect had taken root in his stomach, remarking on how drastically he had changed from his once picky eating habits. He continued, expressing his belief that people shouldn't change so suddenly, and should instead live in accordance with the natural order, as Neon Lee calmly drank from another bowl. Ignoring the lecture, Neon Lee called out to the owner, initially requesting 2 more bowls, then quickly correcting himself to 4, much to Myungo's visible exasperation. The 2 men sat in the noodle shop, the sound of rain outside providing a rhythmic backdrop to their meal. After a moment of quiet, Myungo shifted the conversation, inquiring about the well-being of the twins. Myungo observes the scene, noting the good atmosphere, and asks about the activity occurring nearby. He receives a simple reply of training, but his attention is quickly drawn to 2 bald figures, one of whom is already holding a bowl yet still asking for another, prompting Myungo to exclaim in disbelief. He muses on their seemingly endless appetite, joking that they must be gluttonous spirits rather than human, before confidently declaring his own wealth. Neon Lee, holding a bowl, acknowledges Myungo's contribution, reminding him that he also helped out. Changing the subject abruptly, Myungo then asks how one learns proper martial arts. As Neon Lee continues to eat, he questions Myungo's sudden interest. Myungo, looking serious, clarifies his intent, explaining that he wonders if learning martial arts would enable him to take on the formidable Crimson Reaper. The mention of the Crimson Reaper causes Neon Lee to pause, as a chilling image of the masked, red-haired figure flashes into his mind. Myungo continues, referring to the Crimson Reaper as the leader of the group they encountered earlier, a figure known to command a vast number of subordinates. He describes the endless swarm of subordinates, who fight like bees and are quick to flee when overwhelmed. Neon Lee listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he processes Myungo's words. Finally, Myungo offers a direct proposal, asking if Neon Lee would like him to teach him martial arts. Neon Lee considers the offer, his expression thoughtful, before responding that he would indeed be grateful for the training. Myungo, however, leans in, his gaze sharp as he lays down a condition, asking if he would follow exactly what he taught. Without hesitation, Neon Lee affirms his commitment, prompting Myungo to declare his identity as the poisonous fox, Myungo, with a confident smirk. He gestures emphatically with his hand, his expression radiating a mix of pride and expectation. Neon Lee, however, points a finger at him, his own words cutting through the self-aggrandizement. The sudden retort clearly catches Myungo off guard, his confident smirk twisting into a look of annoyance and slight embarrassment. He lets out a frustrated sigh, then reiterates his identity with a hint of exasperation. Do you not know who I am? I'm the poisonous fox, Myungo. Neon Lee watches him, unperturbed, while Myungo turns his head away, still visibly annoyed. His hand clenches on the table, a silent testament to his resolve. A determined glint enters his eyes, his expression hardening with a newfound resolve. Leaning forward, he speaks with unwavering conviction, declaring that if Myungo doesn't teach him, he will take drastic measures. His hand slams onto the table, as he threatens to take a dump in front of the Yunha merchant group's gates, a desperate and audacious vow. Myungo demonstrates a swift, powerful movement with his umbrella, the air around it distorting with the force of his technique, as Jinian Li watches intently. He explains the precise point of impact, gesturing with the umbrella, right here. Like this. Jinian Li's expression remains intensely focused, his brow furrowed in thought as he processes the demonstration. After a moment of silence, he finally speaks, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Is that it? His frustration mounts, demanding, what else? You've got to be kidding me. I even bowed down to you. He then threatens, I'll go to your merchant group now, if his expectations aren't met. Unfazed by the outburst, Shul Myungo playfully counters, no, maybe I'll just throw shit. Right here, at you, as he prepares another swift movement. With a flash of motion, he executes another precise, powerful strike with the umbrella, emphasizing his point with undeniable skill. Shul Myungo reacts with exasperation, clutching his head as if in pain, while Jinian Li continues to press his argument. Holding up a small, ornate knife, Jinian Li clarifies, and it's a gift I received, so I can't give it to you. Shul Myungo then sets his terms, borrow it and swing it just like I did just now. Do it 100,000 times, then bring it back. He sternly advises, do it as soon as possible. If you don't want to, just give up on learning martial arts. The weight of the task hangs in the air, a daunting 100,000 times echoing through the quiet room. He stares in utter disbelief, the sheer scale of the task echoing in his mind. Not 1,000, not 10,000, but 100,000 repetitions. Meanwhile, the poisonous fox, Myungo, simply smirks, remarking on his talkativeness before delivering a sharp ultimatum. If he can't commit, he should just give up and scram. A wave of disbelief washes over him, his hand reaching out as he questions the seriousness of the demand. His eyes, now glowing with an intense blue light, reflect a burgeoning resolve, a silent defiance against the impossible task. The sound of a sharp impact echoes, as if a sudden realization or a forceful memory strikes him. His expression shifts to confusion, a single word escaping his lips as he tries to process the sudden shift in his thoughts. Myungo's voice cuts through, painting a stark picture of reality, asking if he truly believes a few kiddie moves are enough to kill someone, then illustrating a hypothetical scenario where he stands victorious over countless foes. The scene solidifies, showing Myungo amidst a sea of fallen bodies, a crimson aura radiating from him, a testament to the power gained from relentless practice. He continues, explaining that with such dedication, he would have been able to at least take down half of those attackers with nothing more than a wooden sword. Instead, Myungo challenges, what did he do earlier? A flashback showing him and his companions fleeing from a group of assailants. His face contorts in shame as Myungo's words cut deep, accusing him of scurrying away like a drenched rat. With a fierce, purple glow now emanating from his eyes, he finally addresses Myungo directly, his voice laced with a newfound intensity. His words cut deep, a stark challenge echoing in the air. If you're going to live so pitifully, just die instead. Yet, a quiet defiance stirred within him, a silent thought forming. I don't want to die though. A knowing smirk played on Myungo's lips, as if he could read the young man's burgeoning resolve. Pouring tea with an air of casual authority, he continued to press, don't just flap your mouth around. The words solidified Jinian's determination, his gaze hardening with a newfound resolve. Soon after, Myungo departed into the sudden downpour, leaving Jinian and Mok In-seop seated inside as the rain began to fall heavily. The sound of the rain intensified, a steady drumming against the eaves. Each drop striking the broad leaves outside, created a rhythmic patter. Turning to his companion, Jinian requested, let me borrow the umbrella. Mok In-seop, umbrella in hand, stepped out into the downpour, leaving Jinian to watch from the doorway. Inside, Jinian settled his bill with a female attendant, who politely reminded him, Sir, please pay for your friend too. As the attendant watched Mok In-seop disappear into the rain, she mused, let's see whether that punk gets his act together now. Jinian Li, lost in thought, pondered his own capabilities, wondering if he could truly face the formidable Crimson Reaper if he were to master martial arts. His mind drifted to the leader of those individuals from earlier, a figure he now knew to be part of the Crimson Reaper alliance. The name echoed in his mind, a challenge he had already accepted, for he had declared he would fulfill his promise. With a resolute expression, he issued a command. They were to find them, for a promise must always be kept. Seated upon his throne, Jinian Li watched as his subordinates knelt before him, awaiting his next directive. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Crimson Reaper knelt, bloodied and defeated, their mission seemingly a failure. Lying prone amidst a pool of their own blood, the Reaper could only manage a single, pained utterance. From above, a furious voice demanded to know, what was the reason Shul Myungo had been allowed to escape? A powerful, blood-splattered figure, with eyes glowing crimson, glared down, radiating intense anger. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified, reflecting the depth of his fury. A subordinate's voice trails off, leaving Dako Myong to ponder the implications of the report he has just received. He questions the failure, demanding to know how they could have been stopped, especially when they had almost captured everyone, only to be thwarted by a friend of the poisonous fox. His frustration mounts, wondering how a single merchant group's son could have stood against all of them. The subordinate stammering that the reports are true, the young man incredibly strong and skilled in martial arts. The men reporting confirmed the rumors, explaining that a widespread belief already circulates, proclaiming Jinian the strongest man in the Yanghua region. Meanwhile, the Crimson Reaper's eyes burn with a terrifying red glow, his expression a mask of chilling intensity. Back in the chamber, Dako Myong's voice drops to a dangerous whisper, ordering his men to prepare and find both the poisonous fox's friend and the merchant's son. His resolve hardens, the finality of his decision echoing through the silent room. Both must die. Elsewhere, Jinian stands, his bandaged hands a testament to his martial prowess, as a voice asks if his opponents are truly ripped apart. The voice continues, describing the Crimson Reaper's terrible temperament and his preference for tearing opponents apart with his bare hands, a chilling image of his red-eyed fury. The speaker elaborates on the Reaper's destructive path, revealing that the leaders of several powerful sects and pavilions, including the Jangsan, Nopio, Horned Dragon, and Hongrak, all met their end at his hands. A bald man, pointing to a map of the Yukwan region, explains that the Crimson Reaper has absorbed multiple factions, making his group incredibly powerful, to the point where everyone in the entire area now pays tribute money to him. The Crimson Reaper's influence was absolute. They said there were no exceptions to his demands, whether it be from nearby escort establishments, merchant groups, inns, or even pleasure houses. He had even managed to extort tribute money from Chul Myungo, a feat that spoke volumes about his power, as Dan Wuzing listened intently to the reports. Just yesterday, the Crimson Reaper had taken over an entire auction house, confirming the kind of man he truly was, a ruthless force to be reckoned with. A deep frown creased Dan Wuzing's brow, as the implications of such widespread control settled upon him. This was indeed troublesome, he mused, knowing that if his true identity were revealed, the merchant group he was associated with could be dragged into an annoying mess. With a determined glint in his eyes, he decided he should go there himself to handle the situation. Meanwhile, under the pale moonlight, the bustling Yukwan shopping district came into view, its traditional buildings casting long shadows across the streets. Among them, a grand pleasure house stood illuminated, its many lanterns glowing warmly against the night sky. Inside, amidst the opulent decor, Li Jinan stood with a woman, observing the bustling activity of the establishment. Nearby, a woman with an elaborate hairstyle instructed her subordinate to check if the guests in a particular room had left. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the halls, followed by a panicked cry of "What happened?" Amidst the chaos, a woman in a pink robe stumbles, her face etched with terror, as another attendant tries to steady her. Nearby, a group of attendants huddles together, one whispering that a woman named Suliai had gone into the Crimson Reaper's room, leaving them to wonder what they should do. A trail of bloodied bare footprints leads away from the scene, as Zhonghua, the manager, listens with a look of deep concern. Another attendant approaches Zhonghua, informing her that a new guest has arrived on the first floor. The attendant from earlier gently guides the distressed woman away, instructing her to rest, and warns everyone to remain quiet and not disturb the Crimson Reaper. Footsteps echo through the opulent hallway, as Li Jinian makes his entrance, his gaze fixed forward. Zhonghua turns to greet him, introducing herself as the one in charge, but the young master cuts her off, directly asking if the Crimson Reaper is present. Her eyes widen slightly in surprise, as she processes his abrupt question. Just then, another figure enters the hallway, his dark robes contrasting with the opulent surroundings, and Dan Wuzing declares his own search for the Crimson Reaper. Zhonghua, now facing both men, asks if he means the association leader, and if he had made an appointment in advance. Dan Wuzing dismisses her question, demanding only to know if the Reaper is upstairs, leaving Zhonghua to hesitate before finally confirming his presence. As the commotion continued to echo through the pleasure house, Li Jinian turned to the manager, confirming her name was Zhonghua before instructing her to evacuate the others, as he intended to proceed upstairs. A wave of distress washed over Jianghua's face, her voice laced with urgency as she pleaded that Xiaoliai was still inside. Jinian's expression remained resolute, knowing that reaching his target would not be an easy task. Zhonghua, still visibly worried, warned him that the association leader's temper was notoriously volatile, a clear sign of the danger awaiting him. Ignoring her pleas, Jinian's focus remained solely on the path ahead, his determination unwavering. With a decisive turn, he began his ascent up the grand staircase, leaving Zhonghua to watch him go, a mix of fear and resignation on her face. Reaching the top, he was met by two stern-faced guards, one of whom immediately challenged his presence, demanding to know who he was and asserting that this was not a place for casual entry. Jinian offered no response, his silence only fueling the guard's irritation. Enraged by the lack of a reply, the guard lunged forward, shouting an insult as he swung his weapon with full force. The weapon sliced through the air, aimed directly at Jinian, the guard's eyes burning with aggression. But before the attack could land, Jinian moved with blinding speed, launching a powerful, arcing kick that blurred through the space between them. His foot connected with a resounding thud, sending the guard flying backward, his assault abruptly halted. He moves with blinding speed, a powerful kick arcing through the air. The force of his strike leaving a red blur in its wake, as his foot connects with an unseen target. A guard is sent hurtling backward with a cry of pain, the impact radiating outward in a burst of white energy. The remaining guards stare in disbelief at their fallen comrade, one of them shouting, "Hell? You bastard. Do you even know where you are?" Li Jinian stands calmly at the top of the grand staircase, his presence commanding as he surveys the growing crowd of guards below. A faint purple aura emanates from him as he asks, "What floor is that bastard Crimson Reaper on?" His question is met with outrage, one guard exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The call to arms echoes through the hall, as another guard bellows, "Kill him." A guard charges up the stairs, weapon drawn, but Jinian simply responds, "Well." Crackling blue energy begins to gather around his hand, as he declares, "I'll find him once I kill all of you anyway." Another guard, his face contorted in fury, screams, "Die, you bastard." But before the guard can even reach him, Jinian unleashes a devastating blow, his fist glowing with intense blue lightning as it connects. As the confrontation escalates, Li Jinian moves with swift precision, snatching a chain weapon from a guard's grasp, the metal crackling with his vibrant blue energy. He immediately puts the weapon to use, spinning into a whirlwind of motion, the glowing chains lashing out at the surrounding guards, each strike infused with devastating force. One guard is sent flying with a pained cry, his body arcing through the air from the sheer impact. Another guard, caught off guard, recoils violently, his face contorted in shock and fear. The chain weapon continues its relentless assault, striking another guard and sending him tumbling to the ground. With a casual flick of his wrist, he disarms yet another guard, adding a second chain weapon to his arsenal. Now wielding two weapons, he becomes an even more formidable force, a blur of motion and crackling blue energy as he sweeps through the remaining opponents. One guard is slammed into the ground with bone-jarring force, the impact sending debris scattering across the floor. The final guard is dispatched with a swift, decisive blow, his body flung aside as the last resistance crumbles. Surveying the scene of his swift victory, Jinian's expression remains impassive, a hint of annoyance crossing his features as he mutters, "This isn't the right room." He steps over the unconscious forms of the guards, his gaze already fixed on the path ahead, undeterred by the minor setback. With a renewed surge of blue energy, he prepares to continue his destructive search, wondering aloud, "Do I need to smash in every room?" He continues his rampage, striking down another guard with a powerful blow, sending him sprawling amidst splintering wood and debris. The sheer force of his assault tears through the room, leaving a trail of destruction. Another guard cries out as he is caught in the relentless onslaught, flung backward by an unseen impact. More of the structure gives way, showering the area with fragments. He surveys the wreckage of the room, his expression unreadable as he steps through the doorway into the next chamber. A slight frown creases his brow as he realizes his target isn't present, concluding that the individual must be on the floor above. Meanwhile, in a lavishly appointed room, a man with wild, reddish-brown hair sits casually on a bed, seemingly unaware of the chaos unfolding below. His eyes, sharp and calculating, betray a deeper awareness, however, as he senses the approaching threat. Suddenly, the room erupts as Jinian bursts in, delivering a brutal strike that sends the man reeling with a pained cry. Jinian seizes him by the collar, holding him aloft as the man, now clearly terrified, identifies his assailant as the association leader and the merchant. Without hesitation, Jinian delivers another devastating blow, the impact echoing through the shattered chamber. Having cut a path through the building, Li Jinian finally stands at the threshold of a grand chamber, his gaze fixed on the figure within. The association leader, a man with a confident smirk, turns to face him, remarking that he had been wondering about all the commotion. His tone dripping with sarcasm, he then asks if Jinian has come to pay for Myungo's debt in his stead. Jinian's expression remains unreadable as he confirms his location, acknowledging that he has indeed reached the 5th floor. He then dismisses the leader's concern about the ruckus, stating that the level of resistance was unnecessarily high. The association leader, undeterred, continues his taunts, asking if Jinian disliked the welcome party and if the climb up wasn't hard. Jinian, however, remains unfazed, retorting that it wasn't a problem, as stomping his way up is his specialty. A tense silence hangs in the air as the two powerful figures face each other, their intentions clear. A cruel smile spreads across the association leader's face, his eyes glinting with malice. He leans in, his voice a low growl, declaring that his own specialty is looking down from above. A burst of dark purple energy flares around the association leader as he laughs, his power manifesting visibly. In response, a similar purple aura begins to emanate from Jinian's hand, as he calmly states his appreciation for underworld folks. He savors the moment, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as the defeated figures around him echo his sentiment. One of the thugs, holding a crude sign, seems to confirm their villainy, but the young master's expression remains one of pure, unadulterated satisfaction. His gaze then shifts upward, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features, as a bare, dirt-stained foot comes into view, hinting at another presence. Without warning, he has seized Dako Myong by the throat, lifting the man effortlessly into the air. Dako Myong, despite his predicament, dismisses the display of power, claiming it's merely a lack of control, before ordering someone to remove a nearby woman. The young master's eyes narrow, his voice cold as he declares the man beyond redemption. A chilling thought echoes in the air, as the young master contemplates how he should end his opponent's life. His eyes blaze with an intense blue light, as he tightens his grip, a dark aura and glowing red particles swirling around the struggling Dako Mayong. Yet, Dako Mayong's smirk remains, a defiant challenge in his eyes. He boasts of his own strength, having torn others apart with his bare hands. Outside the lavish building, panic erupts, as figures scatter in terror, shouting for everyone to flee. A guard, bewildered by the commotion, questions what's happening, only to be told that some madman is tearing the entire pleasure house apart. As the chaos continued, a masked assailant lunged at Li Jinian, blade flashing, while the young master warned his opponent to retreat. Meanwhile, Mok and Siup, observing the unfolding destruction, calmly counted the number of fallen enemies, reaching 2,874. Back in the fray, Jinian's expression remained sharp, his focus unwavering despite the relentless assault. The masked figure's blade struck with brutal force, sending a shockwave of blue energy through the air as Jinian absorbed the impact. Mok and Siup, still observing from a distance, looked down at the wreckage, a large, dark form lying amidst the debris. He then lifted his gaze, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the wider scene. Elsewhere, a man with spiky hair let out a sigh of relief, before declaring his intent to crush his enemies one by one. His knuckles clenched, he finished his defiant statement with a harsh expletive. Meanwhile, Chulmyungo was deep in training, swinging a massive weapon and wondering aloud when he would reach 100,000 repetitions, as his count reached 2,875, then 2,876. His powerful swing connected with explosive force, shattering the training target and sending debris flying. The spiky-haired man continued his monologue, his expression fierce and determined. Chulmyungo paused his training, his eyes wide with surprise as he reacted to an unseen event. A look of profound shock crosses Dan Wuzing's face, his eyes wide as he utters a single, disbelieving word. Mok Siup gazes upwards, his eyes wide with alarm as a brilliant orange glow erupts from a distant building, the light scattering particles across the night sky, and he begins to count. 2,877. A voice from the darkness questions, what was that? Meanwhile, Mok Siup, now in a ready stance, grips his umbrella tightly, his expression a mix of shock and readiness as he prepares for whatever comes next. Elsewhere, Jinian Li's eyes snap open, wide with alarm, his face etched with a profound sense of urgency. Another voice, filled with dawning horror, exclaims, "That's..." The powerful impact sends Dako Mayong crashing to the ground, a pained groan escaping his lips as debris flies around his fallen form. Jinian Li's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, his eye reflecting a deep resolve amidst the unfolding crisis. As the Fist King prepares to scold the encroaching threat, Dan Wuzing clenches his bandaged fists, a faint blue aura beginning to emanate from his hands as he braces for battle. The force of the blow sent Dako Mayong hurtling through the air, his body a blur amidst the splintering debris. He crashed into the ground with devastating power, creating a massive crater as a glowing projectile streaked away from the point of impact. From a distance, Jinian Li watched the scene unfold, his white robes billowing around him as the shockwave rippled through the courtyard. A look of grave concern crossed his face, a single syllable escaping his lips as he processed the raw power he had just witnessed. It was the Fist King, Dan Wuzing, whose powerful grip had just seized Dako Mayong's hand, the force of his attack still reverberating through the air. Yet, despite the initial assault, Dako Mayong stood tall once more, a defeated figure lying at his feet, as he declared the unfolding events quite entertaining. The courtyard was now a tense tableau, with the white-robed observer and a crowd of onlookers surrounding the powerful figure. Dako Mayong's aura intensified, the ground beneath him fracturing further as his power surged. Mok Siup, standing nearby, acknowledged the situation, as the red-haired warrior held something small and sharp in his hand. With a fierce expression, Dako Mayong declared that such a display of power was to be expected from him. His bare foot stood firmly on the shattered earth, a testament to his unyielding presence and the raw power he commanded. But before he could revel further, Jinian Li launched himself into the air, a swift, determined attack arcing directly towards the powerful warrior. He moved with blinding speed, his blade a silver streak cutting through the air. But Dako Mayong met the assault with a swift parry, his own sword deflecting the blow with a sharp clang, a fierce grin already spreading across his face. Undaunted, Jinian Li spun, unleashing a heavy flail that whipped through the space between them, aiming for a decisive strike. The impact sent Dako Mayong reeling, his body momentarily airborne, before he crashed to the ground. The flail, still connected to Jinian Li, whipped back with incredible force, its spiked head a blur of destructive potential. Yet, with a surprising display of raw power, Dako Mayong reached out and caught the flail midair, his bare hand stopping its momentum cold. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a fierce resolve, as he tightened his grip. Standing tall amidst the swirling dust and debris, Dako Myong stared down his opponent, a thought echoing in his mind. Could this man truly possess strength on par with his own? His hand, still gripping the flail, began to glow with a dark energy as he decided that in that case, all he needed to do was crush him with rebound force. With a sudden, explosive movement, Dako Myong lunged forward, his fist a blur of destructive power aimed directly at Jinian Li. The force of his strike was immense, tearing through the air with a violent crack, leaving a trail of dark energy in its wake. His face contorted into a menacing grin. Dako Myong challenged his opponent. Try taking this next. Having endured the previous confrontation, Jinian Li now finds himself observing a new, formidable opponent, whose movements are clean, suggesting training under a master of fist strikes. But as the challenger's piercing blue eyes narrow, a silent but hangs in the air, hinting at a deeper power. Before Jinian Li can fully process the thought, Dan Wuzing closes the distance in a blur, his fist erupting forward with explosive force, striking his opponent. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, Dan Wuzing declares, "Your opponent is me," leaving no doubt about the impending battle. The air crackles around his clenched fist, charged with raw power, ready to unleash another devastating blow. This is the power of the Fist King, a title earned through countless battles and unmatched martial prowess. He unleashes a relentless flurry of strikes, each punch a blur of motion, driving Jinian Li back with overwhelming force. A powerful blow connects squarely with Jinian Li's arm, the impact rippling through his body despite the protective bandages. A guttural cry escapes him, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and fierce resolve as he endures the assault. The relentless barrage forces him to one knee, his body struggling to withstand the sheer power of the Fist King's assault. Looking down at his struggling opponent, Dan Wuzing lets out a soft cuckoo, acknowledging, "You've trained in the fist as well." But Jinian Li's eyes blaze crimson, a powerful red aura erupting around him, as he declares, "Fine, then I shall properly face you." Despite his resolve, Jinian Li recoils from a devastating blow, a frustrated curse escaping his lips as red energy crackles around him. Another impact follows, shattering the very air with its force. The Fist King, Dan Wuzing, closes the distance in an instant, his fist wreathed in a crimson aura as it connects squarely with Jinian Li's face. His eyes glowing with cold intensity, Dan Wuzing stares down at his opponent, who can only look up in stunned defeat. The force of the blow sends him spinning, a whirlwind of motion and debris. Jinian Li's body arcs helplessly through the air, a mere plaything to the Fist King's power. He crashes into the ground with a sickening thud, the impact carving a deep crater into the earth. A pained groan escapes him, his body battered and bruised. Even after unleashing his full strength, he finds himself utterly overwhelmed, a bitter realization dawning upon him. Another choked cry of agony racks his frame. From above, the Fist King's voice cuts through the pain, a mocking question echoing in the silence. "How does it feel to look up at me?" Dan Wuzing stands tall and triumphant, his form radiating a vibrant blue energy as he gazes down at his defeated foe. Still reeling from the devastating blow, Jinian Li struggles to regain his footing, a pained gasp escaping his lips as blue energy crackles around the hand that struck him. Meanwhile, Dan Wuzing's face twists with a cold fury, his voice cutting through the air, declaring that if his opponent had shown even a shred of humanity to others, such intense anger would never have festered within him, his gaze fixed on the fallen figure. A cruel chuckle escapes him as he taunts Jinian Li, asking if he should let him experience what true snow feels like, just once. With a calm, almost detached expression, Dan Wuzing then announces that it's time to begin with the second phase. But instead of breaking, Jinian Li lets out a guttural roar, his body beginning a painful, explosive transformation, muscles bulging and tearing as raw blue energy erupts around him. The surge of power intensifies, his form glowing with crackling blue lightning, his clothes shredding under the sheer force of his awakening. He pushes through the agony, reaching the third phase of his transformation. Then, with another pained cry, he breaks into the fourth phase. The ground beneath him cracks and shatters as his power surges to new heights, his foot glowing with intense blue energy as he enters the fifth phase. From a distance, two observers watch in stunned disbelief, one of them questioning if they shouldn't intervene and stop him. The other observer, hand to his forehead, can only manage a confused, uncertain hum. Even Dan Wuzing, who had been so confident moments before, now looks up with wide, surprised eyes, wondering aloud what exactly he is witnessing. As the transformation deepens, a powerful technique known as the White Lightning 10-phase art begins to manifest, enveloping Jinian Li in a brilliant, crackling blue aura. With a deafening lightning roar, the energy surges skyward, tearing through the very fabric of the air and shaking the ground beneath him. His form is momentarily obscured by the raw power, but a glimpse of his eye reveals a startling change, now glowing with an intense, electric blue light. The sheer force of the transformation causes the surrounding structures to buckle and shatter, as blue lightning erupts from the very foundations of the earth. Rings of brilliant blue energy expand outwards, accompanied by a grating sound, as the ground beneath him cracks and splinters under the immense pressure. Dan Wuzing, who had been taunting him moments before, now recoils in visible shock, his face a mask of disbelief as In-seop watches with wide, stunned eyes. Other observers, including Chul Myung-go and more guards, are equally horrified, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and awe at the raw power unleashed. Dan Wuzing can only utter a single, stunned phrase, barely able to comprehend the magnitude of the transformation before him. The ground around Jinian Li is utterly devastated, a dark, shattered expanse where solid earth once stood. The destruction is profound, leading to the realization that this is truly a force beyond ordinary comprehension. Finally, the dust settles to reveal Jinian Li sitting calmly in the center of a massive crater, the scene described as a cleansing of the underworld under the watchful eye of the full moon. In-seop and Dan Wuzing stand at the edge of the newly formed chasm, their expressions a mixture of shock and profound contemplation as they gaze upon the transformed Jinian Li. From the depths of the newly formed crater, a voice rings out, commanding attention with a simple, yet powerful, "Hey." His presence alone is enough to halt all movement, as he questions, "Who are you to be collecting tributes?" The ground beneath him still fractured from his power. He presses further, "What gives you the right?" Among the stunned onlookers, Dan Wuzing struggles to articulate a response, his gaze fixed on the glowing figure, while another voice from the crowd questions, "Why are you squeezing the blood of the weak here?" With an unwavering intensity, the young master reiterates his demand, "Answer me." A defiant thug, emboldened by his comrades, steps forward, bloodlust in his eyes, declaring, "If you just want to flaunt your strength, then come to me first." Dan Wuzing, witnessing the thug's arrogance, clenches his fist, blue lightning crackling around it, his thoughts filled with disdain for this bastard. As the thugs hesitate, their leader shouts, "Don't falter. He's just one man. Kill him." Before their charge can even fully materialize, a sudden, unseen force erupts, causing a powerful impact that leaves an observer gasping, "My God." From a distance, Chul Myung-go, In-seop, and other villagers watch the unfolding chaos, one of them murmuring, "The Crimson Reaper is dead?" Chul Myung-go, his brow furrowed in thought, ponders the identity of the powerful newcomer. Who in the world is that young man? He then considers the broader implications, asking, "Does this mean we no longer have to pay tributes?" In-seop, with a knowing look, adds, "With the Crimson Reaper gone and those guys soon to be dealt with, who would we even pay tributes to?" As the conversation continued, one of the villagers pondered if the young man, having asserted his power, might also demand tribute. However, a hooded figure quickly dismissed the notion, assuring them that he was not that kind of person. Another voice chimed in, adding that if it were merely about money, he already possessed more than enough, leaving no cause for concern. Meanwhile, two other men, observing from a distance, could only question his actions, wondering if he had lost his mind. A sudden, sharp impact echoed through the air, followed by a resounding crash. The hooded figure, seemingly recalling the source of such sounds, let out a soft, knowing sigh. Indeed, the young master fought with incredible skill, his movements a blur amidst splattering crimson. A deeper thought emerged, a philosophical truth. Every person carries an ember burning within their heart, but what about the past? Jinian Li, walking away from the others, remembered a harsh accusation, a voice claiming he had been running away like a drenched rat. Dan Wuzing, his expression stern, reflected on this very notion. The internal monologue continued, emphasizing the act of nurturing that flame within. Standing alone beneath the vast, starry sky, he realized that nurturing one's own ember was a personal responsibility. Standing amidst the desolate landscape, his unique umbrella-like weapon held casually at his side, he ponders the path ahead, a voice echoing within his mind, asking if he truly desires to become stronger. His resolve hardens, a singular, unyielding desire taking root, to become stronger, even to the point of madness. With a piercing gaze, he asserts that whether one is a mere rat or a cunning, poisonous fox, they must know their place and live accordingly. As if to punctuate his words, he moves with blinding speed, his umbrella weapon deflecting an unseen attack with a sharp, metallic clang. The tip of his weapon drips, a testament to his precision, eliciting a desperate, choked denial from his opponent. In the dim light, the opponent's eye glows a furious, desperate red, reflecting the sudden, overwhelming defeat. With a series of soft thuds, a figure collapses to the ground, their weapon clattering uselessly beside them. He stands tall, his back to the viewer, looking down upon the multiple defeated figures now littering the ground, a silent declaration of his identity. "I'm the poisonous fox." Under a vast, clear sky, the world unfolds, leading to the grand complex of the Yunhe Merchant Group. Within its walls, a voice echoes with concern, wondering aloud about a brother's whereabouts. Seated at a table, Jinian, his expression etched with worry, inquires, "Where have you been?" A moment later, Dan Wuzing, his clothes stained with blood, casually replies, "Just out for a drink." "What brings you to my room, Wei Yan?" His brother, seeing the crimson evidence, can only ask, "I came to ask you something, but why do you have blood on you?" Dan Wuzing dismisses the concern, stating, "It isn't mine," a claim his brother acknowledges with a simple, "Yes, I can see that." Jian then muses on the effectiveness of certain elixirs, considering a thank you gift for those who sent the medicine to the Yunhe merchant group. He continues, I've been thinking hard about what we should offer in return to Merchant Taeho of the Taeho merchant group, adding that even their father has been curious about how precious the medicine truly was. The thought of the Taeho merchant group brings to mind an elderly, wise-looking man, whose influence seems to permeate the discussion. It is revealed that they were the ones who provided the azurite essence, a glowing vial of liquid that holds immense power. Jian, contemplating its profound nature, admits that even he cannot easily measure its true worth. Jian, still processing the immense value of the azurite essence, wonders what could possibly be offered in return for such a priceless gift. His brother, Dan Wuzing, asserts that mere money or goods would be inappropriate, declaring that what they received was truly priceless. Jian, looking to him for guidance, then asks what they should do instead. Meanwhile, the association leader, contemplating the situation, proposes forming a merchants' alliance. Back at the Yunhe merchant group, Jian reacts with shock, exclaiming at the idea of a merchants' alliance. The narration explains that among those who provided elixirs are great merchant groups like Taeho, but also smaller ones, such as the West Wind Escort Establishment, which lacks its own defense force. The association leader continues, stating that if they form an alliance and offer everyone protection, that will be repayment enough. Later, seated with his brother, Jian expresses concern, asking if such a plan isn't too grand. Dan Wuzing reassures him that there's no need to start grand, suggesting that for now, they only need to include the Taeho merchant group and the West Wind Escort Establishment. He emphasizes that they have received something money cannot repay, so they must repay it in another way. As the discussion progresses, a question arises regarding the rules or membership fees for this proposed alliance, to which Dan Wuzing responds, stating that the rules should be kept simple, just as their ancestors did, and for the time being, no fees would be collected. Jian then inquires about the ultimate purpose of this alliance, his gaze thoughtful. The answer hangs in the air for a moment, before being revealed. Dan Wuzing explains that after he taught the O Yang clan and the Little Deities sect a harsh lesson, there have been fewer troublemakers on the streets. A flashback shows a younger Dan Wuzing, who was told that later, when he was stronger, he should protect their escort establishment as well. The overarching goal of the alliance, he clarifies, is to protect the lives of the merchants. Jian listens intently, his expression unreadable. He adds that it would also help to have a system for quick communication, ensuring efficiency. This would allow problems to be addressed immediately, preventing escalation. However, the association leader interjects, questioning what would happen if a situation arose that even the Taeho merchant group's escort warriors couldn't handle, implying that if something like that happened to a big merchant group like Taeho, it would mean martial arts groups were involved. He emphasizes the severity of such a scenario, especially when powerful factions are involved. The association leader considers the formidable threats from the Jianghu underworld, knowing that if such forces were to mobilize, the consequences would be dire. With a resolute expression, he declares, "Then I will go myself." Jian Li, his gaze sharp, listens intently to the leader's unexpected resolve, then questions, "You personally?" before adding, "I told you, the medicine they sent me is priceless." He recalls the surge of power, a brilliant white energy enveloping him, as the medicine truly gave him tremendous strength. The association leader, processing this revelation, asks, "So it really did make you stronger?" Without hesitation, Jian Li confirms, "Yes." The leader slams his hands down, a decisive gesture as he declares, "All right then." Later, with Ma Siup and Chul Myungo observing, the association leader asks Jian Li, "What shall we name this merchants' alliance?" He then suggests, "How about the Great Merchants Alliance?" Jian Li, recalling the ominous Crimson Reaper Alliance, counters, "Just call it the Great Merchants Association." He explains, "The word alliance bothers me." The association leader accepts, stating, "Very well, I'll prepare for it." Then, as an afterthought, he adds, "Oh right." He glances back at Jian Li, a subtle shift in his expression as the new association's future begins to take shape. He listens as his chief administrator laments, "Since your return, my workload has only increased. I'm really swamped these days," prompting a quick apology from him. However, the administrator quickly waves off his concern, assuring him it's perfectly fine. A slight smile plays on Jian Li's lips as he explains that for merchants, a busier schedule only means greater prosperity. His smirk speaks volumes, a silent testament to his confidence and ambition. Suddenly, the chief administrator's eyes widen in alarm, his voice rising as he exclaims, "Young Master John, Chief Administrator." Elsewhere, Chul Myungo's face contorts in terror, his fist clenched as he cries out, "We're done." The words echo with desperation, a chilling premonition of impending doom. Completely spent, he slumps against a door, gasping for air, the weight of the situation crushing him. Back in the room, Jian Li and the chief administrator turn towards the open doors, their attention drawn to the figure now standing there. Chul Myungo's face, etched with pure terror, screams the ultimate despair, "We're done for." He then delivers the devastating news, announcing that Lord O Yang himself is here with his disciples, a revelation that elicits a shocked, "What?" from the chief administrator. The gravity of the situation settles over Jinian Li's features, his expression hardening as he processes the dire implications of this unexpected arrival. The scene shifts to the Grand Yunhe Merchant Group main hall, a place of significant power and influence. Within its walls, the formidable O Yang clan patriarch, O Yang Sing, makes his presence known, his figure exuding an aura of authority. His stern expression and piercing gaze betray a deep-seated resentment, as if contemplating a grave injustice. A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white, reflecting the simmering fury within. One of his subordinates laments the humiliation they suffered at the ruler's meeting, their blood still boiling at the memory, and the thought that an O Yang died in a duel by the hands of a merchant's son only fuels their indignation. From his seat, O Yang Sing issues a chilling command. You three, each of you must fight Jinian of Yunhe Trading once. Another subordinate, seated at a low table, expresses a deeper sentiment, believing that a single victory alone will not be enough to restore their clan's pride. O Yang Sing's face hardens, his eyes narrowing with intense resolve, as he demands to know if they understand his directive. Without hesitation, the three subordinates respond in unison, confirming their obedience. O Yang Sing then inquires if the two chosen combatants will use weapons, to which one of them declares his preference for bare-handed combat. This determined individual is revealed to be Shin So-beek, an in-law of the O Yang clan, his yellow eyes gleaming with readiness for the impending confrontation. As the O Yang clan's second son, the swordsman O Yang Myong, prepares for the impending confrontation, he declares his preference to rely on his fists, finding a certain satisfaction in their use. Meanwhile, the clan's third son, the bladesman O Yang Woon, reveals a different approach, admitting a lack of confidence that compels him to rely on his blade instead. His brother, however, challenges this sentiment, questioning his lack of confidence against a mere merchant's son. Woon defends his caution, reminding him that the merchant's son had, after all, defeated O Yang Hu, a figure experienced in the Jianghu, even if only a distant relative. Myong, however, remains unimpressed, simply stating that O Yang Hu's defeat was solely due to his own lack of skill. Dismissing the discussion, he impatiently demands that the Jinian person be brought out quickly. Two imposing, bald figures, servants of the Yunhe Merchant Group, approach, one of them hesitantly responding to the demand. The impatience of O Yang Myong is palpable, his hand clenching tightly as he awaits Jinian's appearance. One of the servants relays the message, informing them that their young master has invited them to the annex and will meet them once he finishes eating. This unexpected delay, coupled with the imposing stature of the messengers, causes Myong to visibly react, wondering aloud why Jinian's servants are so large. With the message delivered, Myong and the two large servants turn and begin to walk away, their footsteps echoing softly. Their departure leaves a lingering sense of anticipation, as the O Yang clan's challenge now awaits the young master's leisure. A servant pulls back a heavy curtain, revealing the arrival of the awaited guests. As the announcement echoes, stating, "Young Master Jinian, we've brought the guests," a figure emerges from the distant structure. He ascends the grand steps with an air of quiet authority, his dark robes flowing behind him. Finally turning to face them, Jinian offers a calm greeting. "Welcome. You've come a long way." Among the guests, two young men step forward, introducing themselves as, "I am O Yang Myong," and "I am O Yang Woon." Another figure, with a stern demeanor and wrapped forearms, steps forward to add, "I'm Shin So-beek." A flicker of surprise crosses Jinian's face as he remarks, "I'm surprised Patriarch O Yang himself came." The elder O Yang, a knowing smile playing on his lips, clarifies his intent, "But I wanted to personally witness your strength." Standing above them, Jinian accepts the challenge, stating, "Very well. You may choose the duel's format. The Patriarch's request follows, to learn from you through this duel. Will you permit it?" Jinian then lays out the straightforward conditions. The rules are simple. Leave the ring, fall unconscious, or become unable to move, and that will. He concludes, as a servant is already shown defeated on the ground, count as defeat. A faint smile plays on Jinian's lips as he acknowledges the terms of the duel, finding them good, clear, and simple. With a calm resolve, he turns his back to the onlookers, signaling for the confrontation to begin. Across the courtyard, Shin So-beek strides forward with confidence, his allies O Yang Myong and O Yang Woon watching intently from behind. From his elevated position, O Yang Sing observes the scene, a cruel smirk on his face as he anticipates the merchant's son begging for his life. Shin So-beek's eyes narrow with fierce determination, his focus absolute as he prepares for the first strike. Yet, a moment later, a flicker of confusion crosses his face, a strange realization dawning on him. He finds himself questioning the nature of his opponent, feeling less like he's facing a mere merchant's son. Instead, he is sent hurtling backward through the air, the impact suggesting he's battling a warrior hardened in the Jianghu. Regaining his footing, Shin So-beek wonders if Jinian's previous victory over O Yang, who was not just a fluke after all. Jinian, observing his opponent's struggle, calmly asks why he won't draw his sword. Shin So-beek, gritting his teeth as he pushes himself up, defiantly declares he will do as he pleases. Before he can finish his retort, a sudden, powerful blue force slams into him, eliciting a pained cry as he is overwhelmed once more. The The force of the blow sends Shin Sobeek reeling, his face contorting in agony as blood erupts from his mouth. Propelled by the impact, he flies backward through the air, a helpless projectile against the vast sky. Meanwhile, Jineon moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion closing the distance in an instant. From the sidelines, O Yang Seng watches the brutal display, his face twisting into a mask of furious disbelief. Shin Sobeek's flight ends abruptly, as he slams into a stone wall with bone-jarring force, sending cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. He collapses to the ground amidst the rubble, utterly defeated, while Jineon stands calmly a short distance away, the undisputed victor. The other observers, O Yang Mayong and O Yang Woon, can only stare in stunned silence at the one-sided battle. O Yang Seng's rage, however, knows no bounds, as he crushes a delicate cup in his hand, his eyes burning with a dangerous, yellow glow. On the ground, Shin Sobeek's bruised and battered hand trembles, a desperate attempt to reach for something, anything, to continue the fight. But even that small hope is crushed, as Jineon's foot descends, pinning Shin Sobeek's sheathed sword to the ground. Looking down at his defeated opponent, Jineon's voice is calm, almost dismissive, as he states, "You should have drawn your sword." Next, standing amidst the falling leaves, he remains perfectly composed, the picture of serene, overwhelming power. Meanwhile, in a quieter corner of the estate, Myohang diligently attends to her chores, washing clothes with a fierce satisfaction, thinking how those bastards got what they deserved, especially the Crimson Reaper Alliance scum. She laments that she wasn't the one to crush that Reaper's head, watching the cloaked figure walk away, wondering what was wrong with that lunatic. The arena floor lay scarred and broken, debris scattered around the prone form of the Crimson Reaper, who had been decisively defeated by O Yang Woon. Standing over his fallen opponent, O Yang Woon remarked with a hint of disdain that he should have drawn his sword, questioning the seriousness of the challenge. From a different vantage point, Jineon Lee's gaze sharpened, his voice cutting through the silence as he called for the next contender. Among the onlookers, O Yang Mayong stepped forward, volunteering to face the challenge, and asked young Master Shin Sobeek to look after his older brother, O Yang Woon. His request was met with a simple, firm acknowledgement from O Yang Woon, who stood ready to observe the coming duel. As O Yang Mayong took his stance, a swift motion of his hand indicated his intent, declaring that based on his opponent's skill, there was no need to hold back any techniques. Jineon Lee, with a slight smile playing on his lips, expressed his anticipation for a truly challenging match. With a final, decisive look, Jineon Lee gave the signal for the duel to commence. Responding to the challenge, O Yang Mayong's hand flew to his sword, drawing the blade with a fierce, red aura flaring around him, ready to unleash his full power. O Yang Mayong's eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light, his focus absolute as he prepared to unleash his full power. With a declaration of intent, he surged forward, his blade a blur as he initiated his assault, a crimson aura swirling around him. The air shrieked around him, his sweeping sword movement enveloped in a vibrant red energy, threatening to cleave through anything in its path. As the attack bore down, Jineon Lee stood his ground, the force of the incoming strike rippling the air around him. Despite the ferocity of the assault, he remained perfectly composed, a calm, almost dismissive expression on his face as he assessed the situation. Then, with a subtle shift, he effortlessly deflected the sword, his arm glowing faintly with blue energy, acknowledging his opponent's skill. However, the deflection was merely a prelude, as his arm flared with an intense, brilliant blue light, preparing for a counterattack. Moving with impossible speed, his legs became a blur, closing the distance in an instant. O Yang Mayong's eyes widened in disbelief, a gasp escaping him as the counterattack landed with shocking precision. A sharp impact resonated through his hand, the sudden blow causing him to cry out in surprise and pain. The blue energy pulsed, sending shockwaves through his arm as the force of the strike continued to reverberate. With his eyes glowing with profound insight, Jineon Lee revealed his secret, explaining that he was reading the very flow of his opponent's sword movement. He continues to fend off the relentless assault, deflecting the blade with nothing but his bare hand, a vibrant blue energy crackling around his form. With a surge of power, the blue energy intensifies, swirling around his hand as he prepares his next move. He channels his strength, focusing on the fifth phase of his technique. As O Yang Mayong presses his attack, Jineon Lee meets the sword with a powerful, glowing blue deflection, the force rippling through the air. His hand, now a conduit of pure energy, strikes with devastating precision, the blue light flaring brightly upon impact. O Yang Mayong cries out, recoiling from the unexpected force as the blue energy ripples around his body. The air crackles with raw power, a blinding torrent of blue lightning erupting from Jineon Lee. His gaze sharpens with fierce resolve, as he prepares to unleash the white lightning 10-phase art. With a thunderous roar, a colossal orb of pure lightning erupts, engulfing his opponent in its devastating power. The impact shatters the very ground, sending debris flying as the force of the attack reverberates through the area. A final, resounding crash echoes, marking the end of the fierce exchange. Amidst the settling dust, O Yang Mayong lies defeated, sprawled across the broken earth. Having just unleashed a devastating technique, he stands silently, the air still crackling with residual energy around him. Nearby, O Yang Wun watches his injured clan member, O Yang Myong, struggle on the ground, unable to comprehend how easily the third young master was defeated. The patriarch, O Yang Seng, sits beside O Yang Wun, his expression grim as he considers the implications, knowing that if all three of them were to fall, it would cause an unprecedented uproar. O Yang Myong remains on the ground, defeated, his body still reeling from the impact. The protagonist stands over him, a silent testament to his overwhelming power, the sound of the impact still echoing in the air. His long, dark hair cascades down his back, a picture of calm amidst the chaos he has wrought. O Yang Seng, still observing the scene, acknowledges the eldest young master's martial prowess, but his thoughts turn to a different path. His hand clenches, a silent resolve hardening his expression, as he, a master of palm strike techniques, cannot let such an opportunity pass him by. Stepping forward, Shin Sobik offers a challenging smile, proposing a spar with the victor. Jinian Li meets his gaze, his expression unreadable. The challenger's hands, tightly wrapped, are ready for combat. A subtle smirk plays on Jinian Li's lips, acknowledging his opponent's skill and accepting the challenge. With a firm clench of his bandaged fist, Jinian Li accepts the challenge, his resolve unwavering as he prepares for the impending spar. The spar erupts instantly, Shin Sobik launching a flurry of strikes, each imbued with a crackling blue energy, met by a swift, defensive clash. He continues his relentless assault, a blur of motion and power. A powerful kick arcs towards Jinian Li, who meets it with a solid forearm block, the impact rippling through the air. With a subtle shift of his body, Jinian Li deflects the force, a burst of energy radiating from his movement. The counterforce sends Shin Sobik recoiling, his momentum momentarily broken as he's pushed back. Undeterred, Shin Sobik draws a blade, slashing with fierce precision, only for Jinian Li to block it effortlessly with his forearm. The blade scrapes against his defense, a testament to his unyielding guard. Again, Shin Sobik is forced to retreat, his red sleeve blurring against the clear sky as he disengages. Jinian Li stands his ground, observing his opponent, a silent question hanging in the air regarding Shin Sobik's next move. Frustration flickers across Shin Sobik's face as he challenges, wondering if his opponent intends to do nothing but block. With renewed vigor, he lunges forward, blade flashing with blue energy, daring Jinian Li to block this next powerful strike as well. He unleashes a powerful, sweeping motion, generating a swirling force of energy. As the whirling wheel-crushing palm strike manifests as a massive, light blue vortex. Shin Sobik drives the attack forward with intense focus. The swirling energy expanding to dominate the entire space. Caught within the powerful current, Jinian Li barely avoids a direct hit. The sheer force of the vortex pushing him back and upward. The swirling energy continues to buffet him. Yet he remains composed, acknowledging that his opponent's movements aren't terrible. Before adding, but they're too big. Suddenly, Jinian Li counters, his hand shooting out to grab Shin Sobik's wrist. And with a surge of power, he unleashes a burst of crimson energy. The impact sending a powerful shockwave through his opponent. A guttural scream tears through the air, the sound of raw pain and exertion as the full force of the counterattack slams into Shin Sobik. His face contorted in a silent, agonizing roar, the impact reverberating through every fiber of his being. Meanwhile, Jinian Li, with a subtle smirk, acknowledges the intensity of the exchange, musing, "It was a good duel." The sheer force of his final blow sends a wave of energy sweeping across the arena, shattering the ground, and sending fragments of stone spiraling into the sky. With a glowing fist, he drives his opponent deep into the earth, the impact creating a crater of shattered rock and dust. The ground beneath them cracks and splinters, a testament to the overwhelming force unleashed. Finally, Shin Sobik lies prone amidst the settling dust, defeated and unmoving. Yet, after a moment, he stirs, his expression one of disgruntled pride as he mutters, "He lost as well, so what's so good about it?" Jinian Li stands tall, his back to the viewer, surveying the debris-strewn arena, the remnants of their fierce battle still hanging in the air. He watches as Shin Sobik, having regained his footing, stands some distance away, the duel's conclusion now undeniable. Turning his gaze forward, Jinian Li declares with finality, "The duel is over." But as he speaks, his hand subtly grips his arm, a fleeting gesture hinting at a deeper, unseen struggle beneath his calm exterior. A palpable displeasure emanates from O Yang Seng, his gaze sharp and critical, as if the very air around him has soured. He can barely believe the audacity, muttering to himself about the merchant group's young master daring to defeat them consecutively. Meanwhile, Chul Myung-go, observing the situation, acknowledges that the young master is no ordinary man, admitting that even with another person from the O Yang clan, it wouldn't be enough to face him. Shin Sobik, still reeling from his defeat, clenches his teeth in frustration, realizing that at this rate, their reputation will be utterly destroyed. The association leader, standing beside O Yang Seng, agrees, lamenting that not only will the pride of the rulers' association be trampled on, but they will also be ridiculed endlessly, his face contorted in a grimace of utter defeat and humiliation. Unaware of the widespread consternation he has caused, Jian Li lets out a soft sigh of relief, the recent duel now behind him. A voice then breaks his thoughts, inviting him for a walk. The bustling streets of the city unfold before them, a vibrant tapestry of daily life under the bright sun. As they stroll through the crowds, Jian Li and Mok In-seop move with a quiet grace, their presence a calm counterpoint to the surrounding activity. Mok In-seop observes the bustling surroundings, noting that this peaceful town must be a significant hub for Jian Li's merchant group. Before declaring his intention to be direct with him, turning to face him, Mok In-seop extends an invitation, asking if he would consider joining the Rulers Association. He clarifies that the offer isn't for the entire Yunhe merchant group, but for Jian Li alone, promising that if he joins as an individual martial artist, the association would protect his group, a proposition that makes Jian Li ponder the implications of such an alliance. The Rulers Association, he explains, is a powerful organization led by the four great clans, Dako, Shimin, Namgung, and Moyong, notably excluding the Tang clan. These influential clans stand as the pillars of the association, their combined might shaping its formidable presence. However, Jian Li counters, his gaze sharp, questioning if the association is merely comprised of those who abandoned the Murim alliance, which itself is centered around the 9 great sects. Mok In-seop readily admits the truth of his statement, but dismisses it as a problem, suggesting it's better viewed as a friendly competition with the Murim alliance. Jian Li, however, has heard that the O Yang clan only recently joined the association and now understands the true reason behind their obsession with saving face. Mok In-seop then reveals that O Yang, whose men have been spreading rumors about him everywhere, effectively ruining his reputation. Despite the damage, he assures Jian Li that he doesn't blame him, his words tinged with a desperate plea. Instead, Mok In-seop implores him to join the Rulers Association, hoping that together they can restore his lost honor. Mok In-seop, his hand thoughtfully at his chin, continued to press his point, suggesting that his request was hardly an arduous one. He leaned in closer to Jian Li, emphasizing his desire for the young master to acknowledge his subordinate position. A smug smile spread across his face as he challenged, daring him to refuse. Jian Li remained silent, his gaze dropping, contemplating the implications, wondering why he would ever agree to such terms when there was nothing to gain. Mok In-seop, observing his hesitation, pressed on, convinced that the heir of a great merchant group would surely understand the value of such an offer. But Jian Li remained unimpressed, retorting that he had no need for money, nor was he interested in a mere seat as an ordinary martial artist. With a dismissive turn, Mok In-seop declared that if a fight wasn't on the agenda, their conversation was over. Jian Li watched him go, his expression tightening as he muttered, the entire exchange having been thoroughly unpleasant. As Mok In-seop's footsteps echoed, receding down the path, Jian Li remained rooted, a silent tension hanging in the air between them. Suddenly, Mok In-seop paused, turning back to offer young master Li one final opportunity. His voice dropped, laced with a chilling menace, as he asked if Jian Li truly wished to see the entire Yunhe merchant group slaughtered. The weight of the unspoken threat settled heavily upon Jian Li, his shoulders tensing under the sudden, brutal shift in the conversation. Standing alone against the O Yang clan's forces, Jian Li hears their chilling declaration. With their strength, they could easily brand him a public enemy of the martial world, sparing only his life. Surveying the defeated figures scattered across the ground, O Yang Seng's eyes glow with a fierce, almost predatory light. A smirk plays on his lips as he challenges, wondering if Jian Li truly believes they are incapable of such a feat. His hand extends, a gesture of dominance, as he presses further, questioning if his opponent possesses the strength to stop him. Jian Li clenches his fist, his gaze hardening as he retorts, reminding them that even with their power, making the Rulers Association an enemy is a dangerous gamble, only for O Yang Seng to cut him off, demanding to know why he spurns their goodwill. Before O Yang Seng can finish, Jian Li unleashes a devastating blow, shattering the ground beneath them with an explosive impact. He moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion, his power radiating outwards as he continues his furious assault. His eyes narrowed in a furious glare, Jian Li demands an end to the madness, calling his opponent an insane bastard. He stares down his adversary, a chilling aura surrounding him, and offers a stark alternative. He could simply end their lives right here and now. His expression remains fierce as he continues his threat, asking if they truly wish for him to wipe out the entire O Yang clan. Despite the overwhelming display of power, O Yang Myong, the eldest son, glares back defiantly, challenging Jian Li to test him. O Yang Seng, however, remains unperturbed, a slight smile playing on his face as he muses, declaring Jian Li's audacious threat to be one of the most unforgettable things he has ever heard. He reflects on the brazen words of his opponent, acknowledging the lack of manners, restraint, and shame in their challenge, yet recognizing the underlying intent. As if to punctuate the thought, O Yang Myong, enveloped in a sickly green aura, retorts, demanding that he prove his strength before speaking further, then revealing the name of his potent technique, a poison toad palm strike, honed to defeat the leaders of the four great clans. A confident smirk plays on O Yang Mayong's lips, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent as the green energy swirls around him. And the very ground beneath them begins to crack and corrode under the spreading, noxious influence of his poison. Suddenly, Jian Li's face contorts in a grimace of pain, his eyes flaring with a fierce yellow glow as arcs of brilliant blue lightning erupt around him. His entire form becoming a silhouette of crackling energy as he struggles against the burning sensation of the poison, wondering if his own lightning is consuming it. His hands clench, glowing with the same fierce blue electricity, a testament to the internal battle raging within him. A guttural groan escapes him as the blue lightning intensifies, his face etched with the strain of resisting the potent venom. With a pained cry, he drops to one knee, the ground around him fracturing under the sheer force of his internal struggle and the surging blue energy. But in a sudden, explosive counterattack, O Yang Mayong is sent hurtling backward, a blinding white energy slash following his trajectory, leaving him crumpled on the ground, coughing violently as he struggles to regain his composure. Considering the high and mighty way he had acted, Jian Li remarks that his opponent was weaker than expected, though he supposes it's because his white lightning 10-phase art has now reached its 8th phase. O Yang Sang, however, remains defiant, challenging him to finish the job right here and now, declaring that even if he were killed, his assailant would only be seen as a public enemy. He then attempts to use the Rulers' Association as leverage, asking what Jian Li would do about them standing behind him. Jian Li, unfazed, simply questions who truly loses now that things have reached this stage. Before delivering a single, chilling word, you. His eyes burn with fierce resolve, the intensity of his gaze palpable. O Yang Seng's face contorts in a mix of fear and anger as he hears his name, realizing the gravity of the situation. And Jian Li grabs him by the collar, his voice a low, dangerous promise. I'll make sure you regret those words for the rest of your life. Within the grand hall, a tense meeting unfolds. O Yang Seng presides over a gathering, his gaze fixed on the young Jian, who sits across the ornate table, surrounded by watchful guards. Later, the aftermath of a brutal encounter leaves Jian severely wounded, his chest heavily bandaged as Myo Hyang and another woman tend to his injuries, while Ma Kinseop and Chul Myungo look on with grave concern. Despite his injuries, he is shown no mercy, as O Yang Mayong seizes him by the hair, dragging his weakened form across the ground with ruthless force. A desperate cry of patriarch echoes through the air, but O Yang Mayong continues his cruel act, pulling Jian past the very man he is calling out to. The scene around O Yang Seng is one of utter devastation, the table shattered and debris scattered, hinting at the violent events that have just transpired. O Yang Woon, witnessing the brutality, confronts his brother, his face contorted in anger as he demands to know what O Yang Mayong is doing. O Yang Mayong silences him with a chilling warning, threatening to make him suffer the same fate as O Yang Seng. His words are punctuated by the ominous sound of cracking knuckles, a clear display of his readiness to enforce his will. As O Yang Mayong stands over him, the injured Jian can only wonder, his mind consumed by the desperate question, is my father still alive? Still alive, though barely, O Yang Mayong confirms his captive state, then orders Ma Kinseop to prepare a carriage outside, to which the loyal subordinate immediately complies. Turning his gaze to the injured man, O Yang Mayong demands a valid explanation for the current situation. A sharp intake of breath escapes the captive, his eyes narrowing as he meets O Yang Mayong's gaze. With a defiant glint, he retorts, questioning the very notion of needing a reason for his predicament. His voice laced with accusation, he declares O Yang Mayong's true intention is to frame him as the culprit. The bold statement hangs heavy in the air, drawing shocked reactions from O Yang Woon and Shin Sobik, who watch the exchange unfold. Unfazed by the threat, Jian asserts his intention to report the entire matter to the Rulers' Association. Hearing this, O Yang Mayong turns to his guards, ordering them to follow him and serve as witnesses to the unfolding incident. As the tension momentarily shifts, Ma Kinseop interjects, asking if his young master knows the location of the Rulers' Association. Jian explains that the association has no official headquarters. Instead, the homes of the rulers, the 4 great clan patriarchs, serve as their designated meeting places, a fact illustrated by a map highlighting key geographical points like Juhua Mountain and the Yunhe Merchant Group. Considering this information, Ma Kinseop deduces that the Moyong clan estate is the closest, a conclusion Jian readily confirms. Despite his injuries, he stands firm, a stern warning echoing in his mind not to attempt anything foolish. Meanwhile, Waiyan receives his orders, tasked with organizing the day's events and reporting them to the Murim Alliance, to which he simply affirms. With the decision made, the next destination is clear, the Moyong clan. As the sun begins its descent, casting long shadows and golden light across the landscape, a carriage makes its way through a serene, tree-lined path, its journey marked by the gentle rustle of leaves. The rhythmic clip-clop of hooves on the road provides a steady beat, carrying its passengers deeper into the evening. Inside, Jian rests, his bandaged arm a stark reminder of recent events, a faint tune seemingly playing in his mind as he gazes out. He reclines, still recovering, while Ma Kinseop sits attentively beside him. A thoughtful expression crosses Jinion's face, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Breaking the silence, Mok In-seop finally asks, wondering where they are headed. With a slight sigh, Jinion reveals their destination, the Moyang clan estate. The O Yang clan patriarch, looking frail and exhausted, manages to utter a request, his voice raspy with thirst. However, Mok In-seop, standing nearby, responds with a hint of defiance, believing that young Master Li would not permit such a simple request to be granted. A stern expression settles on Jinion's face, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Mok In-seop, attempting to reason, points out that the clan patriarch himself is making the request, implying that such a refusal is disrespectful. Ignoring the plea, Jinion turns his attention to the figures present, his voice cutting through the tension as he questions their allegiance. Both Mok In-seop and the patriarch watch on, their faces etched with concern as the confrontation escalates. Jinion's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing as he directly challenges the two unknown figures, his question hanging heavy in the air. Before they can respond, a surge of brilliant blue lightning erupts from Jinion, enveloping one of the figures in crackling energy, eliciting a pained scream. The blue energy continues to surge and crackle, overwhelming both figures as they struggle against its immense force. Mok In-seop, startled by the sudden display of power, calls out to Jinion, while the two figures are consumed by the swirling, dark energy. With a dismissive wave, Jinion calmly instructs his companion, downplaying the intense magical assault he just unleashed. He then turns back to the now subdued figures, reiterating his initial question with an unwavering intensity. He presses the bound figure for answers, who, still reeling from the attack, manages a strained, "Why yes?" Jinion then demands to know the name of his assassination group. The assassin reveals they are split into gold and silver assassins, and he belongs to the silver faction. Jinion scoffs at the name, remarking that it reeks of their obsession with money. Meanwhile, in a memory or vision, O Yang Seng is seen questioning another assassin about the cost of hiring these men, who simply asks why he's inquiring. Back in the present, Jinion's voice turns colder, reminding the bound man that he still has many body parts intact, perhaps implying a threat, before ordering the carriage to stop for a moment. Under the renewed pressure, the assassin reveals the payment was 800 niang per head. Jinion confirms, asking if that figure is accurate for an assassin. Mok In-seop comments that it's more than usual, but Jinion quickly dismisses the notion, stating it isn't. The vision shifts back to O Yang Seng, who, with a look of grim realization, states that the 800 niang also included the assassin's life's worth. Jinion then delivers the crushing blow, revealing that the assassin's own leader sold him out to O Yang Seng. The vision returns to O Yang Seng, who explains to the other assassin that after wiping out the Yunhe merchant group, he would have been killed by him. Jinion, observing the defeated man, explains that this is the way of the orthodox faction, pristine on the surface, but filthy inside, urging the assassin to understand this harsh reality. His voice dripping with disdain, Jinion informs the bound assassin that his life is worth only 800 niang, a paltry sum. A slight smirk playing on his lips, he suggests the assassin should have trained harder, implying that his lack of skill led to such a cheap betrayal. He continues his scathing assessment, declaring that killers who take money for lives aren't even worthy of being called people. The bound assassin, his face a mask of grim resignation, endures the verbal assault, his hands tightly secured. With a mocking smile, Jinion offers a sarcastic farewell, wishing the assassin a grand life he's led. The assassin's bound hands clench in impotent rage, a single word escaping his lips, bastards. Meanwhile, Waiyan looks out a window, reporting on the grim scene outside. 3 assassins, 1 severely injured person, and a corpse. Leaves drift gently through the air, a stark contrast to the sarcastic observation that this makes for a perfect group for a stroll. The scene shifts to a grand estate bathed in the warm glow of sunset, its traditional architecture stretching across a vast landscape. A lone carriage makes its way along a path, approaching the estate as more leaves fall around it. An aerial view reveals the full scope of the Moyang clan estate, a sprawling complex of traditional buildings nestled amidst lush greenery. Within the estate, O Yang Seng, the O Yang clan patriarch, appears visibly distressed, standing beside O Yang Myong as unseen observers question his compromised state and the identity of his companion. As the group approaches the grand staircase of the Moyang clan estate, a voice from above questions the presence of Patriarch O Yang, demanding to know his purpose there. The figures at the top of the stairs, including an older man with a long beard and a younger man with dark hair tied back, observe the approaching party with keen interest. Moyang Bin, the current Moyang clan patriarch, steps forward, his gaze sharp as he inquires about a mark on the neck of the bound O Yang Seng. Addressing Jinion, Moyang Bin states that he has not met him before, then introduces himself as the clan patriarch of Moyang, before asking for his counterpart's identity. In response, Jinion calmly introduces himself as the young master of the Yunhe merchant group, then echoes the name, Moyang Bin, with a hint of recognition. An older man, Moyang Chu, standing beside Moyang Bin, expresses his confusion, recalling that the previous Moyang clan patriarch was named Moyang Chu, implying a recent change in leadership. Moyang Bin continues, his tone laced with accusation, demanding to know why Patriarch O Yang has arrived with the eldest son of the Yunhe merchant group, especially while being treated like a criminal. O Yang sang, bound and visibly distressed, remained silent, unable or unwilling to respond to the direct challenge. Seeing O Yang Seng's inability to speak, Jian steps forward, offering to explain the complex situation himself. His explanation unfolds, detailing the events that led to this confrontation, culminating in the revelation of O Yang Seng's treachery. As part of his account, Jian points to a group of men, revealing that they were hired by O Yang Seng, implicating him further in his schemes. The Moyang clan members, including Moyang Chu and other attendants, listen intently to Jian's detailed explanation, their expressions unreadable from behind. Threatening a merchant group is a grave matter, a truth that hangs heavy in the air. Moyang Bin explains, his voice laced with concern, that if word of this incident spreads, the Murim alliance will surely mock them, suggesting it might be better to handle things discreetly. Jian, however, remains unyielding, his gaze sharp as he asks the young master of the Yunhe merchant group what his true intention is in coming here. He continues, his voice steady, questioning if Moyang Bin feared retaliation and came to reveal the truth. The tension in the courtyard is palpable, their stance is firm on the dusty ground. Jian then leans in slightly, a challenging glint in his eye as he asks, if you were in my position, Patriarch Moyang, what would you have done? He repeats the question, his gaze unwavering, and Moyang Bin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing in thought. Moyang Bin finally responds, his voice low and firm. If someone threatened to slaughter my clan and turn me into a criminal, there would be only one answer, kill him. However, the narrative shifts, a dark, unsettling energy beginning to emanate from the bound figure. The thought arises, stark and chilling. If that someone was O Yang Seng, then the gaze of the O Yang clan and all of Murim would fall upon me. Red particles begin to swirl and glow, intensifying the ominous atmosphere. From his bound position, O Yang Seng coughs weakly, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance as he struggles to speak. Still bound and helpless, O Yang Seng's voice cracks with desperation, his mind reeling from the humiliation of his defeat. His long, gray hair cascades over his shoulders, a stark contrast to the vibrant red of his robes, as he struggles against his bonds. He can barely comprehend how he could have been bested by a mere merchant's child, blaming the other clan patriarchs for their constant sneering and mockery that fueled his desperate actions. His face contorts in a pained grimace, the weight of his failure crushing him as he admits to making a grave error. Still, he tries to shift the blame, insisting it was the mockery that drove him, and then, with a desperate plea, demands help, claiming his current predicament was initiated by others. He begs Moyang Bin not to hesitate, promising to do anything asked if he is helped just this once, addressing him directly as Patriarch O Yang. But Moyang Bin remains unyielding, his expression stern as he declares that any further disgrace would fall upon him, Moyang Bin, bringing shame to his own name. The realization of his fate washes over O Yang Seng, his face now etched with a profound sense of defeat and despair. Nearby, Jian observes the unfolding drama, his gaze sharp and contemplative as he takes in the desperate pleas and the firm refusal. Moyang Bin looks down, his decision made and his resolve unwavering. He then issues a command to his guards, ordering them to imprison O Yang Seng and the two other tied figures, ensuring they are kept alive under strict watch, to which a guard immediately confirms compliance. Turning to Jian, Moyang Bin's stern demeanor softens slightly, offering a sincere apology for the shameful hospitality and the chaotic events that have transpired. Moyang Bin, his expression thoughtful, acknowledges the recent turmoil, stating that the Rulers' Association should not harbor such leeches, and that Jian has suffered because of his clan's involvement. Then, with a slight shift in demeanor, he extends an invitation, asking if Jian would consider sharing a meal if he wasn't leaving immediately. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he concludes, declaring that his journey has been well worth the effort. A distant, echoing sound reverberates through the night, followed by another, equally profound resonance, as the night sky stretches endlessly above. Later, seated across from each other at a low table laden with food, Moyang Bin and Jian share a quiet meal, the city lights twinkling softly outside the window. As he picks at his food, Moyang Bin muses aloud, wondering how the eldest son of the Yunhe merchant group managed to defeat the O Yang clan patriarch. The thought lingers, a silent question hanging in the air. Where in the world did such a man suddenly appear from? Jian meets his gaze, a calm intensity in his eyes, as Moyang Bin offers a slight, knowing smile. Breaking the silence, Jian addresses him directly, asking if he has considered how the matter of O Yang Seng should be resolved. Moyang Bin responds, acknowledging his inability to personally execute O Yang Seng, but assuring Jian that he will handle the situation in a reasonable manner, before posing a direct question about Jian's own intentions. With a decisive tone, Moyang Bin reveals his plan. He will deliver O Yang Seng to the Murim alliance, a decision underscored by the prominent symbol of the alliance. Moyang Bin's voice echoes with resolve, his decision made, declaring that the O Yang clan would bear the full weight of the resentment, sparing his own. He acknowledges the ruler's association might suffer, but asserts this is a matter of honor, far outweighing any damage, confident that the other clan patriarchs would ultimately agree with his judgment, a judgment that would involve the golden basin hand-washing, a traditional retirement ritual for Jianghu martial artists. A soft tap of his finger against the table punctuates his thoughts, as Jinian considers it a sound plan. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind, wondering if his next question might be ill-timed. Ignoring his hesitation, he presses on, inquiring if the former clan patriarch, Moyang Chu, had undergone the golden basin hand-washing ceremony. Moyang Bin listens intently, his expression unreadable as he processes the unexpected question. A slight frown creases his brow, as he remarks that young Master Li's news of the Jianghu seems to be slow. The implication hangs heavy in the air, prompting a somber realization from Jinian, who admits his father has been missing for over a year. A tense silence falls between the two men, broken only by the faint crackle of distant energy, as Jinian's revelation hangs in the air. Moyang Bin's eyes widen slightly in surprise, repeating the word missing in disbelief. Jinian confirms the grim truth, explaining that despite sending out all members of the main clan to search, his father remains unfound. A profound sadness washes over him, as he confesses to living as an unfilial son. A year had passed since he first awoke in this body, a profound shift that marked the beginning of his new existence. This realization brought a chilling implication, meaning not only had he died, but Moyang Chu, the original owner of this form, had perished as well. A grim image of the fallen patriarch, bloodied and defeated, flashed through his mind, a stark reminder of the violence that had preceded his arrival. He considered the implications of this revelation, a quiet, perhaps, escaping his lips as he pondered the intertwined fates. Meanwhile, Moyang Bin turned his attention back to Jinian, his voice laced with a probing curiosity, asking if his father was rumored to have clashed with the demonic faction. Jinian's expression shifted to one of surprise, the mention of the demonic faction, not even the underworld faction, catching him off guard. Moyang Bin continued, his hand resting calmly, explaining that they had been silent for over 20 years. He reasoned that if the demonic faction had truly risen, it would not be this quiet, and it would be strange for them to only target his father. Jinian confirmed his lack of involvement, stating he had no contact with them either. He then recounted his own experience, how they simply appeared suddenly and ambushed him. Moyang Bin, considering this, posed a hypothetical question, wondering how Jinian's father would fare if he were ambushed by several swordsmen. Jinian shook his head, a resolute expression on his face, acknowledging it would be a brutal fight, but firmly believing his father would not fall to a few swordsmen. He considers a chilling possibility, wondering what if all of his past enemies possessed a blade-proof body. A flicker of surprise crosses his features as he realizes the implications, a silent question hanging in the air. His mind drifts back to his past life, recalling how some of those he fought had survived even after being struck by his devastating attacks. Even the immense power of his ninth phase lightning energy, a force capable of obliterating most foes, had failed to finish them. He remembers the grim faces of his past enemies, their forms obscured by rain, and the unsettling realization that some possessed an unnatural resilience. Even in his current body, he knows that the 8th phase lightning energy is a power that ordinary men simply cannot endure. Considering his own power level back then, their survival had been truly unnatural. He recalls the sheer joy of battle, a wide grin spreading across his face, as he unleashed his lightning against such formidable opponents. At the very least, those individuals must have been in the realm of a blade-proof body and beyond. If men like that, with such incredible resilience, were to join forces with those wielding strange sorcery, the consequences would be dire. Against such an alliance, he muses, the only ones who would be able to stand against them would be those of truly exceptional power. He envisions a figure of immense power, shrouded in dark energy, the kind of being capable of confronting such overwhelming odds. He continues to ponder the existence of those who operate beyond the heavens, their power and influence shrouded in mystery. Even a son searching for his father would find no trace of the demonic faction, he muses, wondering why they move with such secrecy. Taking a sip from his cup, he considers what their ultimate goal could be. Meanwhile, a desolate, rocky landscape is illuminated by an ethereal, crackling blue energy, suggesting a powerful presence. Through a vast, winding canyon, a lone figure approaches a dark cave entrance, the air shimmering with faint, glowing particles. A voice echoes, identifying their target as the sword demon, as a powerful impact reverberates through the stone. Jinian sits patiently on a rock, his sword resting beside him, as he confirms that they have finally found their quarry. A new figure, with piercing red eyes and a dark fan, is revealed, identifying the target as the Sword King. With a subtle smirk, the Heavenly Demon acknowledges the success, commending the efforts of the Heavenly Demon faction. Jinian, a slight smile gracing his lips, commands his allies to prepare for movement. High above, numerous dark-robed figures are positioned on the jagged cliffs, overlooking the desolate terrain, ready to descend. Standing opposite the Heavenly Demon, Jinian declares, "It is time to hunt the king." Rain falls softly over a sprawling traditional city, its tiled roofs and ancient walls nestled amongst towering mountains. the gentle downpour reflecting off the tranquil waters below a grand wooden structure. Even a son searching for his father could not find traces of the demonic faction, leaving one to wonder why they moved with such secrecy. A question that weighed heavily on Jinion's mind as he held a small cup, his expression thoughtful. He pondered what they could possibly be after. As he sat across from Mak and Siup, who inquired if he could also be updated on the recent situations of the other top martial masters. Siup then recounted recent situations, mentioning that he had seen the Blade Emperor not long ago, and he was still in good health. As Siup spoke, Jinion listened intently, absorbing the information. He continued, explaining that O Yang Seng had shouted at them, accusing them of mockery, but it was the Blade Emperor who had laughed loudly, leaving the others, including Moyong Bin, to make awkward faces in the tense atmosphere. He considers the O Yang clan patriarch, understanding why he might have felt slighted. However, the Blade Emperor, O Yang Seng, is not one to dwell on such trivial matters, his boisterous laughter echoing with indifference. As he tends to completely disregard those he dislikes, while the Sword God, a figure of immense power, reportedly entered closed-door training about half a year ago. Moyong Bin, the patriarch of the Moyong clan, is another such master, his presence commanding even in the deepest solitude. One can only wonder what martial skill a man already known to be beyond the heavens could possibly seek to refine further. The speaker continues, explaining that the Sword Emperor, unlike the others, wanders without a fixed residence, making his whereabouts impossible to track. He recalls that the last time the Sword God visited, they informed him of Jinion's father's disappearance, but there has been no news since. As for the Sword King, he has half retired, now dedicating his time to teaching disciples. Then there is the Fist King, Dan Wuzing, a formidable martial artist, seen here with one of his students. The speaker continues to describe him, his intense gaze reflecting his reputation. He possesses such a fierce temperament that even Jinion's father found him difficult to deal with, and no news of him has been received either. He is likely either roaming the world in search of disciples, or actively dismantling various underworld sects. The Fist King is not the type of man one befriends easily. As Mak and Siup explains to Jinion, who listens intently from across the low table. He continues, his words painting a vivid picture of the martial artist's reputation, wondering aloud what it is about the Fist King's personality that makes him so hard to approach. Mak and Siup then asks, a slight frown on his face, if Jinion truly doesn't know the answer. He elaborates, explaining that the Fist King often beats up junior disciples of the orthodox factions for their arrogance, leaving Jinion looking troubled by the description, and even punishes seniors of the demonic faction if they displease him, going so far as to slaughter every unorthodox faction member he encounters. He adds that even young heirs of prestigious clans have had their cheeks slapped more than once by the Fist King, a revelation that causes Jinion to hum thoughtfully, processing the sheer brutality of the man being described. However, Mak In Siup continues, his expression shifting, to reveal another side of the Fist King. Jinion crosses his arms, listening intently. As Mak In Siup concludes that despite his harsh methods, the Fist King is ultimately a man who is upright and principled. He always kept his word, even challenging seniors to duels without hesitation, giving the impression that he was simply a martial artist to the core. Based on what he had heard from his father, the Fist King seemed like someone who lived a rather lonely life. A shadow of a clenched fist fell across the floor, a stark reminder of the martial prowess being discussed. Jinion considered this, a thoughtful expression on his face, wondering if perhaps the Fist King was not as lonely as it seemed. As rain began to fall outside, Mak In Siup looked out the window, then turned back to Jinion, asking what he had said. Jinion, still at the table, casually replied, nothing. I said the food was good. Mak In Siup then inquired, are you returning to the merchant group now? To which Jinion simply affirmed, yes. Continuing their conversation, Jinion then posed a question to Mak In Siup, if you don't have any duties for a while. He looked intently at his companion. What do you think about visiting the Murim Alliance in person? A question mark hung in the air, reflecting the weight of his proposal, as Jinion awaited a response. The following day, the journey continued, bringing them to the expansive Moyong clan estate. The estate's ancient walls and flowing waters hinted at its long history, a place of significant power and influence. As they prepared for the next leg of their travels, a voice explained that with direct testimony, they could shape the case as they desired. It was then revealed that the Moyong clan delegation was also returning from a nearby assignment, making it convenient for them to travel together, and the speaker introduced Baek Hankyung of the Murim Alliance. Jinion listened intently, his gaze thoughtful as he processed the new information. Mak In Siup stood beside him, his expression serious, ready for whatever came next. Addressing the group, Jinion stated that as for O Yang Seng, they would escort him, while the other two could depart first using their mobility arts, a command met with an immediate understanding. Then, with a slight shift in his demeanor, Jinion added, there was one more thing. He turned to Mak In Siup, entrusting him with the care of the Yunha merchant group while he was gone, a clear sign of his trust and the importance of the merchant group. Meanwhile, martial artists of the Moyong clan had already arrived, ready to escort the merchant group as planned. Baek Hankyung offered a pleasant smile, his demeanor calm and agreeable. Jinion returned the gesture, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he acknowledged the situation, ready for the next phase of his journey. His hands wrapped in bandages, Jineon reflects on the recent events, acknowledging the Moyang clan patriarch's goodwill. Baek Hankyung, listening intently, then adds that there is one last thing they need to discuss. He explains that the assassins who attacked earlier seemed to belong to an organization known as the Gold-Silver Assassins, and he would like the Rulers Association to investigate them. Standing with Mok and Seup, Jineon readily agrees, stating that if their headquarters are discovered, he will lend his strength to the investigation as well, a task he deems not difficult. Baek Hankyung looks at him, a slight smile playing on his lips, impressed by his resolve. He admits that he had initially come prepared for a full confrontation with the Moyang clan, expecting resistance. However, since the clan patriarch assessed the situation so wisely, he can now return with peace of mind. Baek Hankyung offers a final, sincere thanks, his expression earnest. With their conversation concluded, both Jineon and Baek Hankyung launch themselves into the sky, leaving the Moyang clan estate behind as they soar into the distance. Their forms quickly diminish against the vast expanse, a testament to their speed and the journey ahead. A faint smirk played on his lips as he gazed up at the sky, a quiet peace escaping him. He mused on the audacity of the Yunha merchant group's youngest master, who had dared to come alone, seemingly ready for battle. A flicker of intrigue crossed his expression, finding the man quite interesting. His sharp gaze held a hint of amusement, his thoughts remaining his own. Meanwhile, Baek Hankyung soared through the air, his form a blur against the sky as he moved with purpose. The boundless expanse of the sky stretched above, dotted with soft, white clouds. For days later, the landscape had shifted dramatically, revealing towering mountains and ancient, sprawling structures nestled within their peaks. They arrived in a bustling town, its streets alive with the daily activities of its inhabitants. Baek Hankyung observed his companion, a thought forming that he was just as taciturn as himself. Indeed, after several days of travel with Mok and Seup following behind, their conversation had been minimal, consisting of little more than necessary exchanges. As they rested on some rocks, Jineon finally broke the silence, suggesting, "Let's depart." To which Baek Hankyung simply agreed, "Let's." A short while later, Baek Hankyung offered a new suggestion, "Let's rest a bit," and again, Jineon concurred with a simple, "Let's." As the trio navigated the bustling market, a sudden jostle caused Jineon to bump into a passing figure. He quickly offered an apology, but Mok and Seup's gaze sharpened, recognizing the distinctive scar on the man's cheek. A moment of silent recognition passed, as the name, Wicked Rogue, and Murim's public enemy flashed through his mind. The realization settled, cold and sharp. Turning to Jineon, Mok and Seup declared that he had just spotted a wanted man from the Murim Alliance's most wanted list, and he intended to either kill or capture him. Jineon, surprised, questioned if the man was a member of the unorthodox faction. Mok and Seup confirmed it, but warned him to stay back, acknowledging the danger. A look of shock crossed Jineon's face, as the implications of the encounter began to sink in. Suddenly, the rogue, realizing he had been spotted, shoved through the crowd with a loud cry, attempting to escape. Mok and Seup watched him go, a hint of annoyance on his face at the rogue's noisy retreat. The situation highlighted a growing tension. Many outcasts from the unorthodox faction had recently grown dissatisfied with the Murim Alliance's actions, leading to a surge in their members being captured and killed. Shadowy figures with glowing red eyes and grasping hands symbolized the grim reality of this escalating conflict, a single disembodied eye held aloft, watching. For one of them to walk openly down the street without even a mask, it was an act of brazen defiance. But as the rogue stepped forward, a sudden, swift attack descended from above, striking with a sharp impact. The attacker, a man with a dark ponytail, confirmed the obvious. It was, of course, a trap. Three figures, armed and ready, now surrounded the fallen criminal, their expressions grim and determined. Observing the scene, one could infer the severity of their methods, judging by the missing arms of their victims. The defeated rogue lay broken, surrounded by a crimson glow, a voice echoing that these must be the ones who lost to the Alliance leader. The man with the ponytail then taunted the fallen figure, asking if he was still alive, yet wasting his breath with such disgrace instead of challenging him again. Just then, Mok and Seup, accompanied by Jineon and Baek Hankyung, arrived on the scene, questioning if they were using wanted criminals as bait. One of the ambushers, a man with a headband, proudly declared their gruesome practice, stating their hobby was cutting off arms for the Alliance leader and sending him severed heads of his subordinates. The man with the ponytail, the leader of the ambushers, echoed the sentiment, a chilling hobby, escaping his lips. He stood with his back to the onlookers, his dark ponytail swaying slightly. Suddenly, the defeated rogue, still lying on the ground, sensed a new presence, his head snapping up as he demanded to know who was there. Under the cover of night, a figure stands silhouetted against the distant lights of a grand estate, his presence radiating an undeniable power. Chul Myungo, the poisonous fox, glances down, a hint of surprise crossing his features, wondering when his opponent had managed to catch up to him. A confident smirk plays on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a predatory amusement. He declares with a casual air, that his true passion lies in defeating those who stand before him. Meanwhile, news spreads like wildfire, the shocking revelation that Lee Jian has gone to the Murim Alliance echoing across the land. The journey takes him to a sprawling complex of traditional buildings, their dark roofs contrasting with the bright, clear sky. Within its walls, the wicked rogue struggles against his captors, his voice filled with desperate questions about the Murim Alliance and their sudden presence. He thrashes violently, demanding release, and to know the identity of those who dare to hold him. Lee Jian and Mok In-seop observe the scene, as Baek Hang-kyung explains that the Moyang clan patriarch had to personally testify regarding the O Yang clan incident, which is why he departed immediately. Baek Hang-kyung then addresses the captors directly, identifying them as escorts sent from the Moyang clan and politely requesting the captive's release. The captive, the wicked rogue, lies slumped on the ground, as the O Yang clan members, O Yang Woon and O Yang Myong, stand over him, seemingly unfazed by the request. Lee Jian and Mok In-seop continue to watch, as Jian recalls a past training regimen, where he was forced to perform 100,000 sword swings, a memory he finds somewhat embarrassing to admit aloud. A frustrated exclamation escapes Chul Myung-go, his hand clenching as he recalls his earlier, bold declaration. He would cause a scene at the main gate if he wasn't given the next step. Looking down at the retreating figures, he mutters, "You didn't hear that." A thought crossing his mind that if the matter was truly important, it would be better to pursue and discuss it, but then he dismisses the idea, declaring his intention to take his leave, as he is busy. His back turned, the weight of the situation settles upon him, a silent frustration building. Kneeling in exasperation, he curses the situation, realizing that Jian has already bolted for the Murim Alliance. His hand gripping a fan, he wonders aloud, does he think I'm a fool to be toyed with? His gaze sharpens as he reaffirms his identity. No, I'm not a fool. I'm a poisonous fox. With a determined expression, the poisonous fox declares, at this point, I'll just storm into the Murim Alliance myself. Meanwhile, Lee Jian races across the landscape, a companion calling out to him. Hey Jian, what's next? As Jian walks away, a voice cuts through the air, demanding to know who is there. He turns to face a small group of figures, led by a man with a distinctive scar on his cheek, who stands with two other guards, their blades drawn. The scarred man, Chul Myung-go, looks taken aback, wondering how Jian managed to catch up to him so quickly. A smirk plays on Jian's lips as he simply asks, me? He then declares with an air of casual superiority that he is merely a man whose hobby is beating others like them. Chul Myung-go lets out a scoff, then quickly apologizes for laughing in front of his seniors, while Mok In-seop and the other guard look on. Mok In-seop, clearly annoyed, retorts, asking who is truly beating whom in this situation. Jian, having achieved his goal of luring them out, decides his business is concluded and announces his departure. Chul Myung-go, however, isn't finished, mockingly asking the lustful swordsman if he's off to relieve himself, a comment that clearly displeases Jian. Jian's expression hardens as he demands to know what was just said. Chul Myung-go, still smirking, feigns innocence, asking why he's so sensitive, implying that a healthy man could do such a thing. As the tension mounted, Jian turned to Baek Hang-kyung, asking if he was permitted to eliminate a wanted man, to which Hang-kyung confirmed that a public enemy of the Murim Alliance was officially registered, allowing for immediate execution. Hearing this, Jian mused aloud, considering the implications of such a swift judgment. His bandaged hand, a testament to recent struggles, remained steady, as his gaze sharpened, a flicker of realization crossing his features. He reflected on the journey, the 3 days they had spent traveling together, a period that now felt like a prelude to this very moment. A sinister smile spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous amusement as he declared his pleasure in the unfolding situation. Before another word could be exchanged, one of the guards, enraged by his arrogance, lunged forward, shouting a furious accusation as he and another assailant attacked simultaneously with drawn blades. Yet, with a speed that defied their assault, Jian merely raised his forearm, effortlessly deflecting the sharp steel of the first guard's blade with a casual, almost dismissive gesture. As he held his ground, a faint red aura began to emanate from him, his voice cutting through the chaos with a chilling question, challenging their very intent. Suddenly, from an unseen direction, a volley of throwing knives sliced through the air, aimed directly at the exposed figure of the young master. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian's hands moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he expertly deflected each incoming blade, sending them spinning harmlessly away. Still, the assault continued, more knives following the first wave, their sharp points glinting in the light as they hurtled towards him. With fluid, almost artistic movements, Jian continued his defense, his hands weaving a protective barrier that sent the remaining projectiles spiraling away, completely unharmed. He continued his swift counterattack, his foot connecting with the blade of his opponent's sword, sending a shockwave of impact through the air. And with a powerful kick, he sent Chul Myung-go reeling through the air, declaring that he would return the attack in kind. The impact left the man screaming in agony, his body contorting from the sheer force. As he lay there, blood splattering around him, Chul Myung-go realized the truth. The bastard had deliberately avoided a fatal blow, even as he threw him. Looking down at his defeated foe, Jineon casually inquired what the lustful swordsman had done to become a wanted man. Chul Myungo's thoughts, however, were far from answering, wondering why such a question was even necessary between men. With a guttural roar, Chul Myungo's hand began to glow with a vibrant green energy, a desperate surge of power emanating from his very being. He boasted that he had simply trained a body part that Jineon would never be able to use, implying a unique and formidable technique. But as Chul Myungo prepared his attack, Jineon's own hand began to glow with the exact same vibrant green energy, a silent, chilling response to the challenge. Ignoring the impossible sight, Chul Myungo lunged forward with all his might, screaming a furious accusation at his opponent. But Jineon merely met his charge with a cold gaze, retorting that since his opponent wouldn't be using his trained body part, he would simply rip it off for him. True to his word, Jineon brought his glowing green hand down with devastating force, delivering a final, decisive blow to Chul Myungo. A hand, still glowing with a vibrant green energy, is violently intercepted mid-motion, the force of the impact sending ripples through the air. Looking down with an unyielding gaze, Jineon prepares to deliver a final, crushing blow, the ground already fracturing beneath his target. His body a blur of motion and crackling blue energy, he descends with a powerful, arcing kick. The impact is immediate and brutal, his foot connecting squarely with the green glowing arm, shattering its defensive aura. Chul Myungo is sent crashing into the stone, his green energy dissipating in a violent burst, leaving him embedded in the shattered pavement. A guttural scream tears from his throat, his face contorted in pure agony as the full force of the attack settles upon him. Lying broken amidst the debris, Chul Myungo can only glare up at his opponent, cursing him for the overwhelming defeat. The realization dawns on him that victory is impossible, and facing certain death, he makes a desperate choice, declaring his surrender. Kneeling with hands raised, Chul Myungo offers to face the Murim Alliance's punishment himself, pleading for his dignity. Jineon, still standing over him, questions the sudden change of heart, his expression unreadable. With a sly glint in his eye, Chul Myungo explains that his surrender would settle the matter, and more importantly, he possesses valuable intelligence about other wanted men. He attempts to bargain for his life, suggesting his continued existence would be more useful, but Jineon's foot, crackling with blue energy, remains poised to strike, indicating his decision is far from made. Having delivered a decisive blow, he stands over his defeated opponent, the air still shimmering with residual energy as blood splatters across the stone, the man below him defiantly declaring that he is not from the Murim Alliance, and therefore sees no reason to surrender. The protagonist surveys the scene, two figures now lying defeated at his feet, his presence dominating the quiet aftermath of the battle. He looks down at Chul Myungo, his expression unreadable. A thought crosses his mind, wondering if they should have taken the defeated man to the Murim Alliance instead, a flicker of consideration on his face. But his companion, Seop, offers a firm no. The protagonist agrees, stating that it is better if the man died, and that they should not mind it. With the matter settled, a new priority emerges under the clear sky, a growling stomach, prompting one to suggest they find something to eat, a sentiment quickly echoed with agreement. Leaving the scene of their recent confrontation behind, the two figures walk away, their cloaks swaying gently in the breeze as they head towards their next destination. Meanwhile, within the quiet confines of a traditional wooden building, two figures observe from an upper balcony, while another sits alone on the floor below, the sounds of the bustling world outside muted by the thick walls. After their previous encounter, the two settled into a bustling tavern, finding a moment of respite amidst the chatter of other patrons. As they ate, Seop turned to Jineon, remarking that he seemed to possess a wealth of experience, and that watching his earlier fight had completely cleared any doubts he might have harbored. Jineon, calmly picking up a piece of food with his chopsticks, simply inquired, "What doubts?" Seop explained that he had heard rumors of a merchant group's heir defeating the head of the O Yang clan, a feat he found hard to believe, especially since Jineon's name wasn't widely known. He had even considered testing his strength himself, but decided against it, assuring him there would be no witnesses if he had. With a slight nod, Jineon simply stated, "I understand." He continued to eat, his expression unreadable. Seop, however, persisted, affirming that after witnessing the fight, he now truly believed Jineon possessed that level of skill. A moment later, Seop offered a polite, "Thank you," before an internal thought surfaced, noting how unusually talkative he had become. Jineon placed his hand on the table, then began, "Hey, would you?" Seop interrupted, finishing his thought, "Consider joining the Murim Alliance?" Jineon paused, a question mark hanging in the air, as Seop continued to explain that the alliance didn't pay much and the work was harsh, but the only thing that truly mattered there was skill. He concluded by stating that, according to their leader, individual ability was valued over background. The path ahead stretched upward, a grand staircase leading to an unseen destination, as the conversation continued. Seop pressed his point, explaining that with Jineon's talent, he could achieve great things within the alliance, especially since he seemed to have ties with the Rulers' Association. Looking directly at him, Mok Inseop declared he would be frank about the Rulers Association. He explained that the Murim alliance was fundamentally different from the Rulers Association, which, despite its grand appearance and promise of wealth, had significant flaws. While the association might offer more pay and easier jobs, it was an organization built entirely on clan influence, leaving outsiders with no real chance to succeed. The great clans always favored their own, treating outsiders as mere mercenaries looking for high wages, rather than valued members. And in a real battle, he asserted, they would scatter like autumn leaves, lacking true cohesion and loyalty. The image of a falling figure underscored his point, emphasizing the chaotic disarray that would ensue. Jineon listened intently, stirring the contents of his bowl, his expression thoughtful as he processed Mok Inseop's candid assessment. After a moment, he conceded, that's a good decision, acknowledging the validity of Mok Inseop's argument against the Rulers Association. Seizing the opportunity, Mok Inseop leaned forward, offering a tempting proposition. If Jineon would testify, he could shape the narrative as he wanted. Jineon looked down at his bowl, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, thinking to himself that not all of the Rulers Association was like that, and Mok Inseop's offer felt like too much of a leap. Jineon sits across from Mok Inseop, who continues his impassioned argument, declaring the Murim alliance to be the correct path. Mok Inseop looks down, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze fixed on Jineon. He then dismisses the Rulers Association with a sneer, calling it nothing more than a smear alliance, while a woman beside him watches with a hint of concern. Jineon's expression hardens, and he sharply rebukes Mok Inseop, telling him to stop bad-mouthing others and insulting people. He then gives a firm, almost challenging, assent, acknowledging the statement with a decisive all right. Mok Inseop, taken aback by the sudden shift in tone, protests that comparing the Rulers Association to autumn leaves is outrageous, while Jineon remains composed. Recognizing his misstep, Jineon bows slightly, offering a sincere apology for speaking rashly, and then politely asks for Mok Inseop's name. Mok Inseop, now looking somewhat chastened, reveals his full name. His surname is Autumn Wind, and his given name is Autumn Leaves. A moment later, Mok Inseop lets out a hearty laugh, the tension momentarily broken by his amusement. As Jineon remains in his bowed position, the woman named Autumn Leaves looks on with a thoughtful expression, while Mok Inseop's laughter echoes through the room. Autumn Leaves then addresses Jineon directly, telling him not to mind the others since he has already apologized. Jineon, still looking somewhat displeased, finally concedes, agreeing with a reluctant, very well. Still reeling from the previous exchange, he is asked if he came for O Yang Sing, and if he belongs to the Rulers Association. His companion, however, doesn't recognize the name, assuming anyone from the Rulers Association must be there for the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Turning to Jineon, he inquires if he too is interested in the tournament. The companion continues, praising Jineon's youth, skill, and qualifications, making him an ideal participant. He emphasizes that it's a grand tournament, widely observed by the Murim, offering an invaluable experience. Jineon, taking a sip from his cup, dismisses the idea, stating he's not interested, but his companion persists, suggesting it's a chance to build fame. Calmly, Jineon retorts that fame isn't built that way, but rather comes naturally as one grows stronger. His companion then reveals the true incentive. The leader promised a top-grade elixir to the winner, and with a sudden shift in demeanor, Jineon declares his participation, downing his drink with a decisive gulp. The companion chokes on his drink, sputtering an apology for his sudden change of mind. Jineon, though accepting the apology, dryly remarks that the elixir should have been mentioned first. Later, as the sun begins to set, the group departs from the inn, Jineon offering his thanks to the innkeeper. With their journey continuing, he notes that they are now just a bit farther from reaching the Murim alliance. He stands before the imposing gates, a hint of impatience in his posture, thinking that dragging their feet here makes this less of a formidable alliance and more of a slow one. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he turns, while his companion, Mok Inseop, visibly bristles with annoyance at the delay. Mok Inseop silently acknowledges the protagonist's tendency to hold grudges, a quiet understanding passing between them. Autumn Leaves then suggests they simply run like the autumn wind from here, but before she can finish, the two men are already a blur of motion, leaving her suggestion in their wake. Holding his fan with a casual grace, he simply agrees, a subtle nod confirming his decision to accelerate their journey. With a decisive declaration of "let's go," he and Mok Inseop burst forward, their initial acceleration kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. The protagonist's form becomes a streak of motion, his robes flowing behind him as he effortlessly covers ground at an incredible pace. Autumn Leaves, caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed, can only watch in wide-eyed astonishment as they vanish into the distance. She fumes, realizing the dust storm they caused was entirely intentional, while Yunseal and the other attendants cough and shield their faces from the swirling debris. Still moving at an incredible speed, he calls back to Yunseal, instructing her to follow slowly with the rest of the attendants. His eyes glowing with focused energy, he and Mok Inseop demonstrate the true essence of mobility arts, their forms a blur of power and grace. Autumn Leaves is left utterly speechless, the sheer speed and skill displayed by the two men leaving her in awe. As Jian and Mok In-seop vanished into the distance, Autumn Leaves could only watch, her expression a mix of disbelief and annoyance, while Yunseal stood beside her, both left far behind. Meanwhile, the two swift travelers continued their journey, a blur across the vast, hazy landscape, covering immense distances with incredible speed. Their path wound through towering mountains and deep valleys, where ancient structures clung precariously to cliff edges, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. With each powerful stride, they covered more ground, the sound of their rapid movement echoing through the vast, open air. From above, they appeared as mere specks, effortlessly navigating the treacherous terrain, their forms a testament to their mastery of mobility arts. Each movement was precise and fluid, a graceful dance across the earth, leaving trails of disturbed air in their wake. Finally, the grand gates of a fortress appeared in the distance, their destination now clearly in sight, marking the end of their rapid transit. Having arrived, Jian and Mok In-seop paused at a precipice, gazing down at a cascading waterfall, a moment of calm before their next move. Jian considered their situation, his thoughts turning to the implications of their swift arrival. Mok In-seop, ever vigilant, remained ready, his bandaged arm a subtle reminder of past battles, yet his focus was entirely on the present. He couldn't help but marvel at their own speed, a feat that would leave most others utterly bewildered. With their destination reached, Jian and Mok In-seop prepared to descend, ready to face whatever awaited them in the fortress below. As two figures launched themselves from the precipice, leaving streaks of light against the setting sun, a fierce competition was underway. The air crackled with anticipation, a voice echoing the fervent belief that the Rulers' Association will win. Mid-flight, Mok In-seop surged forward, his hand outstretched as if to grasp victory, while Autumn Leaves trailed just behind him, her expression focused. Yet, in a sudden burst of speed, Autumn Leaves touched down first, leaving Mok In-seop to land moments later, the ground erupting with the force of his arrival. His face contorted in disbelief and frustration, Mok In-seop stared ahead, while Autumn Leaves stood beside him, a picture of serene victory. Still processing the outcome, he asked, "Hey, who won? I think I barely pulled ahead," to which Autumn Leaves simply retorted, "Slow alliance fellow, are you blind?" Meanwhile, having arrived at the fortress, Jian stepped through an ornate doorway, an attendant bowing deeply in deference as he passed. His gaze was sharp and contemplative, taking in the new surroundings with a quiet intensity. As he stood, a thought crossed his mind, wondering, what's the point? The attendant remained prostrate before him, as Jian continued to observe the scene, his presence commanding respect. Suddenly, a voice boomed, announcing the arrival of a venerable figure, crying out, "Alliance Leader!" The grand entrance of the Alliance Leader underscored the undeniable truth. In the Yandi, the victor is clearly that young master. A figure approaches, calling out to the Alliance Leader. As Baek Hankyung bows respectfully, the Murim Alliance Leader acknowledges his efforts, remarking on a job well done. Standing beside him, a woman introduces herself as Wai Yunwal of the Wa clan, offering her greetings to the Alliance Leader. The Alliance Leader then turns his attention to another, deducing that this must be the young master of the Yunha merchant group, his gaze sharp and assessing. A flicker of surprise crosses Jian's face as Wai Yunwal, observing him, muses aloud about his reputation for having defeated the O Yang patriarch. Confirming her suspicions, Jian introduces himself as Jian of the Yunha merchant group. The Murim Alliance Leader, Yu Zhonghong, then formally greets him, his presence commanding respect. Yu Zhonghong inquires if Jian has come to participate in the Dragon Phoenix tournament, to which he simply affirms his intention. Wishing him luck, the Alliance Leader then notes that Jian and Baek Hankyung are headed to the main hall, offering to accompany them. In a gesture of respect, Wai Yunwal and her attendants bow deeply, acknowledging the Alliance Leader's decision. As they prepare to depart, Wai Yunwal addresses Jian, her expression thoughtful. Her gaze remains fixed, a subtle intensity in her eyes, as she considers the young master. Jian Li's voice rings out with a clear challenge, declaring his intent to meet his rivals at the Dragon Phoenix tournament. As the group continues their journey, the Murim Alliance Leader, Yu Zhonghong, turns to Baek Hankyung, delivering news that causes him to flinch. "Hankyung," he states, his tone matter of fact, "it seems your mobility art was ranked last this time." The revelation clearly stuns the young man, who can only manage a disbelieving, "What? Impossible. I thought we arrived at almost the same time." Meanwhile, Wai Yunwal, the young master of the Wa clan, reflects on her own performance, knowing she hadn't given her all. She had come for the tournament, after all, and likely wanted to conserve her stamina while testing her opponent's ability at the same time. Yu Zhonghong, observing Baek Hankyung's distress, explains, "I don't know what exactly happened, but it seems Hankyung ran alongside him, unwilling to lose." He then turns to Jian Li, asking, "Did you know this already, young master?" Jian Li simply watches Baek Hankyung, a subtle expression on his face. He then offers his own assessment of Wai Yunwal, stating, "He's the type to use tricks for needless things. It's nothing to be offended about, as anyone about to compete in a martial contest usually hides their full strength. It's the natural approach." Yu Zhonghong nods, then reassures Baek Hankyung, "Well then, Don't feel embarrassed. With the conversation concluded, the group approaches the grand structures of the Murim Alliance. Their destination, the main hall, awaits them within. He steps into the grand hall of the Murim Alliance, the polished floors reflecting the light filtering through the high windows. As he makes his entrance, the Murim Alliance leader greets him, stating, "You've arrived." With a commanding presence, the leader then instructs the surrounding attendants, "Have everyone leave, and only the young master of the merchant group remain." His voice carries through the vast space, making his intentions clear. "As for O Yang Sing's matter, I will decide after confirming young master Jinion's martial ability." Without hesitation, Jinion Li responds, "Yes, sir." The other attendants disperse, leaving him to walk alone down the long, echoing corridor. The distance between him and the Murim Alliance leader slowly closing. Finally, the leader calls out, "Young man, come closer." He replies, "Yes, Alliance." His footsteps echo with purpose as he closes the remaining distance, now walking alongside the esteemed leader. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he considers the situation, the Murim Alliance leader, Yu Zhonghong, standing before him. "It's been a long time since we've faced each other this closely." Yu Zhonghong, with his long white hair and beard, regards him with a stern, assessing gaze. In ancient times, there was a figure of immense renown, second only to the three gods and one saint, who commanded all Orthodox sects during the final battle against the demonic faction, a conflict famously known as the Battle of the Five Tombs. He was the one who personally dragged the three gods and the saint to the front line, forcing them into the heart of the conflict, leading them personally into war. Such a man was truly worthy of respect, Yu Zhonghong muses, his gaze softening slightly as he observes Zhang Li, noting that he, too, carries a stern expression. In the Jianghu, he often meets juniors like him, but prefers those who act their age, finding it more comfortable. Jinion Li simply responds, "Is that so?" The Murim Alliance leader chuckles warmly, remarking that Jinion Li looks even better when he smiles. Changing the subject, Jinion Li reveals, "By the way, I've been curious since earlier." Yu Zhonghong then poses a direct question. "Are you, perhaps, the successor of the Fist King?" Jinion Li's expression remains unreadable, as he looks directly at the Murim Alliance leader, the weight of the question hanging in the air. Chapter 21. The Fist King meets the Alliance leader. The Alliance leader begins to question him, asking how many techniques he learned, specifically from his master. A flicker of surprise crosses Jinion's face as he wonders how the man could possibly know such a thing, prompting the Alliance leader to ask why he's getting angry. The Alliance leader presses on, confirming that he uses fist techniques, to which Jinion affirms, and then asks if he manipulates lightning energy, receiving another affirmative response. He then recounts that in Murim history, the main factions dealing with lightning energy were the Shiman clan, Namgung clan, Bakley clan, and the Sect of Enlightenment, each with their own unique approach to this potent force. The Shiman clan, for instance, was originally a sword clan that later turned towards Taoist arts, adapting their techniques to channel the raw power of lightning. While the Bakley clan, despite their efforts, eventually gave up after repeated failures, unable to fully harness the volatile energy. He concludes that the Sect of the Fist King also dealt with lightning energy, though calling it a sect is odd, given their strict adherence to single successor succession. Jinion, listening intently, acknowledges the Alliance leader's profound knowledge, a subtle hue escaping him as he processes the implications. Finally, with a resolute expression, he confirms the truth, declaring himself the successor of the Fist King. The Alliance leader, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, offers a knowing smile. He then proclaims that fate has brought them together, a sentiment Jinion silently echoes, having suspected as much all along. Those who master lightning-type martial arts invariably develop a domineering aura, a presence that commands attention. Their very essence, their eyes, energy, tone, and even temperament, comes to resemble lightning itself, sharp and unyielding. This inherent nature explains why he holds no special memories of the Fist King, a man who desired to become a lone bolt, powerful enough to tear apart the very heavens. Such a formidable and isolated figure, standing atop a storm-battered peak, truly embodied that ambition. Reflecting on this, Jinion Li wonders, how could anyone possibly form a lasting friendship with a man of such singular, unyielding focus? As they continue their walk through the grand hall, Yu Zhonghong turns to him, his expression thoughtful. He inquires about the Fist King's well-being, asking how his master is faring, to which Jinion Li replies that he has heard no word of him. Yu Zhonghong presses further, noting the lack of contact from the Moyang clan, and then questions if this silence is similar to Moyang Chu, or if the Fist King's usual reticence isn't the true reason for his disappearance. Jinion Li confirms that his contact with his master has indeed been cut off, emphasizing the finality of it with a single, stark word, forever. The weight of this declaration hangs heavy in the air, a palpable silence falling between them. Yu Zhonghong observes that Jinion Li is much like the former patriarch, and vows to ensure this news reaches the three gods and one saint, reflecting on the unsettling trend of Murim masters vanishing one after another. This alarming pattern leads him to a grave question. Could it be that the demonic faction has begun to stir once more, threatening the fragile peace? His gaze sharpens, reflecting on the past, as he continues to speak of the looming threat. If such forces were to reappear, he asserts, there would be no choice but to fight again, just as they did in the past, though he acknowledges his young listener wouldn't remember, as it was before his time. Jian Li then inquires, wondering if he refers to the Battle of the Five Tombs, to which Yu Zhonghong confirms, adding that while that battle is well known, a far more brutal conflict followed, leaving behind a blood-soaked aftermath. He looks towards the distant peaks, recalling a time when the three gods and one saint battled a single grandmaster of the demonic faction. Indeed, it was a confrontation against one man, a cloaked figure whose power seemed to eclipse the very moon, casting a crimson glow across the land. How could anyone truly comprehend the sheer despair that gripped those who faced him in that moment, leaving them bloodied and broken? The ground itself bore witness, stained crimson with the remnants of that brutal, one-sided conflict. Every time he hears that the sword god is still in training, it brings back vivid memories of that harrowing era. Even though it was a fight that ultimately determined the outcome of the Great War between the Orthodox and demonic factions, the combined might of the three gods and one saint was still forced to confront a single, overwhelming individual. He turns to Jian Li, explaining that this is a secret tale he often shares with alliance members, a stark reminder of the power they must strive to overcome. It is also the very reason they must constantly grow stronger, for if that grandmaster had left descendants, they would likely be about Jian Li's age now, posing a potential threat. Jian Li listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he processes the weight of the Murim Alliance leader's words and the implications of such a formidable legacy. Yu Zhonghong carefully tended to the young man's hand, his touch gentle as he wrapped the bandages, urging him to become stronger. His gaze unwavering, Jian Li listened as the elder continued, explaining that the path to true strength often required one to act not only overwhelmingly, but also, at times, selfishly. The elder's expression was stern, his words carrying the weight of experience, a silent testament to the harsh realities of their world. Then, his tone softened slightly as he addressed the matter of O Yang Seng, assuring Jian Li that there was no need for concern, as he was the Fist King's successor. He confirmed the decision had been made. O Yang Seng would be locked away in the dungeon. Yu Zhonghong then reminded him of the upcoming Dragon Phoenix tournament, before dismissing him with a gentle command to rest, to which Jian Li offered a respectful thank you as he turned to leave. Outside, the grand architecture of the Murim Alliance headquarters stood silhouetted against the twilight sky, its banners fluttering gently in the evening breeze. Jian Li walked through the quiet corridors, the soft glow of lanterns illuminating his path, his thoughts undoubtedly heavy with the recent conversation. His expression was contemplative, a mixture of resolve and deep consideration, as he processed the implications of Yu Zhonghong's words. Meanwhile, the question lingered in the air, a historical enigma. Who was the grandmaster who fought the three gods and one saint alone? Yu Zhonghong stood gazing out, his back to the viewer, as the profound truth settled. The peak of the demonic faction had no name, its power an unquantifiable terror. Still pondering the ancient threat, the alliance leader wonders if the grandmaster truly perished. While elsewhere, a young man stands in quiet contemplation. He recalls the brutal measures taken to defeat him, how they cut him down, then burned his remains, scattering his ashes across sacred mountains to ensure his complete eradication. A chilling resolve hardens in his gaze, knowing that if such a catastrophe were to strike again, he would ensure not even dust remained of the perpetrator, descendant or not. The image of the alliance leader, standing solitary in the vast, empty hall, speaks of a heavy burden. For he was no longer merely a respected senior of the Jianghu, but a formidable entity, forged into a monster by the crucible of his times. Meanwhile, Jian Li gazes out at the night, a similar thought echoing in his mind, that perhaps he would not be any different. The Jianghu, born from the mutual slaughter of orthodox and demonic forces, was in essence no different from Azura's realm, and he acknowledges that perhaps, he too, would become a product of its brutal nature, standing with others amidst swirling blue energy. His recent conversation concluded, a voice asks if his talk went well, to which Mok In-seop replies with a simple, yet confident, affirmation, confirming that it went well. Jian Li then explains that he has arranged for them to stay outside the alliance headquarters, as it might be uncomfortable for them to remain within, offering to guide them to the prepared lodgings, which the other man gratefully accepts. Under the vast, star-dusted night sky, the distant lights of a sprawling settlement twinkle, beckoning them towards their temporary home. Arriving at their destination, Jian Li announces their arrival, and Mok In-seop expresses his gratitude for the arrangements. As Mok In-seop muses about the sunny room he requested, Chul Myungo suddenly appears, greeting them with a surprised, "Oh, you're here?" Mok In-seop, startled by the unexpected appearance, questions the newcomer's identity, while Chul Myungo simply observes. With a knowing smirk, Chul Myungo announces, "Finally, you've arrived." Inside the spacious room, Jian Li settles onto a bed, a quiet dam, escaping him as he takes in his surroundings. He remarks on the sheer size and quality of the place, finding it ridiculously big and nice. Meanwhile, Mok In-seop and Chul Myungo stand together, their expressions a mix of weariness and mild annoyance. Chul Myungo, clearly exasperated, complains that he, on the other hand, barely slept at night trying to make it there, cursing the arduous journey. Chul Myung-go, standing in the doorway, explains how he managed to locate the private lodging, revealing that he simply inquired at every establishment for a room under Jinyeon's name, finding it surprisingly straightforward. A slight pause hangs in the air as Jinyeon considers the simplicity of the method. Meanwhile, in a different space, the sheer force of 1,000 strikes echoes, a testament to relentless dedication, as Dan Wuzing pushes his limits, having swung his weapon countless times. His gaze sharpens with unwavering resolve, a silent declaration that he is a man who always honors his commitments. Back with the others, Chul Myung-go continues, explaining that to reach their next objective, he traversed mountains on horseback and sailed across seas, announcing his arrival as the poisonous fox. Now then, a figure in a brown robe slams his sword into the ground, the impact sending splinters and dust flying, demanding attention. The blade vibrates with residual force, its dark, serrated edge a stark contrast against the patterned floor. Seated now, the man with the green headband offers a confident smirk, declaring himself one who always keeps his word. He gestures with an open hand, explaining that to reach the next stage, he has crossed mountains on horseback and sailed ships, announcing his arrival as the poisonous fox. Jinyeon Lee and Mok In-seop stand before him, the latter impatiently asking why they are standing around and urging him to reveal the next step already. A sigh escapes Jinyeon Lee, who then inquires if there is a good place nearby for training. Mok In-seop, standing beside him, ponders the question of a training place. After a moment of thought, Jinyeon Lee confirms that he does indeed know of a suitable location. Leading them to a breathtaking landscape of towering cliffs and a cascading waterfall, Jinyeon Lee presents the training ground, declaring, "This is it." The poisonous fox then elaborates, describing it as a secluded spot, perfect for training, often utilized by members of the Murim Alliance, including himself. The poisonous fox surveyed the secluded training ground, a vast expanse of wilderness, finding it quite spacious. Bowing respectfully to Jinyeon Lee, he offered his thanks, receiving a casual dismissal from the young master, who then prepared to depart. As Jinyeon Lee turned to leave, the poisonous fox introduced himself properly, stating his name was Chul Myung-go, a declaration that seemed to catch the young master's attention. With the introductions made and the training location secured, Chul Myung-go began his journey deeper into the forest, ready to commence his rigorous regimen. Meanwhile, Mok In-seop turned to Jinyeon Lee, inquiring if he too would be training, expressing surprise given his already formidable power, recalling the lightning he had wielded previously. Jinyeon Lee, with a thoughtful expression, explained that he could not solely rely on the white lightning 10-phase art. Standing on the cliff's edge, overlooking the rushing waterfall, he elaborated that his inner energy had deepened, prompting his decision to also practice the Phantom Blossom divine art. Mok In-seop, utterly bewildered, could only stammer out a confused white. "What? What's that supposed to mean?" Jinyeon Lee, seeing his companion's lack of comprehension, simply dismissed his question, stating that he wouldn't understand. This condescending remark ignited a furious reaction from Mok In-seop, who angrily demanded to know if Jinyeon Lee was looking down on him. Jinyeon Lee, taken aback by the outburst, could only respond with a surprised "it? Huh." Sighing, Jinyeon Lee composed himself, promising to explain his intentions only once, urging Mok In-seop to listen carefully. He reflects on his current mastery, acknowledging that the white lightning 10-phase art he is trained in focuses primarily on powerful offensive techniques. Yet, he understands that offense alone is never enough to truly defeat a master of martial arts. Even the most skilled warrior needs to counter and exploit their opponent's weaknesses, and then redirect their opponent's own techniques against them. The Phantom Blossom divine art, he realizes, is a martial art that specializes in those very principles. To truly exploit an opponent's own technique, one must master its ultimate secret. The ultimate secret of the Phantom Blossom divine art is the Phantom Reach. He demonstrates the technique, his hand glowing with a soft, purple aura, as he names it, the Phantom Reach. It is a technique that allows him to move distant objects without even touching them. He can even bend the path of an opponent's weapon or seize it outright. For a close combat fighter like him, this art is absolutely essential. As he plucks a blossom from a branch with an unseen force, he reaffirms that this martial art is absolutely essential to his growth. As he continued his demonstration, a single leaf, held delicately between his fingers, began to float away, guided by an unseen force. Observing the peculiar sight, Mok In-seop couldn't help but voice his skepticism, wondering if this Phantom Reach was merely a clever deception, a thief's trick rather than a true martial art. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant blue energy erupted around Jinyeon Lee, his eyes glowing with an intense light, as he prepared to demonstrate the technique's true power. With a dismissive tone, he advised his companion not to overthink it with his limited understanding, prompting a resigned acceptance from Mok In-seop. A moment later, Jinyeon Lee acknowledged that Mok In-seop was finally beginning to comprehend, concluding that his 100,000 strikes of training had not been entirely in vain. As Mok In-seop stood there, seemingly unaffected, Jinyeon Lee inquired, asking how it felt to finally achieve his goal. Confused, Mok In-seop flexed his arms, unable to perceive any change, only noting that they felt just thicker. Turning away in exasperation, Mok In-seop grumbled, wishing he had been told the truth more directly from the start. Jian Li reflected on his decision to give Mok In-seop a chance, having seen potential in him, but acknowledged that not everyone possessed the drive to seize such an opportunity. As Mok In-seop looked down at his now shattered fan, the full impact of the demonstration began to sink in. With a knowing smirk, Jian Li then suggested that they should make the training even more challenging. Looking at the dirt smudged on his face, Mok In-seop heard Jian Li's blunt assessment. Out of 100,000 downward strikes, only one had truly held any value. As the air hums with a powerful, arcing motion, Mok In-seop stands before his teacher, Jian Li, who begins to illustrate the true essence of martial arts. His gaze fixed on the ground, the student's bandaged legs hint at the rigorous training he has already endured, but the path ahead promises even greater challenges. With a serious expression, Jian Li explains that if one ever hopes to block, parry, or counter an attack, they must first understand the underlying principles. He continues, stating that one must find and utilize the single most efficient trajectory from hundreds of thousands of possibilities, for failure to do so would inevitably lead to death. Mok In-seop, his face smudged with dirt from his efforts, ponders the weight of his teacher's words, the concept of the most efficient one echoing in his mind. Jian Li then begins to demonstrate, explaining that from the most efficient strike among 100,000, one must learn to discern and utilize its essence. He continues, illustrating the most precise slash among 200,000, each movement a testament to refined skill. And finally, the fastest and sharpest thrust among 300,000, each phantom figure glowing with golden energy as it executes its perfect form. He instructs Mok In-seop that one must extract these perfect movements, then refine and connect them, like pieces of a complex puzzle, and reorder them to form a complete sequence, a fluid and unbroken chain of action. This intricate process, he reveals, is what they call a basic form. After establishing these basic forms, Jian Li concludes, martial masters of each sect research, modify, and polish these sequences through endless repetition, until they achieve the perfection known as swordsmanship. Jian Li's gaze sharpened, his words cutting through the air as he continued his lesson, explaining that merely learning swordsmanship was not the ultimate goal, for application and real combat were entirely different matters. He stressed the absolute necessity of gaining genuine experience to cultivate battle instinct, warning that failure to do so would lead to an early demise, a harsh reality that left Mok In-seop sitting on the ground, looking utterly defeated as his master stood over him. A moment of clarity washed over the young man, his dirt-smudged face reflecting a sudden understanding, as he finally grasped why so many martial artists eventually lost their minds during their relentless training. His hand clenched into a tight fist, the dirt on his skin a testament to the grueling nature of his current reality. He muttered, the words escaping him like a frustrated sigh, wondering if it was simply because they were all insane, every single one of those crazy bastards, and if there truly was no one in the Jianghu crazier than his own master. But Jian Li simply stated, with an unwavering tone, that he was wrong, prompting Mok In-seop to concede, yeah, maybe not. Then, with a slight turn of his head, Jian Li added, that Mok In-seop shouldn't worry, as he had never intended to teach him any truly difficult sword arts anyway. Mok In-seop, looking up at his master, questioned this, asking why not, and if that wouldn't simply make it harder for him to grow stronger. He continued, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation, reminding Jian Li that there were countless martial artists who had trained in the techniques of great sects, harder and longer than he ever could. A soft, almost imperceptible sound, like a deep sigh or a rustle of leaves, filled the air, as the serene landscape seemed to absorb the weight of their conversation. Jian Li, his expression thoughtful, then clarified that simply joining a famous sect, learning their renowned sword arts, and training under some great master weren't everything. He concluded, his words carrying immense weight, that becoming stronger was a far deeper matter than any of those superficial achievements. Ultimately, he concludes that true mastery always depends on one singular thing. Looking down at his student, Jian Li asks, who lives their life with more seriousness? As the wind rustles through the leaves, he begins to walk away, leaving Mok In-seop to ponder his words. Walking along the water's edge, Mok In-seop admits he doesn't quite understand, not expecting much from this journey anyway, while in the distance, the alliance leader and another figure observe their progress. Approaching the alliance leader, Mok In-seop apologizes for not realizing he planned to train here and bringing others along, but the elder dismisses it, simply enjoying the show. A knowing smile plays on the alliance leader's face as he watches the two young men. Later, Jian Li continues, explaining that if they were to discuss the greatest sword arts in all of the Jianghu's history, 9 out of 10 would undoubtedly name Dako's 9 sword strikes as the absolute best. A flicker of recognition crosses Mok In-seop's face as he exclaims he'd heard of that, recalling how as a child, he'd swing a stick around, shouting Dako's 9 sword strikes everywhere. However, Jian Li then reveals, there's one sword art that surpasses even that legendary technique. Mok In-seop looks up, his expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief, as he awaits the revelation of this even greater art. That art, Jinian Li explains, belongs to Jin Sohan, the man known for his obsession with swords, whose image appears, wreathed in vibrant purple energy. Ma Siup, utterly bewildered, responds, Jin Sohan? He's never heard of him. He belonged to no sect, but to truly understand the Jianghu, one must first know his story. Jin Sohan, the subject of the tale, came from a traveling performer troupe, growing up learning the sword dance, which prompts Ma Siup to ask if his master means the kind of seductive dance where one cuts off people's clothes with a sword. Looking surprised, Ma Siup questions, wait, really? His master confirms, explaining that he used to dance with the older ladies who raised him. One can only imagine what must have gone through his mind as the young Jin Sohan performed his sword dance. He was a boy who practiced sword dancing for over 10 years, just to avoid hurting those who took him in. An orphan of the world, a man who trained in the sword solely for that purpose. He learned to wield a sword to avoid cutting anyone, but then, that man finally learned to wield a sword meant for killing. His enlightenment must have erupted all at once, transforming him into a terrifying figure with glowing red eyes and bloodied hands. That was how he surpassed even Dako's 9 sword strikes, his new art glowing with an ethereal blue light under the crescent moon. He created the greatest sword art in all the land, and Ma Siup remarks, that's a beautiful story. However, Ma Siup then ponders, but was it the sword dance itself that made his art great? No, it wasn't. The brilliance of a sword art, or the prestige of a great sect, ultimately held no true significance. What truly mattered was the earnest dedication he poured into those 10 years of sword dancing. That was the entirety of it. As Jinian continued his explanation, he emphasized that one's strength was merely a reflection of the life they chose to live. A memory of Chul Myungo, the poisonous fox, flashed through his mind, his voice echoing a challenge. Will you live as a mere rat, or the poisonous fox? Jinian extended his hand, his gaze firm, concluding his thought with a simple, profound statement. That's all. Ma Siup absorbed the words, a flicker of understanding crossing his face, realizing the depth of the philosophy. So that's what it comes down to. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ma Siup looked at Jinian, eagerly asking for the next step in his training. The memory of Chul Myungo's challenge returned, his voice questioning, will you have regrets? Jinian's internal response was immediate and resolute. Never. Jinian then presented a bundle of arrows to Ma Siup, who reached out to take them, unaware of the impending demonstration. Before Ma Siup could fully grasp them, Jinian moved with blinding speed, his blade arcing through the air, cleanly slicing through the arrows with precision. His footwork was equally swift, a blur of motion as he completed the powerful, fluid strike. Looking at the stunned Ma Siup, Jinian asked, remember it now? This time, I'll swing not 100,000, but 1,000,000 times. Observing the young master's technique, the elder leader muses on the impressive display, acknowledging the skill of young Master Li. While a thought crosses his mind, wondering when was the last time he could truly relax. He reflects on a simpler time, wishing for a moment to just relax and train with someone like him. His memories drift further, recalling a time he held a fan, then a tender moment comforting a woman amidst a snowy landscape. Meanwhile, the Murim Alliance leader's own thoughts turn somber, reflecting on all the years he has spent in the Murim Alliance. From his desolate throne, he laments how his friends have disappeared one by one. The silhouettes of his former companions loom in his memory, and most of his subordinates are long gone. A stark emptiness fills the space, mirroring the void within him. As Jinian Li, back in the present, questions if his current stance is correct, the Murim Alliance leader, having enjoyed the display, declares he should prepare a gift in return. With renewed purpose, Jinian and Ma Siup ascend a mountain path, their journey continuing under the watchful eyes of nature. As he focuses, a vibrant purple aura ignites around Jinian Li, signifying his unwavering resolve and growing power. A powerful purple energy surges through the desolate mountain pass, causing the very air to crackle with raw force. As Ma Siup watches on, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. The source of this incredible power is none other than Jinian Li, who stands amidst the swirling energy, his hand raised, effortlessly manipulating massive boulders that float weightlessly around him, the purple aura around him intensifying with each controlled movement. Ma Siup can only stare, his mind reeling at the sight, wondering aloud. Now, he's even using telekinesis. Under the steady patter of rain, the venerable Alliance leader stands, his gaze fixed on an approaching figure. A gentle smile graces his lips, his eyes crinkling with a warmth that belies the cold downpour. He extends a polite invitation, requesting a moment of their time. Li Jinian, running through the rain, greets him with a respectful nod, acknowledging that it has been some time since their last encounter. The Alliance leader responds, confirming he has observed Jinian's diligent training on several occasions, while Jinian internally questions if this is truly the rumored Murim Alliance leader. Ma Siup, standing nearby, observes the exchange, a question forming in his mind about the nature of Li Jinian's acquaintance with the esteemed leader. Meanwhile, Chul Myungo bows deeply to the Alliance leader, introducing himself with a respectful, if slightly awkward, posture. The alliance leader, noticing a distinct mark, remarks that the scar on Myungo's cheek resembles a sword wound, to which Myungo clarifies it was from a dagger, prompting the leader to inquire further about the incident. Myungo hesitates, struggling to find the right words, as the alliance leader speculates if the injury occurred during a duel. The leader continues, suggesting it might have happened during training, and Myungo, with a troubled expression, finally begins to reveal the truth. Sitting on a rock, Myungo confesses his past, admitting he once operated a gambling den. He continues his confession, revealing the true, less than heroic origin of his facial scar, a brawl over unpaid debts, culminating in a dagger wound to his cheek. The Murim alliance leader and Jineon listen intently, their expressions unreadable. A wave of regret washes over him, realizing he had just blurted out such a shameful secret to the Murim alliance leader, of all people. Makin Siup, observing the exchange, internally chastises Myungo, thinking he could have easily fabricated a more respectable story, like a duel or training accident. The image of his past self, defeated and vulnerable, reflects the shame of his confession, a gambling den, debt, a life far removed from his current standing. The internal monologue continues, a frustrated voice echoing, "Chul Myungo, you idiot." Myungo simply responds, a quiet "I see" escaping his lips, acknowledging the weight of the situation. The Murim alliance leader, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, reveals his own enduring mark, stating that he, too, bears a scar that never fades. Myungo then begins to recount his past, explaining that his father once ran a brewery, supplying liquor to taverns. His father, sometimes carrying the heavy loads himself, was one day found being brutally beaten by drunks in a tavern, a scene that would forever be etched in Myungo's memory. A younger Myungo, witnessing the assault, was not yet the skilled swordsman he would become, but his protective instincts flared. All he could find was a simple stick, which he grabbed and swung wildly, desperately trying to defend his father. In his youth, Myungo recalls, the drunks who attacked his father were not particularly strong men, yet the fight was a desperate struggle as he swung a stick wildly. He managed to knock them all to the ground, leaving them sprawled amidst the wreckage, though none had died. His father, with a shocked expression, rushed to him, trying to stop the bleeding from his arm. He hadn't even realized he was bleeding, the adrenaline of the fight masking the pain as his father frantically worked to tend to his wound. Then, his father carried him on his back, running through the cold, snowy landscape. A trail of blood drops marked their desperate path through the pristine white snow. It had been so long since he'd been carried by his father, a poignant memory as they fled through the silent, snow-laden forest. He saw that his sleeve was torn, revealing the raw wound beneath. The warmth of his father's back was a stark contrast to the biting cold, and he remembered the feeling of his father's sweat, soaked and brushing against his arm. The wound on his arm, now bandaged, would eventually heal, but the memory of that day would forever remain. Perhaps that's why, Yu Zhonghong muses, the scar from that incident never truly disappeared. Whenever one steps into the Jianghu, they always have their own story, a truth reflected in the subtle movements of Chul Myungo. His hand reaches out, a gesture of contemplation or perhaps a silent plea, as the light of the sky seems to gather around him. Yu Zhonghong then questions him, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity, asking if that tattered umbrella is truly his weapon. Myungo turns, a slight gasp escaping him, as if caught off guard by the directness of the question. He clarifies, with Makin Siup standing silently beside him, that he merely borrowed it from someone else. Yu Zhonghong acknowledges this with a simple "I see," as Myungo's hand tightens around the umbrella's worn handle. Then, with a benevolent smile, Zhonghong offers to lend him one himself this time, a new weapon for his journey. Myungo receives the new item, his eyes widening slightly, as he exclaims its unexpected weight. The sheer mass of the object forces him to crouch, his muscles straining under the burden. This formidable item is a black iron umbrella, a gift from the Moyang clan to the Murim alliance, its ribs and shaft crafted entirely from black iron. Its immense weight and durability combine to make it a truly fine weapon, one that could be swung 1,000,000 times without ever breaking. With a knowing smile, Zhonghong simply instructs him to take it, a powerful new tool now in Myungo's possession. A wry chuckle escapes Chul Myungo, as he wonders if he truly deserves such a gift. When Yu Zhonghong, the alliance leader, stands before him, calling his name, and asks if he regrets living such a shameful life. The weight of the black iron umbrella feels immense in his hands, a physical manifestation of his past. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gives way, sending him plummeting into a vast chasm. As the alliance leader and Makin Siup watch from the cliff's edge, he crashes into the water below, the impact momentarily submerging him. From the depths, a single word echoes his profound regret. Yes. He stands alone, his silhouette stark against the pale light. Zhonghong gazes at him with a knowing expression, offering wisdom that if one can correct yesterday's wrongs and live properly today, then they are already a good person, with no need to torment themselves over the past, as he places a comforting hand on his shoulder. Chul Myungo, still reeling from his recent introspection, looks down as a comforting hand rests on his shoulder, acknowledging the profound wisdom he has just received. Meanwhile, the Murim alliance leader, Yu Zhonghong, turns to Jineon Li and Makin Siup, remarking that it is tiring to spend too long with an old man, before announcing his departure. With a knowing glance, the elder expresses his anticipation for seeing them at the upcoming Dragon Phoenix tournament. Jinian Li, standing respectfully before him, responds with a simple, affirmative, "Yes, sir." The alliance leader's voice echoes, leaving them with a challenge. Whether they choose to wield a fist or an umbrella, he looks forward to their next encounter. He adds, with a subtle hint, that he would prefer their next meeting to be on the side of the orthodox faction. With his words delivered, Yu Zhonghong turns and begins to walk away, his figure reflected in the shimmering water below, as Jinian Li and Ma Qinxiup follow a short distance behind him, their own reflections trailing in the clear stream. The alliance leader pauses for a moment, glancing back at the two young men, a silent farewell passing between them. As the elder disappears from view, Ma Qinxiup turns to his companion, suggesting, "Let's go, it's lunchtime." But Jinian Li, his gaze distant, replies, "Go ahead first. I'll train a little longer." A small smile plays on his lips as he reflects on the alliance leader's words, realizing the significance of the gift he received, muttering, "Ha! The alliance leader himself gave me a weapon." His eyes, filled with renewed determination, gaze out at the vast, mountainous landscape, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. He lets out a soft, almost broken sound, a mix of a sigh and a gasp, as he gazes down at a distant, solitary figure. His expression is unreadable, leaving one to wonder if he is laughing at some private joke or weeping over a hidden sorrow. A few days later, under a sky dotted with floating lanterns, the city prepares for the Eve Festival, just one day before the highly anticipated Dragon Phoenix tournament. The grand architecture of the Jianghu stands illuminated as a voice booms, addressing all the seniors and juniors gathered for the occasion. From a high vantage point, the Fist King, Dan Wuzing, asks the assembled crowd if they truly understand the significance of the Eve Festival. He stands before a sea of faces, his presence commanding attention. Meanwhile, Jinian Li observes from a distance, knowing that many will grow weary just waiting for the preliminary rounds of the main tournament. Dan Wuzing continues, explaining that the Eve Festival exists precisely for this reason, offering a chance to challenge anyone they've ever wished to face. He emphasizes his next point, his voice ringing with authority. A sharp impact echoes through the air, as he warns that if anyone realizes they are not up to par tonight, they shouldn't even bother stepping foot into the tournament tomorrow. With a raised fist, he declares that they have no need for random weaklings dragging out the event until sunset. Amidst the bustling Eve Festival, a voice from the crowd affirms a statement, their excitement palpable. From a quiet vantage point, Jinian Li observes the festivities, a slight smile playing on his lips as he muses that the Eve Festival sounds like fun. Suddenly, a boisterous voice cuts through the din, directly challenging a figure below, demanding to see their umbrella skills after their earlier boasts. The man with the umbrella, Chul Myungo, turns sharply, his expression one of surprise at the sudden confrontation. From his perch, Jinian Li watches the scene unfold, internally sighing at the man's antics, finding him quite distracting. Whispers ripple through the crowd, questioning if the man's weapon is truly an umbrella, before another voice mockingly urges him to demonstrate its capabilities. The commotion grows, with onlookers wondering aloud if the Murim Alliance has now banned umbrellas as weapons. As the crowd swells around him, the umbrella wielder remains the focal point, the growing clamor prompting someone to question the reason for all the fuss. From his elevated position, Jinian Li shakes his head, a wry comment escaping him, observing that even among martial masters, the man's nasty temper hasn't changed, calling him a lunatic. Ignoring the taunts and questions, Chul Myungo prepares to unleash his unique weapon, his umbrella now a blur of motion as he readies for combat. With a determined grip, his hand tightens around the umbrella's handle as he concedes to the challenge, deciding to humor them. His gaze sharpens, a confident smirk gracing his features, as he introduces himself as Chul Myungo, a man who has swung his sword 100,000 times. Chul Myungo, gripping his umbrella, reveals that he has recently mastered slashing and thrusting techniques from his own master. Observing from a distance, Ma Qinxiup advises Jinian Li to let the situation unfold, believing the man will mature eventually. Prompting Jinian to inquire if they are discussing the tri-sword technique. A voice from the crowd echoes, remarking on the impressive master Chul Myungo must have. But Chul Myungo dismisses the comment with a smirk, finding it absurd that his master would teach something even street thugs know. He looks down at his challenger, a glint in his eye, as another voice from the crowd questions his words. Chul Myungo's smirk widens, his expression confident and slightly mocking, as he declares he cannot stand by and watch someone disgrace the Dragon Phoenix tournament. With a resolute gaze, he affirms that he will not turn down a fight. His eye narrows, reflecting his unwavering resolve. As the crowd murmurs with anticipation, watching Chul Myungo and his challenger prepare in the makeshift arena, with Jinian Li observing from above. Chul Myungo clenches his fist, the murmuring crowd a blur beneath him. As he considers the challenge, a single thought echoes in his mind. From an elevated vantage point, Jinian Li watches the scene unfold, a thoughtful expression etched upon his face. Back in the arena, Chul Myungo stands poised, his back to the observers, facing his opponent. His eyes narrow with fierce determination, a silent promise of the coming storm. Then, a declaration rings out. The one who strikes first wins. With an explosive burst of speed, he launches himself forward, a vibrant red aura trailing in his wake. He accelerates rapidly, his form becoming a dark blur against the night sky. His gaze remains fixed and unwavering, even as the world blurs around him, closing the distance to his target. A powerful surge of energy propels him further, a blue burst marking his relentless advance. His foot pushes off the ground with immense force, generating another explosive burst of blue energy. The sheer impact of his movement sends a shockwave through the very earth beneath him, a final red burst signifying his arrival. His powerful, energy-infused strike impacts the ground, causing it to crack and splinter with visible force. Standing over his opponent, Chul Myung-go sees him on one knee, having seemingly absorbed or deflected the initial impact. The opponent, Dan Wuzing, internally notes that the weapon used is shorter than usual. A flicker of intense frustration crosses Chul Myung-go's face, his brow furrowed in anger. Meanwhile, Jineon Lee watches the exchange, his expression focused and analytical. Chul Myung-go continues his rapid assault with the staff, but Dan Wuzing deftly blocks or parries each blow. Dan Wuzing then delivers a cutting verbal taunt, mocking his opponent's apparent lack of skill with his own weapon. The gathered spectators, including Mok In-seup and Yu Jonghong, react with visible surprise and concern at the turn of events. Mok In-seup voices his confusion, questioning what his ally is doing. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Chul Myung-go abruptly turns and begins to flee the scene, leaving his opponent and the onlookers stunned. He internally declares his intention to retreat for the time being. Chul Myung-go observes his opponent's weapon, a short umbrella, noting its unusual length, a subtle tsk escaping him. As a look of intense frustration and anger contorts his features. Meanwhile, Dan Wuzing's gaze remains sharp and resolute, his expression unyielding. Then, with a powerful swing of his staff, Chul Myung-go attacks, mocking his opponent's inability to wield his own weapon properly. A silent, intense reaction flashing across Dan Wuzing's face. From a distance, observers like Yu Jonghong and Mok In-seup watch, confused by the unfolding events, wondering aloud what he could possibly be doing. Chul Myung-go questions if his opponent is running away, as Dan Wuzing turns and begins to retreat, a glimmer of possibility in his eyes. The attacker, still swinging his staff, gives chase, his movements a blur of aggression. With a determined expression, Dan Wuzing decides he will run for now. Indeed, no one has ever seen a duel quite like this. The duel between Chul Myung-go and the young master, Jineon, continued to rage, a whirlwind of motion across the arena floor. Chul Myung-go, his face twisted in a sneer, let out a mocking laugh, clearly enjoying his advantage. He pressed his attack, his staff slamming into Jineon with a concussive force. The blow sent the young master sprawling, his body hitting the ground with a pained grunt. From his prone position, Jineon glared up at his opponent, a furious retort escaping his lips. The wicked rogue merely scoffed, his gaze condescending as he questioned how long his opponent could keep evading on such a small stage. Turning his back, a gesture of supreme arrogance, Chul Myung-go admitted that the way Jineon had scurried around like a rat was amusing, before commanding him to rise so he could demonstrate how it was truly done. Jineon's frustration boiled over, a defiant question forming on his lips. How could his opponent knock him down only to then demand he get back up? He couldn't comprehend the twisted nature of this duel, wondering how he was ever supposed to keep pace with such bizarre demands. But then, a surge of resolve ignited within him, and his short staff began to glow with a fierce, internal light. With a sudden, explosive movement, Jineon launched himself forward, his glowing weapon striking Chul Myung-go with unexpected speed and power. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, and Chul Myung-go recoiled, a guttural sound escaping his throat as he absorbed the blow. Still reeling from the previous exchange, he grimaces, his staff's tip glowing faintly, as he prepares for another attempt, believing he can manage the distance. He lunges forward with renewed determination, convinced he can finally reach his opponent. But Chul Myung-go is quicker, his blade arcing in a wide, sweeping attack, intercepting the lunge with practiced ease. The blow connects, sending him reeling backward, his body twisting as he falls to the ground. Landing hard, he grits his teeth in frustration, realizing his reach is still insufficient. Chul Myung-go, a smirk playing on his lips, looks down, mocking his opponent's sloppy horizontal slash. He continues to taunt, questioning the effectiveness of his thrusts and offering to demonstrate how a true master performs. But his frustration transforms into fierce resolve, his eyes glowing with purple energy, as he declares he will show his tormentor what he is truly capable of. With a sudden burst of speed, he closes the distance, a vibrant purple aura trailing behind him, his attack a blur of focused power. His staff connects with a powerful, energy-infused strike, sending shockwaves through the air as the impact reverberates. From the sidelines, onlookers gasp and jeer, some surprised by the sudden turn of events, others mocking the now struggling Chul Myung-go, wondering where his earlier confidence has gone. Chul Myung-go's face contorts in agony, blood trickling from his mouth, as the purple energy courses through him, demanding an end to the brutal exchange. The force of the blow sent him reeling, his body twisting unnaturally through the air. before he slammed into the unseen barrier with a sickening impact, a desperate thought of, screw this, flashing through his mind as the world exploded around him. His body recoiled violently once more, the lingering purple energy of the attack still radiating from the point of contact. His head snapped back, a spray of blood erupting from his lips as the internal damage took its toll. His eye, wide with agony and disbelief, reflected the splatters of his own blood as his vision blurred. From above, Jian watched the spectacle unfold, a cold satisfaction settling over him as he considered the sheer humiliation of his opponent's defeat. His voice, devoid of warmth, cut through the falling rain, asking, "Do you regret living like a pathetic fool?" The rain continued to fall under the pale moonlight, washing over the scene of utter defeat. Below, his legs finally gave out, his body collapsing with a series of sharp, cracking sounds. Fresh blood splattered across the wooden planks, a stark crimson against the dark, wet surface. Hunched over, his body trembled with pain and exhaustion, the sound of his ragged breathing barely audible above the rain. His sword, once a symbol of his strength, lay discarded nearby, a silent testament to his complete and utter defeat on the blood-stained ground. Still reeling from the devastating impact, he stands defiant, his back to the viewer, facing his victorious opponent. Despite his injuries, Chul Myungo's voice rings out, filled with a desperate challenge. "Insane bastard, you still haven't come to your senses." Unmoved by the defiance, Jian prepares to deliver a final, decisive blow, his weapon crackling with vibrant purple energy, declaring, "I'll end it here." He lunges forward with incredible speed, his form a blur of motion, the purple aura trailing behind his weapon as he closes the distance. The impact is devastating, a blinding flash of purple light erupting as the weapon connects, shattering any remaining defenses. Chul Myungo's face contorts in agony, blood splattering across his features, the full force of the blow leaving him broken and battered. Gasping for air, his thoughts turn inward, a bitter question echoing in his mind. "You ask me if I regret living like a fool?" A single, stark word forms his answer. Yeah. His body is a canvas of wounds, but a flicker of resolve ignites within him as he clutches his weapon, the pain a stark reminder of his past choices. The regret is absolute. "I regret it like hell." His hand tightens around the shaft of his spear, a silent vow forming in his mind, a new path beginning to emerge from the depths of his defeat. With a firm grip, he declares his intention to change. That's why, from now on. Despite the overwhelming defeat, a new resolve hardened within him, a silent vow to live a little differently from this moment forward. But before that resolve could fully take root, Jian, swift and merciless, thrust his spear forward, catching Chul Myungo off guard even as he tried to parry with his umbrella. The sharp tip found its mark, a crimson drop falling to the wooden floor, a stark testament to the wound inflicted. As Chul Myungo reeled from the blow, Jian's voice cut through the air, a casual "Hey, thanks," echoing in the sudden silence. His face contorted in a scream of agony and disbelief. Chul Myungo's features were now a mask of his own blood, the light catching the grim spectacle. Jian continued, his words a chilling explanation, "For closing the distance for me." Before Chul Myungo could even process the insult, another devastating blow landed, the impact reverberating through the air. Jian's hand was a blur, a torrent of blood erupting from Chul Myungo's nose and mouth as the strike connected with brutal force. The relentless assault continued, each impact echoing with bone-jarring force. Finally, with a deafening crash, Chul Myungo was driven into the ground, creating a deep crater as dust and debris erupted around him. The sheer force of the impact sent a shockwave upwards, blasting fragments of the floor into the air. From a distance, onlookers watched in stunned silence, one gasping, what the hell?" while another grimly observed, "If you let your guard down, that's what happens." He struggles to comprehend the sheer force that just struck him, his mind reeling from the power of the umbrella. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, he pushes himself up, his body screaming in protest from the brutal impact. His face, marred by fresh wounds and blood, reflects the shock of his defeat. A ragged gasp escapes him, the pain a stark reminder of his current predicament. His eyes, wide with a mix of agony and disbelief, stare blankly ahead. Meanwhile, the umbrella, still radiating a faint energy, remains firmly in its wielder's grasp. Li Jian stands calmly above the defeated man, his presence commanding and unwavering. Then, his voice cuts through the silence, addressing the fallen Chul Myungo directly. Despite his injuries, Chul Myungo manages to respond, expressing gratitude for his life being spared. A memory flashes through his mind, taking him back to a rainy day where a younger version of himself stood with Jin Sohan, who spoke of repaying kindness for teaching. Jin Sohan's hand gently touches his, a gesture of mentorship and connection. The younger Chul Myungo holds an umbrella, listening intently as Jin Sohan explains the deeper meaning behind his words, a lesson that would shape his future. Standing defeated, his back to the crowd, the injured man reflects on his identity, acknowledging himself as the poisonous fox and vowing to repay his debts. His face contorted in pain and smeared with blood, he struggles to comprehend the overwhelming force that brought him to his knees. Meanwhile, the victor stands tall, looking down upon his defeated opponent, a quiet declaration of triumph echoing through the stunned silence. I won. His gaze remains fixed, unwavering in the aftermath of his decisive strike. The defeated man, still reeling, can only utter a stunned syllable, he. From the surrounding crowd, murmurs of disbelief ripple through the onlookers, questioning, actually won? And exclaiming, my goodness. He took. The shock intensifies as they realize the full extent of the victory, him down in one strike. With an umbrella? Still on one knee, clutching his umbrella, the defeated warrior's internal monologue is filled with self-reproach. Hoku, pathetic weakling. He thinks, I can't even move anymore. Before attempting to regain some dignity, stating, satisfied? Then, I'll be going. Only to be sharply interrupted by an unseen voice. Hold it right there. The challenging voice belongs to an angry onlooker, who confronts the victor directly. Going somewhere? You think one lucky win makes you hot stuff. As the challenge hangs in the air, a lone shadow falls across the wooden floor, indicating the victor has paused, acknowledging the unexpected confrontation. Despite his bloodied face and recent defeat, Chul Myungo still manages a defiant laugh, mocking his attackers and challenging them to calm down and take turns. Meanwhile, from the gathered crowd, Ma In-seop watches the scene unfold, muttering about the annoying bastards causing trouble. As Chul Myungo struggles to regain his footing, a voice urges him to get a grip, while an unseen force emanates, causing a ripple of blue energy. This powerful aura belongs to Jin-yeon, who stands tall and composed, his long dark hair flowing behind him as he surveys the scene. As the pressure intensifies, Ma In-seop helps the injured Chul Myungo to his feet, both men now fully aware of the formidable presence before them. Jin-yeon's gaze is unwavering, a palpable force radiating from him, causing the very air to shimmer with blue energy. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power, Ma In-seop and the other guards recoil, questioning the immense pressure and demanding to know the identity of this mysterious figure. With a calm demeanor, Jin-yeon reveals his status as a participant in the Dragon Phoenix tournament, then turns the question back on them, asking why they've come down to this area. Standing confidently with Chul Myungo behind him, Jin-yeon explains his presence is simply to enjoy the pre-festival. Ma In-seop, still wary, declares that their current confrontation is over, warning Jin-yeon that his master will deal with him next. Hearing the mention of a master, Jin-yeon's expression shifts slightly, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he dismisses them as little punks. The other guards, still hesitant, discuss among themselves how the opponents came at them like rabid dogs, each trying to push the other to confront Jin-yeon first. The onlookers, once defiant, now visibly recoil from Lee Jin-yeon, their bravado dissolving under his presence. He muses internally that becoming stronger truly is the most remarkable thing in the world. A subtle, golden aura emanates from him, a silent testament to his power. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the tension, apologizing for the interruption. The speaker, a young man with sharp features and a confident smirk, suggests it's getting late, and perhaps they should call it a night before tomorrow's main event. He holds a closed fan delicately in one hand, his gaze fixed on Jin-yeon. The crowd murmurs, recognizing him as the son of the Hwa clan. Whispers confirm his identity as young Master Hwa, and that the rumors of his striking handsomeness are indeed true. Chul Myungo, still injured, advises Jin-yeon that if he intends to win the Dragon Phoenix tournament, it would be best not to waste his strength here. Jin-yeon turns his attention to the newcomer, asking simply, and you are? The young man, Hwa Yunwal, responds with a playful question about autumn leaves, before introducing himself by name. Jin-yeon considers the advice, acknowledging that the young master may have a point. As the tension from their earlier confrontation dissipates, Hwa Yunwal suggests they conclude their business for the night. He then turns to Jin-yeon, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Jin-yeon, recognizing the familiar surroundings, expresses surprise at their shared lodging, a coincidence Hwa Yunwal quickly confirms. With a thoughtful expression, Jin-yeon extends an invitation for a drink in his room later, hinting at a gift he wishes to bestow. Hwa Yunwal, flanked by his companions, accepts the offer, agreeing to meet in an hour. As Hwa Yunwal departs, he remarks on the lasting impression Jin-yeon, the umbrella man, has made. From a balcony overlooking the bustling courtyard, Jin-yeon offers a non-committal response, his gaze fixed on the receding figures. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Hwa Yunwal stands by a window, lost in thought as he gazes out at the night sky. The soft glow of the moon illuminates his silhouette, reflecting the quiet intensity of his contemplation. Above the traditional architecture of the lodging, a luminous full moon hangs in the clear night sky, casting a serene glow over the scene. Back in his own quarters, Jin-yeon sits alone at a low table, the quiet anticipation of his upcoming meeting filling the room. Hwa Yunwal sits in contemplation, a cup held delicately in her hand, the memory of the recent duel still fresh in her mind. Later, as she walks through the quiet halls, her thoughts drift to the man she just spoke with. She finds him and addresses him directly. Hey Yunwal. The man turns, a slight irritation in his voice as he asks, what's with that rude tone of yours? She responds, I saw everything. Her gaze sharpens as she presses him. Why did you stop the duel? He explains, that man is a strong contender for the championship. As someone who's also aiming for the title, there's no need to expose his full strength to the public just yet. Wai Yunwal considers his words, then asks, you saw him. What did you think? He replies simply, he looked strong. A knowing smile plays on his lips as he adds, good observation. When we had a competition with mobility arts before, he actually slowed down to match our pace. Wai Yunwal's eyes widen slightly, realizing the implication. Jinian continues, he maintained an exact distance on purpose. A man with experience. Wai Yunwal's expression hardens, a determined glint in her eyes as she thinks, now. Her ambition burns brightly as she concludes her thought. I came here planning to defeat all the successors of the great clans. Wai Yunwal watches him, a thought forming in her mind, wondering if he should simply skip this year's tournament altogether. Her eyes widen slightly, a hint of disbelief in her voice, as she asks if he is truly that strong. A new voice cuts in, a young woman named Seol, her expression one of mild surprise, asking Wai Yunwal if she hadn't noticed his strength herself. Jinian, with a calm demeanor, recalls the duel, noting that even then, he hadn't used any inner energy. A vivid memory flashes, showing him standing victorious over fallen opponents, as he muses that with pure physical strength alone, he could have crushed everyone there. Seol, observing Wai Yunwal's reaction, playfully teases her, asking if she's now interested in him. She continues, suggesting that Wai Yunwal should simply follow her father's advice and marry him, to which Wai Yunwal reacts with a startled gasp. Seol presses her point, arguing that it would be far more advantageous to be tied to the strongest merchant group in the world than to some martial clan. Jinian, turning to Wai Yunwal with a knowing smirk, challenges her, suggesting she only came to his room out of curiosity, wondering what kind of man he truly is. Wai Yunwal, flustered, vehemently denies it, insisting she was merely curious about his true strength, before abruptly telling him to forget it. Seol, undeterred, offers a final piece of advice to Wai Yunwal, urging her to think it over carefully, as once he wins the tournament, it will be too late. Jinian, overhearing the conversation, dismisses the notion with a sigh, declaring that he is simply not her type. Wai Yunwal, her expression hidden, pulls desperately at a sleeve, a sudden, sharp sound echoing her distress. Her eyes widen in shock and confusion, as if confronted with an utterly unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Li Jinian appears in a doorway, his voice calm and inquiring, asking if he may enter, while a tiny, distressed version of Wai Yunwal visually represents her internal turmoil. Her expression shifts to one of utter dismay, a soft, resigned, oh dear escaping her lips. Li Jinian's sister, with her long reddish-brown hair styled in two intricate buns, protests vehemently, declaring that the person in question is absolutely not her type. Despite her protests, she clings to his robe, her expression a mix of exasperation and determination, while he remains impassive, his gaze fixed forward. Her wide, reddish-brown eyes, accentuated by sharp red eyeliner, betray a hint of shock and annoyance, as if his indifference is a personal affront. He finally turns his head slightly, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, and asks if he can proceed with his intentions. A sudden, forceful impact reverberates through the air, the sound echoing sharply. In a swift motion, Jinian pushes his sister against the wall, her head snapping back from the force, a burst of light and particles erupting around her. Her eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping her lips, while he stares down at her with a stern, unyielding gaze. She recoils, her expression shifting from shock to a pout of annoyance, as if questioning his harshness. He then clarifies, with a hint of exasperation, that the one with her head against the wall is his foolish little sister, acknowledging her presence as he stands a short distance away. Despite his teasing, he reveals that she is one of the most likely candidates to win the Dragon Phoenix tournament, a testament to her hidden strength. With a final, playful gesture, he flicks her forehead, the light impact causing her to wince and rub the spot. A young woman with striking reddish-brown hair and intense red eyes introduces herself, her expression a mix of surprise and slight discomfort, stating her name as Wai Yunseal. Meanwhile, another figure, with dark hair pulled back, casually announces his own identity, declaring himself to be Li Jinian. Later, in a serene setting, a hand carefully pours tea into a delicate cup, with a voice instructing to deliver it to young Master Li. The young master sits at a low table in a traditional room, surrounded by attendants, including Wai Yunseal and Shul Myungo, as Yunseal approaches with the freshly poured tea. Despite the formal setting, Li Jinian's thoughts betray his confusion, wondering why he has been brought here. Wai Yunseal, seated nearby, watches him with a hint of impatience, her hand resting lightly on her chest. Yunseal, with a serious expression, reiterates the instruction, ensuring the tea is given to young Master Li. Wai Yunseal's internal monologue echoes Li Jinian's confusion, questioning her own presence, while a voice explains that Yunseal found him quite impressive earlier. The group remains seated around the table, the atmosphere thick with unspoken expectations, as the conversation continues. Li Jinian, still looking perplexed, hears the question of whether he will accept a gift from Wai Yunseal, his internal thoughts revealing his bewilderment, as he feels he hasn't done anything to warrant such an offering. Yunseal then clarifies the nature of the offering, revealing it to be a treasured fist guard belonging to their clan. A metal attacking gauntlet is presented to him, its dark surface gleaming subtly. It's just a protector for the hands, she explains, urging him to accept it as a gesture of goodwill, a treasured fist guard from the Wa clan. He examines the item, finding it looks good, and promises to make good use of it. As the tea ceremony continues, Hua Yunseal asks if he knows the favorites for the upcoming Dragon Phoenix tournament, a question that reveals his surprising lack of knowledge about current affairs. Her brother, clearly exasperated by his ignorance, declares it's not good to be so uninformed, and instructs Yunseal to explain the situation to him. Yunseal, however, protests, reminding her brother that he knows these matters better than she does, but he dismisses her objection. He simply tells her to do as she's told, then playfully asks Li Jinian if he'd prefer to hear about Yunseal's childhood instead, a clear attempt to tease his sister. With a sigh, Yunseal agrees to explain, acknowledging that while many names are mentioned as potential winners, the true competition actually stands between two dominant powers, the Murim Alliance and the Rulers Association. She elaborates that the Murim Alliance has named Jin Jiol of the Mount Hua sect and Lim Jiriang of the Wudong sect as their top candidates, setting the stage for a clash of titans. Jinian stands, his back to the viewer, beside Hua Yunseal, as the conversation continues. The discussion then turns to the Murim Alliance's candidates, whose participation remains uncertain, as the Mount Hua sect risks everything in duels, while the Wudong sect prefers to avoid worldly affairs. For the Rulers Association, however, the situation is clearer. They are backing Dako Han and Namgung Wai, two formidable figures. Even if these two were to meet in the finals, neither would walk away unscathed. A chibi Yunseal ponders, wondering why. The answer is simple. They are love rivals. Both men are deeply infatuated with Baekli Yun, who is renowned as the top beauty of the South, and if Dako Han and Namgung Wai clash in the finals, their injuries would be severe. Her delicate hands are shown, emphasizing her beauty. Jinian listens, a thoughtful expression on his face, realizing they are grinding their teeth, eager to humiliate each other before her. He wonders if this Baekli Yun could be the daughter of a senior he owed so much to in his past life. The image of Baekli Yun appears in his mind, as he considers the possibility. Meanwhile, a young girl with bright green hair laughs joyfully, lying in a field of flowers under a clear sky. As Dan Wuzing watches her from a distance, a pensive look on his face, observing that the little girl has already grown up. He reflects on how Jinian's sister has blossomed into a woman admired by every heir in the great clans, and how he, who once felt like her uncle, now finds himself standing among her peers. A strange feeling washes over him, as he also considers his brother's involvement in the Rulers Association. Meanwhile, another observes that this brother is somewhat of a dark horse, though no one truly expects him to win. The truth is, he has never once fought a public duel, finding everything in life bothersome. Indeed, Jinian muses that the autumn leaf seems to lack any innate drive to fight, or perhaps he is simply so formidable that he has no need to struggle at all. A truly fearsome individual. The conversation continues, with Yunseal listening intently. As Hua Yunwal reveals there are also two unpredictable variables in this year's competition. Yunseal's expression turns thoughtful at this revelation. And though they are not widely known, rumors suggest they are powerful, with one hailing from the Hainan sect. As the discussion of formidable competitors continues, a stark realization settles. The other unpredictable variable is Yu. His gaze sharpens, a subtle shift in his demeanor betraying his thoughts. Considering the implications of being labeled a variable, Jinian Li declares he has heard enough. From across the room, Hua Yunwal addresses him, inquiring about his preparedness for the upcoming challenges. A moment of silence hangs in the air as Jinian processes the question. His eyes, a piercing blue, reflect a quiet confidence as he subtly adjusts the wraps on his hand. A faint, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips, his posture relaxed yet poised. With a dismissive gesture, Jinian apologizes, stating that none of the other competitors are even worth his consideration. Hua Yunwal and Jinian's sister exchange a look, their expressions a mix of amusement and slight exasperation at his arrogance. A booming laugh erupts from Hua Yunwal, filling the space with his mirth. His smile widens, a hint of mischief in his eyes, as he remarks on Jinian's unwavering determination not to lose. A close-up reveals Hua Yunwal's sharp, red-lined eye, reflecting his keen observation and perhaps a deeper understanding of Jinian's true potential. He truly is a difficult man to deal with, his presence a constant enigma. No matter how much she tries to analyze him, Hua Yunwal finds herself unable to discern his main martial art or even his true level. Nor can she tell if he's interested in Yunseal, even though the young woman is renowned as the Snow Phoenix. As Jinian pours tea for his sister, she asks if he would like another cup, to which he simply offers a polite, thank you. His sister observes him, realizing he truly doesn't seem interested in anything else at all. Hua Yunwal, still lost in thought, muses that he's just focused entirely on becoming stronger, or perhaps. His sister's gaze softens as she thinks that single-minded devotion is quite beautiful. As he holds a finely crafted fist guard, the object itself speaks volumes about his dedication. Later that night, a serene full moon hangs high in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the landscape. As they prepare to part ways, Jinian bids farewell, wishing young Master Hua and Lady Hua well and urging them to take care. With his farewell spoken, he turns and walks away, leaving the two behind under the moonlit sky. He stands silently under the night sky, his back to the viewer, as a conversation unfolds around him. His sister, standing beside him, breaks the quiet, asking, "Brother, what will you do about the Dragon Phoenix tournament?" Wai Yunwal, observing the exchange, simply offers a thoughtful, He gazes up at the full moon, a profound realization dawning on him as he muses, "I finally met someone worthwhile." Meanwhile, his sister continues, lamenting how quickly the focus has shifted from camaraderie to competition. Yet now we're already fussing over winning a tournament instead of forming any real camaraderie. I'll yield to young Master Li. Wai Yunwal turns to her, a hint of surprise in his voice as he asks, "So, you're saying you won't participate?" She responds with a playful jab, "Wow, you sure are eloquent. That is a compliment. Wow, you're truly shameless." He then formally introduces himself, stating, "Autumn Leaf? I am Wai Yunwal." His sister, now in a chibi-like form, lets out a small sound of amusement, thinking, eloquent as flowing water and falling like autumn leaves, huh? Wai Yunwal, catching her reaction, offers a knowing smirk, his eyes glinting mischievously. His sister then dismisses her own thoughts, musing, "Never mind. It's just a random thought. Isn't he such a blunt man? He didn't even try flirting with you once. He doesn't seem like a womanizer." A moment later, she considers another possibility. Or maybe he's just pretending to be uninterested? A faint smile plays on her lips, yet her thoughts betray a deeper understanding. He genuinely doesn't care about her. With a hearty laugh, he dismisses the notion, declaring that he doesn't care for her brother either, a sentiment she echoes with a wry smile. Turning to her, Wai Yunwal offers a piece of advice, urging Yunseal to look, feel, and enjoy herself freely. He continues, his words carrying the weight of experience, explaining that in life, one will encounter merchant heirs stronger than martial heirs, and clan heirs more despicable than bandits. His voice resonates with a profound truth, reminding her that not every member of the Murim Alliance is a hero, and not every man of the underworld lacks honor. As they walk beneath the starlit sky, his words hang in the air, a gentle guidance. He then clarifies his earlier teasing, advising her to see with her own eyes, listen to their words, and then choose the man she'll love, assuring her that his previous remarks were just playful banter. Suddenly, her voice cuts through the night, a single word echoing with urgency, "Brother." Her expression shifts, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow, as she considers the implications of her brother's character. She muses aloud, still perplexed, about his audacity to dismiss even figures like Namgung Wai and Dako Han, noting that if either of them had heard such a slight, they would have drawn their swords on the spot. Wai Yunwal, taken aback by her statement, leans in, his expression one of disbelief, asking if he heard her correctly. Suddenly, a stern voice cuts through the air, as Jinian Li appears, demanding to know what was said and for it to be repeated. Jinian Li's sister and Wai Yunwal stand frozen, their backs to him, as his presence looms over them. His anger is palpable, a stark contrast to the composed demeanor of Dako Han, the future patriarch of the Dako clan, who is known for his sharp gaze and formidable presence. Jinian Li's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know who dared to speak ill of him. His sister and Wai Yunwal shrink back in exaggerated fear, the latter admitting she's too terrified to even utter a word, while his sister desperately pleads for him to quiet down. Her plea echoes in the tense air, a desperate attempt to quell his fury. A sharp voice cuts through the night, demanding to know what was just said, and Jinian Li, his back to the viewer, coolly instructs the speaker to repeat it. The challenge is met with a furious glare from Dako Han, his eyes burning with indignation. The future patriarch of the Dako clan, he demands to know who dared to utter such words. Unfazed by the outburst, Jinian Li calmly instructs his sister, "Yunseal, go inside first." She acknowledges his command with a simple, "Yes, brother." With the exchange concluded, the siblings turn and walk away, leaving Dako Han and Chul Myungo standing in the dimly lit street, the tension still palpable. Dako Han watches the retreating figure of Yunseal, a thoughtful expression on his face. Chul Myungo attempts to soothe his companion, assuring him, "Don't worry about it. They were just comments by a passing martial artist." But Dako Han scoffs, his pride wounded, wondering aloud, "A mere martial artist dared to say that Namgung Wu and I don't matter?" Chul Myungo then clarifies, asking, "Wasn't that merchant's son the one who said that?" His hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Dako Han turns away from the departing figures, his gaze distant. He remarks to his companion that the man who just left resembled the heir of the Yunha merchant group. Wai Yunwal, standing opposite him, wonders aloud what the heir was doing there at such an hour, implying Dako Han must have invited him. A smirk plays on Dako Han's lips as he challenges Yunwal, asking who is stronger between himself and the next chief strategist of the Rulers' Association. Yunwal, his expression unamused, dismisses the title, telling him not to flatter himself. He continues, reminding Dako Han that the man in question was the one who defeated O Yang Sing, and warns him not to underestimate someone just because they are a merchant's son. A sharp sound effect accompanies the tension, as Yunwal's words clearly strike a nerve. Dako Han points a finger, his expression hardening, declaring Yunwal's words to be strange. Yunwal meets his gaze, challenging him directly, asking if he believes himself weaker than O Yang Sing or that merchant. With a sigh, Yunwal notes that Dako Han's temper never changes, before directly asking him why he is truly there. Dako Han's hand tightens on his sword, and he extends an invitation, suggesting Yunwal join this year's Dragon Phoenix tournament. Yunwal looks on, a silent question hanging in the air, his expression one of surprise. Dako Han's smirk widens, his words carrying a clear challenge. If you defeat either that merchant's son or Namgung Wai, he declares, his gaze intense, the Rulers Association will have the winner this year. Wai Yunwal listens, his expression unreadable, a subtle tension in his features as he processes the implications of Dako Han's statement. Before a soft, almost dismissive sound escapes him, he murmurs. Dako Han, however, finds his own amusement in the situation, bursting into laughter. Wai Yunwal's brow furrows slightly at the outburst, a question mark hanging in the air as Dako Han advises him to just participate and relax. The two stand in the quiet hall, the weight of their words settling between them, as Dako Han continues. This year, neither the Rulers Association nor the Murim Alliance will produce the champion. Wai Yunwal's fan snaps open with a sharp, decisive sound, a subtle gesture of his growing impatience. His eyes narrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he considers the implications of Dako Han's words, realizing, this is his grip tightening on his fan, a warning from the next chief strategist of the Rulers Association. Dako Han's expression remains unyielding, a glint in his eye as he responds, interesting. Can you stand by those words? Wai Yunwal meets his gaze, his own determination hardening, as he retorts, I'll bet 10,000 Niang that the winner will come from either the Murim Alliance or the Rulers Association. As the wager concludes, Wai Yunwal's hand, still holding his fan, gestures subtly, prompting Dako Han to consider his next move. With a confident smirk, he declares that he will wager 30,000 that the winner will come from neither of the factions Dako Han predicted. A moment of silence hangs in the air as the two figures turn and walk away, their conversation concluded, the weight of their wager now settled. Dako Han's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on the path ahead, a silent resolve burning within him. Meanwhile, Wai Yunwal's confident smile remains, as he advises his opponent to prepare his money. With a final, almost playful flourish of his fan, he bids Dako Han good luck. The scene shifts dramatically to the grand entrance of a magnificent structure, where the Dragon Phoenix tournament preliminaries are set to begin, a buzz of anticipation already filling the air as countless hopefuls gather. A steady stream of individuals flows towards the registration area, each one eager to test their skills and claim a spot in the main rounds. Among the throng, Jineon Lee approaches the registration, aware that to advance to the main round, he must acquire 3 name tags after dueling, while in the distance, the already qualified Fist King, Dan Wuzing, can be seen. As the sounds of movement echoed through the courtyard, Jineon Lee found himself before a kneeling official, ready to register for the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The official, holding a brush, requested, please state the name or alias you want written on your tag. He inquired if aliases were permitted, to which the official confirmed that not only were they allowed, but using a real name wasn't even necessary for the preliminaries, and a nickname could even be used in the main event. Considering his options, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. His gaze fell upon the wooden tag, and a familiar title echoed in his mind, Fist King. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to claim it, believing that his current self had not yet surpassed the peak of his past life, and it would be disrespectful to such a revered title. With a firm resolve, he instructed the official, Right Fist Warrior. The official diligently began to inscribe the chosen alias onto the wooden tag, his brush moving with practiced ease. The finished tag proudly displayed his new identity, Fist Warrior. A slight smile touched his lips as he offered a simple, thanks. With his registration complete, he turned and walked away from the table, leaving the official to his duties as other participants milled about the courtyard. His expression now held a quiet determination, ready to face the challenges of the Dragon Phoenix tournament as the Fist Warrior. Above the towering peaks, the sky shimmered with a faint, ethereal blue energy, signaling the commencement of the Dragon Phoenix tournament preliminaries. Within the sprawling, traditional complex below, the air buzzed with anticipation as countless martial artists gathered, each hoping to prove their worth. Among the observers, a man with long, dark brown hair remarked that some of the competitors already looked quite formidable. 2 other figures, their faces etched with knowing smiles, agreed, observing that the inner energy of these young masters seemed to have improved significantly of late. But for Jineon, as he clenched his gloved fist, he knew that inner energy alone wasn't everything. With a resolute gaze, he vowed to prove that true skill went beyond mere power. His fingers splayed, ready for action, he intended to test the refined body techniques he had honed over countless hours. A sharp glint in his eye, accompanied by a subtle crackle of energy, underscored his unwavering determination. As he observed the bustling grounds, a commotion drew his attention, a smaller figure in a purple robe frantically protesting to a judge, demanding to know why their tag was being broken. The venerable Jean Jewel, acting as a judge, sternly informed the protesting participant that they lacked both the skill and character required to reach the main round, advising them to stop making a scene and leave quietly. Nearby, Jinyeon's sister, Yunseol, looked on in disbelief, utterly perplexed as to how she could be disqualified after having already secured a victory. She pleaded with Jin-jul, emphasizing her long journey from Shangxi, but the judge remained unyielding, declaring that this was the Murim alliance, and she was disqualified, ordering her to leave immediately. The stern judge, Jin-jul, points an accusing finger, his voice booming with indignation, as he reprimands a contestant, demanding to know why they attacked their defeated opponent so viciously. His outrage continues, questioning if such conduct truly befits a martial artist. Other martial artists stand by, observing the judge's stern lecture. Meanwhile, Jinyeon Lee watches the scene unfold, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he notes the judge's fiery temperament. From his perspective, he muses that sometimes the orthodox groups can be just as infuriating as the O Yang clan. A different, long-haired man, with sharp, discerning eyes, shares this sentiment, his expression grim. Yet, despite their flaws, he acknowledges that because of elders like Jin-jul, who still uphold a sense of righteousness, he can never truly hate the orthodox side. Jinyeon Lee turns to the long-haired man, who continues his internal monologue, reflecting on the complex nature of the factions. Later, Jinyeon Lee approaches his sister, Yunseol, asking her about the whereabouts of the judge who had scolded the contestant. Yunseol dismisses his concern with a shrug, informing him that it doesn't matter, as a spot has just opened up due to an injured contestant, allowing him to go up right away. With this unexpected opportunity, the siblings walk away, Jinyeon Lee now poised to enter the tournament. He stands before the elderly judge, a moment of quiet anticipation hanging in the air. The judge, Jin-jul, scrutinizes him with a keen eye, then requests his tournament tag. Without hesitation, Jinyeon Lee calmly presents it. Jin-jul takes the wooden tag, noting the Fist Warrior inscription, and offers a simple wish of good luck. His gaze then shifts, falling upon Jinyeon Lee's gauntlets, a flicker of curiosity sparking in his eyes. Reaching out to touch them, he admits he's never seen such gauntlets in his 50 years in the Jianghu. Jinyeon Lee explains they were a gift from the young master of the Hua clan, though he's unsure of their exact nature. Jin-jul's eyes widen as he recognizes the material, identifying them as rare celestial silkworm thread, once made by the Bakley clan, noting their fine quality and resistance to blades. Elsewhere, Yunseol and another man react with astonishment, realizing the immense value of the gauntlets Jinyeon Lee received so casually. Back with the judge, Jinyeon Lee, ready to proceed, asks if they should begin. The judge, still thoughtful, stands before him, while another observer watches from a distance. Jin-jul remains deep in thought, his expression contemplative. The arena is set, the air thick with anticipation as two formidable figures prepare to clash. Jinyeon Lee, his gaze steady, addresses his opponent, noting that his gauntlets suggest a shared mastery of fist combat. Without hesitation, his challenger, Dan Wuzing, launches a swift, powerful punch, his fist glowing with a vibrant blue aura. Jinyeon Lee braces himself, his gaze sharp, preparing for the impending impact. A brief, almost imperceptible flicker of surprise crosses his features as the punch closes in. His gauntlet meets Dan Wuzing's incoming fist with a sharp, resounding clash. The force of the counter sends Dan Wuzing reeling backward, his own surprise evident as he is pushed away. He crashes violently to the ground, debris scattering around him. Lying defeated amidst the dust, a trickle of blood escapes his nose. From the sidelines, Jin-jul, witnessing the swift conclusion, calls for the fight to stop. His voice rings out, declaring Jinyeon Lee the undisputed victor. Later, Jin-jul and Chul Myung-go reflect on the match, both acknowledging the extraordinary aura and exhilarating power Jinyeon Lee displayed. With a confident smirk, Dan Wuzing issues a final challenge, his eyes fixed on his opponent. As the tension mounts, Jin-jul, overseeing the match, gives the signal for the combatants to begin. Meanwhile, Jinyeon Lee closes his eyes, gathering his focus and preparing for the impending clash. From the sidelines, Chul Myung-go observes, recognizing the unusual power of his opponent and admitting he cannot gauge his true strength. Feeling the immense pressure, Dan Wuzing resolves to unleash his full power, knowing that only a decisive blow can turn the tide. He lunges forward, a furious strike imbued with crackling green energy, aiming to overwhelm his opponent. But Jinyeon Lee meets the attack, a surge of blue power emanating from him as he prepares to counter. His form blurs, moving with impossible speed to evade the incoming blow. Before Dan Wuzing can react, he intercepts the blow, his own energy flaring around his fists as he launches a counterattack. A powerful counterstrike connects, sending shockwaves through the air and forcing his opponent back. The sheer force of his attack drives Dan Wuzing back, his defense shattered and his body reeling from the impact. Jinyeon Lee stands victorious, leaving his opponent stunned and defeated, barely able to utter a sound. As the fight reached its peak, Dan Wuzing, still defiant, challenged his opponent, wondering how he would possibly block his next strike. But before his attack could land, Jinyeon Lee moved with impossible speed, delivering a devastating counterblow that sent Dan Wuzing reeling. The sheer force of the impact rippled through the air, a testament to the young master's unyielding power. Dan Wuzing was sent flying backward, his body unable to withstand the sudden, overwhelming assault. As he tumbled through the air, the onlookers gasped, one of them questioning if the match had truly ended with a single strike. Chul Myung-go, observing alongside Dako Han and others, conceded that it was not bad, though he speculated that Jinian Li might only be relying on body techniques. Yet, even he had to admit that the young master's strength was far from a baseless rumor. With a final, heavy thud, Dan Wuzing crashed onto the arena floor, defeated. From his own vantage point, Jean Jul watched the display with a thoughtful expression, a soft ho-ho escaping his lips. His amusement grew, finding the unfolding events interesting, very interesting. As the dust settled, an official stepped forward, calling for the next contestant to enter the arena. However, the defeated fighter, still reeling from the impact, could only stammer, a desperate I forfeit, as he lay on the ground. He stands with a determined expression, ready for the next challenge. Meanwhile, an elderly examiner, his face contorted in anger, berates a contestant, demanding to know why they dared enter the Dragon Phoenix tournament with such weak resolve. He points a dismissive finger at the kneeling figure, ordering them to leave their tag and exit immediately. With a sigh of exasperation, the examiner pushes away the contestant's tag, lamenting that so many lack even the basic skills required. His gaze then sharply turns, fixing on Jinian Li, as he challenges him directly. Holding up 2 wooden tags, the examiner remarks that he has never witnessed anyone pass the preliminaries with only 2 punches in his entire life. The tags clearly labeled Bare-Handed Warrior and Life Stealer. His expression shifts to one of approval, declaring Jinian Li qualified. A wide grin spreads across his face, promising to see him again in the main round. Jinian Li responds with a confident smirk, acknowledging the examiner's words. His dark robe, adorned with subtle blue trim, shifts slightly as he prepares for what comes next. Under the quiet glow of the night sky, a traditional building stands, its intricate rooflines silhouetted against the distant wall. Inside, a large board displays the tournament's initial matchups, its empty brackets awaiting the final seeding. A sharp, decisive sound echoes through the room, as wooden pieces shatter and scatter across the floor, a testament to raw power. Li Jinian, standing with Chul Myung-go and Wai Yunwal, considers the implications, wondering if they simply need to categorize contenders by their martial prowess into Gap, Yule, and Byung tiers. Wai Yunwal, kneeling respectfully, confirms the strategy, assuring them that as long as the Gaps don't face each other in the first match, it will be fine. A hand carefully holds a wooden plaque, upon which the title Fist Warrior is carved. An elder, with a long white beard, declares with certainty that among all the contenders he has judged, the Fist Warrior is the only true Gap tier fighter. Chul Myung-go, recalling the fighter's reputation, asks for confirmation if he was indeed the first to advance to the main bracket. The discussion continues, with Li Jinian and Chul Myung-go acknowledging the widespread rumors that the Fist Warrior had advanced straight from the preliminary round with just 2 fist strikes. With the Fist Warrior's prowess established, Li Jinian then instructs them to place this fellow beside him, implying a strategic pairing. The alliance leader, a man with a stern gaze and a golden headpiece, listens intently, his expression unreadable as the tournament's fate is decided. The alliance leader addresses his council, commending their efforts. He acknowledges the scarcity of qualifiers, explaining that, as he had instructed, they had meticulously filtered out those lacking the necessary character. Turning to Elder Song, the alliance leader inquires about any interference from unorthodox factions, his voice carrying an undercurrent of warning. Elder Song responds with a firm declaration, confirming that no such incidents have occurred. The alliance leader continues, emphasizing the need to protect the qualifiers, ensuring they are neither ambushed nor drawn into meaningless conflicts. Chul Myung-go then steps forward, declaring that any elder who threatens a qualifier, regardless of their sect or clan, will be seized and imprisoned in the dungeon. Another elder adds that they will make an example of such individuals, inflicting harsh punishments to deter future transgressions, to which the alliance leader assents. Elder Song pauses, a moment of realization crossing his face, before acknowledging the gravity of the directive. With renewed determination, Elder Song vows to uphold the honor of the Murim Alliance, personally ensuring that no qualifier comes to harm. The meeting concludes with a decisive gesture, the scattered tiles on the table reflecting the weight of their decisions. As the council disperses, Elder Judge and Elder Song exchange a knowing glance, a shared understanding of the task ahead. A voice lets out a strained grunt, acknowledging the imposing presence of someone who is always frightening to behold. The Grand Dragon Phoenix Tournament's main qualifiers are now underway, with countless participants gathered in a vast, ornate courtyard, their formations precise and disciplined. Above them, a massive crowd watches with bated breath, the air shimmering with anticipation and scattered, glowing particles. As the tension builds, a figure pulls back a heavy curtain, revealing a grand display board, likely holding the fate of many competitors. From a privileged vantage point, Elder Song and Chul Myung-go observe the unfolding events, both wearing subtle, knowing smiles as the tournament progresses. The diverse crowd below, including families with children, cheers and watches with eager anticipation, fully immersed in the spectacle. Later, Elder Song stands alone before a massive, ornate display, his back to the viewer as he takes in the information presented. Shul Myungo approaches him, engaging in a brief exchange, to which Elder Song simply responds with a thoughtful, all right. Yet, as he turns to gaze out a window, a deeper concern surfaces, his mind grappling with unspoken questions. Why? What? Shul Myungo, observing the tournament, finds his view obstructed, wondering aloud if there's a rule preventing qualifiers from standing closer. His companion, a younger man with light green hair, quickly silences him, telling him to simply shut up. Jian Wung, with a finger to his lips, urges quiet, his sharp green eyes gleaming. He confidently declares his inevitable victory, dismissing any need for gambling, while Myungo mutters about his braggadocio. A smirk plays on Myungo's lips, a silent acknowledgement of Jian Wung's audacious confidence. Meanwhile, Elder Song, lost in thought, reflects on the passage of time, musing that age is catching up and old memories are resurfacing. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of intense recollection in his eyes. A towering mountain, bathed in ethereal light, appears in his mind's eye, a place of profound significance. The light intensifies, reflecting off his dark hair, pulling him deeper into the past. In the memory, Jian Wung stands beside a man named Zhang Hong, who appears injured, and Jian Wung calls out his name with concern. Zhang Hong, his face bloodied and marked, looks up, his golden eyes burning with a fierce resolve. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoes through the memory, a stark order to wake up. As the memory deepens, a chaotic battlefield unfolds, where a warrior supports an injured comrade, who weakly calls out, Jian Wung. With a fierce determination, Jian Wung unleashes a powerful strike, his voice echoing with a resolute command. You must. His eyes glow with an intense, almost predatory light, as he urges his comrade to lead this battle. While a haunting question arises, who was the greatest sinner in the Orang campaign? The inferno of war rages around him, but his focus remains unbroken, his gaze fixed on the unfolding devastation. Amidst the flames, Jian Wung roars, his voice cutting through the din. Alliance leader, don't let them get away. A fallen figure lies amidst the burning wreckage, as the memory reflects on the grim truth. Both the demonic faction and I were sinners. Their lives. Jian Wung's face is etched with grim resolve, his glowing eyes reflecting the fiery chaos he commands. He looks down upon the devastation, a heavy burden settling upon him. Since I was the commander, he muses. Arrows rain down as the battle continues, with countless members willingly giving their lives. The scene shifts to a wider view of the conflict, as the haunting question persists. How could martial artists bring about such a war? Overlooking the scorched landscape, Jian Wung and another figure stand, pondering if wouldn't it have been right for the weak to flee? The memory fades to a desolate, ash-covered ground, reflecting on the Jianghu, where the strong gathering and Elder Song stands, his back to the viewer, gazing out into a vast, sunlit landscape, the light filtering through a grand, ornate structure. His profile is visible, a thoughtful expression etched upon his face as he looks towards the light. The intricate details of his long, white hair and traditional attire are highlighted by the soft illumination. A sigh escapes him, as he muses, to think I was lost in such thoughts. The grand hall stretches before him, empty save for two distant, indistinct figures, the silence broken only by the soft rustle of his robes. He begins to walk, his steps measured, a single word echoing his contemplation, perhaps. His feet move steadily across the polished floor, sunlight dappling around him as he proceeds. Each step is deliberate, carrying him forward with quiet resolve. Meanwhile, a text box reveals his inner declaration. This Dragon Phoenix tournament will be the last one I hold. While below, a crowd gathers, their voices rising in anticipation, one exclaiming, look. Their gazes are fixed upwards, towards a magnificent building, as they shout, the Alliance leader, hero sir. The collective cry intensifies, a unified chorus proclaiming, Alliance leader. Finally, Elder Song stands tall on a balcony, his presence commanding as he looks down upon the assembled multitude. Elder Song's gaze sharpens, his eyes reflecting a deep, distant memory, as he recalls a time long past, when a younger version of himself stood alongside a youthful Chul Myungo, both with determined expressions. He remembers the formidable presence of a young Dako Han, his stern profile hinting at the strength he would one day command. And the youthful Jinian Li, standing with a quiet intensity, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A faint smile touches Elder Song's lips, as the memories continue to unfold. He recalls a pivotal moment from 45 years ago, a younger version of himself standing beneath a vast, open sky. His younger self, cloaked in traditional robes, stood poised in a grand courtyard, the weight of expectation heavy upon his shoulders. And now, the man he remembers from that distant past is standing before him in the present. Back then, even securing just 1 or 2 victories was considered a significant achievement, with some participants even succumbing to misfortune. He vividly recalls defeating a martial master from a reputable clan in his very first match, the impact of his strike sending the opponent reeling. And in the subsequent match, he overcame a martial master from the formidable Golden Blood sect, leaving his opponent defeated on the ground. He remembers the man who placed runner-up in that tournament, a younger Dako Han, laughing heartily beside him. He recalls a time when he began his life in the Murim Alliance, alongside a young man named Jianweng, where Jianweng was bestowed with the legendary Star Sword, while he himself received the equally revered Water Lunar Sword. These powerful artifacts were voluntarily granted to them by the Alliance leader and elders, a gesture that bound him to the Alliance even after many events unfolded, making it impossible for him to leave. The sheer joy of possessing the Water Lunar Sword ignited within him an unyielding desire to become stronger. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolds as a woman announces a grand prize, declaring it will go to the contest's winner, revealing a century-old Zhonghua ginseng from the Amei sect, a truly priceless treasure. A male spectator gasps, recognizing the immense value of the century-old Zhonghua ginseng, while a female observer laments that such a rare item cannot be bought with mere money, wishing she had entered the tournament herself. Another male spectator ponders the significance of this offering, especially coming from Abbess Hyun Yi of Amei, who is known for having little to spare even for her own disciples. The grand prize, a century-old Zhonghua ginseng, is presented, destined for an unknown victor. Then, the presenter, holding a gleaming blade, declares, "I will present the Star Sword, which lost its master in the Orang campaign." He muses, his voice filled with emotion, "My departed friend, Jianweng, will watch with joy from heaven." As the announcement echoes, Jian looks up, his expression unreadable, the weight of the words settling upon him. Elder Song, a seasoned swordsman, reacts with a knowing look, considering the value of such a prize, though he already possesses his own Water Lunar Sword. A sigh of relief escapes him, as he realizes he won't have to part with his cherished blade. Then, Zhonghong steps forward, announcing, "But Gu Clan Ironsmiths have specially crafted a sword for this tournament." He continues, revealing the sword's lineage. "As you know, Gu Clan Ironsmiths forged the unforgetting swords used by the greatest Mount Hua sect swordsman." Wai Yunwal's eyes widen in surprise, recognizing the significance of the Mount Hua sect's unforgetting sword. The newly crafted sword rests within the ornate box, with the added privilege that its winner may personally bestow its name. A hand reaches in, drawing the magnificent blade from its sheath, its polished surface reflecting a brilliant light. Jian holds the newly revealed sword, and it is said that even after the youth's shaggy hair aged into white, this sword had remained sharp. A gleaming blade, etched with intricate patterns and radiating a cool, ethereal blue light, is presented to the assembly, its presence immediately announced as the Water Lunar Sword. Its surface shimmers with a delicate, almost fluid design, a testament to its unique craftsmanship and ancient power. A distinguished figure with long white hair, holding the magnificent weapon, begins to speak, declaring that no matter how many years pass, like the unworn edge of the Water Lunar Sword, one must keep an upright heart for a long time, because after we ascend to heaven, our legacy is all that remains. Among the assembled, Elder Song listens with a look of profound surprise, while Zhonghong maintains a serious, contemplative expression. Nearby, Jian Li watches with a thoughtful intensity, and Wai Yunwal's expression remains equally serious, absorbing the speaker's every word. The white-haired speaker's gaze hardens, his voice ringing out with a powerful command. "You must hold this place." He then gestures towards a display case, revealing the incredible prizes, the century-old Zhonghua ginseng, the legendary Star Sword, and the newly forged Gu Clan Ironsmith sword, explaining that these are being given away with no strings attached for one profound reason. The white-haired elder stands tall, his presence commanding, the Water Lunar Sword held firmly in his grasp, its faint glow mirroring the weight of his words. The sword itself seems to pulse with energy, its intricate patterns glowing brighter with each pronouncement. Elder Song and Jianweng exchange worried glances, clearly unsettled by the implications, as the speaker continues his powerful address, emphasizing, "Because we are." Zhonghong's eyes narrow with fierce determination, while Jian Li's face lights up with an eager, almost ecstatic smile, clearly anticipating the challenges ahead. As the elder's gaze sharpened, his eyes glowing with an inner light, he continued to address the assembly, his voice resonating with authority. He declared his allegiance, stating, "The Orthodox." Among the gathered, Jian Li stood with a focused intensity, his expression unwavering, as the momentous announcement drew near. Finally, the elder's voice boomed once more, signaling the start of the grand event. Let the Dragon Phoenix tournament begin. This marked the official commencement of reincarnation of the Fist King. The grand announcement echoes across the land, declaring the imminent start of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. As the words resonate, a figure stands before a towering sword, its blade reflecting the light, a silent "oh," escaping him at the sheer weight of the declaration. The impact of the news is palpable, eliciting a quiet wow from those who hear it. Chul Myungo, standing beside Jian, expresses his admiration, remarking on how truly impressive the spectacle appears. The underlying sentiment, however, is a powerful declaration. It's because we are the Orthodox. Jian considers this, a slight smile playing on his lips, musing, Because we are the orthodox, huh? Yet, this isn't a boast of pride, authority, or righteousness from the orthodox, but rather the profound declaration of an old man. It speaks of one who has already lost so much, yet still chooses to walk the arduous path of the orthodox. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, reflects a commitment to the orthodox way, a vow to uphold it until the day he dies. This is the spirit of those who stand on this stage, their roots deep and unyielding. They are the ones who burn their very lives, fighting to hold onto their convictions. Indeed, the true strength lies with the crazy and stubborn martial artists of the orthodox. With that thought, the announcer's voice echoes, declaring the main bracket's first match of the Dragon Phoenix tournament is now set to begin. He calls out the names of the first contenders, instructing the Fist Warrior and the Dual Spears of Hebei to proceed to the stage. As Jian prepares, Dan Wuzing approaches him, a surprised recognition in his voice as he greets him. Ignoring the interruption, Jian steps forward, his gaze fixed on the grand stage, ready to assess his opponent. As he walks, he considers the challenge ahead, pondering the true strength of the orthodox path. His form remains composed, a picture of quiet determination. His eyes narrow slightly as he takes in the figure across the stage, realizing this is his first time facing a martial master of dual spears. The Dual Spears of Hebei, a formidable figure, looks back at him, a questioning hum escaping his lips. His opponent's gaze drops to Jian's empty hands, observing that he carries no weapon. As the tournament began, a familiar face approached Jian, asking if he was a fist practitioner. With a confident gesture, Dan Wuzing confirmed his identity, declaring himself the Fist King. Soon after, Jian found himself on the grand stage, facing his first opponent, the formidable Dual Spears of Hebei, who stood ready with his twin weapons. Jian mused on the vast skill disparities that could exist even among fist practitioners, a thought that sharpened his focus. Meanwhile, his opponent, observing Jian's unarmed stance, dismissed him as an unknown, low-level scrub, anticipating an easy victory. He even voiced his disdain, confident in his assessment. With the signal to begin, the Dual Spears of Hebei wasted no time, lunging forward with both weapons in a blur of motion. His spears struck the ground with a sharp impact, kicking up dust where Jian had just been. Jian, moving with incredible speed and agility, effortlessly dodged the attack, a faint blue aura trailing his movements. He didn't just evade, he flowed into a counterattack, his movements like water, dodging and striking back in a seamless motion. A sharp punch connected with the Dual Spears of Hebei's midsection, who realized the danger of allowing Jian to get too close. In response, one of the spears whipped around with a sharp tehe sound, its movement a desperate blur as he tried to regain control of the fight. As the Dual Spears of Hebei launched himself into the air, spears arcing downward with lethal intent, he declared his strategy, intending to strike from afar. His form was perfect, both spears held ready, their tips glowing with a faint, menacing blue light, a testament to his mastery. But Jian remained calm, his back to the approaching danger, as the spears descended with a heavy thud. With incredible speed, he brought his forearms up, blocking the twin strikes with a sharp, metallic clang. The force of the impact was immense, the spears pressing down on his arms, but he held firm. A powerful burst of energy erupted from the point of contact, as the clash intensified. Then, with a sudden, explosive counter, Jian sent the Dual Spears of Hebei flying backward, shattering the ground beneath him with the force of his unseen blow. The spectators, including Dan Wuzing, Shou Myungo, Wai Yunwal, and the other prominent figures, watched with a mixture of shock and awe. The Dual Spears of Hebei, momentarily stunned by the unexpected counter, quickly regained his composure, his eyes narrowing in fierce determination. Below, the arena floor bore the mark of Jian's power, a deep impression of a yin-yang symbol radiating outward from the impact point. As the Dual Spears of Hebei righted himself in midair, spears once again poised, the battle was far from over. As the intense battle continued, Jian moved with fluid grace, his body coiling in preparation for the next exchange. With a swift, decisive motion, he brought his forearms up, deflecting the incoming attack with a powerful, resonant impact. The Dual Spears of Hebei recoiled, his expression twisting in disbelief. Uttering a surprised, he blocked it. The sheer force of Jian's movement caused his long, dark hair to whip wildly around him, a testament to his speed. Before his opponent could even react, Jian launched a devastating counterattack, sending the Dual Spears of Hebei flying backward with explosive force. The impact was immense, propelling the warrior through the air with blurring speed, a red streak against the sky. From the stands, Elder Song watched the spectacle unfold, a faint blue aura flickering around him as he absorbed every detail of the fight. The Dual Spears of Hebei crashed down, the force of his landing sending a shockwave across the arena floor. His body carved a deep crater into the stone, a testament to the raw power of Jian's counterattack. Zheng Hong, witnessing the brutal impact, gasped in shock, calling out, Elder Song. But Elder Song merely chuckled, a low, satisfied sound escaping his lips as he watched the aftermath. Holding a slumped Zheng Hong, the elder's eyes gleamed with a strange delight, declaring, "So exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating." The dual spears of Hebei lies prone on the arena floor, his body still, but a voice confirms he is not gravely injured, merely unconscious from the overwhelming force of the blow. Meanwhile, the announcer's booming voice declares victory for the Fist Warrior, as Li Jinian stands tall, a confident smile gracing his lips. The crowd murmurs in disbelief, some questioning if it's truly over so quickly, others wondering about the identity of this formidable fighter. Zheng Hong, among the spectators, recalls that he was the first to pass the preliminaries, a fact that only deepens the awe surrounding Jinian's performance. His expression shifts from surprise to profound admiration, acknowledging the insane strength displayed. Elder Song, clapping with a knowing smile, reflects that there truly is no end to learning, a sentiment of continuous growth and mastery. As Jinian begins to depart the arena, the elder calls out to him, a friendly greeting echoing across the space. He approaches the young master, offering his congratulations on the hard-won victory. Suddenly, a new voice interjects, a woman's elegant tone remarking, "Umbrella, we meet again." Hua Yunwal, holding a delicate fan, smiles knowingly, her eyes fixed on Jinian. Jinian thanks young Master Hua, but then Chul Myungo steps forward, correcting the assumption with a firm declaration, "I'm not Umbrella. I'm the poisonous fox, Chul Myungo." As the conversation continues, Hua Yunwal addresses the man beside him, acknowledging him as young Master Chul. Chul Myungo, with a slight smirk, corrects him, revealing his true identity is not merely young Master Chul, but poisonous fox. Meanwhile, Hua Yunwal turns to Jinian, inquiring about his participation in the matches, only to state that he himself is not competing. He explains his absence, a wide, almost manic grin spreading across his face, attributing it to a provocation from Dako Han of the Dako clan, which led him to make a good bet. Hua Yunwal then elaborates on this good bet, confessing that he impulsively wagered a staggering 30,000 niang on young Master Li's victory. Chul Myungo, amused, assures Hua Yunwal he isn't pressuring him, laughing lightly, while Jinian reacts with surprise at the mention of 30,000 niang, a sum equivalent to the price of 3 buildings. A subtle shift crosses Jinian's expression, his gaze sharpening with a hint of determination. A confident smile then plays on his lips, as he processes the weight of the wager. Looking down at his hands, now adorned with gauntlets, he vows to ensure Hua Yunwal won't lose that money. His attention then shifts to the gauntlets themselves, as he begins to question their origin. Hua Yunwal, still smiling, seems pleased by his reaction, his eyes glinting with a knowing amusement. Jinian recalls a senior's words from the previous day, who suggested the gauntlets were crafted from the Bakley clan's finest, celestial silkworm, white silk. Hua Yunwal reflects on the recent events, acknowledging that the senior's assessment of the situation was indeed correct. She recalls a time long ago, when they had gifted the Bakley clan patriarch a sword. In return for that gift, he had been so pleased that he offered them these very gauntlets. This exchange occurred generations ago, after the Bakley clan had transitioned into a lineage focused entirely on the sword. The patriarch, believing the gauntlets deserved a more fitting wielder, had passed them on, hoping they would find a better owner elsewhere. Understanding the history, Jinian simply nods, finding it intriguing that the Bakley clan patriarch was content with just a sword. Hua Yunwal's thoughts drift, recalling that she herself also wields a sword. However, as she carries a fan, she must be proficient in multiple weapon types. A subtle smile plays on her lips, as it seems the Hua clan possesses far greater hidden strength than the world currently assumes. Her attention then shifts, noticing the man who made a bet with her is now making his entrance. That man, wielding a large black heavy sword, is Dako Han of the Dako clan. As Dako Han strides into the arena, both she and Jinian watch him intently. He is widely regarded as one of the strongest contenders, suggesting that this upcoming match will likely conclude swiftly. A brilliant golden light erupts from a sword, signaling a decisive strike. From the sidelines, Jinian observes the unfolding power, wondering aloud, another contender? Why does everyone think they're the strongest? The impact of the strike reverberates through the arena, a powerful force sending dust and debris scattering. Moments later, an opponent lies defeated on the cold stone, their sword shattered beside them, a testament to the overwhelming power they just faced. The crowd erupts in a roar, acknowledging Dako Han's swift and decisive victory. A collective gasp and cheer ripple through the spectators, their voices echoing the shock and excitement of the match. As the dust settles, Hua Yunwal, Jinian, and Jianwen walk through the bustling grounds, a thoughtful silence hanging between them. Hua Yunwal offers a small, knowing smile, her expression hinting at deeper understanding. Jinian, however, remains pensive, his gaze fixed on something unseen as he processes the display of power. Meanwhile, Dako Han, with a confident smirk, dismisses his victory, muttering that it was all it took, with no need to make a fuss. He then approaches the trio, his presence commanding attention as he stops before them. Addressing Hua Yunwal directly, he challenges her, asking if she still wishes to gamble after witnessing his match. Dako Han, still basking in the afterglow of his victory, confronts Hua Yunwal and her companions, his voice laced with challenge as he remarks on the folly of betting so heavily on the son of a mere merchant group. Hua Yunwal, Her expression unreadable, simply regards him with a hint of disdain, a silent assessment of his audacity. She then dismisses his words with a sigh, lamenting the unfortunate judgment of the next supreme advisor of the Rulers' Association. Dako Han, undeterred, simply scoffs, his gaze fixed on Hua Yunwal as he continues to press the issue. From a short distance, Dan Wuzing watches the exchange, his brow furrowed, questioning what he just heard. Dako Han, ignoring the growing tension, casually labels someone a brainless moron, his words hanging heavy in the air as the group around Hua Yunwal stiffens. Li Jinian, visibly exasperated by the blatant disrespect, covers his face with a hand, unable to conceal his frustration. Hua Yunwal, her composure barely maintained, addresses Chul Myungo, her voice a low warning. Dan Wuzing, still observing, clarifies his earlier outburst, insisting he never specified who the idiot was, leaving the insult open to interpretation. Dako Han, a smirk playing on his lips, challenges the group, asking if there's a problem with his assessment. His hand instinctively moves to the hilt of his sword, his voice dropping to a dangerous tone as he addresses someone as a worm, a clear and menacing threat. A sharp retort cuts through the air, demanding to know what was just said. As Hua Yunwal dismisses his opponent with a sneer, calling him a brainless moron. The insult hangs heavy, a crimson aura of indignation flaring around the hilt of a sheathed blade, promising swift retribution. Jinian Li, his face obscured by his hand, struggles to contain his fury. Meanwhile, the female spectator, Hua Yunseal, watches the unfolding drama with a knowing smirk, her fan held delicately. She calls out to young Master Chul, but Hua Yunwal quickly clarifies, insisting he never specified who the idiot was. Jinian Li, now looking directly at his tormentor, demands to know if there is a problem. His hand moves to the hilt of his sword, a low growl escaping him, as he addresses his opponent as a worm. The blade begins to emerge, its dark hilt gleaming, as he challenges Hua Yunwal to repeat his insult. A sudden realization dawns on Jinian Li, his eyes widening slightly, as he questions if he truly heard the challenge. He points, a look of dawning recognition on his face, as he identifies the unique sword. Jinian Li, still holding his drawn sword, remarks on its similarity to a black iron umbrella he uses, casually suggesting Hua Yunwal lend it to him sometime, an offer that clearly infuriates his opponent. His words hang in the air, a clear provocation in the tense atmosphere. Hua Yunwal, his expression hardening, retorts with a sharp question, wondering if Jinian Li is simply fearless or utterly foolish. Unfazed, Jinian Li simply promises to remember him, assuring him they will meet again in a duel. Hua Yunwal, however, dismisses the challenge, declaring he won't participate, muttering under his breath about Jinian Li's dramatic antics. Despite the refusal, Jinian Li's resolve remains firm, simply stating, "Fine then," his eyes glinting with determination. He then issues a direct command, telling Hua Yunwal to draw his weapon, promising to straighten him out right here, as a golden aura begins to emanate from his form. Observing the escalating confrontation, Jinian's sister expresses her concern, realizing the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. She urges them to calm down, then firmly tells someone to move aside, her voice carrying a note of urgency. With a heavy thud, a new figure steps forward, their presence commanding attention. This newcomer, Namgung Wai, the strongest swordsman of Namgung, declares with an arrogant smirk that someone is in the way, his gaze fixed on Jinian Li. Jinian Li, now facing this unexpected challenger who is a participant in the Dragon Phoenix tournament, can only offer a silent, stunned reaction to the sudden turn of events. As the tension between Jinian Li and Hua Yunwal reached its peak, a new figure stepped forward, his presence commanding attention, prompting Jinian Li to demand, "Who are you?" The newcomer, Dako Han, addressed him with a dismissive tone. "Dako Han, you wasted your inner energy on such a trivial opponent earlier." His gaze sweeping over the group. "And now you're squabbling with these people? You must have too much free time." The sudden appearance of Dako Han, however, was not the only surprise, as the name Namgung Wai echoed through the air, causing both Jinian Li and Hua Yunwal to react with visible shock. A thought flashed through someone's mind, recognizing Dako Han's lineage. He's the grandson of the Sword Emperor. Indeed, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the legendary figure, a silent confirmation of his powerful heritage. Another observer noted his impressive skill. Even at a young age, he seems quite skilled. Dako Han, however, seemed more interested in the identity of the other newcomer. "That's the one from the merchant group, I presume." Ignoring the interruption, Jinian Li challenged Dako Han directly. "Aren't you the one who should be busy with the duel? Yet you're meddling here. I guess you have a lot of time on your hands." Dako Han merely smirked. "Ah, the duel?" Before delivering a shocking revelation. "Of course, I've already finished it and was on my way down." His words stunned the onlookers, who exclaimed in disbelief, "What? The last match only ended moments ago." Namgung Wai kneels on the blood-stained arena, defeated, as his opponent lies unconscious beside him. Observing the scene, Dako Han remarks that he finished his match with a single strike, adding that he shouldn't take too long. The injured opponent is helped away, as Dako Han's words echo, making it clear why the match progressed so quickly. He reflects on the identity of his defeated foe, confirming that it was indeed Namgung Wai. Meanwhile, Namgung Wai, blood trickling from his forehead, struggles to comprehend his swift defeat, his mind reeling from the unexpected outcome. Dako Han's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, his eyes reflecting a calm confidence. He stands with Chul Myungo and Jian Wong, the trio observing the unfolding reactions. Elsewhere, Wai Yunwal and Jian Li stand in stunned silence, the news of Dako Han's swift victory clearly unsettling them. Zhang Hong, standing between them, also shows a look of surprise, his cheeks flushed with disbelief. Suddenly, a young woman with reddish-brown hair, Ri Yan, approaches with a companion, calling out to her brother. The crowd parts as she makes her way through, her presence drawing attention. Ri Yan explains that she wanted to greet him, while her companion questions the unusual group combination they are witnessing. As the new arrival steps forward, a voice greets her, remarking that it has been a while since they last met Lady Beck. Indeed, Ri Yan, also known as Lady Beck, acknowledges the sentiment, her gaze meeting the surprised expressions of Jian Li and Wai Yunwal. Meanwhile, in another part of the gathering, Dako Han expresses his gratitude to Dako Myong, thanking him for the sword he received previously and assuring him it is being put to good use. The patriarch, pleased by the report, responds, glad to hear the weapon is serving its purpose well. Back with the main group, Jian Li, still reeling from the surprise, stammers out Lady Beck's name, his expression a mix of disbelief and recognition. Lady Beck maintains a composed demeanor, while Jian Li's surprise is evident on his face. A soft sound accompanies Lady Beck's subtle smile, her expression hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. Jian Li watches her intently, his thoughts unreadable as she turns away. A question hangs in the air, reflected in Jian Li's questioning gaze. He clenches his fists, a subtle gesture of frustration or resolve. As Rian begins to walk away, one of her companions calls out, urging her to wait, while Jian Li and the others look on. Jian Li, Wai Yunwal, Zhang Hong, and Jian Wong watch her departure, their faces etched with a mixture of confusion and concern. As the commotion from Lady Beck's abrupt departure settled, Jian Li, Wai Yunwal, and Chul Myungo watched the unfolding events with a mixture of concern and curiosity. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, their expressions reflecting the general unease. Soon, an announcement boomed across the arena, commanding all first-round winners to await their next match, the air thick with anticipation. Amidst the bustling crowd, the silhouette of Lady Beck could be seen, her departure still causing a stir, as the general chatter of the tournament continued. As the second round approached, Chul Myungo turned to Jian Li, inquiring if he was prepared for the upcoming challenge, while other participants, including Dako Han, Dako Myong, Zhang Hong, and Jian Wong, cast intense glares from the background. Without hesitation, Jian Li affirmed his readiness, his gaze firm. Yet, the persistent glares from the other competitors weighed on him, prompting him to question their animosity. Wai Yunwal, observing his confusion, calmly explained that the men were simply rivals in love. He pressed further, asking why they would glare at him specifically, to which he clarified that he had become the target of their romantic rivalry. Chul Myungo, overhearing the explanation, reacted with disbelief, realizing the entire earlier commotion had been over a woman. Chul Myungo, still processing the revelation, wonders aloud about the point of being a child of a prestigious clan if one acts foolishly, blinded by lust, while Jian Li listens intently. Meanwhile, Dako Han, overhearing the conversation, sharply warns Chul Myungo to watch his mouth. Then adds with a sneer that Dako, the young master, only held back because of the many eyes watching, implying Chul Myungo would have been dead otherwise. A hand clenches, a silent affirmation of the threat, as Dako Han concludes his warning with a curt, good job. Back with his companions, Chul Myungo, with a hand to his chin, mockingly pledges to bear the warning in mind, his expression one of feigned humility. To which Jian Li responds with a dry, you're welcome, as Wai Yunwal stifles a laugh behind her fan. Wai Yunwal then lets out a small, amused sound, her eyes closed in a smile, leaving Chul Myungo to ponder the situation with a confused expression. Jian Li's sister, observing the exchange, remarks that the two of them really do seem like friends. As the bright sun shines down from a clear blue sky, its rays piercing through scattered clouds, overlooking the vast tournament grounds where the next stage of competition awaits. As the tournament continued, Jian Li stood among the spectators, his sister and Wai Yunwal by his side, all eyes fixed on the unfolding events. A fighter soared through the air, a testament to the fierce competition, while the arena buzzed with the energy of countless martial artists. One combatant lay defeated, a stark reminder of the stakes, as the crowd watched intently, their expressions a mix of awe and anticipation. The stage, momentarily empty, awaited the next clash of titans. The tournament bracket displayed the formidable names of the remaining contenders, the Namgung's strongest swordsman, Golden Sandsword, Plum Blossom Wanderer, Fist Warrior, and Peerless Dako. His sister remarked to Jian Li that he was just 2 more wins away from reaching the finals. The announcement then came, revealing his next opponent. It was Dako Han. The names on the board, Fist Warrior and Peerless Dako, stood out as the next pair to face off. Why Yunwal warned Jinian Li that facing Namgung Wai in the semifinals would be tough, especially since a participant had forfeited, meaning he would face strong opponents back-to-back. He also noted that between the Hainan sect's Golden Sand Sword and the Mount Hua sect's Plum Blossom Wanderer, only one of them would ultimately reach the finals. These formidable contenders were Wai Maxian, the Hainan sect's Martial Master Golden Sand Sword, and Jin Jiao, the Mount Hua sect's Rising Generation Plum Blossom Wanderer. Finally, the presenter's voice boomed across the arena, calling for peerless Dako and the Fist Warrior to step onto the stage. On the grand stage, Jinian Li stood poised, his gaze fixed on the figure before him, the air thick with anticipation. A slight breeze rustled his opponent's robes as the two martial artists prepared for their fated encounter. His back to the crowd, Jinian Li remained calm, his focus unwavering. His expression was resolute, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge ahead. From the stands, his sister watched with a frown, unable to comprehend the interest someone might have in his opponent. Wai Yunwal, equally unimpressed, scoffed, dismissing Dako Han as merely a fellow who knew only crude physical techniques, having learned nothing properly. Dako Han, however, was brimming with confidence, declaring his intent to pour all his inner energy into the fight and crush his opponent. With a commanding gesture, he challenged Jinian Li to step forward. Among the spectators, a male observer, fanning himself, muttered about Dako Han being a jerk, while a female companion looked on with concern. Jinian Li's sister, her face a mask of fierce loyalty, implored her master to crush the arrogant bastard. Unaware of the fervent pleas from the stands, Jinian Li simply looked up, his gaze piercing the vast sky above the arena. Then, with a subtle shift in his stance, he prepared to meet Dako Han's challenge. As the match began, Dako Han, brimming with arrogance, declared his intent to crush his opponent, his voice echoing across the arena. His opponent, Jinian Li, met the bluster with a calm, almost dismissive, response, simply telling him to watch his mouth. Enraged by the retort, Dako Han drew his sword, a faint blue aura shimmering around the blade, vowing to crush that mouth first. His face contorted in a snarl of pure aggression, he lunged forward, a blur of motion. Dako Han's attack was swift and brutal, aiming to overwhelm his opponent instantly. But Jinian Li moved with impossible speed, a counterblur of his own, evading the strike as debris erupted around him. His momentum carried him through the air, delivering a powerful, unseen blow. A flash of white energy surrounded his foot as it connected, the impact sending shockwaves through the very ground. The force of the blow was so immense that the stage itself cracked and splintered, leaving the spectators stunned, one exclaiming at the damage. Across the stands, other onlookers watched in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and awe at the sudden turn of events. Standing victorious, Jinian Li looked down at the shattered stage, a quiet thought passing through his mind about his own actions. Below him, Dako Han lay defeated amidst the debris, a purple aura of residual energy around him, utterly bewildered by his swift and unexpected loss, having planned to go easy on his opponent. Standing amidst the shattered remnants of the stage, Jinian Li surveyed the devastation he had wrought. His voice, calm yet cutting, echoed across the arena, addressing the figure below. "Hey, merchant worm. Now do you understand?" His eyes glowing with a fierce red light as he looked down, he finished, "Your place?" A single foot, belonging to the victor, remained planted firmly on the ground, its presence dwarfing the distant, falling figure of his opponent. The stage continued to groan and crack, the sound of splintering stone echoing through the silence. With a violent crash, the ground gave way completely, sending massive shards of rock flying. Dako Han, enveloped in a faint blue aura, plummeted helplessly into the newly formed chasm, surrounded by the jagged edges of the shattered arena. The chasm deepened further, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. His body a mere speck against the vast destruction, Dako Han continued his uncontrolled fall into the abyss. His face contorted in disbelief, Dako Han could only utter a single, stunned word. "What?" From the sidelines, Wai Maxian watched, his expression a mixture of awe and shock, as dust and debris settled around the ruined stage. Meanwhile, Jinian Li simply offered a subtle smirk, his victory complete, and his dominance undeniable. A smirk plays on his lips, his eyes gleaming with dark satisfaction as he declares, "I like that." He promises, "You'll get special treatment from me." His words are underscored by the sight of his clenched fist, revealing an intricate, dragon-like tattoo winding across his arm beneath the wraps, a silent testament to his formidable power. The arena, once a grand stage, now lies in utter ruin, a testament to the raw power unleashed by the Fist King's special treatment. Its very structure shattered to pieces, leaving only a desolate landscape under the open sky as murmurs ripple through the onlookers. From a vantage point above the devastation, Jinian Li surveys the scene, his expression unreadable. Nearby, Chul Myungo also observes the destruction, the murmuring of the crowd a distant hum. An unseen figure addresses the seated elder Song, acknowledging him as the alliance leader. The elder, his white hair pulled back, calmly instructs them to proceed as planned. But with a crucial caveat, the spectators must remain unharmed. The ground continues to shift and settle, the sounds of crumbling debris filling the air. From another vantage point, Dako Han stands with his back to the viewer, observing the distant figure of Dan Wuzing amidst the ruins. His gaze is sharp and focused, a determined glint in his eyes. The sheer force unleashed by a single step was staggering, leaving observers to wonder just how much training in external martial arts could produce such a brutal display of power. As Jinian Li moved, golden energy slashes erupted from his form, tearing through the very fabric of the environment. The destructive force continued to emanate, each golden slash a testament to his overwhelming power. He stood amidst the chaos he had wrought, his expression calm as he surveyed the scene. From his lower body, more golden energy slashes burst forth, indicating a powerful, sweeping leg movement. Blue lightning energy began to crackle violently around his leg, a clear sign of surging internal power. The same crackling blue energy enveloped his clenched hand, poised for a devastating strike. A massive, glowing blue energy construct, resembling a colossal fist, formed and expanded rapidly. The colossal blue energy fist then slammed into an unseen target, erupting in a blinding burst of golden energy and debris. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, a clear indication of the sheer force involved. Jin Jiol, witnessing the display, narrowed his eyes, realizing the technique involved inner energy. Nearby, Zhonghong and Jinian's sister watched, with Zhonghong concluding that he had indeed made the right choice after all. A powerful surge of blue lightning erupts, signaling the incredible speed of Jinian Li as he moves across the arena. His movements are so swift that even his sister, standing nearby, is forced to recoil from the sheer force of his passing. The ground itself cracks and splinters beneath his feet, a testament to the raw power he channels with every step. With eyes glowing with fierce determination, Jinian Li prepares a devastating punch, his fist crackling with intense blue energy. His opponent, Jin Jiol, struggles to keep up, his face contorted in a grimace of effort as he raises his sword in a desperate attempt to defend. Zhonghong observes the display, realizing that Jinian Li's external and inner energy are perfectly balanced, a rare and formidable combination. The impact of Jinian Li's fist sends a shockwave of blue energy, shattering the very air around him as his power explodes outwards. The ground beneath them buckles and cracks from the sheer force, and Zhonghong muses that Jinian Li possesses more than just deep internal power. He continues to move with impossible grace and power, making Zhonghong wonder how the son of a merchant group could possibly move like a top martial master. Jinian Li closes the distance in an instant, delivering another powerful, energy-infused strike against Jin Jiol. With a final, explosive kick, Jinian Li confirms Zhonghong's thoughts. It's no wonder O Yang Sang was defeated by him. Jinian Li, still composed, taunts his opponent, wondering aloud where the overwhelming force he once used to break the arena had gone, suggesting he was being overly cautious. His opponent, Jin Jiol, enraged by the provocation, snaps back with a furious silence, launching himself into a desperate attack. The blade flashes with a vibrant blue aura, aimed directly at Jinian Li. Yet, with effortless grace, Jinian Li meets the sharp edge with his bare hand, a burst of blue energy erupting at the point of contact. The force of the deflection sends the sword spinning away, clattering uselessly across the cracked ground. Before Jin Jiol can even register his loss, Jinian Li closes the distance, delivering a devastating punch that cracks the very earth beneath them. The impact echoes like thunder, sending a shockwave through the air. Jin Jiol is sent reeling backward, his body contorting from the force, his sword lying abandoned on the shattered stone. Jinian Li glances back at his defeated opponent, a subtle expression of satisfaction on his face. From the sidelines, Dako Myong watches with a piercing, red-tinged gaze, uttering a harsh, "What a disgrace." His voice rings with contempt, scolding Jin Jiol for losing his balance and even dropping his sword. Dako Myong stands tall, looking down at the defeated figure of Jin Jiol, who remains on the ground, humbled and shamed. Still on the ground, defeated, Jin Jiol hears a voice echoing his failure, reminding him that he has yet to master even the first stance of the heaven-destroying art properly. From a distance, another observer remarks, "What a shameful display." Dako Myong, watching the scene unfold, wonders if Jin Jiol still fails to meet the patriarch's standards, his gaze fixed on the defeated fighter. He sighs, lamenting that even at his current age, Jin Jiol remains unable to be acknowledged as the young patriarch. Meanwhile, Jinian Li turns his back on the defeated opponent, his posture calm and collected. Jin Jiol, however, is far from calm, his face contorted in a mix of pain and disbelief, a single drop of blood tracing a path down his cheek. Jinian Li, sensing the lingering tension, acknowledges the situation with a quiet thought, "Not yet." As he walks away, his hand instinctively reaches for the hilt of his sword, a subtle gesture of readiness. Jin Jiol, still reeling from the defeat, internally vows that he hasn't shown what he truly possesses, a hidden power yet to be unleashed. A golden aura flares around his sword, its radiant energy hinting at immense potential. Hua Yunwal, observing the unexpected surge of energy, reacts with a surprised gasp, realizing the true depth of Jin Jiol's abilities. Elder Song, 2. Watches with a keen, discerning eye, his expression thoughtful as he processes the unfolding events. A new challenger steps forward, declaring himself Dako Han of the Dako clan. His hand gripping a sword that begins to glow with an intense golden light as he prepares to unleash a formidable technique. The blade hums with raw power, its golden aura flaring brightly. With a sweeping motion, he unleashes a massive wave of golden energy. This devastating attack, known as the heaven-destroying art, engulfs the area in brilliant light. Observing the display, Jineon Lee considers the technique, wondering if this is the Dako clan's method of concentrating all power into a single point, finding it impressive. The golden energy continues to surge, a testament to the raw power of the heaven-destroying art. But despite its power, Jineon Lee recognizes a deeper truth, muttering that for one who wields a sword, the unity of the sword and body is fundamental. As he speaks, he extends his hand, a subtle shift in his demeanor hinting at his own impending action. Blue lightning crackles around his palm as he prepares to demonstrate his own mastery. He unleashes a torrent of blue lightning, the raw power crackling around his hand. The energy intensifies, a voice echoing that his opponent's mind would be scattered into 10,000 pieces. Brilliant blue and golden energy streaks outward, expanding rapidly. The force erupts from him, radiating in all directions as he stands at its epicenter. The surging power coalesces into a distinct, glowing blue symbol. The sheer impact sends figures reeling backward, one letting out a pained grunt. Dako Han, sword drawn, maintains a fierce, unyielding gaze despite the overwhelming force. Others recoil in shock, while Yunwal gasping in disbelief at the display. From their seats, Elder Song and another elder watch the unfolding events with grave expressions. The ground beneath Jineon Lee shatters and buckles, a testament to the immense power he has just unleashed. The destruction spreads, leaving a wide expanse of fractured earth in its wake. Deep fissures spiderweb across the stone, glowing faintly with residual energy. As the dust settled from the previous display of power, a profound weakness began to spread through Dako Han, his strength inexplicably dispersing from his very core. He could only wonder how such a thing was even possible. Meanwhile, while Yunwal's sharp, red eyes observed the unfolding chaos, a critical assessment forming behind her gaze. To her, it seemed the Dako clan wasn't as special as they claimed, and there was clearly a reason why some individuals had yet to be truly recognized. From a distance, the figure of Jineon Lee, still radiating immense power, appeared to her as nothing more than an empty cart causing the loudest din, a chaotic force without true direction. Dako Han, however, refused to accept this reality, his mind vehemently denying the weakening sensation. The fabric of his robe seemed to ripple with the strain, reflecting the internal turmoil he endured. His face contorted in a grimace of pure frustration and agony, as he fought against the unseen force draining his power. Yet, the source of this disruption was not external, but internal, as Jineon Lee himself found his own golden energy attacks, which had just shattered the very ground, now inexplicably failing. He cursed the sudden turn of events, demanding to know why his overwhelming power had suddenly become so ineffective. His dark blue eyes, usually filled with fierce resolve, now reflected a profound confusion as he grappled with this unexpected failure. The question echoed in his mind, why wouldn't his attacks work? Dako Han's face contorts in a silent scream, his power visibly scattering around him in shimmering golden particles. Amidst his turmoil, he demands, how are you so calm? Jineon Lee's sharp, blue-glowing eyes remain steady, his gaze piercing as if to question the very nature of strength. His composure is unwavering, a stark contrast to the turmoil around him. There are times, the narration reflects, when children of great clans, who grow up sheltered, possess an even more violent inner demon than those who endured brutal lives in the Murim, and public scrutiny cuts deeper, becoming a more formidable enemy than any foe. If one's body grows strong while their mind remains weak, the blade will eventually turn against its owner. While Yunwal observes, a chilling smile playing on her lips, understanding that the discord between body and spirit will cause collapse. Jineon Lee looks up at the sky, contemplating what these people need at such times is. While Dako Han stands with his back to the viewer, his own internal struggle evident. As Jineon Lee grapples with the intricacies of his power, a small clue begins to manifest around his hand, crackling with vibrant blue energy. The same ethereal blue energy spreading across his torso, a silent testament to the raw power he struggles to control. His hand, still shimmering with the unstable aura, seems to be tearing at the very fabric of the air around it. A close-up reveals his eye, glowing with an intense blue light, reflecting the profound concentration required to harness such volatile energy. He continues to focus, his hand still enveloped in the crackling blue, determined to recognize the pattern within the chaos. Meanwhile, Dako Han, sword in hand, observes the unfolding events, a quiet understanding dawning upon him as he murmurs, I see. His newfound insight seems to coalesce into a swirling sphere of golden energy, a visual representation of the heaven-destroying art. This ancient technique, as the lore describes, is designed to consolidate scattered energy into one potent force. Back with Jineon Lee, The internal instruction echoes. You must gather your drifting inner energy and encase it firmly. This guidance, whether from an external source or his own deep understanding, is the key to mastering his volatile power. Having absorbed the lesson, Dako Han's face hardens with resolve, his hand now glowing with the golden energy of the heaven-destroying art, as he declares, "I'll go again." His entire hand is enveloped in the brilliant golden light, a testament to his unwavering commitment to master this formidable technique. A knowing smile plays on Jinian Li's lips as he watches, golden particles swirling around him, anticipating the outcome of the technique. Meanwhile, Dako Han initiates his move, his hand gripping a long staff, a brilliant golden aura already beginning to emanate from him. He moves with incredible speed and force, his form blurring as the golden energy intensifies, a powerful sound echoing from his effort. The golden light expands rapidly, radiating outward in a blinding wave. His face contorts with the immense strain, his eyes glowing with the same fierce golden energy he wields. With a final, decisive motion, he unleashes the full might of the heaven-destroying art. The technique culminates in a blinding, starburst explosion of golden energy, a testament to his mastery. As the brilliant light begins to fade, shimmering trails of golden energy linger in the air. From the sidelines, Jinian Li offers a simple, approving declaration, acknowledging the successful execution. He watches the lingering effects, his expression thoughtful and satisfied. His voice carries the weight of his assessment, confirming the achievement. Looking directly at the other man, he addresses him with a familiar term, his gaze unwavering. He watches intently, his gaze fixed on the figure before him, a silent assessment passing between them. Meanwhile, Chul Myungo offers a wry smile, remarking that it is a blessing for the opponent to be from the orthodox faction. Suddenly, a brutal impact echoes, accompanied by a violent spray of blood. Jinian Li, a blur of motion, delivers a devastating punch with incredible speed. His leg follows through with a powerful kick, a red aura trailing behind the force of his strike. The sheer force of his attack sends his target hurtling through the air, crashing into a distant structure with a violent burst of blue energy. The impact detonates, tearing through the building in a violent explosion of debris. A thunderous roar of destruction follows, as the structure crumbles into dust and rubble. The ground itself shatters, leaving a crater of broken stone and dust in the wake of the attack. Amidst the ruins, Dako Han lies slumped, his head tilted back as he stares up at the sky, utterly defeated. Blood streams from his eyes, his face contorted in pain, as a soft gasp escapes him, a single syllable of agony. His mind reels, overwhelmed by the sheer height of the fall, the power of the attack. From a towering height, Jinian Li surveys the desolate landscape, the dark, swirling clouds above him mirroring the chaos below. Below, amidst the jagged ruins, Dako Han looks up, his gaze fixed on the impossible peaks that stretch into the sky, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. These structures rise higher than any mortal could imagine, higher than even his heaven-destroying art can reach. Dako Han's face is a mask of blood and bandages, his eyes barely visible through the swelling, the raw pain evident in every strained muscle. Yet, a single thought burns through his mind, a defiant whisper of again. Unscathed and composed, Jinian Li stands tall, his presence a stark contrast to the devastation around him. Dako Han, meanwhile, is hunched over, gasping for breath, the effort of simply existing a monumental task. He kneels on the cracked earth, his gaze falling upon a sword embedded in the ground, a pool of his own blood staining the rubble. Despite the pain, his eyes glow with a fierce, red light as he mutters, "Again, again." A bloodied smile spreads across Jinian Li's face, a chilling acknowledgement of Dako Han's tenacity, as he thinks, "This time, I'll land it." He concludes his thought, "Properly." Enough, a voice cuts through the air, halting the brutal training, leaving Dako Han battered and bleeding, while Jinian Li stands composed. An elder figure observes the scene from above, his presence heavy with authority. He looks down upon the cracked earth where the two warriors stand, one still upright, the other fallen. His gaze sharpening as he addresses Dako Han directly, questioning if he truly understands the restraint the fist warrior has shown. The elder continues, warning that such disgrace will not only tarnish his own name, but drag down the honor of the entire Dako clan, asking how he intends to face his father with such a performance. Dako Han, battered and bleeding, clenches his jaw, enduring the harsh words. The elder's fist remains clenched, his resolve unwavering. However, a shift in his tone suggests a different path forward. He instructs the injured warrior to take this experience as a lesson, urging him to train harder. Finally, the elder commands him to raise his head, a challenge to overcome his current state. With his words delivered, the elder stands observing the aftermath, the weight of his expectations lingering in the air. The dust settled, revealing the aftermath of a brutal confrontation. His face streaked with blood and grime, Dako Han lay defeated, his eyes reflecting the harsh reality of his loss. The ground around them was shattered, cracked by the sheer force of their exchange. Fragments of stone and debris lay scattered, a silent witness to the intensity of the battle. A single thought echoed in his mind, a stark admission of defeat: "I lost." Standing tall amidst the destruction, Jinian Li looked down at his fallen opponent, while Elder Song observed the scene with a solemn gaze. The air crackled with residual energy, a testament to the power that had just been unleashed. As the dust settled completely, the announcer's voice finally cut through the silence, declaring the victor. Then, the winner of this match is... The crowd erupted as the name echoed through the arena. The Fist Warrior. Jinian Li, his expression calm and resolute, accepted the victory with quiet dignity. His dark robe swayed gently, a stark contrast to the chaos around him. As others celebrated the outcome, he reflected on the fight, a quiet understanding settling over him. So this is how things turned out. Though the fight with Dako Han had concluded, Shul Myungo couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, muttering that it was a pity he couldn't have stomped the man himself, yet acknowledging that the current outcome was, in its own way, better. He stood, arms crossed, a formidable presence among his retinue. A subtle, knowing smirk played on his lips as he considered the future, anticipating the day he could personally crush that smug face with his own hands. The grand arena, scarred by recent battle, lay quiet under the open sky, its central platform bearing the marks of powerful techniques. Before the kneeling Jinian, Dako Myong offered his congratulations, acknowledging the victory, while Chul Myungo stood by, observing the exchange. Jinian, still on one knee before the seated Dako Myong, responded with a humble, almost dismissive tone, as if the praise was unwarranted. His mind, however, was far from humble, dissecting the true nature of his opponent, realizing that Dako Myong had deliberately concealed his inner energy until his confrontation with Dako Han. A sharp glint in his eyes betrayed his thoughts, confirming that the man was far more cunning than his outward appearance suggested. He clenched his fist, a silent vow forming in his mind. He would not suffer the same fate as Dako Han. Dako Han's fighting style, as he recalled, was to overwhelm his opponents with sheer, unadulterated strength. Yet, against Dako Myong's hidden depths, that straightforward approach proved utterly ineffective. Jinian's gaze drifted, his thoughts deepening as he acknowledged that in terms of pure skill, Dako Myong was undeniably superior to him. Despite this daunting assessment, a flicker of determination crossed his face as he concluded he possessed more crucial information than his opponent realized. He contemplates a way to beat his opponent. His hand hovering over a game piece, the weight of his next move palpable. Yet, the outcome is already decided, and he sighs, admitting defeat once more. I lost again. He had been so sure this time, convinced he would finally claim victory. This time, I thought I'd win. Turning to his elder, he asks how his grandfather consistently manages to win. How did you manage to take the victory, grandfather? The older man, a knowing smile playing on his lips, explains that certainty without calculation is the mark of an amateur. Being certain without calculating your move is something only amateurs do. He continues, reminding his grandson that those who carry the blood of Namgung are destined for greatness. Those who inherit the blood of Namgung always rise high. His gaze sharpens as he instructs him to observe the board, not merely to react, but to dictate the flow of every move. Look down at the board, and do nothing but control the flow of moves. The intricate game pieces lie scattered, awaiting the next command. With a stern expression, the elder emphasizes that the Namgung clan must never be reduced to a mere pawn. Remember this. The Namgung clan must not become a mere pawn on the board. His fingers deftly manipulate the pieces, illustrating his point, as he reiterates the necessity of understanding and commanding the entire board. You must read the moves and command the board. The pieces rest in his palm, symbols of power and control. The very essence of the Namgung clan, a legacy of power and strategy, defines their path. As the sun streams through the ornate windows, he continues his conversation with his grandfather, who sits across from him, deep in thought. Meanwhile, a different figure, Dako Myong, contemplates a game board, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he considers his next move, wondering if his opponent truly understands the gravity of the situation. His fingers delicately grasp a game piece, poised to execute his calculated strategy. A sharp, decisive sound echoes as a piece is moved, signaling the beginning of a new phase. With a glint in his eye, Dako Myong declares his intent, announcing his first move. His gaze sharpens, eyes glowing with golden light as he holds a piece adorned with a golden dragon, vowing to draw his opponent into his carefully constructed strategy. With a commanding voice, he issues a direct challenge, summoning the Namgung clan's strongest swordsman and fist warrior to the sparring platform. Ready for the impending confrontation, Dan Wuzing clenches his gloved fists, his expression resolute. On the grand circular sparring platform, adorned with the yin-yang symbol, Dako Myong stands opposite Dan Wuzing, the stage set for their impending clash. From the sidelines, a subordinate shouts encouragement, urging the young master to crush his opponent. As the tension mounts, a voice from the crowd erupts, urging on a fighter with a furious cry. Unperturbed by the clamor, Dako Myong stands poised, his gaze fixed on his opponent, a picture of calm anticipation. He observes the young man before him, noting a steadiness and seriousness that surpasses even Dako Han. Deciding to seize the initiative, Dan Wuzing declares his intent to make the first move, launching himself forward with a burst of blue energy. His form a streak of vibrant azure, He closes the distance with incredible speed, the air crackling around him. With a focused intensity, Dan Wuzing delivers a powerful, glowing punch, aiming directly at his opponent. Yet, with practiced ease, Dako Myong intercepts the strike with his sword, his internal thoughts confirming that his center remains unshaken. The impact reverberates, sending a shockwave across the platform as the force of the blow is expertly deflected. His expression unwavering, Dako Myong maintains his composure, his golden eyes reflecting the intensity of the exchange. With a subtle shift in his grip, he prepares to unleash a specialized technique, a third technique, from his formidable arsenal. The air around him shimmers, as multiple, razor-sharp slashes of blue energy erupt from his blade, cutting through the space between them. The powerful technique streaks forward, its luminous impact signifying a direct hit on its intended target. The ruler's 8 slashes technique, a torrent of cyan energy, continues its devastating trajectory. As Dan Wuzing braces himself, his form illuminated by a subtle blue aura. Dako Myong watches, a thought forming in his mind about the unexpected way his opponent is handling the ruler's 8 slashes. He observes the swirling blades of energy. Knowing this blade technique precisely uses inner energy to gradually shave away the opponent's own reserves, however, his opponent has a trick up his sleeve. Dan Wuzing manifests a barrier, a shimmering purple shield specialized for defense. Dako Myong recognizes this will wear down his inner energy if touched, and muses that the only way to bypass it without being hit is to vault over the empty space above. With a challenging gaze, he asks what his opponent will do. Dan Wuzing's eyes narrow, finding the situation interesting. He then questions Dako Myong's intent, wondering if he is trying to lure him into jumping over. His stance shifts, preparing for a decisive move. And with a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself forward. His counterattack begins with a devastating impact, a shockwave of force erupting from his initial strike, leaving a trail of destruction. Unleashing his full might, he charges forward with blinding speed, his eyes glowing with fierce determination, as if challenging the very notion of retreat. Meanwhile, his opponent's hand instinctively moves to the hilt of his golden sword, a faint blue energy already beginning to coalesce around the blade. Before the blade can fully clear its sheath, the first punch lands, a powerful impact against the man's forearm, sending ripples of blue energy outward. Another strike follows instantly, his fist a blur of motion, radiating intense red energy upon impact. The relentless assault leaves Dako Myong reeling, his face contorted in disbelief as he questions the sheer audacity of his opponent's direct charge. The sheer aggression of the attack is undeniable, a voice echoing the surprise. He's charging straight in? Undeterred by any resistance, he continues his relentless advance, a whirlwind of blue energy and focused intent. His gaze remains locked on his target, every fiber of his being dedicated to the overwhelming offensive. Finally, with a roar of frustration and anger, Dako Myong fully draws his sword, its golden hilt gleaming as he curses his opponent. You lunatic. Yet, his opponent's speed is unmatched, his foot landing with a sharp, decisive sound, closing the distance once more. And with another explosive burst of power, he delivers a final, crushing blow, his fist colliding directly with the newly drawn sword, sending a violent shockwave through the air. He continues his lightning-fast assault, his arm a blur of motion as he prepares to strike once more. With a powerful impact, his blow connects with the blade, sending a violent shockwave rippling through the air. The sheer force of the attack continues to push back the defending blade, refusing to yield. From a distance, Jian Li watches the exchange, wondering how long his opponent can possibly hold out against such a relentless barrage, even with all his cunning. Dako Myong, however, can only stare in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips: absurd. He can't comprehend the audacity of someone trying to break his technique with mere fists, forcing himself to calm down amidst the chaos. Jian Li, seeing the opening, knows he needs to seize the initiative and take back control of the fight. Meanwhile, Dan Wuzing continues his relentless assault, his leg arcing with blue energy as he delivers a powerful kick directly to the blade. The impact is immense, causing the sword to glow with intense blue light and visibly bend under the strain. Another devastating punch lands, erupting in a brilliant blue energy burst as it strikes the blade. He continues his relentless barrage, each strike a testament to his overwhelming power, forcing the blade to absorb the blows. From the sidelines, an observer gasps, realizing that he is deflecting all the attacks with impossible ease, while another watches in stunned silence. Dan Wuzing continues his relentless assault, his fist connecting with Dako Myong's blade in a burst of blue energy, the Blade Emperor holding out remarkably well against the barrage. Dako Myong, his expression grim, acknowledges that his opponent has truly mastered the martial arts taught by the Sword Emperor, a realization that settles heavily upon him. He considers this a valuable lesson, believing his opponent's skill is sufficient to defeat most rising generation disciples, and perhaps even prepare him for his own fight against the Sword Emperor. The relentless assault continues, each strike from Dan Wuzing's fist sending shockwaves through Dako Myong's sword, the blue energy of the impact shattering around them. Dan Wuzing presses forward, his movements a blur of speed and power, forcing the Blade Emperor to constantly retreat and defend. A flicker of frustration crosses Dako Myong's face, his eyes narrowing in fierce determination. He curses under his breath, the sheer persistence of his opponent proving infuriating. His slashes, usually so precise and deadly, are unable to land at all, each one deflected or dodged with impossible speed. Then, a sudden realization dawns on him, a critical insight cutting through the chaos of battle. He sees it now, a distinct rhythm to the attacks, a sequence of palm strike, fist strike, kick, palm strike, fist strike, repeating with deadly precision. The pattern is undeniable, a weakness he can exploit. He anticipates the next move, a kick, and prepares for what will follow. Dako Myong, confident in his analysis, launches a swift palm strike, declaring it a decisive move against his opponent. The impact sends a jolt through Dan Wuzing's arm, his defense momentarily pushed back by the force. But before Dako Myong can fully capitalize, Dan Wuzing's own fist, glowing with an inner power, slams into his hand with unexpected speed. A smirk plays on Dako Myong's lips, as if the counter was all part of his intricate design. The true nature of the attack is revealed, a powerful fist strike, pulsating with vibrant purple energy, not the palm strike Dako Myong had anticipated. The unexpected force sends Dako Myong reeling, a sharp cry of pain escaping his lips as he clutches his injured hand. His golden eye widens in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how a fist arts user could employ such a strange sound art. Then, a sudden clarity washes over him, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. The battlefield transforms into a metaphorical chessboard, a stark reminder that from the very beginning, there were no predetermined rules governing this deadly game. Strategic pieces are scattered across the board, each representing a move or a counter in the unfolding conflict. The board blurs with intense motion, signifying the rapid, unpredictable shifts in momentum and strategy. Suddenly, the entire game shatters, pieces exploding outwards, as an unforeseen variable completely disrupts the established order. A blinding flash of white energy erupts as a powerful kick connects, sending a shockwave through the air. For if the Namgung clan are people who try to dominate the board, then the young man before them is the type who smashes the board itself. His sharp blue eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity, reflecting the chaos he so effortlessly creates. A chilling smirk plays on his lips, a silent declaration of his unpredictable power. Another explosive impact echoes, further shattering the illusion of control. The force of the blow sends debris scattering, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. Dako Myong collapses, a pained gasp escaping his lips, his face already marred by the unexpected assault. Bystanders murmur in disbelief, unable to comprehend how easily the formidable Dako Myong was overwhelmed. Two concerned figures rush to his side, their voices filled with alarm as they ask if their young master is all right. One of them points with a trembling finger, noting the blood that has begun to trickle down his forehead. Dako Myong struggles to rise, his face a mask of pain and humiliation, blood streaking across his features. From a distance, a striking woman with golden hair observes the scene, her presence acknowledged by a hushed whisper, Lady Bakley. As the dust settled from the decisive blow, Dako Myong stumbled backward, his body reeling from the impact. A single, disbelieving thought echoed in his mind, how? Blood dripped from a fresh wound on his forehead, a stark reminder of his unexpected defeat. He stood alone in the vast hall, the question burning within him. How did I suffer a complete defeat? The victor, Dan Wuzing, merely looked down at him, his presence a silent judgment. Dako Myong's internal monologue continued, a bitter realization dawning. I believe the world was a board I controlled. His injured hand, now trembling, seemed to mock his former arrogance, as he understood that the board was no bigger than the palm of his hand. The sight of his own bloodied hand, with Dan Wuzing standing calmly in the background, solidified the bitter reality of his defeat. He recalled the moment of impact, the sheer force of the blow that shattered his defenses, and the undeniable realization. I lost. Despite the pain and humiliation, a strange sense of clarity washed over him, as he declared, I learned a lot. A moment of silence passed, the weight of his words hanging in the air, before Dan Wuzing finally spoke. With a calm, almost dismissive tone, he remarked, Your loud voice is one good manly trait, I suppose. I'll see you around, Namgung's strongest swordsman. Li Jinian, his back turned, vows to challenge his opponent again. His gaze fixed on the distant, snow-dusted rooftops, a silent promise hanging in the crisp air. He declares his intent to set up an insurmountable challenge, a board that his rival will be unable to break. Meanwhile, the official announcement rings out, revealing the winner of the semifinal match. The crowd erupts as the name is declared, the Fist Warrior. Amidst the cheers, Chul Myungo and Wai Yunwal approach Dan Wuzing, their faces alight with excitement and pride. Myungo greets him warmly, calling out to the Fist Warrior. Yunwal, with a smirk, admits she enjoyed watching the spar, though she dismisses him as a noisy man. Suddenly, a new figure steps forward, extending a hand to Dan Wuzing. It is Wai Maxian, the golden sandsword, who compliments his fighting prowess. Maxian, with a determined look, expresses his eagerness, truly looking forward to sparring with him. Dan Wuzing, seemingly unfazed, simply suggests they meet in the finals, his expression calm and confident. Maxian, however, seems taken aback by the casual dismissal. A murmur ripples through the crowd as Lee Jineon stands, his back to them, a silent challenge in his posture. Meanwhile, Maxian, the golden sand sword, confidently declares, "I'm the one who's progressing to the finals." A subtle smirk plays on his lips, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Jineon, hearing the challenge, simply responds, "Try it if you can." Maxian turns away, a thoughtful expression now replacing his earlier confidence, contemplating the Plum Blossom Wanderer's retort. The announcement echoes through the arena. The semifinal between the Plum Blossom Wanderer and the Golden Sand Sword will begin. Dan Woozing looks on, his gaze sharp and focused. Despite the high stakes, Jineon's thoughts drift to something more mundane, a simple declaration of, "I'm hungry." Meanwhile, in the tent serving as a clinic, injured participants reflect on their fate, one lamenting, "We all had our own plans, but in the end, we all ended up as patients." Another adds, "We didn't all get hit to the same extent," before a third gruffly interjects, "Shut up." The announcer's voice booms, declaring the start of the semifinal match between the Plum Blossom Wanderer and the Golden Sand Sword. On the grand arena, marked with a swirling yin-yang, the two formidable opponents face each other, their presence commanding the space. A sharp, almost challenging, "Hey," cuts through the air as Maxian's hand tightens around the golden hilt of his blade, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Jineon Lee's voice rings out with fierce determination, proclaiming he will be going all out, his form already blurring with nascent power. With a surge of vibrant pink energy, he launches forward, his sword a mere extension of his will, ready to unleash a flurry of strikes. The air crackles as the Plum Blossom Wanderer accelerates, a torrent of pink energy swirling around him, his speed almost defying perception. He executes a devastating gale rush, a whirlwind of motion and glowing pink trails, closing the distance in an instant. His powerful leg drives into the ground, propelling him further, the pink aura intensifying with each rapid movement. A gasp of, "Oh my," escapes Maxian as the sheer velocity of the attack forces a surprised reaction, yellow energy beginning to emanate from him. The Golden Sand Sword retaliates with a swift, arcing swing, his blade cutting through the air, leaving a brilliant yellow trail in its wake. He continues his counteroffensive, a powerful, sweeping strike unleashing a wave of golden energy that erupts across the arena. The arena erupts in a blinding flash of pink and gold as Jineon Lee unleashes a torrent of energy, his form a blur of motion. From the sidelines, Chul Myungo observes the spectacle, a scoff escaping him as he remarks on the flashy nature of the Manhwa bastard. He recalls the reputation of the Manhwa sect, whose members are said to stake their very lives during spars, a truth he now sees reflected in the unwavering resolve behind the opponent's sword. The intensity of the battle is palpable, even from a distance. Yunwal, standing beside him, muses aloud, wondering if the Manhwa fighter is destined for victory at this rate. But Chul Myungo quickly dismisses the thought, his expression firm. He points out that despite the fierce assault, the Golden Sand Sword, Maxian, remains unperturbed, a faint smile still playing on his lips. Indeed, Maxian meets the onslaught with his own powerful counter, his sword glowing with golden energy as he deflects the incoming attack. Undaunted, Jineon Lee presses his advantage, unleashing the intricate 24 moves Plum Blossom sword technique, a flurry of pink energy and ethereal petals. His movements are fluid and precise, each strike imbued with concentrated power, painting the air with vibrant hues. The sheer force of his technique sends shockwaves through the ground, cracking the very earth beneath their feet. With a final, decisive motion, Jineon Lee unleashes his ultimate attack, the devastating Plum Blossom Twister, a vortex of swirling pink energy. As the Plum Blossom Twister continued its furious assault, Jineon Lee remained suspended in a vortex of vibrant pink energy and swirling petals, his ultimate technique reaching its crescendo. Yet, amidst the chaos, a golden glow began to emanate from Maxian's hand, a calm defiance forming against the storm. With an unnerving smile, he spoke, his voice cutting through the maelstrom. "Let's get things straight, Jin Jiol." The golden energy around his blade flared brighter as he continued. "You go all out, in every match." Then, with a swift, decisive motion, Maxian extended his hand, a sharp, golden energy blade manifesting from his palm. This was the Golden Thread Needle, a precise and devastating counterattack, now fully formed and ready to strike. The golden needle shot forward, colliding head-on with the swirling pink energy of the Plum Blossom Twister in a blinding flash of light. The impact was immense, as both powerful techniques exploded against each other, sending shockwaves and particles across the arena. To his utter disbelief, Jineon Lee watched as his attack was not merely deflected, but pierced through, leaving him vulnerable. Maxian's golden energy continued its relentless trajectory, piercing through the remnants of the Plum Blossom Twister with unwavering force. The impact sent Jineon Lee reeling, his body violently recoiling from the unexpected force of the counterattack. He was thrown backward with immense power, crashing into the arena floor with a resounding thud, leaving a visible crater in his wake. Still reeling from the devastating blow, he lay defeated on the ground, golden threads binding him tightly, as a pained gasp escaped his lips. the sharp edge of a golden thread pressed against his neck, a stark reminder of his loss. While Maxin looked down with a confident smirk, addressing him by name. The defeated warrior could only avert his gaze, knowing the outcome was inevitable. Maxin's voice cut through the air, declaring that he already knew the result, then questioning if his opponent was truly planning to stake his life on a friendly spar. A heavy sigh escaped the fallen fighter, as he finally admitted his defeat, acknowledging that he had lost to Maxin once again. Meanwhile, an announcement echoed through the arena. The finalists for the Dragon Phoenix tournament had been decided. Maxin, turning away, casually suggested they spar again. But the defeated warrior, reaching out a hand, vowed that next time, he would win. The announcer's voice boomed, revealing the finalists. And as the camera panned, the faces of Dako Myong and Dan Wuzing were unveiled, standing ready for the next stage of the competition. The air crackles with anticipation as the final contenders are announced, the Golden Sand Sword and the Fist Warrior. Indeed, it is the final match, a clash that will determine the true champion. The crowd roars, their anticipation finally reaching its peak. Among the spectators, one declares that a once-in-a-century genius title isn't given to just anyone, confidently asserting that the Golden Sand Sword will emerge victorious. Another, however, counters, believing the Fist Warrior is still hiding his true strength and will undoubtedly win. Meanwhile, Chul Myungo and Baek Yun watch the proceedings with keen interest, a shared smile gracing their faces. On the arena floor, Maxin and Dan Wuzing stand poised, facing each other as the official asks if they are ready. With the command to begin, Dan Wuzing immediately surges forward, his form crackling with energy. He launches a swift, powerful kick, moving with unexpected speed. Maxin, a swordsman by trade, observes this aggressive opening with a thoughtful expression, noting the unusual choice of close combat techniques. Before he can fully react, Dan Wuzing follows up with a direct punch, which Maxin manages to block, the impact rippling through the air. Dan Wuzing's aggressive opening continues, his powerful kick landing squarely on Maxin's chest, sending him reeling from the impact. The force of the blow distorts his features, his body momentarily suspended in the air as he absorbs the strike. Yet, even as he recoils, Maxin's mind remains sharp, acknowledging that his opponent never misses an opportunity to counter, but a plan is already forming in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Dan Wuzing's leg glows with residual energy, his internal monologue confirming this entire exchange is precisely what he desired. As Dan Wuzing presses his advantage, Maxin swiftly draws his sword, gripping the hilt in a reverse hold as it begins to glow with a golden light. He completes the draw, settling into a low, defensive stance, his blade now fully revealed and shimmering. Dan Wuzing's eye narrows, recognizing the unusual grip and the technique it implies, a reverse grip sword technique he hadn't anticipated. He attempts to block the swift, unexpected strike with his gloved hand, a sharp sound indicating the impact. Despite his attempt, Maxin's golden-infused blade connects, sending Dan Wuzing flying backward with a powerful explosion of energy. Maxin holds his low stance, his sword still glowing, the golden aura around him a testament to his formidable technique. The blade itself becomes a conduit of raw power, engulfed in fiery golden energy that crackles intensely. This is the full might of the Golden Sand Sword technique, unleashed with devastating precision. The golden threads of Maxin's attack surged forward, a blinding torrent of energy aimed directly at Dan Wuzing. Identified as the thread needle, the attack intensified, its sharp, golden lines promising no escape. As the golden thread needle bore down, Maxin's eyes narrowed, while his opponent could only gasp in surprise. The full power of the Golden Sand Sword technique erupted, enveloping the area in a shimmering cloud of golden particles. Dan Wuzing was caught in the heaven-shattering golden thread, his body recoiling from the sheer force of the impact. A look of utter disbelief crossed his face as the golden energy continued to buffet him. He questioned the nature of the attack, wondering if it was truly just sand. From a distance, Maxin watched, a knowing look on his face, aware that this was no ordinary sand. His opponent's realization dawned. The golden particles were infused with inner energy, making them far more dangerous than they appeared. Still reeling from the impact, Dan Wuzing was forced further down by the relentless golden assault. With this critical understanding, he clenched his fist, preparing for a countermove. A smirk played on Maxin's lips, confirming the success of his technique as his opponent struggled. As the golden threads of the attack enveloped him, a subtle shift occurred, his gloved hand seemingly deflecting the shimmering energy. He stood firm, his back to the onlookers, observing the golden particles that now swirled around him, no longer a threat, but an extension of his will. The threads, once piercing, now seemed to dance around him, a testament to an unforeseen power. From a distance, Maxin could only watch, his expression shifting to one of utter disbelief, a single exclamation escaping his lips. Among the observers, Jinian Li voiced the collective confusion, wondering aloud if the threads had simply stopped midair. Elder Song, equally perplexed, questioned the logic of such a halt, asking why an attack would cease halfway through its execution. Jinian Li's eyes widened further, the implications of the scene dawning on him with a silent gasp. Meanwhile, Dan Wuzing remained focused, his eyes closed in deep concentration, the golden particles still swirling around his head. Then, his eyes snapped open, revealing a fierce determination, a silent declaration of his intent. He knew the truth, a thought echoing in his mind. He hadn't stopped the golden threads. Instead, the threads themselves crackled with a new, unstable energy, straining against an unseen force. The realization solidified. He was actively forcing them to stop, a direct confrontation of power against power. As the golden threads of Y Maxion's technique shimmered, Jinian Li extended a hand, attempting to grasp the intricate energy, yet finding it elusive. His gaze sweeping upwards through the complex network, he realized he couldn't even properly discern their true form. Around his feet, the golden threads formed an impenetrable, glowing barrier, a testament to the overwhelming power at play. Meanwhile, Y Maxion watched in disbelief, the realization dawning on him. Could his opponent have copied his technique after seeing it just once, and now control it? His mind raced, wondering how anyone could wield inner energy with such impossible precision. Jinian Li, too, watched the unfolding spectacle, his expression a mixture of awe and profound surprise as the golden threads continued to shift. He could feel the raw power emanating from the threads, a sensation that felt like an insurmountable force. The golden threads, once precise and deadly, now erupted into a chaotic, blinding mass of light, completely disrupted by an unseen hand. Amidst the swirling energy, the very essence of Qi seemed to manifest, a glowing symbol of overwhelming spiritual power. Y Maxion's face fell in utter defeat as he realized he had run into an unscalable wall. He stood alone, a solitary figure amidst the swirling blue energy, the low hum of residual power echoing his profound loss. A soft sigh escaped his lips, a subtle smirk hinting at a grudging acceptance as his eye glowed with the lingering blue energy. The sheer force of the technique was truly overwhelming, a torrent of blue energy that defied comprehension. As the brilliant azure light dissipated, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of its immense power, the onlookers could only murmur in disbelief, finding the display seriously amazing. For Y Maxion, the truth was stark and undeniable. He had lost. The golden sand sword, once a symbol of his prowess, had been utterly defeated. The power that had brought him to his knees emanated from Dan Wuzing's very being, his gloved hand still crackling with residual energy. In the grand arena, the two combatants stood amidst the fading light, the silence now punctuated only by the soft rustle of dust settling on the patterned floor. Among the stunned spectators, Chul Myungo and Wei Yunwal watched with wide eyes, one exclaiming that it was seriously amazing, while another wondered why the golden sand sword had suddenly faltered. Namgung grandfather, his expression thoughtful, pondered the implications, questioning why the golden sand sword would surrender, recognizing a level of martial arts control that ordinary people could only dream of. Jinian Li, his eyes reflecting the lingering shock, could barely comprehend what he had witnessed, wondering just how strong Dan Wuzing was destined to become. Facing his victor, Y Maxion offered a genuine smile, admitting he honestly hadn't expected such strength. He extended his hand, a gesture of respect, declaring Dan Wuzing incredible and requesting another spar sometime, if he was amenable. Dan Wuzing met his gaze, a slight smirk playing on his lips, and readily agreed to another encounter anytime. From his vantage point, Namgung grandfather observed the exchange, concluding that, from the looks of it, this year's Dragon Phoenix tournament champion had been decisively decided. From a high vantage point, Namgung grandfather surveyed the arena, the air thick with anticipation as the crowd awaited the final declaration. His gaze sharp and commanding, the elder prepared to speak, his presence alone silencing the murmuring masses. Then, his voice boomed across the grounds, announcing, "This year's champion is," as Jinian Li, Chul Myungo, and Wei Yunwal watched intently from the audience. Nearby, Y Maxion stood blindfolded, his face a mask of quiet contemplation, while Chul Myungo remained by his side, a silent sentinel. The crowd erupted in cheers and exclamations as the name of the fist warrior was proclaimed, confirming Dan Wuzing's overwhelming victory. Bathed in a radiant golden light, Dan Wuzing stood tall and triumphant, the undisputed champion of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. A wave of awe washed over the spectators, their collective gasp echoing through the air. Among the excited onlookers, Jinian Li, Chul Myungo, and Wei Yunwal reacted with varying degrees of surprise and admiration, while an unseen voice from the crowd proudly exclaimed, "That's my boy." Chul Myungo, however, merely scoffed, muttering about the exuberance of young people these days. With the announcement complete, Dan Wuzing turned and began his departure, a quiet confidence in his stride. He didn't simply walk away, but launched himself into the air with a powerful leap, leaving the arena behind. His form a blur against the vibrant sunset, the new champion vanished into the distance, his legend already growing. As the Dragon Phoenix tournament concluded, Jinian Li stood among his subordinates, observing the aftermath. Later, under the cloak of night, he approached a secluded building, its windows glowing softly. A quiet rustle of fabric preceded his entry, and a voice from within invited him to come in. Inside, a subordinate greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, group leader." The subordinate remained in a deep bow, awaiting further instruction. Chul Myungo, surrounded by other figures in conical hats, then reported, "So, how did the rising talents of the orthodox factions look?" Jineon Lee considered his words, acknowledging that there were a few who seemed decent. But his expression quickly turned dismissive as he added, "But they're still just kids." Turning to the bowing subordinate, he concluded, "I see. Then, there's no problem proceeding with the revised plan." Myungo questioned the mention of a revised plan, before adding, "They say there's someone the heavenly demon and the sword demon failed to defeat." Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance, signaling a new arrival. A voice called out, "Captain!" As Oh Kyung, the secret demon corps captain of the Myriad Demon Palace, stood framed in the doorway, his face obscured by talismans hanging from his conical hat. With the meeting concluded, Jineon Lee's voice echoes, giving orders to his subordinates to roughly clean things up, as he has something else to attend to. Around a fallen figure, several cloaked subordinates respond with a unified, "Yes, sir." His strategic mind already shifting focus, Jineon Lee continues, explaining that the individual whom even the heavenly demon and sword demon failed to capture is now heading towards the Murim Alliance, demanding their immediate attention. He issues further instructions, directing Group 3 to establish a formation between the Murim Alliance and the Gurung Gorge, setting the stage for their next move. Meanwhile, the mysterious captain of the secret demon corps, Oh Kyung, stands cloaked in shadow, his face hidden behind talismans dangling from his conical hat, a silent, ominous presence. His voice, cold and resolute, declares their true intention, to eliminate the rising talents on their way home, once the Dragon Phoenix tournament concludes. From a high vantage point overlooking the Grand Arena, Elder Song observes the conclusion of the Dragon Phoenix tournament, noting that this year's champion has finally been decided. His long white hair cascades down his back, as the anticipation for the official announcement hangs heavy in the air. With a knowing gaze, Elder Song prepares to reveal the victor. His voice rings out, declaring, "This year's champion is..." A ripple of excitement spreads through the gathered spectators, their faces alight with anticipation. Among them, a woman with striking red hair exclaims, "I don't know what happened, but he won," as the crowd erupts in cheers, proclaiming, "The Fist Warrior." Standing tall and composed, bathed in a soft, golden light, Jineon Lee, the newly crowned Fist Warrior, accepts the acclamation of the crowd. From the grand platform, a voice rings out, summoning the Golden Sand Sword, the Fist Warrior, and the Namgung's strongest swordsman to step forward. The vast courtyard stretches out below, bathed in the golden light of the sun, as the chosen warriors begin to make their way to the elevated stage. Among them, the venerable Dako Myong holds a magnificent blade, declaring it the Supreme Star Blade is a sword I treasured. Jineon Lee, still bearing the marks of his recent battle, looks up with a hint of surprise, wondering if he is truly being called upon for such an honor. The elder, Namgung Y, addresses him directly, confirming the Murim Alliance's intention. Jineon Lee looks at the leader with a serious expression, acknowledging his presence. Meanwhile, Dako Han, the Namgung's strongest swordsman, stands nearby, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he observes the proceedings, holding the very sword that was just mentioned. Dako Myong then poses the ultimate question, asking if he will accept this incredible gift, leaving Jineon Lee momentarily speechless. The alliance leader, with a knowing smile, reflects on the unexpected nature of his own generosity, considering that he wouldn't typically bestow such a gift upon someone from the Rulers' Association. Jineon Lee, processing the weight of the offer and the leader's words, humbly admits his own initial misjudgment. With a renewed sense of purpose and a determined gaze, he finally accepts the treasured blade. Jineon Lee accepts the Supreme Star Blade, promising to treasure the formidable weapon. Meanwhile, the Murim Alliance leader addresses another champion, Makshin, with a knowing smile. The elder leader praises the swordsman, acknowledging his reputation as a once-in-a-century genius and his truly impressive performance. Makshin, however, humbly dismisses the praise, feeling he still greatly lacks compared to the young hero from the Yunha merchant group. His surprise is evident as the Murim Alliance leader continues to speak, while Jineon Lee stands calmly by. A knowing smile plays on the elder leader's lips, amused by Makshin's reaction. Jineon Lee, with a slight exasperated chuckle, admits he couldn't possibly have been unaware of the situation. The Murim Alliance leader then turns his attention to the newly acquired sword, inquiring if a name has been chosen for it. Makshin, with a confident smile, proposes to name the sword the Golden Sand Sword, if it is acceptable. The elder leader approves, recognizing the name as that of Makshin's own sword art, finding it fitting. With the sword now named, Makshin listens intently as the Murim Alliance leader prepares to announce the ultimate winner of the competition. The elder leader stands poised, his long white hair flowing, as the anticipation hangs heavy in the air under the night sky. From a grand, multi-tiered building, a voice echoes, instructing someone to remain behind for a moment. Below, a vast courtyard unfolds, centered around a circular platform where many figures gather, their attention fixed on the unfolding events. The platform itself is surrounded by a disciplined formation of individuals, their torches casting dynamic shadows across the ground. From the platform, Dako Myong, the alliance leader, issues his commands, directing the White Dragon squad to the perimeter and the elders to form a centered formation. He then instructs everyone else to withdraw below the platform, a command to which Jinian Li respectfully acknowledges. Clutching a small, ornate box, Jinian Li stands ready, his expression unreadable. From the observing crowd, a voice questions Wei Yunwal, wondering what the figures on the platform are doing. A soft gasp escapes Jinian Li, his hand clenching as if in sudden realization or discomfort. In the Murim, the moment one consumes an elixir is considered the most perilous, as the inability to protect oneself or a slight misstep can lead to a devastating energy deviation. Jinian Li now lies on the ground, vulnerable, suggesting the alliance leader intends to personally protect him during this critical process. The unnamed observer, still watching from the crowd, voices his confusion, questioning why the alliance leader is showing such unexpected consideration for Jinian Li. Dako Myong looks down with a thoughtful expression, his gaze fixed on the vulnerable young man. Jinian Li listens intently, his expression serious as the alliance leader addresses him, referring to him and others as mere juniors. Yet, despite the dismissive tone, it is clear that not everyone in the Jianghu possesses the same level of power or influence. Standing before Jinian Li, the alliance leader, Dako Myong, cuts an imposing figure, his presence commanding respect amidst the grand architecture of the night. Indeed, the alliance leader truly is an impressive old man. With a stern gaze, Dako Myong instructs Jinian Li to take the elixir immediately. He reassures him that he can take as long as needed to circulate the energy, promising that the alliance members and he himself will stand guard. Jinian Li turns his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the task ahead. A soft rustle of fabric accompanies his movement as he prepares for the critical process. He looks up, a determined glint in his eyes, before settling down to begin. Jinian Li sits cross-legged, his posture disciplined, a small, ornate wooden box placed carefully before him. With a soft click, his gloved hand opens the box, revealing its precious contents. Inside lies a glowing, gnarled root, which he promptly brings to his lips, beginning the perilous process of absorbing its power. As Jinian Li settled into his meditative state, a subtle shift in the air marked the beginning of the elixir's work. He reflected on a time when he was merely a wanderer, a solitary figure amidst the vast, untamed wilderness. Back then, it would have been unimaginable to conceive of a moment like this, sitting in quiet meditation, surrounded by a gentle blue aura, with others standing guard. The memory of his solitary past faded, replaced by the stark reality of his present. Now, someone would stand guard for him. Indeed, a formidable assembly of allies, including Elder Song, Chulmyungo, Wei Yunwal, Baikli Yun, Dako Han, and Dan Wuzing, stood vigilant around him, their presence a testament to the trust and alliances he had forged. A flicker of concern crossed the faces of Dako Han and Dan Wuzing, their vigilance unwavering as they sensed the subtle shifts in the surrounding energy. From a slight distance, Dako Myong watched with a knowing smile, his hand resting casually on the hilt of his sword, ready for any unforeseen challenge. Jinian Li's face remained serene, his features illuminated by the faint, internal glow of the elixir's power. The energy within him surged, a rushing torrent of power, enveloping his form in a vibrant, pulsating blue aura. As the absorption reached its peak, a concentrated orb of brilliant blue energy began to coalesce in his hands, a clear manifestation of the immense power he was now wielding. A completely different Jianghu, a world of martial arts, was now unfolding before him, a stark contrast to his previous lonely existence, as vibrant blue energy swirled around him. The raw power coalesced into a brilliant orb, its intense azure glow illuminating the darkness. His eyes, once closed in concentration, now snapped open, burning with an electric blue intensity that mirrored the surging energy. A calm, almost serene expression settled on his face, the transformation seemingly complete. He wondered if this rapid advancement was thanks to the azurite essence, feeling the power crackle within his clenched fist, noting that the absorption time of the century-old purified ginseng had been quite short. Looking up at the vast, starry expanse, he realized he had now reached the 9th level. His long hair cascaded down his back, a silent testament to the profound change he had undergone. Elder Song approached, observing him with a knowing gaze, declaring the process finished, to which the young man responded with a surprised, "Already?" The elder, still concerned, asked if he was all right, remarking that it had been too fast, but he simply replied, "I'm fine." Elder Song then granted permission for the others to withdraw, while the young master internally admitted he was taken aback, prompting the elder to inquire if there were any issues. With a sudden, almost childlike declaration, he announced he was extremely hungry, to which Elder Song chuckled, offering to treat the winner to a meal. He threw his hands up in an exaggerated gesture, proclaiming that he had gotten up and it was over, but more importantly, he was starving to death. As the elder prepares to lead him to a meal, he instructs Jinian to gather his companions as well, ensuring everyone is present for the feast. Soon after, the group finds themselves in a traditional dining hall, the warm glow of lanterns illuminating the polished wooden interior, where a lavish spread of food awaits them at a large table, with Elder Song, Jinian, Chulmyungo, and Wei Yunwal already seated. Chul Myung-go and Hwa Yunwal quietly enjoy their meal, the atmosphere initially subdued. Elder Song observes Chul Myung-go, noting his unusual quietness, perhaps due to the alliance leader's presence, before addressing him directly. He playfully reminds Chul Myung-go of his nickname, Gambling Den Fox, prompting the man to formally introduce himself as Poisonous Fox, Chul Myung-go, to the alliance leader, who then asks if he's grown accustomed to his new umbrella. Chul Myung-go responds with a nervous, "Why yes," while Hwa Yunwal watches the exchange with a slight smirk, as Elder Song encourages him to keep working hard, acknowledging the difference from his previous weapon. Hwa Yunwal maintains her composed expression, though a hint of amusement plays on her lips. Chul Myung-go, still flustered, looks away, while Hwa Yunwal's gaze shifts, a question forming in her mind. Elder Song then turns his attention to Hwa Yunwal, inquiring if she is indeed the young head of the Hwa clan, to which Chul Myung-go reacts with surprise. She confirms her identity with a respectful yes, alliance leader, and Elder Song continues, asking about her father's well-being and the villagers. Hwa Yunwal offers a subtle, knowing smile, her expression hinting at deeper thoughts behind her polite demeanor. As Elder Song continues to speak, Hwa Yunwal, surprised by his words, inquires how he knows such specific details. Chul Myung-go, listening intently, reacts with a sharp, questioning glance, clearly suspicious of the elder's knowledge. The elder's words hang in the air, suggesting a deeper game at play, as he advises them not to be startled by his revelations. He then elaborates, explaining that he received numerous reports detailing the Hwa clan's covert operations during the pivotal Great Battle of the Five Tombs. Hwa Yunwal, her expression softening slightly, acknowledges his insight with a quiet, knowing "I see." Meanwhile, Chul Myung-go's hand clenches, a clear sign of his growing agitation, his knuckles whitening as he struggles to maintain composure. Elder Song, noticing his discomfort, turns to him, reminding him of Hwa Yunwal's esteemed position as the young clan head and a descendant of a great lineage. He sternly warns that to panic or show disrespect in such a situation would be an affront to her ancestors. Hwa Yunwal, maintaining her composure, interjects, reminding Chul Myung-go that they are comrades in arms, and such behavior is especially unacceptable in her presence. Chul Myung-go, chastened by her words, humbly assures her he will bear her warning in mind. Elder Song watches the exchange, a thoughtful expression on his face, his gaze lingering on the two young leaders. Meanwhile, far from this gathering, a significant shift has occurred. The Fist King and Moyang Chu have gone silent, their presence no longer felt. Li Jinian, ever pragmatic, had already dispatched a letter to the Sword King, instructing him to rejoin the Murim alliance for the time being. Meanwhile, Elder Song, seated at a table with Jinian and Chul Myung-go, offered a grave warning, urging them to inform their respective clan leaders about the unfolding situation, a directive Jinian acknowledged with a simple "Understood." The elder continued, emphasizing that if the demonic faction initiated their revenge, their clans, and indeed the two young men themselves, would need to exercise extreme caution. Across the martial world, Dako Myong, accompanied by a red-haired woman, echoed similar sentiments, declaring their intent to take every necessary precaution. Jinian listened intently, his expression thoughtful. As Elder Song's gaze sharpened, his words carrying immense weight. He looked directly at Jinian, declaring that he needed to become overwhelmingly stronger than he was now. Before revealing his true intention, he wanted Jinian to become the hidden sword of the Orthodox faction, a crucial, unseen weapon. A powerful blue aura began to emanate from Jinian, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. As Elder Song explained that while winning might spread his name a little, it wouldn't be enough. He still hadn't truly gained fame yet, meaning the demonic faction wouldn't even know he existed. Elder Song concluded, his gaze firm, that for now, the demonic faction's targets would remain the older, established figures like himself. Li Jinian listens intently as a voice questions his understanding. The man named Wai Maxian offers a knowing smirk, his objective remaining steadfast. Meanwhile, Jinian finds himself utterly lost, wondering if he's the only one who hasn't understood anything since the conversation began. Maxian simply dismisses his confusion, declaring that he doesn't need to know anything, followed by a hearty laugh that echoes under the night sky. As the evening draws to a close, the remnants of a shared meal sit on the table. Maxian announces his departure, needing to prepare for the Dragon Phoenix tournament tomorrow, and the young master of the Hwa clan, Yunseal, bids him a safe journey. As Yunseal and Jinian walk away, Maxian offers to escort her back, given her spar the next day. He then extends an invitation to Jinian, suggesting the men have a drink together after that, to which Jinian readily agrees. Maxian, with a wide grin, remarks on Jinian's surprising capacity for drink, having gotten to know him better. Later, Jinian walks alone down a long, illuminated corridor, the patterned light from the windows casting intricate shadows around him. Meanwhile, Maxian's enigmatic smile lingers, his thoughts unreadable. A sudden, sharp question echoes in the silence, as if from a distant memory, causing him to flinch. An older man, with a wise and stern gaze, observes the scene, his presence marked by the quiet shuffle of his feet, as he remarks. The memory intensifies, a bloody hand reaching out in desperation. As he looks up at a towering figure, his mind reeling from the shock. The face of Dako Myong, the Blade Emperor, appears, his expression unreadable. And the sight of him brings a fresh wave of pain, a realization of who stands before him. Dako Myong's voice cuts through the haze, questioning his identity. As the young man lies battered and bleeding, his face contorted in agony. The Blade Emperor continues, his words dripping with cold finality. Standing over his defeated opponent, he reveals the grim fate of the Sword King, a victim of the demonic faction, leaving a chilling implication for the young disciple. The memory continues, now focusing on Namgung grandfather, his white hair and beard framing an intense expression as his eyes glow with a piercing yellow light, surrounded by swirling purple energy. Under the quiet glow of the moon, a traditional estate lay still, its tiled roofs reflecting the soft light of the night. Inside, a somber scene unfolded as an injured man lay unconscious on the floor, while two figures stood over him, their faces etched with concern. The elder, Namgung grandfather, assessed the situation, stating that while the injury was not life-threatening, the man would require absolute rest to recover. An attendant, kneeling beside the injured man, offered a quiet, good work, acknowledging the effort despite the outcome. Namgung grandfather then turned, his long white hair flowing behind him. As he moved towards a doorway, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. His expression hardened as he pondered. How did this happen? Li Jinian, his dark hair contrasting with the elder's white, stepped forward, his own face showing distress as he confessed. I was attacked by those demonic faction bastards too. He recounted the ambush, a vivid flashback showing him midair, blade flashing against a horde of shadowy figures, explaining. There were 2 of them who looked like the leaders, and 12 more besides them. His eyes, sharp and determined, reflected the intensity of the battle as he faced the masked assailants. But the most unsettling detail was their resilience, for even when he struck them down, they simply refused to die, as if they were blade impervious. Namgung grandfather listens intently, his expression grave as the young man recounts his ordeal. Jinian Li explains that the attack felt less like a physical assault and more like some kind of spell, a chilling detail that suggests a deeper, more insidious threat. He continues, describing how after escaping the demonic faction, he immediately sought out the Sword King's residence, worried for his safety, only to find a scene of devastation, the Sword King's weapon lying abandoned, his presence nowhere to be found, confirming his worst fears. The Sword King was already gone. The elder man processes this, realizing the implications. He acknowledges the loss of Moyang Chu, the Fist King, and now the Sword King, before a new, chilling thought strikes him. Wuzing too. Namgung grandfather confirms the grim reality. Those demonic faction bastards are indeed killing people everywhere, their reach far wider than initially thought. With the severity of the situation understood, Namgung grandfather turns to Chul Myungo and his guards, issuing decisive orders to mobilize the Cloud Dragon Squad and the White Dragon Squad. Chul Myungo listens intently as the grandfather details the plan. The Cloud Dragon Squad will split up and investigate traces of the demonic faction, seeking to understand their movements and objectives. The captain acknowledges the order, his posture respectful, while the White Dragon Squad receives their crucial assignment. They are to protect the rising talents participating in the Dragon Phoenix tournament, ensuring their safety amidst the growing threat. The guards respond with a unified, resolute, understood. Namgung grandfather reflects on the gravity of the situation, noting that the demonic faction's movements are completely different from during the Great Battle of the Five Tombs, indicating a new, more dangerous strategy. A small creature scurries across a tree branch in the night, as the grandfather concludes that until they figure out what the demonic faction is plotting, they need to prepare themselves for whatever comes next. Under the serene glow of a full moon, the night sky stretches, hinting at the quiet passage of time and the unfolding of new events. The scene shifts to a bustling inn, located near the Murim Alliance, a place where paths are destined to cross. Under the soft glow of lanterns illuminating a bustling inn, a lone figure stands, his back to the viewer, taking in the lively atmosphere. Inside, at a round table, he sits opposite a companion, who gestures to a waiter, requesting 2 bottles of Dukong wine and a plate of stir-fry meat. His companion then leans forward, a thoughtful expression on her face, asking what he truly meant when he told the alliance leader he ran a gambling house. He winces slightly, rubbing the back of his neck, admitting that he used to run a gambling den. He recalls the last time he met the alliance leader, when he told him about it, and how, even though it was their first meeting, the elder had sagely advised him that if one could live a good life today, there was no need to dwell so much on the past. The memory shows the alliance leader, Namgung grandfather, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, and he reflects that he decided to adopt the same philosophy. Back in the present, he reiterates his belief that the past is merely the past, and one should simply live a good life in the present. His companion, Hua Yunwal, nods in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. He then turns the conversation back to her, inquiring about the great clan she hails from. His companion looks away, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, and asks if he means a clan great enough for the alliance leader to call it such. As their conversation continues, a wider view of the inn reveals Namgung grandfather seated at a nearby table, observing them with a subtle, knowing gaze. His companion delicately sips from her cup, the liquid swirling within as the implications of her question hang in the air. As the conversation continues, a deeper history unfolds, revealing that the first head of the Wa clan, an ancestor, was once nameless. He was merely a tool, someone who killed when commanded and ate when allowed, his existence defined solely by obedience. Such was the life of this assassin, a solitary figure amidst a blood-stained world. His first true name, Wa Sam, was given to him, with Sam likely signifying his position as third in some unknown order. At the age of 20, under the command of his master, he journeyed to Cloud Dragon Falls, where he encountered the Wudong Sword Immortal, who would bestow upon him a new identity. The name given was Wa Wunryong. Each time he was called by this name, he felt, for the very first time in his life, that he was being treated as a human being. This profound shift occurred when he was just 20 years old. And so, from that pivotal moment, the Wa clan began, founded by a man who had finally found his identity. It is a past that needs no concealment, and thus, the story of its origins is extensive. While Wunryong, now with his name and purpose, reflects on his journey, a gourd of drink in hand. He extends his hand, receiving something from an unseen giver, perhaps a symbol of his new life. He holds a cup of liquor, his expression a subtle smirk, as the narrative voice begins to describe the unusual company he keeps. Among them, a descendant of an assassin, a man who ran a gambling den, and a merchant, each with their own shadowed pasts. He observes the diverse group around the table, remarking that there are nothing but strange men here. With a graceful motion, he pours more liquor from a gourd into his cup, his eyes glinting with amusement. A companion asks if that is why the liquor tastes so good, to which Yunwal replies, "Of course, drinking companions." Jineon smiles, holding his own cup, a finger raised in emphasis as he listens intently. Yunwal's thoughts continue, concluding that the stranger they are, the better. The two men sit across from each other at the table, surrounded by other patrons, their conversation flowing easily. From behind, Jineon's gaze is fixed on Yunwal, who appears to be listening intently. Jineon points at him with a knowing smile, simply stating, "You." Meanwhile, Dako Han stands, his back mostly to the viewer, declaring, "I'm just here to get a drink and go." Back at the table, Jineon reflects, "After I lost, I stayed and watched all the way to the finals," then adds, "You went quite easy on me." He sits across from his companion, the remnants of their meal scattered between them. His companion pours another drink, the silence between them comfortable. The liquid slides down his throat with a soft gulp. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he meets the other man's gaze. He exhales a plume of smoke, a thoughtful expression on his face. With a soft clink, he sets his cup down, preparing to depart. "Thanks for the drink," Wai Yunwal says, turning to leave. Jineon watches him go, a quiet understanding passing between them. "Let's spar again next time," he calls out, a challenge in his tone. A determined glint enters his eyes as he considers the prospect. His companion's footsteps recede into the distance. A wry smile plays on Wai Yunwal's lips as he considers the situation, a soft chuckle escaping him. The wager, a substantial sum of money, now sits on the table, having been brought by the one who lost the bet. At a nearby table, Jineon Lee sits with his companions, Bakley Yun and Chul Myungo, expressing his discomfort, feeling it would be wrong to accept the full amount himself, especially since he hadn't even fought. With a firm shake of his head, he declares there is no reason for him to accept the payment. He further explains that the amount isn't even sufficient, considering the cost of the gauntlets he used. Chul Myungo's hand firmly pushes the bag of money away, echoing his master's sentiment with a resolute refusal. Wai Yunwal, witnessing this unexpected rejection, reacts with a bewildered expression, questioning their actions. He muses internally that the wealthy are truly a sight for sore eyes. The next day dawns bright and clear as the main tournament of the Dragon Phoenix tournament begins. Spectators gather, marveling at the grandeur of the event, with one exclaiming that this year's tournament is truly a sight to behold, and another adding that the famous is also present. The Dragon Phoenix tournament commences with a highly anticipated spar, a clash between the formidable Snow Phoenix and the renowned greatest beauty of Jiangnan. Their blades meet with a fierce clang, sparks flying as the two combatants engage in a whirlwind of motion. From a high vantage point, Jineon Lee watches the spectacle unfold, acknowledging a nearby observer's thanks for cheering on Yunseal, though he dismisses the effort, stating it takes little time. Among the excited crowd, a male spectator fervently cheers for Lady Hua, urging her to victory. Down in the arena, Wai Yunwal presses her advantage, lunging forward with a burst of speed, her form a blur of crimson. Her strike connects, forcing Bakley Yun to recoil with a pained gasp, a flash of red energy marking the impact. The momentum carries her opponent to the ground, disarmed, as Wai Yunwal stands over her, the victor clear. With her sword held high, its tip pointed downward, the Snow Phoenix's eyes glow with an intense crimson light, a silent apology escaping her lips. A powerful impact then shatters the arena floor, sending debris flying, a testament to her overwhelming strength. Her gaze sharp and unwavering, she declares the match concluded, her voice ringing with absolute certainty. Bakley Yun, defeated, bows her head, her braided hair falling forward to obscure her face. Standing triumphant, Wai Yunwal looks down at her kneeling opponent, her glowing red eyes a stark symbol of her victory. The final, decisive strike descended, a flash of steel reflecting the rain-soaked arena. And before she could fully recover, a powerful body technique landed with a jarring impact, sending her reeling. The force lifted her off her feet, throwing her backward to crash into the wet ground, the spar concluding with her defeat. From the viewing stands, Chul Myung-go gasped, unable to believe what he had just witnessed, muttering, "Body techniques." Looking down at her defeated opponent with a slight smirk, Wai Yunwal inquired, "You trained in body techniques too?" Baek Lee-yun, though defeated, managed a small smile as she replied, "When I was young, I learned a move or two from some man." Meanwhile, Jin Lee mused aloud, his words carrying a deeper meaning. "If you learn body techniques first," causing Chul Myung-go to let out a surprised grunt. Baek Lee-yun, her eyes now filled with renewed determination, declared, "No matter what, you can beat your opponent up," a statement that visibly surprised Wai Yunwal. A subtle smirk played on Jin Lee's lips, as if acknowledging the profound truth in her simple words. It was a lesson from childhood, a memory of a smiling young girl, a truth she had never forgotten. Yet, Jin Lee's assessment remained critical, his gaze sharp. "Still, she's a long way off. I can see hesitation in her strikes." As he turned to leave, Chul Myung-go called out, "Hey, where are you going?" To which Jin Lee replied, "Lady Hua is going to win for now anyways. I'm leaving first to take care of the remaining business with O Yang Sing." As he departs the tournament grounds, a thought crosses his mind. He realizes he has left the Yunha merchant group unattended for too long. Meanwhile, Chul Myung-go, still observing the martial masters, informs someone that he will continue watching the spars while the other goes on ahead. As night falls, the full moon casts its gentle glow over the land, illuminating the path ahead. A sigh escapes him as he realizes the extent of his delay, all because handling matters related to O Yang Sing took far longer than anticipated. Continuing his journey through the moonlit forest, he decides it would be best to stay the night in the vicinity. His thoughts drift to his current tasks, knowing that once he finishes these documents, he will be done. But then he remembers something else, inquiring about the O Yang young masters who were detained at the merchant group. With a nod, he acknowledges the question, confirming that those individuals were also present, but he had already requested their release, so everything should be fine. A silent narration confirms that for the time being, the Moyang clan's guard squad will likely remain stationed at the Yunha merchant group. With these matters settled, he feels a sense of relief, grateful to the Moyang clan head, knowing he can now proceed to the Murim alliance with peace of mind. A subtle smile plays on his lips, reflecting his contentment and renewed focus. He muses to himself, acknowledging that from this journey, he has gained quite a lot. Crossing a moonlit bridge, he continues his solitary journey, reflecting on the many lessons and experiences gleaned from this one trip into the Murim. His journey into the Murim had been incredibly fruitful, not only granting him immunity to poison, but also advancing his White Lightning 10-phase art to its 9th phase. He had even obtained a rare pair of gauntlets and formed new, powerful connections along the way, including with the formidable Lady Wai Yunwal. His network now included respected figures like Elder Song, solidifying his standing within the martial world. Indeed, this single step into the Murim had achieved a tremendous amount for him. As he continued his journey down a quiet, moonlit path, his thoughts lingered on these recent developments. The forest around him was still and dark, offering a moment of peaceful reflection. Suddenly, a hushed conversation drifted through the bamboo grove, catching his attention as one man asked another if he had heard the results of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The second man pondered, wasn't it the Snow Phoenix, before clarifying that someone who didn't belong to either the Rulers Association or the Murim Alliance had actually won. The revelation struck Jin Lee with surprise, making him wonder if Lady Hua hadn't won after all. He listened intently, his expression thoughtful as the conversation continued. Under the glow of the full moon, the man began to reveal the victor's name. As the name was uttered, Jin Lee's eyes widened in profound shock. He looks up at the descending figure, a question forming on his lips, "Baekyak?" The ethereal woman replies, her voice carrying through the night, "That's what they said." Her gaze sharpens as she addresses him directly, "Hey, champion." Her sharp, green eyes, framed by intricate eyeliner, fix on him from beneath the wide brim of her ornate hat, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips. She continues, her voice calm but firm, explaining her sudden appearance. "I skipped the awards ceremony and ran after you just to chase you down." A man asks his companion if he'd heard the results of the Dragon Phoenix tournament, wondering if it was the Snow Phoenix who claimed victory, only for the first man to hesitate, saying, "Well, you see," before revealing that someone who didn't belong to either the Rulers Association or the Murim Alliance had won, a revelation that catches Jin Lee's full attention, his gaze sharp. As he processes the news, a surprised question escaping his lips, "Why didn't win?" The other man struggles to recall the victor's name, a sound of effort accompanying his thoughts, before finally stating, "Her name was." Meanwhile, Jin Lee walks through the moonlit bamboo grove, his mind clearly preoccupied, the rustling leaves echoing his thoughts. He looks up, his attention drawn to a figure standing before him, a woman identified as Lady Baekyak, her presence commanding. She stands under the full moon, her elegant form illuminated by its glow, as Jinan Lee acknowledges the news he'd just heard, muttering, "I think that's what they said." Baek Yak then addresses him directly. "Hey, champion." Her sharp, green eyes fix on him, a determined expression on her face, her intricate hat framing her features. She reveals her purpose, stating, "I skipped the awards ceremony and ran after you just to chase you down." Baek Yak stood behind him, her presence striking, as Jinan Lee internally noted her unusual aura, perceiving her as a strange-looking woman. Her gaze, sharp and direct, held an intensity that belied her serene expression. Every detail of her attire, from the flowing robes to the intricate fan, spoke of a refined yet formidable presence. He recognized the raw power emanating from her, a natural-born martial artist, yet her manner of speaking remained unusually direct, almost blunt. Without preamble, she declared that she had won the Dragon Phoenix tournament. A moment of quiet hung between them in the bamboo grove, the rustling leaves the only sound as they stood facing each other. Jinan Lee, still processing her bluntness, offered a polite, if somewhat bewildered, congratulations. Her unusual way of speaking continued, as she finally offered a formal introduction, stating her name was Baek Yak. With a slight tilt of her head, Baek Yak's eyes remained fixed on him, unwavering. She then explained her presence, admitting she was deeply impressed by his sparring and had come specifically to find him. Her expression, sharp and determined, underscored the sincerity of her words. Feeling the weight of her directness, Jinan Lee attempted to politely disengage, suggesting they do it another time, as he was in a hurry. Jinan Lee, his expression a mix of exasperation and caution, questions why they cannot settle things immediately. Baek Yak, leaning in close, explains that she ran all this way precisely because she wanted to engage him. Her voice, laced with an unsettling eagerness, asks if he truly doesn't want to engage her, promising a swift conclusion, while unseen whispers comment on his perceived luck and her unusual directness. He internally acknowledges her highly unusual manner of speaking, as she addresses him directly, "Young Master Lee?" Still trying to distance himself from her intense presence, he lets out a small, frustrated sound. Turning to face her, he declares that if she considers herself his enemy, he has no qualms about fighting her right then. Baek Yak, looking genuinely surprised by his assumption, quickly clarifies that she is, in fact, not his enemy. Still trying to politely disengage, he suggests they fight at another time, adding that it is already getting late. Suddenly, his eyes narrow, his attention caught by a faint, unsettling scent. It is the unmistakable smell of blood. The source of the ominous scent is revealed, a distant, blood-stained structure nestled deep within the bamboo forest, its presence a stark contrast to the serene surroundings. Unaware of his sudden shift in attention, Baek Yak continues her persistent questioning, asking when they can resume their interaction. But Jinan Lee, now fully alert to the unsettling presence, cuts her off, his gaze fixed on something unseen, his mind already elsewhere. Jinan Lee moves with caution, his senses alert, navigating through the dense bamboo grove. The path leads him to a quiet, traditional building, its roof silhouetted against the dim light. He reaches out, pushing aside a bamboo stalk, his hand gloved and ready as he approaches the structure. Inside, the air is heavy with the stench of death, and he finds the first victim, a grim sight among what appears to be 3 underworld thugs, a waiter, and a cook. His expression hardens, a mix of concern and grim determination etched on his face. Baek Yak, having followed him, observes the scene, remarking that he must have been drawn by the pervasive smell of blood. He confirms the eerie silence, noting that the lights were out and no one seemed to have entered before them, as he kneels beside a fallen figure. The scene reveals more victims, including people who never learned martial arts, all brutally killed. He covers his nose, the putrid odor overwhelming, as he examines the bodies more closely. The victims have been dead for about a day, their backs broken in a horrific manner. This suggests a cruel intent, the perpetrators toying with them, ensuring a slow, agonizing death. Such brutality is uncharacteristic of either the underworld or the unorthodox factions, leaving him to ponder the nature of the scum who would kill even those who don't practice martial arts, raising unsettling questions about their identity. He stands before the blood-splattered wall, his back to the gruesome scene, a chilling silence hanging heavy in the air. His long, dark hair, tied back, reflects the dim light, as his mind races, piecing together the grim puzzle before him. Nearby, Baek Yak observes him, her sharp green eyes reflecting a similar gravity, awaiting his conclusion. A sudden surge of blue energy emanates from him, a silent testament to the intensity of his focus. The aura intensifies around his form, as the pieces click into place. His eyes glow with a fierce blue light, the realization stark on his face. The perpetrators must be from the demonic faction. With a determined expression, he clenches his fist, the weight of his deductions settling upon him. Meanwhile, under the cloak of night, a lone figure in a conical hat and yellow robe walks away from a traditional building, their path illuminated by the soft glow of distant lanterns. 2 such figures now stand outside, one with a sword at his hip, observing the quiet night. One of them speaks, his voice low and authoritative, commanding that the escort establishment be allowed to proceed. A man in a conical hat, holding a scroll, addresses his subordinates, noting the presence of the youngest among them. He then specifies that only one person is needed for a task, prompting a subordinate to volunteer to go in. The leader, however, senses something amiss, realizing they are being watched from nearby, a fact he finds quite irritating. He quickly assigns tasks, instructing Mail and 2 others to check the surroundings, while telling Juan and 3 others to proceed, cutting off their hushed whispers. With a decisive gesture, the leader commands all of them to move, his subordinates responding with swift obedience. As the group disperses, one subordinate draws his sword, ready to confront whatever threat might be lurking. From a distance, the leader observes the situation, questioning the nature of the unseen observer. Meanwhile, a grim discovery is made. Someone has been found dead at an inn further down the road. Jian Li stands at the entrance of a building, his expression serious as he takes in the scene. He declares his purpose, stating his intention to question those in the vicinity. Back with the conical-hatted group, the leader and a subordinate walk along, reflecting on their journey back. The leader then expresses unfamiliarity with a certain organization, remarking on the sheer number of escort establishments in the area. The conical-hatted leader dismisses the concerns about the inn, asserting that the lives or deaths of people there have nothing to do with their mission in the Central Plains. But Jian Li, his expression sharp, corrects him, stating he never implied there was more than one person involved. He then challenges the leader directly, asking if he was the one at the inn yesterday. The leader, caught off guard, can only utter a surprised "no," as his subordinates behind him look on with concern. His hand instinctively moves to the hilt of his sword, a silent threat in the tense standoff. Meanwhile, Jian Li stands over a small, glowing object in a dark, cavernous space, his attention fixed on the strange artifact. Back in the confrontation, the leader's voice rings out, commanding his men to get into formation. Jian Li, unfazed by the escalating tension, reiterates his demand, telling the leader, "I told you to raise your hands." His thoughts drift to the glowing object in the pit, reflecting that it has been a while since he last encountered the ancient demonic arts. The ancient demonic arts, he muses, encompass a range of forbidden techniques, from enchantments and illusions to mind reading, soul absorption, concealment, and stealth. Snapping back to the present, the conical-hatted leader, enraged by Jian Li's defiance, screams, "Kill him!" as one of his subordinates lunges forward, sword drawn. Before the subordinate can even complete his attack, Jian Li moves with blinding speed, intercepting the blade and delivering a devastating punch to the man's face, blood spraying from the impact. The force of the blow contorts the subordinate's features, leaving him reeling from the sudden, powerful counterattack. Jian Li moved with impossible speed, a mere blur of motion as he launched his counterattack. Before his opponent could even react, a powerful, unseen strike connected, sending blood spraying. The subordinate crumpled instantly, his body falling lifelessly as more blood gushed from the impact point. The conical-hatted leader gasped in horror, a choked cry escaping him as he witnessed the brutal efficiency of the attack. Another guard recoiled in terror, the suddenness of the violence leaving him stunned. The leader's face contorted in disbelief, a dark, explosive energy emanating from the spot where his subordinate had fallen. Sweat beaded on his brow as he looked up, his mind struggling to comprehend the sheer power he was facing. A chilling realization dawned on him, and he uttered a single, desperate word, recognizing the formidable opponent before him. His movements were utterly imperceptible, a mere silhouette against the moon as he vanished from their sight, leaving only questions in his wake. The leader's head snapped up, his eyes wide with panic as he desperately searched the empty space where his opponent had been. Suddenly, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupted, signaling Jian Li's next devastating move. With a thunderous impact, the blue-infused strike connected, sending another subordinate flying amidst a shower of blood and shockwaves. The ground is marred by dark, viscous liquid, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the recent skirmish. Despite the blood streaking his face, Jian Li acknowledges the formidable training of his opponents, a hint of respect in his weary expression. Still, he wonders if they truly possess the courage to continue their assault against him. Meanwhile, the conical-hatted leader, reaching out with a determined hand, muses that his plan remains incomplete, but is progressing. With a surge of raw power, Jian Li's hand crackles with vibrant blue lightning, blood still clinging to his knuckles. He unleashes the white lightning 10-phase art, a devastating technique manifesting as brilliant blue energy. The lightning strike technique forms a swirling vortex of pure, destructive power. The conical-hatted leader and his remaining subordinates gaze upwards, their expressions a mixture of awe and terror as the technique descends. Illuminated by the blinding blue light, the leader can only stammer in disbelief at the sheer power before him. The blue lightning continues to surge, a relentless wave of energy washing over the landscape. The impact shakes the very earth, a resounding tremor echoing through the air. From a secluded spot within the forest, Bakley Yun watches the brilliant blue light, her expression unreadable as the battle rages. From a hidden vantage point, Bakley Yun watches the unfolding chaos, reflecting on Jian's fierce determination, even though he had once promised her a spar. Her gaze remains fixed on the distant battle, a thoughtful expression gracing her features. Meanwhile, on the scorched earth, a defeated hand lies amidst the flickering flames, a stark reminder of the recent, brutal confrontation. The surrounding forest, too, bears the scars of the fierce exchange, its tranquility shattered by the echoes of battle. Amidst the smoldering remnants, Jian stands tall, his opponents sprawled around him, utterly defeated, as the flames continue to dance. A faint streak of blood mars his cheek, the only visible sign of the struggle he endured. One of the fallen, the conical-hatted leader, stirs, a grim realization dawning upon him that their attack was merely a diversion, a signal flare for a grander scheme. With a desperate, final effort, he ignites a signal flare, sending it soaring into the night sky, a desperate call for reinforcements. The flare bursts into a brilliant red light, illuminating the forest, but Jian's resolve remains unyielding. He watches the fiery display ascend, his back to the defeated, his focus already shifting to the next challenge. His long, dark hair, tied back in a ponytail, sways slightly as he stands firm, a silhouette against the fading light of the flare. Turning to face the potential new threat, his eyes burn with fierce determination, ready to eliminate anyone who aligns with the demonic faction. A brilliant signal flare erupts into the night sky, its explosive light momentarily blinding. The intense burst of light continues to expand, illuminating the darkness with its fiery glow. As the light fades, glowing embers drift down from above, a silent testament to the signal's power. Through the ember-lit forest path, a figure in a conical hat emerges, his presence ominous in the fading light. His voice, calm yet authoritative, cuts through the quiet, declaring, "You're not one of my people." A pause hangs in the air before he continues, his question sharp and probing, "Are you alone?" Jian Li, a fresh cut marring his cheek, meets the challenge with a steely gaze, his expression resolute amidst the falling embers. As night falls, a forest burns, its dark canopy pierced by countless glowing embers that drift through the smoke-filled air. Illuminating a lone figure in a conical hat standing on a path, his presence ominous in the twilight. The evening's glow casts long shadows as the figure confronts another, demanding to know his allegiance. His voice, muffled by the wide brim of his hat, cuts through the crackling flames, declaring that the man before him is not one of his people. Then, with a hint of suspicion, he asks if the man stands alone. Jian Li, his dark blue eyes gleaming with a confident smirk, a fresh scar marring his left cheek, meets the gaze of his interrogator without a flicker of fear. His response is delivered with a dry wit, a sarcastic declaration that he is, in fact, still single. Undeterred by the quip, the conical-hatted figure presses on, inquiring about his affiliation with the Orthodox faction, only to be met with a firm no, and then asks about the underworld, receiving the same negative reply. Frustrated by the lack of clear answers, the leader finally demands to know what, exactly, Jian Li is. Jian Li looks down, his expression unreadable, as the embers highlight the bloodstains on his dark robe, a silent testament to a recent, unseen struggle. He stares down his opponent, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, declaring that one of them will die here, demanding to know their affiliation. The figure in the conical hat responds, identifying himself as O Yang, captain of the Myriad Demon Palace's secret demon corps. Jian Li's gaze sharpens, the name Myriad Demon Palace, unfamiliar to him, as he admits this is the first he's heard of it. He notes internally that the man's readiness to reveal his identity feels more like a martial artist than someone from a demonic faction. O Yang, holding several talismans, dismisses the need for further details. With a decisive motion, he ignites one of the talismans, which bursts into vibrant orange flames, concluding, "At the end of the day." A blur of motion follows, his foot striking the ground with a surge of red energy, signaling the start of hostilities. The captain and his cloaked subordinates stand ready in the rain-swept forest, their forms silhouetted against the dark. Jian Li, accepting the inevitable, states that one of them will die here anyway. The ground beneath him cracks, radiating blue energy from an unseen impact. O Yang, his talisman still fluttering, issues a sharp command to his forces, "Draw your swords." His subordinates respond instantly, drawing their swords with a collective clang, ready to kill. As the rain continued to fall, Jian Li stood his ground, observing the approaching figures from the Myriad Demon Palace. He found himself unable to discern which of them was the original. The uncertainty lingered, as he questioned whether they were mere illusions or actual bodies. Regardless of their nature, his resolve hardened. With a sharp intake of breath, he clenched his fist, a faint blue aura beginning to shimmer around it. The first subordinate lunged forward, only to be met with a devastating punch that sent them reeling back with a sickening crack. He moved with blinding speed, his arm ablur as he continued his relentless assault. A powerful burst of energy erupted from him, sending multiple figures scattering through the air like ragdolls. Another precise strike landed, splattering blood as a subordinate crumpled under the impact. His movements were fluid and relentless, a continuous barrage of attacks against his numerous foes. The sounds of impact echoed through the stormy night, punctuated by pained grunts. As his assault continued, more subordinates were violently thrown, their bodies twisting amidst the debris and rain. His relentless assault continued, each strike carrying immense force. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face as he found the persistent resistance of his foes starting to get annoying. With a surge of power, he unleashed a concentrated burst of brilliant blue lightning from his palm, crackling with raw energy. The electric discharge spread rapidly, striking multiple unseen targets with devastating force. The lightning intensified, engulfing and dispersing his foes with explosive power. Another figure was caught in the electric storm, sent flying by the sheer kinetic energy. The sound of impact echoed through the forest, a testament to the force of his attacks. The widespread lightning ravaged the environment, tearing through trees and earth alike. A final, resounding crash signaled the end of the immediate skirmish, leaving only destruction in its wake. From a hidden vantage point, a figure in a conical hat observed the chaos, the light of the distant lightning reflecting in the trees. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword as he pondered the ridiculous situation before him. From his perspective, the protagonist was clearly a risk factor. He knew he had to inform the young palace master immediately. "So you were hiding here," a voice echoed, as Jian Li descended from the shadows above. His presence a sudden, chilling revelation. The conical-hatted figure recoiled in shock, as Jian Li moved with blinding speed, delivering a devastating strike that sent him reeling. The force launched him high into the air, his body arcing violently through the forest canopy, before he crashed back down to the earth with immense impact. The ground fractured beneath him, leaving him sprawled amidst shattered debris and crimson splatters. The force of his attack reverberates through the air, a powerful impact, sending his opponent reeling backward, caught mid-kick. This is unexpected, the leader thinks, stunned by the sudden turn of events. His face contorts in shock as the blow connects. So this operation is a failure, he acknowledges internally, the defeat of his subordinates now clear. Indeed, the ground is littered with the fallen forms of his men, scattered by the sheer power of the Plum Blossom Wanderer. Yet, a fierce resolve ignites within the leader, his eyes flaring with an ominous orange glow. "Then, I'll have to take responsibility," he declares, beginning to draw his sword with a determined hiss of steel. But the Plum Blossom Wanderer is already moving, a blue aura shimmering around him. He intercepts the leader's arm with blinding speed, preventing the blade from being fully drawn. A red glow now surrounds him as he thinks, to repay the grace. With a final, decisive move, he lifts the leader effortlessly by the head, the red energy intensifying around his grip, signifying absolute dominance. From the shadows, a voice echoes, proclaiming the might of the myriad demon palace, asserting their dominion to wander the heavens. The menacing voice continues, declaring that the myriad demon palace will safeguard while the demonic faction rules the world. But as the declaration rings out, Jian Li's eyes glow with a fierce red resolve, his blade glinting, ready to cut through any such boasts. With a sudden, explosive impact, he delivers a swift, devastating strike. The attack continues its relentless trajectory, a crimson blur of power. The sheer force of the blow sends fragments of stone and debris flying through the air. The subordinate leader's eye widens in a moment of terror and disbelief as the blade closes in. Finally, the defeated leader collapses to the ground, his form broken amidst the scattered remnants of the battle. His leg lies motionless, a stark testament to the overwhelming force he faced. As the dust settles, a trickle of blood runs down Jian Li's face, a small price for such a decisive victory. His eyes now glow with an intense, cold blue light, a menacing expression settling on his blood-stained face, hinting at the true depth of his power. He brought his glowing blade down with fierce resolve, declaring his intent to face the myriad demon palace, or whatever force stood before him. And with a sharp, impactful slash, his sword cut through the air, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. He reflected on his path, knowing deep down that he had never truly defied fate, but rather forged his own destiny. With a crushing blow, the force of his attack sent an enemy soldier reeling, blue energy crackling around their contorted form. The glowing blade descended once more, delivering a final, devastating strike that erupted in a shower of blood and debris. As the dust settled, his grip tightened on the sword, blue lightning beginning to crackle and surge around his hand. The energy intensified, engulfing his upper body in a brilliant, crackling blue aura, his eyes glowing with fierce power. His entire form became a conduit for the surging power, a silhouette wreathed in an explosive blue lightning storm. With a guttural cry of exertion, he unleashed the full extent of his power, his face contorted with the effort as blue lightning erupted from every pore. He extended a hand, channeling the raw, crackling energy into a focused point. Then, with a thunderous burst, a massive column of brilliant blue lightning erupted skyward. The powerful surge tore through the ground, sending debris flying as his overwhelming power reshaped the very battlefield. The raw, untamed power of blue lightning erupts, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The energy coalesces, a vibrant, electric blue, pulsating with immense force. Arcs of lightning crackle through the desolate, snow-laden trees, their branches swaying under the sheer pressure of the unleashed power. Dark, shadowy remnants of the enemy's influence are utterly annihilated, dissolving into dust as the overwhelming energy washes over them. The forest itself seems to recoil, the air thick with swirling snow and debris, a testament to the cataclysmic force that has been unleashed. Amidst the chaos, Jineon Lee stands, his form enveloped in a brilliant, azure aura, the undeniable source of this devastating power. He clenches his hands, blue lightning dancing around his fingers, as if struggling to contain the surging energy within him. A profound realization dawns upon him, the sheer magnitude of his own power causing him to acknowledge, this isn't normal. The lightning energy courses through his entire being, radiating from his shoulders and neck, a visible manifestation of his heightened state. He understands that his past self's level of skill won't be enough. He realizes he's entering a stage where there's no limit to wielding lightning energy, his long hair whipping around him, infused with the crackling blue power, signifying a profound new beginning. He stands amidst crackling blue energy, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze, knowing that the next time he unleashes the white lightning 10-phase art in this life, he will truly become the Lightning Emperor. As he takes a step, the sound of his movement echoes through the mystical woods, his form still shimmering with residual power. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, asking if he isn't forgetting something important. He looks up, surprised to see Bakley Yun floating above him, and asks, something? With a sigh, she replies that she has lost count of how many times she has chased him today. The woman stands with her hands on her hips, a clear look of frustration on her face, her patience clearly wearing thin. Then, she holds out a small, folded paper bird, asking him, that is? Jineon Lee explains that he was heading toward a sound when this creepy paper bird flew past, so he grabbed it first. He then deduces that the paper bird probably has information about her written on it. A mental image of the hooded figure from the demonic faction, O Kyung, holding a similar bird flashes through his mind as he realizes, so the demonic faction was trying to pass information about me along. With a serious expression, his robe still bearing faint bloodstains, he offers a simple, thank you. He holds the paper bird, a faint smile playing on his lips, as he suggests that if she is truly thankful, she should offer a payment. Bakley Yun, her expression unreadable, simply asks if he intends to spar with her. Under the serene night sky, the world outside remains calm, with purple blossoms gently falling. High above the traditional rooftops, a white cat stretches languidly beneath the full moon. With a soft thud, it leaps down into a dimly lit corridor, its movements silent and swift. Creeping forward, the feline peeks cautiously through a partially open door. A heavy thud echoes from within, accompanied by a flash of red, hinting at a sudden, violent event. Inside, a fierce fire rages, casting flickering shadows across an ornate chamber. Two silhouetted figures, their conical hats prominent, stand over the fiery scene, their forms reflected in the water-slicked floor as they witness the destruction. A lone silhouette stands against the light. As a chilling realization settles, the secret demon corps captain has passed. A hushed gasp echoes through the chamber as the gravity of the situation settles upon those present. Amidst the tension, a small white cat, oblivious to the unfolding drama, rubs affectionately against the leg of a figure seated on a grand chair. The figure, clad in a rich yellow robe and purple scarf, is addressed with deference, his presence commanding attention even as the question of his authority hangs in the air. The small feline continues its gentle nuzzle, a stark contrast to the weighty atmosphere. His eyes, now glowing with an intense crimson light, fix upon the unseen assembly, as he calmly requests the clan heads to compose themselves. With unwavering resolve, he declares his intention to personally investigate the matter. Jineon stood by the window, gazing out at the moonlit night. Before turning his attention to the scrolls laid out on his desk, his brow furrowed in thought as he reviewed their contents. A voice from beyond the door announced, "Young Palace Master, I'm coming in." Once inside, the subordinate began his report, explaining, "I sent people to investigate. It seems Oh Kyung, captain of the secret demon corps, and the members of the squad that was standing by, were completely wiped out by a single, unidentified martial master." Jineon listened, his expression grim, thinking, he suffered only because of those traitors. What a shame to lose such a talent. The subordinate continued, relaying Oh Kyung's final directive. It was Oh Kyung's wish. Obey it. Leave and reorganize the secret demon corps. With a quiet acknowledgement, Jineon confirmed, yes, understood. His gaze drifted, a sigh escaping him as he considered the broader implications of this setback. Realizing that with this operation failing, the number of clans acting favorably to the Myriad Demon Palace might decrease. He reflected on the very foundation of his home, the Myriad Demon Palace of the demonic faction, managed by his father, which protected and raised only orphans who had the potential to become strong in order to pass down demonic arts. He reflects on the Myriad Demon Palace's unique mission, taking in orphans and raising them to become formidable fighters, a practice that once brought them great strength. However, this policy of nurturing strength also led to devastating betrayals. The Heavenly Demon and the Sword Demon, once part of their ranks, betrayed the Myriad Demon Palace, forming an alliance that grew beyond any control. Their combined strength reached a level where they could effortlessly eliminate even those who had attained the realm of a king, a terrifying display of power that left the palace reeling. This time, the palace had hoped to demonstrate its enduring strength, But the recent annihilation of the secret demon core proved otherwise, leaving behind only scattered talismans. In the end, he even lost his loyal right-hand man, a blow that deeply affected him. It wasn't his preferred method of operation, but he couldn't help but wonder if the power gap between them and the Heavenly Sword Alliance had truly grown so vast. As he sits in contemplation, a white cat rests beside him, offering a quiet presence amidst his troubled thoughts. He gently strokes the white cat, his mind still replaying the painful history of betrayal. His hand continues to comfort the feline, a small gesture of solace in a world of harsh realities. He laments that those orphaned wretches they fed, protected, and raised, just as they did with him, have a tendency to turn against them. His eyes glow with a fierce, almost pained intensity as he concludes that this cycle of betrayal keeps repeating itself. Grappling with the harsh realities of his world, he questions if he must descend to the level of his adversaries, becoming a demon just like them. His thoughts burn with the memory of those who betray without gratitude, scheming at every turn, their hearts devoid of loyalty. A flashback reveals a younger version of him, contemplating the chilling question. If his enemies came to kill him tomorrow, would they spare him if he crawled and begged like a dog? The answer echoes in his mind, a resolute denial, as his hand clenches into a tight fist, glowing with an inner resolve. His eyes now burn with a fierce blue light, acknowledging the cold truth, they possess no mercy within them. A sinister smile plays on his lips, his eyes now glowing with a chilling purple and red hue, as he grasps a writing brush, a new, darker resolve settling upon him. Nearby, the white cat's emerald eye glows with an almost supernatural intensity, as if sensing the profound shift in its master's spirit. With his eyes burning a fierce red, he declares his ultimate decision. He will have to become a demon himself. His hand moves with practiced precision, the brush gliding across the paper, forming elegant characters with deliberate strokes. His red glowing eye narrows, confirming his strategic intent. He should send a letter. The brush continues its work, revealing the beginning of the recipient's name, to Yu Zhonghong. The full address is meticulously penned, confirming the letter is for Yu Zhonghong, the Murim Alliance leader. A voice echoes through the grand courtyards of a traditional complex, calling out to Genion. The intricate architecture stands silent under the sky, a lone flag fluttering gently in the breeze. As he approaches, a group of figures greets him, one of them asking if anything significant occurred during his absence. Genion, with a calm demeanor, simply replies that nothing happened. A man in glasses then mentions that the warriors of the Moyang clan provided good protection, adding that the young masters of the O Yang clan had departed a few days prior. Another man, wearing a headband, acknowledges their hard work, while the man in the dark robe assures Genion that it was nothing, and they would be heading back now that he had returned. A woman with brown hair then chides him for his late return, and a man in a yellow robe proudly declares that he even won the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The brown-haired woman reacts with astonishment, exclaiming at the wonderful news and questioning how he managed such a feat. Genion, unfazed by her surprise, simply states that he fought and won. The woman, still reeling from the revelation, cries out in disbelief, unable to process his simple explanation. As the conversation continues, Genion looks away, a thoughtful expression on his face, musing to himself. Come to think of it. He observes a bustling scene, noting that the merchant group seems more numerous than usual. Suddenly, an older merchant approaches him, exclaiming, "Young Master Jian, do you remember me?" As he ponders, a woman with reddish-brown hair and a warm smile steps forward, asking, "Who are you?" She then introduces herself. "I'm Zhonghua. We met before at the courtesan house." Zhonghua continues, expressing her gratitude. "Thanks to you, I was able to take the girls and leave." The old merchant from before chimes in, his voice full of respect. "And now, I'm running a small shop. Thank you so much. I'll treat you with the best hospitality, so please make sure to stop by later." Genion looks at Zhonghua, a question mark hanging over his head. "Thanks to me?" From behind him, a man with glasses and a green robe offers clarification. "It's probably thanks to the alliance you proposed." A muscular merchant, standing with a woman in glasses, elaborates. "The Great Merchants Association. The one you told us to create to protect merchants." The symbol of the Great Merchants Association, a flag bearing its emblem, waves proudly as the merchant continues. Not only the merchants in the area, but even big and small merchant groups have joined the Great Merchants Association. The man with glasses, Waiyan, chuckles, adding, "Thanks to that, the Yunhe merchant group hasn't had a quiet day lately." Genion, with a slight smile, humbly replies, "I did nothing though." He then turns to Waiyan, remarking, "Looks like you've been doing great work, Waiyan." He had been wondering since earlier, a question lingering in his mind. As Waiyan and another attendant stood before him, Waiyan finally voiced the unspoken query, asking about the people who had followed him. A slight frown touched his features as Genion considered her question. His hands, clasped together, conveyed a sense of calm deliberation, even as the situation grew more curious. Stepping forward with a polite bow, a young woman introduced herself as Beck Yak. Genion then clarified, explaining that he had instructed her to return to the merchant group. Waiyan, with a slight smile, admitted she had followed along, even though it wasn't her place. Dismissing any romantic notions with a firm, That's not it. Jian instead requested tea be brought to the reception room, his gaze falling on Baek-yak. Meanwhile, the other attendants couldn't help but whisper, gossiping about how this was the first time he had brought a woman with him since his recovery, marveling at her beauty. One even mused aloud, wondering if he might actually end up with a sister-in-law. Unaware of the rampant speculation, Jian and Baek-yak walked together across the grand courtyard, heading towards the main building. As the conversation shifts towards training, Jian considers the implications of starting a spar immediately. He quickly decides, preferring to spar as soon as possible rather than waste time on tea, a sentiment Baek-yak acknowledges with a nod. With a confident smile, Baek-yak proposes a specific set of rules, suggesting they exclude striking techniques and focus solely on grappling and body techniques. She further clarifies the victory condition, stating that whoever's shoulder touches the ground first loses, a condition that gives Jian pause, as grappling with a woman could prove problematic. Concern etched on his face, he asks if she will truly be all right, warning that even with only body techniques, the movements can become quite rough. As he stands with arms crossed, Baek-yak confidently adjusts her stance, ready for the challenge. Her smile unwavering, she assures him that she is fine. With a slight adjustment of her robe, she explains that her current attire is specifically a martial arts uniform, worn precisely for training in body techniques. Accepting her explanation, Jian sighs, acknowledging her words, yet finding her strange mannerisms and unpredictable actions a source of growing frustration. With a sudden shift in her demeanor, Baek-yak's eyes gleam with fierce determination as she declares her readiness to begin. Before Jian can fully react, she lunges forward with incredible speed, a blur of motion closing the distance between them. His eyes widening in surprise, he registers her astonishing swiftness. The force of Baek-yak's initial, blindingly fast attack exploded, leaving Jian no time to react. She moved with incredible speed, her body a whirlwind of motion as she closed the distance. In an instant, she had him in a tight grapple, his arm and leg locked in her grip. A confident smile played on her lips as she remarked, "You let your guard down." Looking up from his compromised position, he could only utter, "Young master, huh?" With a fluid motion, she then sent him spinning through the air. He landed hard on the ground, his body momentarily stunned as she stood victorious above him. Holding him firmly in place, she declared, "It feels like I can just slam you down like this." From his prone position, he conceded, "You're not wrong," before adding, "But try doing it like you're breaking the opponent's balance. Please give me a chance." He then concluded, "Let's do that." And so, the spar continued, with him once again sent flying, a testament to her relentless skill. As they reset once more, she asked, "Let's do it again." To which he readily agreed, "All right." He begins his next move with a powerful burst of force, sending shockwaves across the ground. His long, dark hair whipping around him, trailing a vibrant blue aura as he moves with incredible speed. Yet, in a swift counter, Baek-yak has already closed the distance, her light blue hair flowing as she secures a hold on him, looking back with a sharp gaze. A confident smile plays on her lips, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. But his dark blue eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them. His own hair, now imbued with a stronger blue energy, surges around him, signaling a shift in momentum. In a sudden reversal, he has pinned her to the ground, his hand gripping her neck, the blue energy of his technique radiating around them. He advises her to wrap her clothes properly, warning that an opponent might grab them. His gaze intense, he finishes his thought, suggesting that an opponent will grab them. Baek-yak, still pinned, simply responds with a concise, "Yes." The sparring match concludes, with Jian asking if this is the end, then immediately proposing another round, to which he ultimately agrees. The morning light filters through the traditional architecture, casting a serene glow over the training grounds. As the sky above begins to shift from the deep hues of dawn, promising a new day of challenges, and the sun climbs higher, painting the clouds in fiery oranges and reds. From above, Baek-yak observes, while Jian looks up at her, their sparring session far from over. He declares, his voice firm, that he wants one more time, eager to continue their exchange. Baek-yak, however, responds with a slight taunt, suggesting she's a level above him in body techniques and challenging him to use inner energy. Accepting the dare, Jian's eyes begin to glow with a fierce blue light, as he admits he'd been wanting to check his inner energy anyway. His gaze sharpens, and crackling blue energy swirls around him, a clear sign of his power awakening. Bursts of orange and blue energy erupt from his form, signaling the imminent release of his technique. With a powerful stance, his fist glows intensely with blue energy, ready to strike with his awakened abilities. A torrent of sharp, crystalline ice shards bursts forth, manifesting his formidable ice art. The ice art swirls with chilling power, and Jian's gaze remains unwavering, a testament to his mastery. As the ice art fully manifests around him, a chilling thought crosses his mind, recalling how back then, and even now, certain individuals were incredibly skilled at using such power. Extending his hand, a surge of inner energy courses through him. He muses on the implications of truly unleashing his full power. As the ice art solidifies around Jian, Baek-yak watches, a subtle sound of movement accompanying her focused gaze, her expression unreadable. With ice encasing his arm, he declares, "I'm sure you'll regret it." The ice art flares around him, a crackling energy emanating from his form, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Baek, surrounded by the shimmering ice, recalls a disturbing piece of lore. "I heard that in the Central Plains, everyone who used ice art." Her voice trailing off, she continues, "has disappeared, except those of the demonic faction." A moment of stunned silence follows her revelation. Her eyes widening in disbelief, Baek gasps, "A descendant of the heavenly demon?" Jian stands tall amidst the shimmering ice, the sound of his power resonating, his presence commanding. Turning his head slightly, he offers a simple, yet profound, confirmation, "Yes." A confident smile graces his lips as he holds a shard of his ice art, the blue energy glowing brightly around him. With an unwavering gaze and a confident posture, Jian declares his true heritage, revealing himself as the descendant of Baek, his words echoing with the weight of his powerful lineage. Jian clarifies, "To be more precise, it's the first heavenly demon." His gaze sharpens. As he declares, "I'm the descendant of Baek." A scoff escapes him. "Personally, I find it ridiculous that my ancestor is worshipped as the first heavenly demon, though." Yet, Baek wasn't truly the first heavenly demon, here in the title, because his overwhelming ice-based martial arts drew the adoration of a bunch of madmen. And those who learned even a fraction of his restored martial arts ended up being called heavenly demons themselves. Among all the greatest martial masters born in every turbulent era, he was, without question, the strongest one, a true martial god. Jian muses, "And to think Lady Baek is Baek's descendant." His thoughts drift to the elegant woman. "I've never even heard news of Baek's bloodline appearing in the Jianghu." Jian's expression remains thoughtful, still processing the implications of Baek's words, wondering what exactly had transpired to lead to such a revelation. As they walk, the weight of the past hangs between them, a silence that speaks volumes, until he suggests they find a place to eat while they continue their discussion about everything else. The two continue their journey, the unspoken history of her clan lingering in the air. Soon, the clinking of dishes fills a private room as Jian, Baek, and Zhonghua settle down for a meal, the table laden with an array of delicious food. Baek, with a satisfied hum, eagerly begins to eat, her chopsticks moving swiftly between the dishes. The food, indeed, proves to be exceptional, as she remarks that the Yunhe Merchant Group, one of the greatest in the Central Plains, truly lives up to its reputation for delicious cuisine. Zhonghua, observing the dynamic between Jian and Baek, offers a playful observation, noting that their young master now finds himself in the company of two women. Ignoring the jest, Jian turns back to Baek, pressing her to continue their earlier conversation, asking if her entire clan had indeed left the Central Plains. She confirms his suspicion, explaining that their departure was tied to the Dragon Phoenix tournament, a pivotal event in their history. Indeed, she affirms, it was because the very creators of their martial art, the White Blossom Divine Art, had caused it to be branded as a demonic art, forcing their clan into exile. Even after all that, we only heard much later that it caused an uproar in the Jianghu, a ripple effect that branded our unique martial art as demonic. Because of that deep-seated prejudice, people in the Central Plains even began to believe that all ice arts were martial arts of the demonic faction. Even though the descendants did nothing wrong, it felt like we were committing wrongdoings just by existing. In truth, we've only ever done as much as was needed to keep Baek's martial arts alive, preserving the legacy of the first heavenly demon. But a successor who fully masters it appears only rarely, sometimes only one in several generations. And if we stayed complacent in a place with no elixirs and no rivals, the White Blossom Divine Art, the first heavenly demon left behind, would surely disappear. The White Blossom Divine Art, the first heavenly demon left behind, would surely disappear. That's why I came to the Central Plains, so I don't lose what I inherited. And also to set things right. She concludes, her gaze firm. Set what right? He wonders, a faint glow emanating from his hand as he considers her words. His thoughts drift to the image of a powerful warrior, his hand reaching for a sword, a silent question hanging in the air. The sound of a blade being drawn echoes in his mind, as if the past itself is stirring. A sharp, almost metallic sound echoes, a visual representation of a sudden realization or a shift in the conversation's intensity. With a serious expression, Jian acknowledges the widespread prejudice in the Central Plains, but declares his indifference, driven by his own clear objective. His goal, he clarifies, is to prove that they are not part of the demonic faction. Baek listens intently, her gaze fixed on him, absorbing his words. Then, with a resolute tone, she reveals her own intention, to eradicate the demonic faction with her own hands. As she speaks, Jian watches her, a thoughtful expression on his face, considering her bold declaration. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he echoes her words, acknowledging her ambition to eradicate the demonic faction herself. Baek's eyes narrow with fierce determination, her resolve unwavering. Jian, now looking more thoughtful than amused, agrees that it is indeed a fine idea. Crossing his arms, a confident smile spreads across his face, as if a new plan is forming in his mind. He then suggests, with an air of anticipation, that they are going to have quite a good connection. Baek Yun's eyes widen slightly in surprise, her expression a mix of shock and intrigue at his unexpected proposition. Baek Yun's resolve to fight the demonic faction was a significant development, as a strong martial artist like her lending her strength would be an undeniable asset. Indeed, it would be a huge gain, Jin thought, unable to suppress a smile at the good news, his amusement evident as he considered the implications. As the conversation concluded, he realized how late it had grown, deciding it was time to return to his lodging. With a quiet affirmation, he prepared for his departure. Stepping out into the cool night air, he began his journey back, the sounds of the night accompanying his swift steps. His movements grew impossibly fast, a blur of motion leaving trails of vibrant blue energy in his wake as he traversed the landscape. With each powerful stride, his form contorted into dynamic martial poses, the blue aura around him intensifying as he pushed his body to its limits. Meanwhile, outside, Baek Ran, a guard and cousin to Baek Yak, noticed her companion's demeanor, inquiring if something significant had transpired inside. Observing her flushed face, Baek Ran commented on her reddened complexion, to which Baek Yak replied that it had simply felt warm within the building. She mused that her flushed appearance might be due to using intense body techniques for the first time in a while, a subtle hint at the exertion she had just undergone. Baek Ran then inquired about the spar, eager to hear the details of the encounter. With a thoughtful expression, Baek Yak admitted she couldn't beat him, concluding that what he had displayed at the Dragon Phoenix tournament was merely a fraction of his true capabilities. A voice asks, "Strong? Anything else?" The question hangs in the air, leaving Baek Ran with a look of surprise. While her cousin, Baek Yak, remains composed, her gaze thoughtful. She then asks, "Has food ever not suited your taste? Just look at that belly." Meanwhile, in the quiet of the night, Jin walks through a bustling street alongside Zhonghua, who remarks on his martial arts pouch. As dawn breaks, painting the sky with soft hues, he stirs from his rest, a thought crossing his mind. Did I eat too much yesterday? Stretching languidly, he prepares for the day ahead. He recalls hearing about a nearby lake, deciding to visit it. Reaching out, his hand hovers over the shimmering water, and he muses, "It does look perfect for a walk, like people say." His feet stand firmly on the edge of a cliff, overlooking the serene landscape. As he plunges through the air, a playful challenge echoes in his mind, urging him to embrace the descent. His dark hair streams behind him, the ground rushing up to meet him with alarming speed. A gloved hand clenches, ready for impact. Suddenly, a gasp escapes Zhonghua as she looks up, recognizing the falling figure as young Master Li. Her eyes widen in alarm, realizing the landing would be anything but gentle. Before she can react, Jin Li deftly intercepts her, cradling her in his arms as they continue their descent. With a soft thud, they land on the rocky ground. He holds her close, his gaze concerned, asking if she is unharmed. Still a little shaken, she confirms she is fine. He offers a sincere apology, explaining he hadn't expected anyone else to be in this secluded spot. Zhonghua waves off his concern, telling him not to worry about it. She then asks if he is also out for a stroll, to which he replies that he always trains and walks near the lake in the mornings. As the morning mist began to clear over the tranquil lake, a profound silence settled between Jian Li and Zhonghua, their figures standing still against the serene backdrop. Breaking the quiet, he suggested that since they were already walking together, they might as well pick up the pace, announcing his intention to head out first. Zhonghua simply agreed, a hint of surprise in her expression as she wondered which direction he intended to take. A moment later, Jin Li's eyes widened in disbelief, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he registered something truly unexpected. Across the shimmering surface of the lake, glowing snowflake-like patterns spread with each impossibly light step, leaving a trail of ethereal energy. It was Zhonghua, effortlessly gliding across the water as if it were solid ground, her gaze briefly meeting his as she moved with grace and precision, a woman for whom stepping on water was merely a morning walk. Each step she took created a ripple of light, the water beneath her foot momentarily freezing into intricate, glowing ice crystals before dissipating. Observing her incredible feat, Jin Li acknowledged that her movement art was truly extraordinary. Not to be outdone, he joined her on the water, matching her pace as they both moved across the lake, leaving trails of shimmering energy in their wake. He moved with incredible speed, his feet barely touching the water's surface, leaving trails of shimmering energy in his wake. The woman beside him, surprised by his sudden acceleration, wondered if he had truly caught up to her. Indeed, the two martial artists now glided across the lake, a narrator noting that only a handful of masters in the Jianghu could match her unique movement art. A smirk played on his lips as he admitted it was not easy to keep pace with her, finding the challenge stimulating. She glanced at him, her expression a mix of admiration and slight bewilderment. He was amazing too, she thought, acknowledging his skill. He then asked if she had said something, to which she replied it was nothing, before playfully suggesting they run more. With a confident sure, she accepted his challenge, and the pair continued their exhilarating sprint across the water. The lake's surface churned with vibrant, icy blue energy, reflecting their powerful movements. Dynamic splashes of light and water marked their path, a testament to their extraordinary speed. The serene landscape of mountains and a tranquil lake provided a stark contrast to their intense training. Finally, exhausted but invigorated, he leaned forward, hands on his knees, catching his breath after the strenuous exercise. Breathing heavily, Zhanghua struggles to catch her breath, her body pushed to its absolute limit. She admits, her voice strained, that she can no longer tell how far they have run. Jinian Li, however, appears unfazed, a thoughtful expression on his face as he gazes into the distance, prompting Zhanghua to urge him, "Tell me about it." A slight smile plays on his lips, a testament to his enduring stamina. Before he suggests, "Let's head back." Jianghua's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. As a blush rises to her cheeks, still pondering the strange heat in the air, wondering, "Still, something's weird. Why has it been so hot since yesterday? Is it because the—" She glances at him, her thoughts racing. Central Plains are warmer than the Ice Palace? If it's this terrain, did we run over 100 kilometers? Meanwhile, from a vantage point above, a figure watches their approach, acknowledging, "Young Master Jia." The observer continues, noting the familiar surroundings. "Looks like you've finally returned to the Yunhe merchant group." Jinian Li stands before a towering cliff face, his gaze distant, perhaps contemplating the journey ahead or the challenges that await within the merchant group. A stern voice informs Jinian Li that the dragon sect leader is seeking him. The news hangs heavy in the air, as a close-up reveals the intricate knot of a yellow scarf. He looks out, pondering the implications, wondering why the leader of the 8 dragon sect would be looking for him. The unseen speaker's hand gestures dismissively, retorting that it's simply karma. A flashback image of Jinian Li, with fiery red hair and eyes, appears, as the voice explains it's because of the Crimson Reaper he killed. The speaker's hand is shown again, emphasizing the gravity of the situation, as they reveal the Crimson Reaper was from the 8 dragon sect, a fact that makes Jinian Li recall the name with a jolt. A different man, with a stern expression, is briefly seen, his presence adding to the weight of the revelation. Jinian Li's eyes narrow in confusion as he questions, "Who's that?" His expression remains troubled, the implications of the conversation clearly weighing on him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young boy named Chul Myungo trudges along a path, cursing the ridiculously long journey and hoping that that bastard hasn't gone off to beat up someone else again. A chilling name echoes through the air, causing Jinian to narrow his eyes, a flicker of concern crossing his features. His gaze drops, contemplating the implications of the mention, as the weight of the situation settles upon him. He looks up sharply, a question forming on his lips, wondering who could possibly be behind such a fearsome title. His expression remains grim, the shadow of the name lingering, as he processes the gravity of the situation. The messenger, Chul Myungo, presses on, his voice laced with a hint of surprise, asking if he truly doesn't recognize the infamous Crimson Reaper of Yukwan Main Street, a name that conjures a terrifying image of glowing red eyes. Chul Myungo stands before Jinian, a large weapon resting on his shoulder, and the protagonist, now understanding, acknowledges the big guy with a nod. The messenger then clarifies the summons, explaining that the Crimson Reaper's master specifically wishes to meet with him. A subtle threat hangs in the air as Chul Myungo warns him that if he refuses, the Yunhe merchant group will suffer the consequences. With a heavy sigh, Jinian looks towards a distant, serene building, resignedly agreeing to the summons. Chul Myungo praises his decision, offering to send someone along, but Jinian firmly rejects the offer, preferring to face whatever awaits him alone. His eyes harden with resolve, a silent declaration of his intent, as he prepares to embark on this perilous journey. Having accepted the summons, Jinian found himself waiting, arms crossed, as a voice informed him that his appointment was already scheduled, and he simply needed to be patient. With a subtle shift in his expression, he conceded, indicating his willingness to comply. The hours stretched on, the journey proving quite extensive, until the last vestiges of daylight faded, giving way to the deep hues of night. Finally, led by an attendant, he stepped into a vast, opulent hall, its grandeur illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns. As they walked, the attendant glanced at him, casually asking about the immense size of something, then teasingly questioned if he had stolen it. Jinian, however, merely thought to himself that the attendant was a crazy bastard for such a comment, especially after he had already eaten dinner before arriving. The attendant continued to glance back at him, as they proceeded deeper into the expansive chamber. A sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air, for at the end of their path, the 8 dragon sect leader awaited their arrival. The grand hall stretched before them, a long aisle leading directly to a raised platform where the leader sat, surrounded by his assembled members. As Jinian finally approached, the 8 dragon sect leader, an older man with spectacles, acknowledged his presence with a simple, direct statement. As the grand hall of the 8 dragon sect looms, a colossal, ornate dragon statue dominates the space, its intricate details bathed in the cool, ambient light. Before this imposing figure, the 8 dragon sect leader, Hajianik, sits with an air of authority, his gaze fixed as he introduces himself. His posture is relaxed yet commanding, one leg casually crossed as he awaits his visitor. Meanwhile, Jinian continues his measured approach, his dark robes flowing behind him as he moves through the vast space. A subtle question hangs in the air, perhaps a challenge or an unspoken query, as he draws closer to the seated leader. Suddenly, a powerful blue energy blast erupts from him, striking an unseen guard with devastating force, shattering the calm of the hall. He moves with blinding speed, a dark blur amidst the chaos. A thunderous impact echoes through the chamber, the sheer force of his actions undeniable. Two nearby guards recoil in utter shock, their faces contorted in disbelief at the sudden, overwhelming display of power. Jianek, the sect leader, observes the unfolding events with a calm, almost detached expression, his eyes betraying little emotion. Finally, Jian stands before him, the silence punctuated only by his direct words, acknowledging the summons. From an overhead perspective, the vastness of the hall is evident, with numerous figures scattered throughout, all now aware of the protagonist's forceful arrival. Li Jian, standing resolute amidst the opulent hall, offered a calm challenge, inviting the leader of the Eight Dragon sect to speak his mind. The elderly leader, Jianek, his back to the newcomer, simply ordered a subordinate to remove the man Jian had just sent flying, receiving an immediate, deferential affirmation. Turning his gaze towards Jian, Jianek began to speak of the Crimson Reaper, his expression thoughtful. Jian, however, cut him off with a blunt, almost dismissive question, his eyes sharp and unwavering. He reminded the leader that this was the underworld, a place with its own rules, demanding to know what the Eight Dragon sect intended to do about his presence. Jianek, now facing him directly, inquired about the identity of the Crimson Reaper's master, his gaze fixed on Jian. Without hesitation, Jian confirmed his identity, his voice calm and assured. The leader observed him, noting his youthful appearance and evident martial arts training, a silent assessment of his opponent. Addressing him by a familiar name, Jianek expressed his surprise at Jian's confidence, finding it somewhat unsettling. His tone hardening, the leader then revealed the true reason for his summons. He had heard Jian was responsible for the death of his disciple. He continued, threatening to dismantle the Yunha merchant group's clients as a warning, his words carrying a chilling weight. The leader's voice echoed through the fiery imagery of the Eight Dragon sect's domain, as he spoke of the Yunha merchant group's expanding influence, implying their vulnerability. He vows to make them the last ones, ensuring they can no longer conduct business, a scoff escaping his lips. Meanwhile, the Eight Dragon sect leader, Jianek, observes him with a knowing gaze, his expression unreadable. Jian challenges him, wondering if he possesses no novel method to render him unable to act, and clarifies that his current restraint stems solely from the fact that the Yunha merchant group was left untouched during his absence. He continues, seated across from the sect leader and his attendants, emphasizing that this is the only reason he hasn't immediately slaughtered them. His gaze sharpens, a hint of disappointment in his eyes, as he notes the irony of being threatened through the very group he protected. Jianek responds with a dismissive tone, suggesting Jian is merely a young man who lacks reason. One of the Eight Dragon sect attendants, standing behind Jianek, interjects, advising his leader to simply deal with the young master and conclude matters, as there's no point in further discussion. Jianek, however, corrects him, stating that the Crimson Reaper was merely a disciple he cultivated for wealth, not a true member of the Eight Dragon sect. The attendant, visibly frustrated by the leader's words, questions the meaning of such harsh statements. Jianek clarifies that his disciple's money is his own, and since he paid the Eight Dragon sect with it, it is indeed his business. He then dismisses the attendant, stating he's not interested in the source of the money and has done enough by invoking the sect's name, instructing him to handle the situation himself. As the sect leader finishes, Jian rises from his seat, a single word escaping his lips. Wait. Jianek, now visibly annoyed by the interruption, curses the crazy underworld bastards. As the Eight Dragon sect leader dismisses his attendant, Jian's voice cuts through the air, a sharp retort to the man's arrogance. His words echo with defiance, accusing the sect leader of being both blind and seeing, a paradox of ignorance and malice. The tension in the chamber thickens as Jian stands his ground, his presence unwavering. The sect leader's voice booms, a warning laced with menace, reminding Jian of the precarious situation he finds himself in. Yet, Jian merely offers a chilling smirk, his eyes glowing with an inner light, completely unfazed by the threat. The sect leader's expression hardens, his face contorting with barely contained fury at the young man's insolence. A single word escapes his lips, a guttural exclamation of disbelief and rage at Jian's audacity. Before anyone can react, Jian moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. He finds himself surrounded by several attendants, their swords already half drawn, but he shows no hesitation. With a swift, powerful strike, he sends one of the Eight Dragon sect attendants reeling, the force of the blow visibly impacting him. Meanwhile, two other attendants, one of them the same man Jian had just struck, look on in disbelief, one of them voicing their outrage at his brazen actions within their territory. Their shock quickly turns to resolve, as they rise and draw their own blades, ready to confront the intruder. His eyes burning with fierce red light, Jian challenges his opponents, demanding they show their true killing intent. Responding to his provocation, an attendant swiftly draws a gleaming sword from its sheath. But before the blade can even clear its scabbard, he moves with blinding speed, a mere black blur across the vision. His attack lands in a flurry of crimson energy, striking with devastating force. The attendant is sent reeling backward, his body collapsing from the sheer impact. As one falls, another attendant steps forward, drawing his own blade, its hilt glowing faintly with red energy. He meets the challenge with another swift, powerful strike, the air crackling with the force of his movement. His eyes still burning with red light, he expertly deflects the attendant's sword, his own blade a blur of motion. As he continues his relentless assault, he dismisses his adversaries as nothing more than the arrogant ones. Suddenly, a new challenger emerges, a blue-haired combatant who speaks with a smirk, channeling crackling blue energy into his hand. Without hesitation, the blue-haired combatant unleashes a devastating attack, a surge of brilliant blue energy. The powerful impact sends Jineon flying backward, his body hurtling through the air from the unexpected blow. The blue energy attack from the previous encounter continues its devastating impact, as the force of the blast rips through the surroundings, sending debris flying in every direction. Jineon is violently thrown backward, the impact forcing a pained gasp from him. His mind races with fury, cursing the unexpected assailant. Meanwhile, two 8-dragon sect attendants, swords drawn, rush forward, seemingly targeting the source of the blue energy. The blue-haired combatant, however, simply grins, his eyes glowing with power, as he declares that he has been letting things slide. His sword ignites with crackling blue lightning, ready to unleash a counterattack. With a swift, powerful strike, he sends multiple attendants flying through the air, caught in a torrent of blue energy. They are tossed like ragdolls, unable to withstand the sheer force of his assault. A brutal red impact signifies a direct hit. The attendants are violently slammed into the ground and walls, their bodies breaking under the relentless blue energy. The devastating attack concludes, leaving a trail of defeated 8-dragon sect members in its wake. The impact of the blue energy attack reverberates, leaving behind shimmering particles and a lingering sense of raw power. Nearby, the 8-dragon sect leader and an attendant recoil, their faces etched with alarm as the crackling blue lightning illuminates their surroundings. The leader's eyes widen, recognizing the unique signature of the attack and realizing someone capable of wielding lightning energy has appeared. Jineon, still reeling from the devastating blow, clenches his jaw, a single word of defiance escaping his lips. His eyes, now glowing with a fierce blue light, betray a dawning realization as he identifies the attacker's affiliation. The blue-haired combatant stands silhouetted against the chaos, his form radiating an intense blue lightning aura, his eyes glowing ominously. A confident smirk plays on his lips, the sheer power he wields evident in the vibrant blue energy swirling around him. He speaks with an air of superiority, his lightning-infused blade glinting, acknowledging his opponent's perception even as he dominates the fight. From a distance, the 8-dragon sect leader desperately warns his attendant, who had been about to rush forward, to hold back. The leader's voice rises to a frantic shout, urging everyone to flee from the overwhelming threat. His face contorts in a silent scream of despair and terror, the gravity of the situation fully sinking in. The attendant, spear still in hand, can only acknowledge the terrifying truth. This opponent is beyond their capabilities. An attendant of the 8-dragon sect is held captive, his body contorted in a desperate struggle, leaving him utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Amidst the swirling darkness and the lingering scent of destruction, the 8-dragon sect leader can only cry out in futile protest. He kneels, defeated, his spirit broken as dark energy spreads across the floor, a stark testament to the overwhelming force he just faced. His face contorted in anguish, the leader laments that it is truly unfortunate the smart one had to perish. The blue-haired combatant's voice cuts through the air, promising to cripple their business operations. Still on his knees, the leader listens, his expression a mixture of fear and resignation. He continues, explaining his strategy to target several of the Yunha Merchant Group's clients, using them as a chilling example, just as his soldier had confidently suggested. The blue-haired combatant looks down, his eyes glowing faintly with an inner power, his expression unreadable yet intensely focused. A hand extends, crackling with vibrant blue energy, a clear demonstration of the destructive force at his command. His gaze sharpens, and he demands to know why the leader allowed his subordinate to gamble his life so recklessly. His fist clenches, glowing with an intense blue aura, the raw power contained within threatening to erupt. Standing tall in the grand hall, the blue-haired combatant fixes his gaze on the 8-dragon sect leader, his voice cold as he asks if the leader has any family. He confirms his family exists, but the blue-haired combatant's voice cuts through the air, questioning his confidence despite having loved ones. His eyes glowing with an ominous blue light, the combatant's gaze pierces through the leader, a silent promise of retribution. Nearby, an attendant cries out in pain, his face contorted in agony. The 8-dragon sect leader, though hearing what sounds like madness, feels a cold dread as the combatant's words resonate with a terrifying truth. He realizes the combatant isn't just threatening him, but promising to eradicate his entire family if he dares to interfere with the Yunhe merchant group, a chilling thought confirmed by the sight of his injured attendant. With no other choice, the leader commands his remaining subordinates to lay down their weapons. Immediately, the other figures collapse to the ground, their faces etched with fear and resignation. A cacophony of metallic clangs fills the air as their weapons hit the floor, signifying their complete submission. Kneeling before the blue-haired combatant, Hygienic, the 8-Dragon sect leader, admits his grave miscalculation and acknowledges the immense crime he has committed. From this moment forward, the 8-Dragon sect is entirely at the combatant's mercy. Hygienic confirms his absolute obedience, then, with a hint of desperation, asks if the combatant hails from the underworld. The blue-haired combatant's expression remains cold, as he declares that if his opponent is indeed from the underworld, he will deal with him using its own methods. Recalling a past declaration, the 8-Dragon sect leader speaks, his voice tinged with a mix of resignation and fear, acknowledging the promise he made to avenge Meng, should he fall. He continues, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure before him, insisting that he will uphold those words and accept the consequences of his revenge. His voice drops, revealing a deeper understanding of the world they inhabit, explaining that in the underworld, promises are kept, regardless of one's ability to fulfill them. As the tension hangs heavy in the air, a subordinate's hand trembles, reaching slowly for the hilt of a sword lying on the polished wooden floor. Before the subordinate can even grasp the weapon, a blur of motion descends, a sharp blade slicing through the air with brutal efficiency, striking his arm with a sickening thud. The blade embeds itself deeply, severing the hand that dared to reach for defiance, as blood gushes forth, staining the ornate attire of the fallen man. The blue-haired combatant's eyes glow with an intense, cold light, his expression unwavering as he delivers his chilling decree. His voice, calm yet absolute, echoes through the chamber, declaring that for every insincere word spoken, he will personally sever a finger. The 8-Dragon sect leader and his remaining subordinates lie defeated on the ground, their faces contorted in pain and terror, witnessing the brutal enforcement of the blue-haired combatant's will. His gaze sweeps over the other cowering figures, and he issues a cold command for them to suffer the same fate. More blood splatters across the pristine wooden floor, a grim testament to the blue-haired combatant's unwavering resolve. He then scoffs, his words dripping with contempt, reminding them that he possesses no rebirth skill, like the trash they are. Standing over the defeated sect leader, the blue-haired combatant declares he will no longer consider himself part of the underworld if he cannot uphold its true tenets, nor will he unify it with weak individuals. Lying on the ground, his hands still bleeding, the sect leader internally acknowledges his loss of status, believing he no longer has the right to claim himself as part of the underworld. With a defeated sigh, he verbally submits, stating he will simply do as commanded. An attendant calls out to him, addressing him as Sect Leader Ha, while the leader's thoughts drift to the Yunhe merchant group. He envisions the merchant group's buildings, engulfed in flames, burning fiercely against the sky. The leader continues his internal monologue, contemplating the utter ruin of his group and the possibility of betrayal, even from his own father and brothers. Blood stains his robes, a stark reminder of his current predicament, as he focuses on the one thing that truly matters, survival. The blue-haired combatant looms over him, his presence overwhelming, emphasizing the gravity of his words. With a desperate glint in his eyes, the sect leader internally asserts his will to survive, while the combatant's eyes glow with an intense blue light. The combatant's gaze remains unwavering, his resolve echoing the sect leader's own desperate thought: he will not die. He then directly challenges the sect leader, demanding to know if he truly understands the weight of the situation. Sweating and visibly terrified, the sect leader can only manage a weak, affirmative response. With a determined gaze, Jinyan declares, "Let's finish things up here." Meanwhile, the blue-haired combatant, his foot pressing down on the 8-Dragon sect leader's hand, echoes the sentiment, "Finish things up here." He then looks down at the defeated man, his voice firm as he commands, "Follow me, Sect Leader Ha." The sect leader, his back to the vibrant, almost ethereal sky, listens as the combatant continues, "I have something to say to you." The words hang in the air, echoing across the vast expanse of the sky, "Something to say to you." Far from this confrontation, the traditional roofs of a sprawling complex stand under a hazy sky, a new location coming into view. Back with the sect leader, his face contorts in sheer terror, his hands clutching his head in despair, the weight of his situation crushing him. A desperate plea escapes his lips, "Fuck, wait." Meanwhile, Jinyan arrives at the gambling den, his thoughts sharp as he wonders, what dog's hit situation is happening in this gambling den? He stands framed in the doorway, observing a group of figures kneeling in rows, their heads bowed in submission. The kneeling figures remain motionless, their backs to him as he takes in the scene. A sturdy wooden chair sits nearby, awaiting its occupant. 30 minutes earlier, Chol Myungo found himself in a predicament, recalling a past incident where he had accidentally broken an umbrella belonging to Li Jinyan, prompting a woman to offer a replacement, claiming her arm was about to fall off from holding it, much to the confusion of a small child.